A Maiden's Unwanted Heroic Tale. Volume 8. The One Who Spreads Death. By Hifumi Shiguro. Translated by Snowcat at Innovel Translation. Audiobook by Masquerade at Masquerade Audiobooks. Chapter 175. Military Man Gambler and Swindler. The kingdom of Alberinea was trying to use the Holy Spirit to invade. This was the excuse why the joint invasion of the three kingdoms, which was expected in early summer due to the inauguration of the Queen, took place in spring when the snow melted. The Holy Spirit Covenant states the principle of not pointing blades at dragons, however the rules regarding dragons are also wide-ranging, including the statement that its power should not be monopolized or used for national gain. As a special case, tributes based on faith are allowed, but acts such as asking for the dragon's help are clearly in violation of this rule. The visit by the Holy Spirit Yarganaus to the royal city of Alberinea was proof that Alberinea had violated this rule, and the three counties cried out loudly, spreading their legitimacy. Messengers from various countries come to the kingdom's friendly country, Ana Imperial Stet, to punish Alberinea for violating the Holy Spirit Pact, and the High Priest Zanaribia visited the royal capital to confirm this fact, but this is the result of Wanisama's audience, not as a country, but as an individual. It is not against the Holy Spirit Covenant. Besides, no matter the outcome, is Ana really planning to turn their sword on Wanisama, who has become the Holy Spirit's contractor? However, if Alberinea dies, Ana will be next. I'm sure it will happen sooner or later. We are in the same boat. Please interpret everything in a favorable way after all this time. Of course, I feel sorry for Ana Imperial State, but no matter what, it was already too late. The argument that the kingdom had nothing to do with an individual's actions was not very plausible considering Krische's position as a member of the royal family, but for the time being, Krische was treated as the adopted daughter of the previous Margrave Krystand, rather than a member of the royal family. It also helped that she wasn't officially reinstated as a royalty. Of course, Ana could have said, then the individual Krische should be punished, but the outcome is, she was the one who had become the dragon's contractor. It was impossible for those who believed in the Holy Spirit to seek to punish those who are allies of the Holy Spirit, and from a religious standpoint, Krische was above the Miko princess. The girl with silver hair, who was drinking tea and watching the proceedings, looked like she had no idea what was going on, and there was no way they could ask for judgment. Moreover, Alberinea is Ana's shield. Crescenta's has a valid point and, well, I guess there's nothing I can say now. I can only hope that Your Majesty the Queen will not forget that word. And like so, they had any other choice but to accept the kingdom's arguments in full. Zanaribia, comforted by Berry's sweet cookies, runs around Ana with a stomach ache, bowing his head to other priests. The enemy's goal was also to sow the seeds of discord. They probably did not think that such a level of manipulation would encourage Ana's defection. As a result, their maneuvering only caused minor discontent within Ana and had no major impact. If this war were to last for a long time, such seeds might sprout, but the kingdom had no intention of abiding by that. Short-term decisive battle. That's all the kingdom saw, and the three countries that inevitably approach will have no choice but to follow that choice. The large armies of each country being formed cannot be hidden. After sending out a secret spy to read their movements, Crescent sent out an early warning to the entire country, calling for the people to evacuate to the center of the kingdom. The main focus was on people in villages and settlements that were not under the protection of the Holy Spirit Covenant, or in other words, were subject to looting, and for this purpose, even horse-drawn wagons were sent from the country. Naturally, Crescent had no semblance of goodwill, but this was a rarely seen humanitarian measure. As a result, this action won the favor of the people, who had no means to escape, and enhanced her reputation as a magnificent young princess ruler. Although it had once again drained the kingdom of a huge amount of money since the Civil War, it was not money that the kingdom now sought, but soldiers. It was easy to turn these refugees into soldiers, and the cause of regaining their homeland from the three vicious kingdoms for the sake of the young queen was more than enough to inspire their hearts. And the reason for removing them away from the village was not just to train them into soldiers, but above all to lower the enemy's morale. Tough marches, training, and battlefields where one is close to death. For soldiers who suffer from such suffering every day, The act of raping women and robbing money and goods was the best way to relieve stress. If the enemy soldiers were to be deprived of such things first, their dissatisfaction would surely increase explosively, and they would have no means to relieve their frustration if they were blocked from doing so. It was a problem of the size of the army. It was obvious that all three countries would form a large army, but in order to release the desires of that large army, the existence of a certain number of villages and settlements was a prerequisite. This is because towns with a certain population size must be nominally protected from pillage by the Holy Spirit covenant. Even if prostitutes were hired for business transactions, there were clearly not enough of them to satisfy the needs of the soldiers. As long as they can raid villages, they can use all the young women for such purposes, but the number of prostitutes they can get from the city is limited even if they bring them in from their home country and use them to comfort the soldiers. Considering the size of the invading army, there is a limit to it. A large army inevitably has many problems with its logistics. Here, the fact that they took the Holy Spirit covenant as a legitimacy backfired on them. They attacked Alberinea for violating the Holy Spirit covenant. There was no way they could violate the Holy Spirit covenant. They had to behave more elegantly than usual in order to keep their official stance, and inevitably, the tightening of the rules greatly increased the discontent of the soldiers. That was the reason why she evacuated mainly villages and settlements. Unfulfilled desires in the enemy's country, they would drown and suffer for the sake of the higher-ups. And their discontent would surely drive the soldiers to invade the center of the kingdom. The commanders will try to convince them that once they were in the center of the kingdom, they can have all the women and money they want. Such a situation naturally causes them to be short-sighted, focusing their thoughts on a short-term decisive battle. A large dissatisfied army and a sustained war were not an option. That was the kingdom's aim. This is the first time I've been side by side with General Garka. Is that the case with Meow Meow too? Yes. The North and the South, we fought together in battles in the East and West, but that doesn't mean we were on the same battlefield. Kolkis, who was astride his horse, ignored the nickname Meow Meow as if he had given up on it, and spoke to Krische, who was riding sideways on Suiko. A marching column heading south. Kolkis put his hand on his chin thoughtfully as he looked out over the vast plain, where there was no need for alert. From what I've heard, he prefers to fight head-on, rather than using cheap tactics like Assistant Marshal Farron and Bogensama. Well, he's probably closer to me in nature. When we talk, we often agree on our views. Searching for records in her head, Krische nodded. As Krish thought. There's no detailed records, so Krische don't really know what kind of person he is. Krische had only talked a bit with him. Most records of past battlefields were stored in her head, but records are records after all. Although there were many records in the royal capital's archives, there were large differences between the authors. Some are overly embellished, while others were written in a too simple way, saying that they fought with tens of thousands and defeated them from the right wing. In many cases, it was difficult to decipher what the situation was. And most of Dugleen Garka's records were the latter. Judging from the situation described on the battlefield and the way he spoke at the victory ceremony, she had a pretty good idea that that would be the case, but Krische pondered whether she was right. He is good at fighting head-on, but is weak at the rear. Although the attack was a little aggressive, there were no major failures, and it seems that he has an eye for opportunities. He was not undefeated in warfare, but even in defeat, he had kept his losses to a minimum and had never suffered fatal damage. Overall, he was a general with a sense of stability. Then, does it seem safe to expect the strength of the soldiers? He has been fighting on the front lines for many years. You can trust him in that regard. Above all else, I hear he is respected by his soldiers. There is no doubt that they are all valiant. Similar to the Second Corps? Yes. Probably. The strength of the soldiers is significant. For example, Kolkis in board games and military chess exercises is likely to be weak. However, when it comes to actual battle, the Second Corps is truly formidable, and with the command of Corps Commander Kolkis, it demonstrates a power that cannot be measured simply by calculating numbers. Dugleen was probably also a general who excels at this. He places importance on having the strongest soldiers and fighting to maximize their power. It was a different way of thinking. Tactics are methods of attacking the opponent's weaknesses, or in other words, ways of fighting that weaken the opponent's strength. However, Courtship, for example, always moved his troops so that his forces could demonstrate their full potential. It could be said that there is a difference between aiming for 30 with 60 forces and aiming for 100 with 120 forces. Therefore, Courtship sometimes attempt to break through head-on against the opponent's main force, seemingly recklessly. Naturally, there were times when such a breakthrough would cause unnecessary damage, but there were also times when it would hit the opponent's gap and bring about an unexpected great success, and therein lies the difficulty of tactics. Should they bypass the raging river to a distant bridge, or swim across it? Depending on the situation, that idea may not be a bad one. Well, Krische is relieved that it seems to be quite strong. The enemy's strength is over 100,000 as expected. Where would you like to be placed? Meow meow. It's already such a big decisive battle. If I could wish, it would be right in front, right in the middle. Krische's glad to hear that. Krische also thought that if possible, Krische want to put Meow Meow in the center. Ha ha ha, that would be most appreciated. Mia, who was listening to the conversation nearby, looked at Courtship with half-open eyes. The fact that he was willing to make such a wish in front of an army of 100,000 soldiers was already insane. The fortified city of Nacria, which is planned as a battlefield, is surrounded by a sea of trees on the west and mountains on the east. Although the Central Army had sent out 35,000 troops, only 15,000 will actually be under the direct control of Alberinea, because to the west was a sea of trees. This was because there was a great possibility that Gulshan would infiltrate their forces from there and sneak around behind them. In order to prevent this, it was necessary to have sufficient military strength in the rear, and 20,000 troops must be entrusted to the general in the center for defense. And as far as she heard, Duglin's military strength was more than 30,000, and in total it's just under 50,000 at most. Of course, this was still a large force, but the other side had over 100,000 troops, which is literally an order of magnitude greater than theirs. It was incomprehensible to her how he could be so happy to be entrusted with the task of facing such an enemy. All the soldiers are excited almost every night to protect their country and their families back home, but this was only to cover up their fear. Everyone was on tenterhooks, even the Crescent army, which was considered one of the strongest in the kingdom. Being able to laugh like Courtship in this situation was abnormal, and from Mia's perspective, she couldn't help but feel that there was a racial difference. An adjutant of all people shouldn't express their emotions so easily. Will I really survive? As she was thinking about this, Dagra next to her knocked her from above the helmet. You sure are a strangely brazen and timid girl who doesn't really understand anything. I am not. Don't talk back to your superiors. That's what I call brazen, you idiot. Goo. She was hit again with the back of his gauntlet, and looked up at Dagra with obvious dissatisfaction. Dagra smiled bitterly and let out an exasperated sigh. We'll just do what we have to do. Do you really think that Krische will bring us to a fight with no chance of winning? No. He doesn't have to hit me twice. Mia answered in a slightly sullen tone, and Kalua, who was watching this, laughed and grabbed Mia's shoulder. Commander, it looks like Adjutant Mia is still dissatisfied. She's thinking in her heart that you don't need to knock her head twice. Kalua, I don't think so. You guys are really. Dagra rubbed his temple, looking even more exasperated, and Courtship who seemed to notice this and laughed happily. It's better than looking down. Don't blame her like that, Dagra. Yes, sir. How embarrassing. I don't care. Adjutant Mia, was it? Yes, Commander Arjand. Courtship smiled at Mia, who immediately stood in attention, raised his hand, and tells her, if one person kills 2 people, it's all over. What do you guys have to be afraid of, after you've shown the ability to kill 10 people by yourself? No matter how large the army is, you'll only be dealing with the one directly in front of you. It's not like 100,000 people will attack you at the same time. You should understand that much, right? It was an absurd logic. However, the logic is certainly true, and Krische explains it sourly. It is common for ordinary troops to fight in the mountains, such as facing 200 or 300 troops in a 100-man group. It is certainly a disadvantage, but I hope you remember what you and Krische did at Birnaik. You all fought through against an opponent tens of times more numerous than you are now. Why yes, that's definitely true. The situation is no different than that time. The objective at that time was to delay the enemy's actions, and the objective this time was to capture the enemy's main camp. The objective has simply changed, but what the soldiers must do is repeat local victories and maintain local superiority. Colchis knocked himself on the head. Just think about it simply. There's no need for you to worry about the future. As long as you only think about what's in front of your eyes, the commander will take care of the rest so that you can win. That's what the military is all about. And your commander is the kingdom's Alberinea. Where is there any room for doubt? And then Colchis looked to the side, perhaps tired of sitting there, stifling her yawn and pretending to preen the suiko, at Krische, who was about to lie down on top of it. The exact opposite of what they were talking about, without a shred of tension or seriousness. Colchis cleared his throat, feeling indescribable. Well, that's what I'm trying to say. There's no need to worry too much. It's not like you have to kill all 100,000 enemies. We don't know how many we'll actually fight. Yes sir, thank you. Even though the final battle was about to take place, Mia looked at the Alberinea, who was still acting as usual, and nodded for the time being. It's true that she couldn't imagine this girl fighting a losing battle. She did not have such noble thoughts such as abandoning herself as a stepping stone for the sake of honor, like nobles. She was determined to win, and even in this situation, she did not doubt it. Mia is really such a warrior. She should learn from Meow Meow a little bit. Why yes. Krische said that as she lay down on Suiko and turned only her face towards Mia. Far from bravery, she had an unmotivated and lazy appearance. Even though Mia was aware of her abilities, she still had a feeling of uneasiness as to whether it was really okay. As always, what we need to do is simple. The objective is to destroy the enemy's main camp, as Meow Meow said. If everything goes well, the battle will be over in half a day. Half a day. Yes. If it went well, that's it. It's Krische's win. However, even as she looked like that, she declared that. Colchis was the only one who nodded with an amused smile on his face. It's the 5th day of the journey from the royal capital. The fortified city of Nacria, located in the southern part of the kingdom, was located in a place that could be called the southern gate of the royal capital, sandwiched between the Bilfa Sea of trees to the west and the steep Calbias Mountains range to the east. There were countless soldiers walking around the Garca family's mansion, and countless maps were spread out in the reception room, making it look like a military conference room. Have you come? Krische. No, should I call you Her Highness the Queen Sister? No, either way is fine. Krische doesn't really care about that. The silver-haired girl who appeared a bearded man who looked like a bandit or a bandit laughed when he saw the Krische Christ and group. His 6-shaku frame bulged with muscles, and his shirt opened at the chest, revealing a thick chest with chest hair. He was a man who didn't suit his formal attire, but when he wore casual attire, it suited him perfectly, and his current appearance was exactly that of a bandit leader. Mia, who had followed Krische, was clearly taken aback by his appearance, and when Dagra glared at her, she straightened her posture in a panic. The man's name is Duglin Nakul Dogarinia Garca. Even though he looked like this man was a venerable duke of the kingdom, the head of the Garca family, and a famous general who had protected the southern part of the kingdom for decades. Cuckoo. But anyway, it's been a while. I'm glad from the bottom of my heart that we were able to meet again like this. Krische, just sit there. Yes, it's been a while. Krische did as he was told and without hesitation sat down on the sofa across from him and turned her attention to the map spread out on the desk. It was a detailed map of the southern part of the kingdom. You too, it's been a while, Arjand. Yes sir. It's been a while, General Garca. Colchis saluted, and Duglin nodded and gestured to a chair, then also looked at Galen. I'd like you to sit down, too, Adjutant Dono. I heard that in the battle with His Highness, you fought in a great battle. Although you're an old soldier, you took on 5 men and easily defeated them. It wasn't easy. I just managed to survive desperately. Galen looked a little surprised. He shouldn't have returned to the capital, but he knows that Galen, who was Celine's adjutant, was now Krische adjutant. He probably knew what the final battle was like. Dugleen was extremely well informed despite his rough appearance. This man has access to countless pieces of information. Don't be so humble. Your life as an active duty military man is something to be proud of as a warrior. Yes, sir. Thank you. Gowlen narrowed his eyes even as he saluted. Dugleen Garka is a bold and courageous general who was often described as such, but that was just a facade. There was always careful calculation behind his actions. He was a general who should never be underestimated. As prompted, Gowlen sat down next to Krische, and Dugleen looked at him and nodded with satisfaction before looking at the other. They brought with them Dagra, Mia, and Aleha, as well as Keith, the 1st Corps commander who had been promoted from battalion commander, Bagil, the 3rd Corps commander, and his adjutant. Looking at their faces as if observing them, Dugleen nodded and told his soldiers to give them some alcohol. First of all, let me apologize for being so quiet during the Civil War, Krische. I have some debt against Crescent and you, but I also have a long relationship with His Highness the Royal Prince. After pouring a glass of wine and drinking it all, Dugleen rested his back on the sofa. I can make the excuse that there was unrest in the south, but honestly, no matter which side I take, I have no sense of obligation and can't intervene. As a result, Crescent also died, and the debt from the other day can't be repaid. I feel sorry for both you and the Crescent for that. Look up at the ceiling as if trying to remember. Although it was not an apologetic attitude towards Krische that are now considered to be of a higher rank as a military officer, he was also not acting haughty or arrogant, and there was no sarcasm in his attitude. Strangely, no one was offended by him, and of course neither was Krische. In short, I owe you something. Ha, is that so? Krische tilted her head to the side and answered his words in a way that could not even be described as a response. 80% of her attention was focused on pouring plenty of milk and honey into the black bean tea that was placed in front of her. Dugleen laughed at this and continued, "There's no need to hold back anything here. I don't care about your age, and I don't doubt your abilities in the war against the Holy Empire and in the Civil War. I've been thinking about saying something like, if it's what you want, I'll take on the role of being crushed but." Dugleen poured the wine into the glass again and stirred it. He lets out a breath laced with alcohol, and his shoulders shake in amusement. Cuckoo, by the looks of it, it seems that such concern was unnecessary. You don't seem to be nervous in the slightest before this great war. She probably didn't even listen to half of the story. It was Krische, looking at her black bean tea, sandy-colored with milk, and looking pleased. Dugleen pinched his beard and narrowed his eyes. However, Gulshan led by Oregon is quite something. Krische. The invasion force is 120,000. Even though they occupy various places, they will leave around 100,000 in the main body. They will be here in 3 days. Any possibility of some part of it detouring? Number 100,000 headed here. Dugleen asserted. I've known Oregon for a long time. There's no way he'll avoid a decisive battle with me at this big stage. If he's going to attack the royal capital, I'm sure he'll want to defeat me head-on. Then, his eyebrows furrowed and he glared at Krische. Of course, that's if our side also responded so, but... Krische, it's up to you. I see. You're taking 15,000. What do you plan to do with the remaining 20,000? First, I wanted to hear your intentions. Intention? Yes. Dugleen put his elbows on the table and clasped his hands together. Then, as if to challenge her, he turned his sharp eyes on Krische. The southern front was reduced and retreated. I heard that this was for victory in a decisive battle, and I agreed if that was the case, but it was such an honest decision. An action that, while following the ethics of a warrior, goes against the logic of military tactics. Oregon will be happy and will definitely focus his efforts on us. Yes, Krische would be happy if that happens. Krische tilted his head, wondering what he meant. However, everyone around her stiffened from the overwhelming spirit emanating from the fierce General Garka. At first, Oregon thought of this situation as he had been challenged to a decisive battle by me. He probably didn't think that I was planning to launch a strategic surprise attack from his flank. And on top of that, Krische, you're planning on challenging him to a head-on decisive battle, right? The question was, how would she behave as a general? This situation could only have been created by the past battles between the two generals, Dugleen and Oregon. Normally, in this situation, Oregon would leave only the troops that would stick up for Dugleen, and send troops to the Great Tree Sea to create chaos in the rear. There was a possibility that he will continue to head west and target Felworth's flank, helping the Elderant army break through. Of course, it's not impossible that they pretended to do so and broke through Dugleen head-on, but in short, they had countless options to shake things up. However, Oregon did not make any moves to shake them up. There was no movement other than sending troops to each city, and all three armies formed in Gulshan were heading straight towards them. This was simply because Oregon is thinking of having a fair and square battle with Dugleen in order to settle the old fate. Taking advantage of this and trapping him was something that a warrior should not do. But as a soldier, should one only pursue victory for the sake of one country and be okay with resorting to despicable means? That's right. Guess that's what will happen. What would happen if the answer was wrong? Contrary to their nervousness as they watched her with bated breath, she answered him softly in a sweet, girlish voice. Krische's hope is to defeat Gulshan's army head-on, and with that one blow, crush their will to continue the war to the point where no organized resistance is possible. This time it will be a feat of strength. If they lose in a head-on battle even with twice as many troops, Gulshan probably won't have the will to fight back, right? Dugleen widened his eyes, surprise on his bandit-like face. The 20,000 left behind is just to prevent detours. Krische has only spoken with Oregon-san a little while ago, and even if General Garka says that, Krische can't feel at ease. Either way, the military strength is inferior, and 20,000 is just a drop in the bucket. Even we bring it, it won't mean we have military superiority. She said it as if it's a simple matter. She sipped the sweet black bean tea and smiled with satisfaction. Krische will win even without one. If you use the remaining 20,000 as a backup, that's fine. It's not something like an aim or tactic. Dugleen cheeks lifted at those words. He shook his unkempt beard, a look of pleasure on his face. I twisted my head, but I thought it would be a draw at best. Out of 10, lose 8, and remaining 2 a toss-up. Are you saying otherwise? Krische answered. It's Krische that created this situation, so if we lose because of it, Krische's just an idiot. Krische already assumed that there will be 100,000 enemies, and it's a given that we'll defeat them with around 50,000 troops. She looked straight ahead with his jewel-like purple eyes. Naturally, she looked back at Dugleen. Krische already learned the lesson with what happened the other day. Krische doesn't gamble, General Garka. She smiled as if troubled. Chapter 176, Young Girl Krische and Messenger of Peace. Gulshan divided their army into 3 large groups and sent them from the homeland to Alberinea. The biggest problem when moving a large army is logistics. Assembling an army of 100,000 soldiers is not that difficult. If it were a large country like Gulshan, it would be enough to just throw money around and recruit troops. But above all else, the problem was food to feed them. There's no way a village with a population of less than 1,000 could produce enough food to feed 100,000 soldiers. Similarly, even in a large city with a population of 100,000, while it may be possible to satisfy them for a few weeks, the limit would soon be reached. Once a large army is formed, it is not allowed to remain in one place. They become giant serpents, constantly wandering in search of food, and as their size increases, their hunger increases at an accelerated rate. Even if they hire merchants to accompany them, bringing cargoes to survive starvation, a large army will inevitably create long lines. The first leaving at sunrise and the last leaving at nightfall the army could end up like so. In reality, it would be impossible to march 100,000 soldiers together, which was why the countries around Alberinea had set the maximum number of troops for the march at 30,000 to 40,000. General Elkarl and General Kilria, both marches are going smoothly. There seems to have been some skirmishing during the occupation, but there has been no major resistance. The rendezvous is proceeding as scheduled. Inside the large tent, a man was tasting the fruit wine of the south. He was a muscular man with dark skin, thick hair, and a beard. Less than 6 shaku tall, not that big of a body, however there's muscles that could tear his clothes from the inside out and an animal-like viciousness. Vice-Chancellor Gulshan, Oregon, possesses an incomparably intimidating presence. Yumu. That's good. Tell them once more to behave like a gentleman and not to do anything rough. Later on, it will become the land of Gulshan. Yes, sir. Elkal in the east, Kilria in the west. They fought alongside Oregon during the rebellion, and although competent as generals, they were a bit rough around the edges. He would like to avoid the negative aspects of this coming out and having a negative impact on the post-war occupation and governance. There are several ways to conquer. Instilling fear and controlling through violence is certainly one method, but the opponent is not a barbarian but Alberan. It surpasses Gulshan in many aspects, including technology and scholarship, and the people living there are also relatively intelligent. They should be incorporated into their own country as peacefully as possible, absorbing their knowledge and people. It was not a good idea to make them have ill feelings toward Gulshan. Gulshan was once a vassal state of Alberan, and because of this historical background, the southern part of Alberan originally had close blood ties with the Shan people. It wouldn't be that difficult to rule after the occupation if they avoid violent means, and whether it goes well or not depends on what attitude they adopt toward them in the current invasion. How is the Garka movement? A tall man came into the tent, replacing the messenger. Turning to his right-hand man, Zalvag, who had returned from a reconnaissance mission, Allegan asked that. Nothing particular. It seems like they're training hard around Nakria. Just. Tchem. A flag of lightning and a hawk with the letters Alberinea engraved on it as the Vice-Chancellor had hoped. It seems that the one that came from the center was Krische Crescent. Is that true? What's there in me for me to lie? Zalvag replied exasperatedly to the amused Oregon, and sat down next to him, looking tired. The young squire hurried to pour himself a drink. No need. If I drink alcohol when tired, I'll probably fall asleep. Black soybean tea. My apologies. Right away. Hearing Zalvag's words, the choir ran to get some black bean tea. Zalvag scratched his cheek and sighed, feeling troubled. Zalvag had risen from being a mere commoner to becoming Oregon's confidant, and in a sense, he is treated with even more respect than Oregon by the civilian-born soldiers. For him, it was rather difficult to deal with this, and it made him uncomfortable. Get used to it, Zalvag. It's fine as long as you act boldly. If there is someone who can step up from being a shoemaker to this position and act with dignity, I sure would like to see him. You're better at making corpses than you are at making shoes. Like rain falling on the earth, whether you want it to or not, that's just what a calling is. What an unpleasant calling. Zalvag slumped his shoulders, and Organ laughed and clapped him on the shoulder, amused. Then, amused, he stirred his drink and asked Zalvag with a serious face. So, what about the enemy army? From what I can see, it's around 45,000. I'm counting by corps, so there may be an error of about a few thousand. 5,000 per corps. In Alberan and Elsren, the army was basically divided that way. In Gulshan, which operates beast soldiers, the number of personnel organized varies greatly depending on the nature and purpose of the unit. However, they were strangely particular about this fixed number. Probably due to operational reasons. There's one less army than expected. That's somehow concerning. Hum easily withdrew an army and invited us. I don't think Garka would do any tricks like this. But if that girl showed up, you wouldn't know. Guess it won't just be pleasant. There was a great possibility that they would take a detour through the sea of trees to the west and aim for their flank. If that happens, they will have to allocate their troops as well. The battle will turn from a simple decisive battle to a contest of wits and strategy. Or rather, this battle itself was originally like that, and the scenario of a head-on collision was only a tacit agreement between the enemy generals Garka and Oregon. This is a troubling point. For now, hey, tell Kilria in the west to be careful about infiltration from the Sea of Trees. Before the messenger heads out. Yes, sir. Oregon sent instructions and played with his beard in thought. I'd rather have a head-to-head confrontation without any tricks, but... No, I'm sure Garka would think the same way. It can't be helped. Vice-Chancellor is the one who invited Alberinea the other day. It's your own fault. Zalvag said it as a matter of course. No matter how one looks at it, this battle began with Alberan at a disadvantage. On top of that, if they lose, Alberin would also be in a situation where their capital will fall. It's natural that the Alberin side was desperately trying to wrest victory, and it was no surprise that they would use whatever means they could to achieve that goal. It would have been foolish to try to fight 100,000 head-on. The relation of Oregon and Dugleen was probably secondary to the importance of the nation. If you learn from this, you should be a little more restrained from now on. No, I've decided, Zalvarg. Ha! Oregon suddenly said and stood up. I'm going to question them about their true intentions. You should come with me. Ha! Zalvarg was dumbfounded and looked up at the face of his master. This is such a great battle. It will be a battle that will go down in history, and it will settle the fate of me and Garka. Even if I die, I won't be able to rest in peace if I leave my regrets here. If he's just aiming for victory for the sake of his country, then I'll give up and fight accordingly. However, there is a possibility that this is not the case. No, Vice-Chancellor, are you sane? Of course I'm sane. Don't worry, no matter how it is, they won't kill anyone who comes as a messenger. Please calm down a little. Besides, I just got back from scouting. Zalvarg spoke with a feeling of reluctance, even as he had half given up. The rain will not miss, and it will turn into fruit. The moment you set your mind is the moment to do it. However, Oregon smiled manly and cheerfully. The fortified city of Nacria was literally the border between the central and southern parts of the kingdom, surrounded by walls, and was a strategic point. A city was built outside the castle walls, and then another castle wall was built outside the city. Compared to the high inner wall, the outer castle wall, including the battlements, was at most 20 shaku long. There were cracks here and there, and the structure couldn't be called sturdy, but in its place defensive towers had been built at equal intervals, and a small moat had been dug. Considering the size of the city, its defensive ability was enough, but it couldn't be called strong, and it wasn't the kind of city that could fight a siege battle against a large army of 100,000 people. On top of such a tower, Uzaja-chan, if you don't go back soon, it's going to get dark and cold. Phew. Is that so? Krische, who was taking a nap with Suiko as her pillow, was woken up by the exasperated-looking Mia and Kalua and yawned sleepily, and the Suiko also continued to yawn as if following her master's example. It was still a while before dusk, but she stretched out languidly as she watched the sun begin to set. There was not much to do other than a little training. The general plan had been decided, and until the enemy arrived, there would only be a token of meeting. It seems that the soldiers were being taught about Gulshan's beasts and how to deal with them by Dugleen's soldiers, but the corps commanders have been left to their own devices in that area. Krische had nothing in particular to do, and was taking advantage of the opportunity to heal her tired body from the trip. The same is true for Black Flag Special Force, and apart from training so that their body doesn't dull, they were free. She had already taught everything that was needed, and there was no need to tell them again here. In the name of recovering from fatigue, she basically gave them the afternoon off. I think it would be nice if Krishe-sama could give a little more guidance to new recruits if you have some free time. That's the role of Bald Eagle, Mia, and Aleha. Besides, it would be easier if they were to flee now rather than running away in an emergency. The reason for giving them time off was partly to prepare them for a tough battle, but it was also a way to weed them out. It's much better to have them run away beforehand than losing their footing due to cowardice when it comes time to fight. She repeatedly explained that the role was extremely dangerous and gave them time off. It's only natural that there would be deserters, and there have already been about 3 deserters among the new recruits in the Black Flag Special Force, but she was not particularly concerned about it. Of course that's true, but if Krishe-sama did that, I think the people who ran away would be a little more motivated to work harder. Unlike other soldiers, Blackie will be in trouble if it can't move properly. We don't need soldiers who run away when the troops are outnumbered. Don't talk back to your superiors, Krische said, pecking Mia's lips with her finger. Kalua smiled happily and pat Mia on the head. That's right. It's much better than getting caught up in something like that and having another soldier die. For now please don't mess up my hair. Mia smacked Kalua's hand and combed her fingers through her chestnut hair. Well, today we had a big show at General Garka's place, so I think the number of deserters will decrease around here. Desertion can be punishable by death without any questions asked, but the severity is up to the superior. This time, as a warning, all members of the escapees squad begged for their lives to be spared, and they were all given a light whipping and were forgiven. He then declared that from tomorrow onward, he would execute deserters by having people from the same squad beat them until they die. If it's too strict, it would lower morale. On the other hand, if they loosen it too much, the number of deserters would increase. When Krische asked if it would be better to simply kill them, Dugleen explained that it was important to find a balance. Showmanship, as a warning, is also a very deep thing. Ahaha. Well, I hope that's effective, but... While they were talking, the top of the castle wall suddenly started to get noisy. It was quite early for Gulshan to arrive. Krische tilted her head, stood up, looked south, and saw 7 cavalrymen coming. A blue flag was raised to indicate the messenger, and the other flag was a thunderstorm surrounded by wheat on both sides, the flag of Gulshan. A messenger, perhaps? It seems like it's Gulshan's vice-chancellor and his companion. Vice-chancellor? Yes. He's quite a great person. The messenger of Gulshan, Oregon, wearing a white cloak that didn't suit him at all, approached without any warning, and when he got to the south gate, he raised his voice. My name is Oregon. I'm a messenger from Gulshan. I have come to see Alberinea and your General Garka. Open the gate. With a small force directly in front of the enemy, truly being bold. The guards were buzzing, and a messenger could be seen running towards Dugleen's mansion. Wow, wasn't Oregon the enemy's general? That's how it's supposed to be. How do I say it? He sure is brave. In accordance with the Holy Spirit Covenant, a blue flag was raised. However, Alberin was in a situation where it was cornered by the 3 surrounding countries, and on top of that, the reason they attacked was because they said Alberin violated the Holy Spirit Covenant. Coming here, something of a Holy Spirit Covenant, there's no guarantee that they wouldn't kill him. Even if they didn't kill him now, they had the option of killing him on his way back, and there was also the possibility that they would just ignore the situation and push through. Fearless and reckless. It was an action that was well suited to such words. Krishe-sama, what should we do? It seems like it's a messenger, so let's go for now. Guru run. Krische jumped onto the Suiko and went straight from the tower to the castle wall. Jumping over the frightened guards and reaching the top of the south gate, she then headed straight down. She jumped down right in front of Oregon, who was about to raise his voice again. T.S. The gigantic body of Suiko appeared suddenly in front of him without even raising a dust. The horses they were riding started to neigh in fear, and the tall man behind Oregon on the right side, Zalvarg, immediately jumped off his horse and was about to pull out his sword. Ah, Krische surprised you, sorry. However, he froze at the sight of Oregon's outstretched hand as if to stop him, and the girl's voice, and his eyebrows furrowed. Long silver hair, a beautiful face and purple eyes. A black cloak with a dark pattern of thunder and a hawk drawn on its chest. Everyone's eyes widened at the sight of the girl sitting on the Suiko, and only Oregon burst out laughing. My, a personal welcome from Alberinea, what an honor. Krische heard that you came to see Krische and General Garka. It's been a while, Vice-Chancellor Oregon, and, is Zalvarg-san, okay? Yes. But don't worry about me. Zalvarg looked into those purple eyes with a frown on his face. He realized that he was still holding the twin swords at his waist, and took a deep breath as he corrected his posture. He moved slowly so as not to provoke the alarm of the ferocious beast in front of him. Even more than the huge magical beast in front of him, his body felt more of a sense of danger from her who was sitting on top of it. By releasing his stance, the oppressive feeling that entangled his body disappeared, and the somewhat inorganic gaze was also cut off. Sitting sideways on the Suiko, her figure seemed to be full of openings. But what he felt was an instinctive fear, as if his life was in her hands. When he saw her in the royal capital, he already felt that she was an outstanding warrior despite her appearance, but when he actually felt her hostility with his own skin, it was a completely different thing. At the very least, she was not someone to be allowed to stand in front of Oregon on the battlefield. The men of the escort following behind also had grim faces, as if they were wary of the girl. Your face is stiff, Zalvarg, and you guys too. She came here to talk, not to fight anything. If you look like that, Alberinea will probably wonder what's going on. Yes, sir. My apologies. Please forgive the rudeness of my subordinates, Alberinea. At least today, I am here as a messenger, not to exchange swords. It was Krische who startled you. It's fine. Mia and Kalua, who had arrived late, landed behind Krische, their hands behind their back. As her escorts, they straightened their posture. Oregon ignored this and looked at Suiko, narrowing his eyes. However, even though I had boasted that I would show you magical beasts, I was surprised to be shown a beast first. With something like this, I should have brought at least an elephant. Come to think of it, Oregon said that. But Krische will feel bad if Oregon brings an elephant all the way here just for Krische. Krische tilted her head as if troubled. She was still Krische, who did not understand the true meaning of the phrase, "I will show you magical beasts." Even at this point, she was literally thinking that he was trying to show her a rare beast to please her. Even though we're about to fight, Oregon sure is quite friendly. He is someone who Krische didn't quite understand. I've never heard of anyone being able to subdue a Suiko. Did you tame it yourself? Well, after Krische fed her randomly, she became attached to Krische. Does Vice-Chancellor Oregon like Meow Meow too? I'd be troubled if you asked me whether I like it, but, well, as a warrior, I admired strong beasts. It excites me when I see them being used as mounts. Oregon laughed and continued. I'm really glad. On this occasion, I brought along a giant beast that I'm sure will entertain you. I was hesitant about whether to bring it or not, but, Oregon-sama, a voice tried to stop their master from speaking, but Oregon waved his hand and admonished him. They'll find out eventually. It's a beast of such a size that there's no way we can hide it. ? It's a rare elephant magical beast, Alberinea. It's so huge that it could even straddle this castle wall. It's currently behind me, but I'd like to show it as soon as possible. A big elephant magical beast. Even a normal elephant is something Krische has only seen in pictures. To such Krische, he is even willing to show her a particularly rare and large elephant. Thank you, Vice-Chancellor Oregon. What is it? Krische is just wondering why you were here before the battle. As expected, he was really friendly. At this point, why was he trying so hard to please Krische? Her fingertips traced the cherry-colored lips. Those were words that came after much thought. Could it be that Vice-Chancellor Oregon is the messenger of Gulshan's surrender? Everyone present was speechless, and Krische smiled. She didn't really understand the circumstances, but she's sure they understood that they couldn't win against Krische. Despite her contemplation, she didn't think deeply about the reason. Her thought was simple, self-centered, and more arrogant than anyone else. If that's the case, then no problem. You don't have to worry about Krische. She didn't even notice their stunned expressions and just nodded, looking really satisfied. Krische is quite busy this time, so if we can avoid a wasteful battle, Krische would welcome it. Krische is, yes, really happy about the wise decisions of Gulshan and Vice-Chancellor Oregon. It would be appropriate if the 100,000-strong Gulshan urged and asked Alberin, who is less than 50,000, to surrender. However, it was the opposite. Alberin, who is less than 50,000, speaks to Gulshan, who leads 100,000 to surrender, as if it was only natural. And she dismisses it as a wasteful battle. It was a clear provocation. Bastard. Even in this situation, you still provoke us. Enraged by the obvious provocation, Oregon's escorts raised their voices one after another, cursing Krische. Krische tilted her head curiously. When she turned and looked at Mia, Mia desperately shook her head. Kalua's cheeks twitched, as even she was taken aback. Seeing their reaction, where did Krische go wrong? Krische didn't know that she was fundamentally mistaken. Krische showed a troubled look on her face and clapped her hand in an epiphany. Sorry. Surrender isn't the right way to say. In this case, perhaps a messenger of peace. You still intend to provoke us. Don't joke around. It's you guys who should surrender. It was a natural reaction. Krische tilted her head even more, wondering what she did wrong. The escorts were furious that they had been mocked. What echoed there was laughter. Oregon, who looked taken aback, suddenly started laughing as if he was laughing, and slapped his own thigh over and over again. Krische looked at him strangely, and the men who were raising their voices also looked at Oregon in confusion. Oregon continued to laugh for a while, then looked up and looked at Krische, wiping away his tears. Cuckoo, good gracious, I can't remember the last time I laughed this much. You never cease to amuse me, Alberinea. Ha, Krische didn't mean to entertain though. Oregon said that with a wry smile at the slightly dissatisfied cliché. I would like to talk to Garka about this before the war. I would like to ask for your permission. Yes. Well, there's no reason to refuse. Do you want to comply with the Holy Spirit covenant? I vow to the rain that will bring forth fruit. Then, Krische will believe that and allow you to wear a sword and the escort to enter. Krische looked behind her, and in a panic, Mia signaled to the guards on the castle wall to open the gate. And like that, a meeting between the two generals would take place in the fortified city of Nacria before the decisive battle. Chapter 177, Price of Courtship. Good to see you, Oregon. I'm glad you look healthy. You too. I was worried that you might have a stomachache, Garka, but from the looks of it, I guess there's nothing to worry about. One of the reception rooms in the Garka family estate. As expected, it was in a separate area from the conference room, but it was indescribable to see two generals who were enemies hugging each other as soon as they entered. A squalid image as if it had been promised, Mia took a step back, and Kalua looked on in exasperation, wondering if this was okay. Duglin's adjutant Dalcris, a warrior with countless scars on his face, was also rubbing his temple. With that, Duglin patted Oregon on the shoulder and urged him to sit on the sofa opposite him, and after telling the servant to give alcohol to the escort as well, he sat on the sofa, and Krische too sat a certain distance away from him. Gowlen was also in the room, looking at the two and Krische with an indescribable expression. We parted the other day, saying we'd meet next time on the battlefield, but I never thought we'd meet like this before the war. I was a little surprised, Oregon. Oregon stopped here on his way to and from the conference. They had a drink together, sharing stories of their past battles, and they parted ways, thinking that it would be their last time together, but Duglin was really happy. He poured wine into Oregon's sake cup. I had that intention too, but there was something that bothered me, though that was already half resolved. Oregon took it and looked at Krische. Krische, who asked for tea from the squire, tilted her head to the side at that glance, and Oregon smiled bitterly. I've come to ask you how you'll handle this battle. Do you want to compete in a battle of wits or a contest of strength? Either way, we have the advantage, so I'll leave it up to you to figure out how to do it. Fumu. Duglin looked at the Oregon with amusement. Both of them had grown beards and had bad looks like bandits. If these two people came face to face, this place would be more like a gathering of bandits than a meeting. Looking at these two people, no one would think that they were born with noble bloodlines in both countries. The two of them were like brothers. Krische, who was obviously out of place, poured honey and milk into the black tea that had been poured for her, watching the story progress. Right now, you are in a position where you are in a position to influence the fate of the country, and if you are trying to do everything you can to compete with wits, it is unfortunate, but it cannot be helped. That is the correct way to be as a soldier. Even as Oregon said that, he continued as if asking a question. I won't deny that, but it's rather boring to see the battle between you and me end with a small trick. At least that's what I think. What do you think? I'm thinking the same thing, Oregon. What I wished for is the same as you, a head-on battle without any small trick. Duglin's answer was as he had expected, and Oregon nodded with satisfaction. As expected of my friend. However, what concerns me is that you don't seem to have any intention of doing so. Why are you conserving your troops in the rear? You probably still have an armor-sized force left behind. Surely you're not planning to go head-to-head with me with your small army? Then he stirred up the sake cup, placed it on the table, and glared as if challenging Duglin. I swear to the rain that brings forth fruit. If Alberin wished for a head-on decisive battle, this Oregon would fight squarely, honoring the pride of a warrior, and bring all his forces to bear. Let's wait a few days. Don't think about political or strategic convenience, just give it everything you have, Garka. His voice was full of vigor. It was not a furious tone, but rather a calm one. However, His voice resonated so deeply that it threatened to break the metalwork in the room. All who heard it stiffened their spines. As expected, are you not a messenger of peace after all? The girl alone said that as if she was troubled. A messenger before war. Krische, who had been slightly hoping that he had come for negotiations and a peaceful resolution, lowered her eyebrows as she realized that this was not the case after all. Cuckoo, what a joke. What kind of general would lead an army of 100,000 soldiers and surrender to an army of less than 50,000? If you're asking for a surrender, then know your place. If you think about the numbers, that might be true, but even if you have 100,000, it will take a long time to kill 50,000, and the war is a battle of taking each other's head. If Krische take Vice-Chancellor Oregon's head before that, it's over, right? It was a provocation, as if throwing cold water in his face. Krische was also quite active in the Civil War, and from Vice-Chancellor Oregon reaction before you seem to know that Krische is the stronger one. These days, Krische were overwhelmingly successful in SOSO battles and are SOSO celebrities. What's more, when she met him previously, he was exactly as she had heard, and he even said that it was an honor to meet her as a warrior. He knew Krische's power, and on top of that, as a military man, he spoke in a way that evaluated Krische as above him. Judging from his reaction when confronted, it's not like he was talking about social commentary, but at least he understood that Krische was much stronger than she looked. So, you coming at this uncertain time was a surprise, and Krische thought that you came to make peace because you're surprised Krische is here. If he wanted them to surrender, it would be fine to do it after the army arrives. Normally, one would visibly display the power of an army of 100,000 men, frighten the enemy, and advise them to surrender while using his soldiers' eyes as a shield. However, Oregon came here with a small force so as not to alarm them. In this situation, where they have the option of ignoring the Holy Spirit covenant and secretly getting rid of him, and as the ones holding his life and death, there was no way that they hadn't imagined such a scenario at all. If Oregon was to stand as the commander of the army, there would be no need or reason for him to go out of his way to expose himself to assassination, to act poorly, and to put himself in such a dangerous situation. Then, there's only sincerity. Oregon probably came with some kind of offer or wish. More or less, Krische's idea was not very removed from common sense. Of course, an ordinary person would be able to guess the reason to some extent from the connection between Oregon and Dugleen, and the fact that the enemy had twice the strength, but was marching forward with only the decisive battle in mind. However, Krische was not equipped with such a flexible thought process. The opponent made a poor move. They knew Krische was very strong. I see, their purpose must be to make peace with Krische out of fear. She simply made a rational judgment of the situation as it was. There was no way that there would be a foolish enemy general who would visit the enemy's camp for irrational reasons such as wanting to enjoy a fair battle to the fullest. She had thought that just a while ago, but somehow, things didn't look right. She had thought that the reason why he was so considerate of Krische, wanting to show the magical beasts, was because he didn't want to make an enemy of her, but looking at this situation, she thought that wasn't it. It seems that the great strategy to dispel the enemy by making them know Krische's strength was not a success. Krische wondered where she went wrong. Oregon looked taken aback. And the escorts were about to raise their voices again and were restrained by Zalvarg's hand. After a while, Oregon starts laughing again. Cuckoo, I see. What you said earlier was not a joke or a provocation after all. Then his eyes immediately narrowed, and he glared at Krische. Do you seriously say that you can defeat me head-on with this difference in military strength? Yes. It's not like it was a sudden surprise attack, and Krische thinks it's much weirder to fight without any odds of winning. Is something wrong? No, but it seems like you have a lot of confidence. Oregon lifted his cheeks. An overwhelming victory against Oregon Hilkintos from a disadvantaged position, easily defeating the Black Lion Gildenstein. In the past, she also faced the Holy Empire and received the rank of the Rinnia in just one battle. There was so much strength floating around that you could see at a glance an incredible amount of pressure you wouldn't think would come from a girl. The somewhat inorganic purple color suffused with an arrogant self-esteem. It felt like he was being looked down upon from a great height. Her eyes give off a sense of something unfathomable, as if she was both human and non-human. She turned her blade against the dragon, and her ability was recognized, and they made a pact. The trivial gossip that he would normally laugh off, he thought if it was this girl it might be possible. Individual ability is, after all, only an individual thing. It is true that there are anecdotes about your individual ability that leave no room for doubt, but in a battlefield where there are more than 10,000 individual warriors, your personal ability is insignificant. I won't ask twice. On top of that, you are saying that you will directly defeat the army led by me? Krische thought for a while before answering and smiling. Krische thinks it depends on the definition of straight battle. Well, if it's a simple one-on-one battle, then yes. Krische is much stronger and smarter than Vice-Chancellor Oregon, while verbally abusing is as normal as breathing. She again tried to find out why he was asking this, and her brilliant mind quickly came up with an answer. Ahehe, are you finally willing to stop fighting and make peace? No. In fact, I should say I'm full of motivation. Oregon looked at Dougline, who was smiling. Garka, do you have any objections to that? I owe that girl a debt, and she's more or less my superior. I have to keep her face. If that's the case, and she's telling me to fight head-on, there's no reason for me to refuse. Dougline laughed and held the wine bottle in his hand. And I saw the 50,000 soldiers that remained with that girl. From my eyes, the competition is equal, and I have no disrespect or arrogance towards you. Then, as if offering the sake cup, he told Oregon. Then it's up to you whether you accept it or not. It's up to you how a girl will appear in your eyes. Oregon stared intently at the sake cup. Okay, then I'll accept this battle. Then he gave a beastly grin and looked at the girl who still had a troubled look on her face. But there is a part of me that feels insulted. You make me accept this battle after all. Alberinea, if your confidence is just your own conceit, I will have your body. Cool. Dougline seemed amused, and his smile deepened. Have Krische's body? I had no intention of marrying, thinking that it's the end of the royal blood, but I really liked your arrogance. If you lose, I'll take you as my wife. With that much big talk, surely you won't say no, right? Mia and Kalua looked at each other in shock, and Galen frowned. The others looked surprised, but didn't seem to be that perturbed. It is a common occurrence in war-torn worlds that the winner takes possession of the captured princess. Nothing strange about it. Does that mean that Krische will become Vice-Chancellor Oregon's bride? Right. Surely you didn't misheard. Krische, this is Krische's first time being courted. However, it was Krische who looked the most surprised. She put her hands on her cheeks and shook her body as if she couldn't calm down. Judging from her previous behavior, he had expected her to respond calmly and immediately, but this reaction. Everyone looked puzzled at her childlike appearance without any nervousness. Ah, I see. Krische finally understands. ? Krische have been wondering why Vice-Chancellor Oregon was so considerate about Krische. We've only just met, but Vice-Chancellor Oregon said he wants to show Krische the magical beasts over and over again, so this is what Berry calls love at first sight. Krische don't really know about that and completely misunderstood. Even now, Krische, who didn't realize she was the only one who was still misunderstanding him, blushed as if ashamed of her own misunderstanding. Well, Krische owe a debt of gratitude to the previous Gatushu-sama for picking Krische up, right now repaying that gratitude is Krische's priority. No, in the first place, Krische is Berry's, so, And Krische, who seemed to be thinking over how to reject it. Those who were watching looked at each other, and Kalua, who couldn't bear to watch, whispered in her ears. Uzaja-chan, if you lose, it means you will become his bride, so you don't have to refuse. You'll definitely win, right? That's right. Krische didn't expect to be proposed all of a sudden, so Krische was a little confused. Krische said shyly, while Allegan laughed amusedly. Cuckoo, ha ha ha. What a pleasant girl. I feel like I've laughed a month in just one day today. Alberinea, what's your response? Basically, if you win against Krische, you want a reward by making Krische your bride, right? That's it. Do you understand? Krische nodded, but was a little lost in thought, and a look of obvious dissatisfaction appeared on her face. But, even if Krische wins, Krische feels like it's a little unbalanced for the prize to only come from our side. Reward your opponent when they win. But even if Krische won, there would be nothing. When she pouted her lips and glared at Oregon laughed again. Is that so? Do whatever you want. There's no excuse when you lead an army of 100,000 people and lose to less than half of them. Boil it, burn it, whatever you want. This Oregon won't go back on his own word. If you wish, I can walk around naked in front of the soldiers in a handstand. Everyone here is the witness. Ha! Vice-Chancellor. Don't stop me, Zalvarg. I won't back down after receiving such a challenge. Or are you going to bet on me losing too? Zalvarg spread his hand, exasperated. Krische wouldn't be happy even if Vice-Chancellor Oregon did a handstand naked. Muscular body and thick body hair. Krische seriously imagined and dismissed the madness of a naked Oregon doing a handstand. It's not interesting and she didn't particularly want to watch it. No matter how you look at it, it didn't match with Krische. It's just an example, Alberinea. If you win, I swear to the rain and make all your wishes come true. With the condition if it's within my power, that is. Wishes. Krische thought about it again and clapped her hands together as if she had thought of something. Then, right. If Vice-Chancellor Oregon is defeated, then the Gulshan army will stop resisting and immediately withdraw the army from the kingdom's territory. What do you think? Fumu. Then we'll have a peace talk and wait and see. What do you think? When Krische told him that with a smile, Oregon narrowed his eyes and searched for her true intentions. Then he asked with a wry smile, "It sure is a smaller wish than I thought. It's one thing if Vice-Chancellor Oregon is a king, but Vice-Chancellor Oregon is the Vice-Chancellor in the parliamentary system, and even though he is the overall commander of the invasion force, he is just a general. I thought this is what Krische could realistically hope for, but..." Pressing his fingertips against his cherry lips, Krische tilted her head. It was just a game, but her response was clear and far-sighted. She saw her own victory as predetermined. Before a battle like this, discussing seriously about what should you do if you lose isn't something you should do. Arrogant and infinitely confident. Oregon laughed and sure. I swear to the rain that will bring forth fruit, this Oregon will take on that challenge. The escorts looked at each other, and Oregon ignored it and turned to Dugleen. Dugleen, who was listening to the talk, laughed and said, "I'd like to see you walking naked in front of the soldiers in a handstand, Oregon. That's going to happen to you if I win, Garka. After I've decapitated you, I'll hang you upside down naked." With a light-hearted reply, Oregon poured wine into his and Dugleen's glasses. Without saying a word, they held out their sake cup and clinked it. Oregon opened his mouth saying that the talk was over. As always, Godspeed. And Dugleen, the one who concludes the poem. And pray for death to you. They each stirred their cups and placed them on the desk, and Oregon stood up. Let's go, Zalvarg. See you next time on the battlefield, my friend. And Alberinea. Then he turned on his heel and strode out of the room. The escorts followed in a panic, and Zalvarg saw off his master exasperated. Is something wrong? He tilted his head and looked at the silver-haired Alberinea. The Vice-Chancellor may look like that, but if it comes to a battle, he will do everything in his power to take your life. Don't think this battle will be as easy as you thought. After saying that without waiting for a response, Zalvarg followed them. Krische just tilted her head and Dugleen laughed. You sure have made a nasty opponent take you seriously, Krische. Zalvarg is a vindictive, caustic man. Krische doesn't think there are many commanders who aren't serious about fighting. Well, wouldn't it be better if Zalvarg-san is aiming for Krische? If that's the case, I'm sure he will actively move the reserves as well. Oregon's sword, Zalvarg. He is a person who rose from a commoner to become Oregon's right-hand man with his sword skills and natural intelligence, and basically leads the reserves on the main campsite and solidifies Oregon's surroundings. He didn't wield a sword on the front lines that often, but the warriors he commands are brave. Once he is released from Oregon's side, he was almost guaranteed to achieve great results. Krische, who had heard from Dugleen about Oregon's trump card, answered calmly, Krische sure it'll end in vain though. A smile appeared on her beautiful face. Chapter 178, Surefire Way to Win. The daily routine of sunbathing on the tower. As dusk approached, a man appeared. Nagel, craftsman team leader, now Jaragasha squad leader. Krische, the Jaragasha are ready. Saying that, Nagel turns his attention to the west side of the tower. The Alberinea army and the Garka army were already forming a formal formation just west of the fortified city Nakria. Gulshan was to arrive before the end of the day. It's not like a war would start today, but it was necessary to make some preparations to be ready for battle at any time, and that's what Alberon's army was doing. However, this Alberinea left these preparations to the corps commanders and slept soundly on top of the tower, saying it's in preparation for the night meetings. Nagel scratched his head with his glove-wrapped left prosthetic hand, wondering how to describe her brazenness before this decisive battle. Krische was already awake, but still sleepy. She looked up at Nagel pouting as she sat up while holding back a yawn. Jaragasha. Yes, my apologies. I'm trying, but it just rolled off. It's no good for Jaragasha's team leader to act like that. Nagel puts his heels together and saluted Krische, who is pouting her cheek. The pronunciation of Jaragasha was difficult for we who come from the countryside and have strong accents, so we end up pronouncing it Jalayagasha. That was the excuse that Nagel and the Jaragasha team gave to Krische after thinking hard about it. As the war was about to begin, information was released to the veteran soldiers of the Black Flag Special Force, and this excuse inevitably came to be used by the Black Flag Special Force as well. And somehow I'm born in the city but my parents are countrymen, or I'm born in a family of merchants that has been staying in the royal capital for 3 generations but my mother is a countrywoman. People with similar background gathered together at the Black Flag Special Force. Only Kalua and a few others were calling it Jaragasha with calm. Since the official name given by Celine was Jaragasha, Krische could not say much about it, but she was still very dissatisfied with it. She becomes visibly displeased when it's called Jaragasha repeatedly, and often got angry like this. It seems that she was very particular about the name, and the members of the Black Flag Special Force also refrained from calling it Jaragasha unless necessary, opting to instead calling it that or this. It's been assembled, and the exterior has also been installed. Operation has been confirmed to be normal. Please check it once again later. Understood. Krische will check it. Once that's done, prepare for transport. We'll move it overnight as planned. Yes, During the transportation, the parts were disassembled due to their weight and secrecy, so it was a time-consuming process of assembling them and checking their operation. Along the way, due to improved efficiency and increase in number of personnel, now there was 12 Jaragasha. However, the time required for assembly and operation check took a day and a half this time. Krische believes that there is room for improvement in this area in the future, as the work inevitably need to done in a confined and narrow space, which takes time and effort. Vinthril and the others went inside during the night. Krische feels sorry that they had to wait in the forest even though there is a town. Well, I guess it can't be helped. Besides, Vinthril Dono and the others said that they've been too extravagant lately. Krische think delicious food is delicious, and a comfortable bed is a comfortable bed. Krisharana's way of thinking, sire, is difficult. Krische tilted her head and crossed her arms. ? It's noisy. The voices of the guards making noise. They're heading here, Krische said, standing up. They thrust their hands against the breastworks, as if lured by the soldiers' voices, and turned their eyes to the south. The dark clouds of broken shadows, the sky beginning to burn red, the horizon as far as the eye can see. When she listened carefully and concentrate on the sensation, she heard vibrations quietly echoing. And then the sound of flutes and drums. Countless shadows appeared from the other side. 1, 2, 10, 20. No one would believe that the first one they saw was a person. It was more than a dozen RI away from where they were. The shadows were clearly large and intimidating even from a distance. Nagel, there's something big here. That is. And what appeared was something much bigger than that shadow. They said there was an elephant monster, so maybe that's what it is. Standing on the horizon, the giant beast was still clearly visible. She understood that those were elephants, but one of them clearly had a different size from the others. Compared to other elephants, It was more than twice as big. The frightened voices of the guards grew stronger when they saw the shadow of the elephant. The elephant's physique was 20 shaku tall at the shoulders, which is the same height as the walls of this castle. And the elephant's body was far more massive than that. It was so large that it could even straddle the castle walls. To think that such a monster existed in this world. The guards were understandably frightened. Following that monster was shadows that almost filled the horizon. Gulshan's large army, totaling over several 100,000 people. The closer they got, the stronger the rumbling of the earth became, and the rhythm of the flute played by the accompanying orchestra filled the sky. The reason why they crossed the horizon at dusk was probably for demonstration purposes. Krische narrowed her eyes as she counted the elephants she could see. Nagel, are you scared? Haha, the only ones who aren't scared in the face of battle are probably the most heroic Krische. When one see that huge army like this, there's nothing more frightening than that. Nagel answered honestly, double the number of troops. And a giant beast that we haven't seen. However, at least from the perspective of the people who fought alongside us in the Black Flag Special Force, it's not scary enough to turn Krische an enemy. However, contrary to his words, there was a smile on his face. To those who don't know, we may look foolish, but to me, Gulshan is the foolish one. When the war begins, they, and our frightened soldiers, will understand that. The feelings I feel now will soon be reversed. The young man's eyes held a half-worshipping fanaticism. Or perhaps his eyes were looking up to God. The look in his eyes was one of madness, of death-defying reverence for his one and only master. It's my pleasure to spread it. Kalua's proposal is not bad, but whether or not we do it will make a big difference in morale. Is that how it is? Well, it's not a bad idea to show an example. There's also a large target that's easy for the soldiers to see. The Gulshan army stopped there. They would probably camp there today. Krische turned her gaze away from the huge one and sat down on the suiko. Let's go, Nagel. We have a meeting to attend, so let's finish the final checks as soon as possible. Yes, Jaraya. Jaragasha. And now, it's time to unveil the Jaragasha. I can't help but look forward to tomorrow too. The civil war in Gulshan 20 years ago. What threatened the rebel army led by Oregon more than anything else was the betrayal of their own relatives, not the Gulshan Kingdom's army. The comrades who stood up together to take down the corrupt royal family were cajoled by the royal family behind the scenes and bared their fangs as a result. The rebel army that initially had a large number of people and was superior in military strength was forced to lose ground against the Gulshan Kingdom's army. Based on that experience, extremely strict rules were now in place regarding military secrets, and only a very small number of people were allowed to participate in the meetings. In particular, not even a single squire was allowed into the discussion called commander meeting, creating an extremely insular environment compared to that in the kingdom. The higher-ups think everything through, and the lower-ranking people simply carry out orders, regardless of their own will. Many opinions arise from countless brains. Flexible ideas that lead to the best will not emerge from this. However, if the general is excellent, there will be no major problems. The subordinates simply believe in the general and willingly to risk their lives. Although the political system has shifted to a republic that values discussion and the exchange of opinions, the military is still blindly strict. A hierarchical structure was maintained. Just south of the fortified city of Nakria, there were only 4 people at the commander meeting held in the great tent of Gulshan. The civil war in Gulshan 20 years ago. Oregon, a hero who was born into a royal family but became the banner of the rebel army, defeating the corrupt royal family and established the republic. And as his right-hand man, Twin Sword Zalvarg, a genius with countless titles at a young age. To Oregon's right hand was a bald man with a face like a rock. A fierce man with a superhuman physique of 7 Shaku the giant Elka, Gulshan East General. And facing him, to the left, is a lean man who looks like a scholar. Long, grey hair tied back, sharp eyes on a chiseled face Kilria, the swordsman and Gulshan West General. Looking at the two's faces with satisfaction, Oregon played with his beard and opened his mouth. It's been a long journey. The reports. There is no loss to the Eastern Army. Only skirmishes, Your Excellency. Same with Western Army, And also each city is surprisingly non-resisting. Elka and Kilria answered in an uninterested tone. One could say it's too disappointing. Initially, they expected it to take a month to arrive at Milhiria Plain. This was because they believed that there would definitely be a move by the enemy general, Duglin Garka. The invasion was to be made in 3 separate armies, center, east and west of Gulshan. It would be natural to think that the enemy general, Garka, would aim to destroy each of them before merging with them. The kingdom would probably deploy reinforcements from the center and use them as a shield, and then aim to defeat the armies of either the east or the west. If one think about the strategy from the kingdom's point of view with common sense, one will end up with something around that. Gulshan's strategic policy for this invasion was designed with such movements in mind. However, as it turned out, the enemy general, Garka, evacuated the villages as soon as he sensed their preparations for invasion and retreated to Nakria. Their opponent was Garka, who had given Gulshan many blows. They had been warned that there was a possibility that they might strike a blow to either the east or the west by a preemptive or counter-invasion, but it was anticlimactic. The movement seemed so weak that it made them wonder if it really was Duglin Garka. I wonder what the other side is thinking, Vice-Chancellor. It's hard to think it's a move by Garka. Did it wag his tail in response to the stupid instructions from the Central? I heard you met him, but how was it? Kilria asked Oregon with grim face. I also want to know, Your Excellency. Is there purpose to lose recklessly? The same went for Elka. All 3 generals, including Oregon, had exchanging spears with Duglin Garka. They knew the opponent, that was why this move was incomprehensible. They are well aware of the connection between Oregon and Duglin. That also thought that at the end the other side would want a dignified head-on confrontation, but that would only come after he had struggled as much as he could. It was against the principles of military tactics to lure 100,000 people to Milhiria Plains unharmed. Even if that was what they wanted, he should have prepared a suitable army, but no matter how many they estimated, it would be at most 50,000. It seems like it's neither of those things. Garka is sane and wants to kill me with less than 50,000. Impossible. The 2 look at Oregon as if searching for his true intentions. But it didn't seem like Oregon was lying or joking. The princess from the center, he seems to like Alberinea quite a lot. He boasted that if the 2 of them combined their powers, they would be our equals. Hearing Oregon's cheerful words, Kilria folded his arms and thought. So, it's not a trap. At least if it's strategically that's true. Garka has no intention of doing so. Honestly, I have some concerns about the other one, but it doesn't seem like that princess is deceiving Garka. However, Kilria, as a precaution, when the battle begins, will send out lookouts in the Sea of Trees. I don't mind that, but if there is a strategic detour from the center, it must be through the Sea of Trees to the west. It was a question of number of days. If they did not go through there, they would not make it to this battle. In some cases, they had assumed that they had hid their troops in the mountains further west since the beginning, but in that case, the 10,000 troops stationed in the occupied city would deal with this and hinder their movement. In order for Alberin to move its army and participate in this battle, it would inevitably have to pass through the Sea of Trees, and even if the other side did so, it could easily be dealt with as long as it could be detected in advance. The military forces of both sides were different in the first place. Is there a possibility that the people of Nakria will be armed? Elka asked that. Fortified city surrounded by walls all around, Nakria was a large city with a population of 100,000. There was enough ground for 10,000 people to become soldiers. I'm not saying it's completely impossible, but, at least from the information I received from the spies I sneaked in, I can't imagine that happening. Even if they manage to get a nice amount, it'll just increase the number of deaths unnecessarily. Oregon flatly denied it. There appears to be no training taking place at Nakria. Training is what turns a timid person into a soldier. Even if they were trained to use blade and forced to fight as a militia, they would just collapse in a short time and lowering the morale of other units. Militia could at best be used in siege battles. Even in field battles, putting aside small skirmished in large-scale field battles, militia is useless. It's quite possible that they would use militia to defend Nakria. However, The possibility of them using it as a field force is extremely low. No, I'd say it's impossible. After saying that, Oregon lifted his cheeks. This is a clear invitation. I believe that they have a very secret plan to close this gap in military strength and defeat us head-on. It's certainly not some small trick. Secret plan. You can say that I'm hoping for that, but... Oregon stroked his beard and squinted. I heard an interesting story. During the Civil War, Krische found magic possessors among ordinary people and created a century made up only of magic possessors. Are you sure? What good is there for me, Lai? Oregon laughed, and Kilria and the others furrowed their eyebrows. It was extremely difficult to determine magic possessors. Even if one have a very good eye and are a skilled magic possessors, it would be impossible to see through someone with talent unless you carefully observe them. Most of them would be able to be guessed from their physical abilities, and at best it's only distinguishing between those who have been trained as magic possessors from an early age and those who have not. It was a different level of difficulty to select potential magic possessors who did not know how to handle magic power. There are not many people who have magic power that you can recognize at a glance when recruiting. If you are lucky, there will only be a few. However, if a century was created all of a sudden during the Civil War, it would be natural to think that people with latent magical power were picked up from there. I don't know what methods they used, but this is a threat and this information that should be taken into account. So we should assume that some sort of selection method or intensive training regime has been established. Oregon nodded at Kilria's words. Probably. I can't imagine doing anything other than slow, steady work. If I wanted to do it, it would take a lot of money and time. We'll have to find out eventually. But, well, that's not the important point. Then he tapped his own the head with his finger. The main point is this shows that the enemy's princess, Krische, has the ideas and brains to overturn conventional wisdom. I don't think we should take this lightly. Even though he was smiling, his eyes are serious. Both Kilria and Elka's faces became even more severe. What do you think? Did anyone expect the princess to win the civil war in Alberin? At least I betted on Guildenstein. In fact, Guildenstein had the upper hand in the beginning. However, at that time, an army leader with a force of at most 5,000 defeated that Hilkintos and killed Guildenstein. He met Krische in the royal capital and did some research on the war history. It would be fair to say that she appeared out of nowhere. A girl not even 20, that's only natural. In the latter half of the Civil War, the feats that Krische was said to have accomplished in just a month or so were extraordinary. At the young age of 14, she participated in the war against the Holy Empire as a special attack force, and killed the Empire's vice-general, and apparently she had taken the general's assistant prisoner. You sure that's not an exaggeration? No. Kilria, you probably could tell by just looking at it. At least I feel that there is no lie in that incredible war record. That is truly Alberinea. The two of them looked skeptical, and Oregon laughed and sipped the fruit wine. Well, I'm not going to force you to believe everything, but she's definitely not someone you should take lightly. She's not some decoration who came about because of silly political reasons, but an outstanding genius who was sent to help them win. Don't be fooled by her appearances. Fumu, just like Zalvarg Dono? It's more than that. Do you have any objections, Zalvarg? I don't think so. At least, I feel that even in this situation, if I let my guard down, I'll be in danger. Zalvarg, who had been listening to the story in silence, spread his hands while astounded. Neatly cut black hair, neither handsome nor ugly. His only characteristic was that he was tall. Born to a shoemaker's son, he was supposed to lead an ordinary life, but his talent blossomed on the battlefield, and he rose to become the right-hand man of Oregon. The young man, who could truly be called a genius, was never arrogant and had a calmness in his eyes. This is an opponent that should be eliminated above all else. As a general, I don't know how good she is, but as a warrior, I honestly don't think I can beat her either. Who? Kilria and Elka look at Zalvarg in surprise. Zalvarg was probably the best warrior in Gulshan when it came to sword skills. Rather than a competition of skill, it would be better to crush her by a large number of elite. For that reason, Vice-Chancellor, you seem to be pleased with her, but please give up on taking her as a bride. You're a terrible person. Don't you have any intention of making any effort? Look at yourself in the mirror. You don't match either way. Oregon laughed happily and looked at the two of them. Well, Zalvarg is also like this. I don't think it's a good idea to spend a lot of time on this kind of opponent. If we use the advantage of numbers in an endurance battle, we will only give her time to think and move. Even with the advantage of numbers, it seemed like a simple push would be a bad move. Fight safely and win safely with this overwhelming difference in military strength. There was plenty of room for choice, but he was so confident. There must be something. If the opponent adopts a formation like today, with Garka on the right wing and Nakria on the left wing, then place Alcazaris in the center. We will not hold back, place the elephants and magical beast soldiers in the front from the beginning, and destroy the enemy's center line with one move. However, all plans and tactics are based on the conflict between the battle lines. It would be meaningless unless some degree of stalemate developed between the two sides. Unlike Garka's army, our opponent's is from the center. They're probably not used to beasts. Elka, your job is simple and clear. Break through head-on. My arms is itching. Elkar laughed, distorting his rock-like face. Kilria, I entrust you with another 20,000 from my army. Elephants and beast soldiers won't do much but force them in numbers and force Garka to use their reserves. Make sure they can't send reinforcements to the center. Of course, I don't mind if you kill Garka on the side. With certainty. Kilria also nodded with a deep smile etched on his tanned, chiseled face. Go with the intention of deciding everything with the first move. Don't allow the opponent to make any moves and use your superiority in numbers to overwhelm them. It goes against my aesthetics, but that's the situation and the battle they want. Oregon crossed his arms and continued. Also, if you feel something is wrong, report it right away. No matter how you look at this situation, it seems like the only way for the enemy to defeat us is to desperately break through the battle lines, but that confidence. No matter how much of an advantage we have, they will always have a way to successfully break through somewhere. Remember that. What comes to his mind was the girl's eyes. Its jewel-like purple color. Its jewel-like purple color. Alcazaris and 60 elephants and a simultaneous assault by a large army following behind. If there were 10 enemy generals, they can defeat all 10 of them, even if it's Garka. At the very least, they can push the opponent into an inferior position. However, he had a feeling that even if he forced them into such a situation, that girl would definitely break through. Whose instincts blocked out his logic, he even thought he was being too cautious. The girl's appearance made Oregon though that, depending on the situation, she would not only break through, but would even defeat Elka. I may be overly cautious, but I have a feeling that's just the kind of opponent we're dealing with. Be careful, Elka. Yes, sir. If His Excellency says so, I'll believe it. However, you know what's going to happen if it's too anticlimactic, right? At that time, I will give you as much sake as you want from my brewery. Do whatever you like. Then I have nothing more to say. Elkar laughed, but his eyes remained serious. Oregon nodded with satisfaction. The enemy is taking advantage of our overpowering forces and hoping we let our guard down because we think we are winning the battle. First of all, get rid of it completely from your. Then he continued. If we don't miss the slightest movement and read the opponent's intentions early on, crushing them with all our might, our victory will be certain. No matter how much of an advantage you have, don't let up that vigilance. That is what will ensure our victory. Well, if you think about it normally, they'll probably make their first move with the intention of destroying us. While the Gulshan army was holding a meeting, the Alberan army was also holding a meeting in a large tent built at the rear of the army in preparation for tomorrow's battle. 100,000 troops versus 46,000 troops. A flanking detour is impossible, and the only way for us to inflict fatal damage on the enemy is to break through the enemy's lines, and of course they will think so too. A silver-haired girl sits on the upper seat and spoke in a calm voice. Krische didn't mean to do it, but Krische ended up feeling like I was provoking them. Based on that, Krische sure they are confident that we have the means to break through their thick lines. It's not like she intended to provoke him, but Krische's remark to Organ was in fact provoking. The core leaders under Garka's command were twitching and blue streaks appeared on their temples as Krische didn't seem to understand how important this was. To unnecessarily make the other person wary, everyone knows the significance of that. When dealing with a large army, the only chance you have is when your opponent lets their guard down. Krische had made them lose that. However, despite this, she didn't even seem to feel any responsibility for what she had done. The reason they tolerate her was because her attitude makes them think that she might have some kind of secret plan. Therefore, there is no doubt that they will not give us a chance and will crush us all at once in the first move. However, Krische has a secret plan to outwit Gulshan. Her beautiful face had a very serious expression on it. Seeing this, they felt relieved, wondering if her previous behavior was just a pretense. Not, what we need to do is to break through head-on. First of all, the commanders of each corps should consider this to be the policy of the Alberinea army as a whole. However, she said that without much motivation. Seeing her like this, the commanders of the Garka army couldn't bear her anger, but Dugleen reprimanded them with a look. Krische didn't seem to notice this and continues to smile. 50,000 against 100,000, it may seem difficult, but in the end, battle will depend on the flow. Which side will win the first move, and which will be pushed a flat push, a siege, a single-point breakthrough, or a clash between battle lines is like a stone fist. She moves her hand rapidly, showing rock paper scissors, and held up her clenched right fist. The enemy is trying to crush us. Normally, we would do a mobile defense or block them and form a siege, but, unfortunately, there are a lot of big beasts at the front over there, and Krische sure whether it's scissors to paper, they will forcefully obtain victory. Then she slammed her right fist into her left palm, showing a paper being beaten down and fluttering her left hand under the desk. Her body language was childish, as if she were teaching a child. Her subordinates who knew her very well, the former members of the Crescent army, were also looking at her with some exasperation. How troubling. We can't win if we continue like this. But the solution is simple. But suddenly, Krische placed her right fist on her desk. We will certainly win rock. It would be foolish to challenge such an opponent head-on with a stone fist. So before we fight with a stone fist. Everyone was captivated by the next moment and took their breath away. We just need to cut off their wrist first so they can't use stone fist again. Before they knew it, a curved sword was pulled out and swung down. The opponent's objective is to not give us any chance to use our tactics. That's why they seriously set out to crush us. They believe that if they are at full strength, at least they won't be defeated, so we will first overturn the basic premise. The very knowledge that they are not letting their guard down is what make them let down their guard. Slightly above the fist Alberinea that was engraved on the blade that stopped tight atop it. It's the initiative that makes them lose the basis of their confidence, losing the initiative, and have the hegemony stolen. In a battle, it's not the one with the stronger stone fist that wins, or the one with the bigger body that wins, it's always simple and clear. As if it's only natural, the girl continued, pressing her sharp blade against her own neck. The purple of the smiling girl as if glowing madly. There was no fear, no anxiety, no hesitation. There was only one thing there. The winner is the one who can get the opponent's head like this. It was an absolute pride that could be called insanity. Chapter 179, Ceremony of Start of Battle. Clear skies as far as the eye can see and a warm spring breeze. South of the kingdom the Milhiria plains. But none of the Alberan soldiers there were enjoying the spring weather. Everyone pushed down the chills and shivers and simply stood facing forward as they had been trained and taught to do. Ahead of them was a large Gulshan army of over 100,000. In contrast, theirs was only 46,000 strong. They were standing in the very place of death, everyone thought. They had understood this for several days. However, the commanders kept repeating that their opponent was Gulshan's soldiers were weak, and that if they could defeat the beast, they would have a chance of victory. And this is a battle where the survival of the kingdom was at stake. There was nowhere to run, and if they didn't win here, the entire kingdom would be overrun. There was no other choice but to fight on, even if it was a tough battle. They, too, mustered up courage from the words of their superiors and stood there to dedicate themselves to this noble mission. Even if I die, I will definitely stop this invasion, they were determined. Commanding the Alberan army was the fierce General Garka, and the hero of the Civil War, the Heavenly Sword, Princess Krische. They believed that there was no way they would be defeated unilaterally. However, there was something standing opposite them that trampled on their small courage. Against that thing. "Don't whine, it's just a beast with a big body." The centurion chided the young soldier. Elephants, sand lizards, and rock-like unicorns. They had imagined the kind of beast they had heard about. They were also prepared for them. However, the one animal in the center was outside the scope of their imagination. One would have to look up if one gets close to it. Even from a distance, from Nacria, from the height of its castle walls, even the gigantic elephant could be seen. It truly was a fortress. In fact, what it carries on its back is a gigantic turret. Its physique was like two giant elephants stacked vertically and horizontally, and the ground rumbled as it simply walked to form a line of battle. It was like a small castle moving. Even the centurion, who scolded his men for their weakness, could not quell his fear in the face of it. In front of such a monster, what is the point of the battle line? An instinctive fear arises in his heart. It was easy to imagine that they would simply advance forward, reap the army's ranks, and push through. For the sake of the kingdom, he would risk even his life. Even a noble soldier who is entrusted with leading the line did not want to die a dog's death. If I can give some meaning to this life, then that was why he was able to throw his life away. If even that is not possible, then what would I lose my life for? There's no one who is not afraid of losing their life. There is no one who can endure the meaningless loss of life, even if they deceive themselves into thinking that they can gain honor in exchange. The days of grueling training, and the deeds of valor earned on the battlefield. Family, lovers, and friends, the weight of what they have worked hard for, won, and accumulated in their lives turns directly into their fear. Their instincts told them that they should run away somewhere amidst the chaos of the battlefield, and even their way is almost swept away by it. Make way. Alberinea coming through. Two corps commanders emerge from the ranks, riding large horses and leading the way. Kolkis Arjand, commander of the 2nd Corps, wearing a majestic armor helmet shaped like a silver tiger. Likewise, the color of silver that reflected the sunlight. A slender man wearing a plate mail that represents the goddess, the 3rd Corps commander Bagil Sandika. Ha ha ha, if you don't clear the road, you'll be eaten. Focus more. Both had smiles on their faces that showed no fear. Bagil stroked his grey beard and what called out to him was a sweet voice. Bagil. Gururun is a smart child, so it's okay. No, but there may be some unscrupulous people who might try to peek inside your skirt. You have to be careful. Bagil is strangely concerned about Krische's skirt. It's long, so it's okay. Then, a slight scream was heard, and from behind came a huge monster larger than a horse. 8 shaku tall at the shoulders, easily exceeding the height of a human, it has elegant green and black lines. On top of a demonic beast that could truly be called a magical beast, Alberinea was naturally sitting sideways on it. Her long silver hair swayed in 2 tails, and inside her black cloak was a white dress. She wore no armor, except for a pair of rather rugged boots and a pair of elegant cuirasses, showing off her fairy-like beauty. She was there looking no different from her usual self. Meow meow, Bagil, Krische'll go and say hello, so do whatever you like. Passing between Kolkis and Bagil saluting from horseback, Krische headed to the center between Alberan's and Gulshan's armies. Kolkis and Bagil head to the front of their own army. Look, Gururun, that's the elephant. It's tonight's feast. While patting the Suiko on the shoulder, Krische said that, and the Suiko, whether she understood or not. Gururu groaned and headed forward. The pleasant sun made Krische yawn, and the Suiko followed her master's lead and gave a sleepy, voiceless yawn as they walked. For Suik, who is basically nocturnal, they felt sleepy at this time of the morning. In the center of the room, Alberan and Gulshan met each other. The first person to speak was the general commander of Gulshan, who wore armor shaped like a lion. It was the hero Oregon. You showed up well without being scared, Garka, Alberinea. First of all, let's praise the courage of both of you. He laughed and jumped down from the top of the elephant, followed by Zalvarg, who was also wearing light armor with lion carvings. Oregon carried a large curved sword on his left hip. Zalvarg carried 2 curved swords on his back. Zalvarg silently glared at Krische and did not move from his spot. Only Oregon stepped forward, and Douglin laughed when he saw him. "This is my line, Oregon. I thought you would get scared and just run away." As if matching each other, Douglin was also wearing armor in the shape of a lion. Although the designs were different, they were all lions. Krische looked at them with admiration. They must all love Meow Meow, Krische thought. "Do you know? Between Gulshan and Alberon, I'm always the winner in important battles. If you think about the number of wins and losses, I'm the winner, Garka. And this time, I will never let you escape." Ha! The one who laughs at the end is the one who wins the war. It's sad to be proud of victory in a skirmish. If that's the logic, then in a match with you, I would be the one who would laugh and win at the end. It's not a difference that can be overturned by small tricks. The two of you are really good friends after all. It felt like watching Berry and Celine fight. Krische looked at them troubled, then looked up at the elephant and narrowed his eyes. The outer skin seemed to be quite hard. As expected, it would be difficult to pierce through with an arrow at a curved angle. Its size and its power were clear. In a head-on collision, it is the soldiers who will lose. It would have been troublesome if handled incorrectly, but that was it. It was simply a single factor of the battlefield. Finally, I was able to show it to you as promised. I'm glad that this day has come, Alberinea. Thank you. But, Krische felt a little bad about killing it, even though Oregon took such pains to bring it here. Cuckoo, don't think it will be that easy. Even if that's true for you, it's probably different for the soldiers. Especially that, even for you, it's not something you can handle carelessly. Oregon gestured to the huge body of Alcazaris, a blue monster born from an elephant, and then laughed as he looked at Alberon's army. "I can hear the voices of fear coming from your army. You may be able to tame a magical beast, but it's still just a tiger after all. It's no match for that. Despite Alcazaris' huge size, it can run as fast as an elephant. Tough flesh and bones, the power to break down even castle walls. No matter how good a magic possessor is, it's extremely difficult to get hold of Alcazaris once it starts running." The handlers and escort who rode on its back were also carefully selected, making Alcazaris a walking fortress. They made full use of siege bows and trebuchets, and it would have been impossible to defeat it unless it attempted to attack a castle. Gururun is just Krish's pet, so Krische didn't bring it here with the intention of using it for something like that in the first place. Krische just used it in place of a horse because it's easy to ride. While listening to those confident words, Krische vaguely thought about the horse she left behind Barurun. Since it coincided with the breeding season, it was now the time when he's working hard to make babies. It was a horse that had a really nice physique and ran well. It was definitely a good horse, but it seemed like those rumors had spread from some noble messenger. It seems that his name was sold as a famous horse that ran as if flying, rode by Krische to Celine's predicament, and he received such requests from all over, including Kolki's. He is also quite popular now. Thanks to this, Krische was able to leave him behind and bring Gururun along without worry. In terms of riding comfort and speed, Gururun is superior to Barurun, and except for its poor fuel economy, it was a perfect top competitor. But as expected even for Krische, ever since Gururun came, she's been treating him as useless, and since he seems to have free time every day, except for walks, she feels a little bad for him, so it's just right. Pet. Yes. Krische would be troubled if she were to get injured, putting aside if it's in the forest, but in a plain like this, it's no different than just a big meow, so Krische doesn't have any intention of using her in battle. While patting her back, Krische looked at Alcazaris. Also, from its looks it's just a bigger elephant after all. It doesn't emit magical power or fly in the sky. The jewel-like purple wrapped in silver eyelashes narrowed. Chris' Shaw was aimed at having a morale effect, but it's a failure. In fact, Krische was saved because you brought it to a position where Krische could easily aim from the front. ? Vice Chairman Oregon seems to have misunderstood Krische. This kind of easy-to-understand coercion is a double-edged sword if it ends in failure. Soldiers aside, Krische won't be disturbed. Then her eyes turned to the Oregon. It's just a big target for the cliché. Her graceful smile made her eyes just look inorganic. The purple color of her eyes shone with absolute self-confidence and self-conceit. How serious is she? Is she insane? He looked back at her searchingly and laughed. I see. Then, first of all, let me take a look at how my future bride will be doing. Krische won't lose, so it won't happen in the future, but make sure to keep the promise, okay? General Garka, Dugleen, who was listening with a smile, was criticized by Krische and nodded. Then his gaze turned to Oregon. As you can see, she is a very confident girl. My feelings about her are not that different from yours, but I put all my money on this girl because I thought it was a winnable game. It's better not to underestimate her. Cuckoo, that's quite a gamble, Garka. I don't think you're insane, but... Oregon glared back. The match has been agreed upon. We can't back down now, can we? Ah, that's mutual. After saying that, Dugleen turned on his heel and Krische did the same. The two who were left behind saw them off and jumped onto the elephant's back. How about Alcazaris? Don't move now. I'm interested in what they're planning to do. First, let's just know what Alberinea is like. While watching Kolkis and Bagil give instructions in front of each army, the girl sitting on the Suiko advances in front of the battle line. The sight of him looking around at the battle lines was completely unsuitable for a battlefield, and even the Suiko, who was supposed to be terrifying, looked somehow cute. Krish-sama. Bald eagle, Krishvi been looking for a while, geez. From now on, it would be better to take off the helmet when in a crowd so it will be easier to tell. And my apologies. Just a few final confirmations. He lowered his head to Krische, who was pouting cheeks, and immediately turned behind her. Koza, flag. Yes, sir. Archer Captain Koza steps forward with a crescent skull flag, the Black Flag Special Force banner. His tough, scarred face looked a little happy, perhaps because he was happy to have the role of hoisting the banner in front of a battle line of over 40,000 soldiers. Mia and Kalua followed, and Aleha, who was behind them, handed the spear he was carrying to Krische. Wow, I can't believe that Krish-sama will show us a sample in person. The soldiers will be motivated as well. This is the job of lower-ranking people. Aleha should hone your spear-throwing skills more. Krische, really want to sit in the back and drink tea while taking command. Yes, I will put in more effort in the future. Aleha saluted him with a smile on her handsome face, and Kalua looked at Krische in shock. I can't really imagine Uzaja-chan sitting silently in the back and calmly taking command. Krische has no choice but to come forward. Actually, Kurofuyo's role is to quickly defeat the enemy and capture the head of the enemy general so that Krische doesn't have to move. I don't think the day will ever come when that request will be completely met, based on Uzaja-chan's standards. Even if all the Black Flag Special Force members became superhumans like Kolkis, this princess would definitely voice her dissatisfaction. Above all, Krish's own evaluation of herself is limited to fairly strong. Even though she was on equal terms with such a dragon, just what did she mean by SOSO? Krische glared at Kalua with dissatisfaction, and Kalua instantly placed Mia in front of her. That's what Mia said. Mia, that kind of thinking is no good. Mia gives up too quickly. Kalua, stop doing that. Cough. Krish-sama, for now the sermon. Dugleen was pained by the puzzled glances of the soldiers toward him. This normal appearance was not bad at all. Some of the soldiers who were listening to the conversation even laughed, and it was a good way to relax. However, even though a battle that would go down in history was about to begin, the three of them had no single trace of tension, and it hurts his head to see them like that to no end. I see. Mia, Krish'll continue the sermon later. Why me? Adjutant Dodno, it is unbecoming to talk back to your superiors in front of the troops. You. Mia glared at Kalua as if she wanted to complain, but Dagra stared at her and held her tongue. Dagra sighed in exasperation, looked at Koza and raised his voice. Attention, those who are looking down, lift your head. Krische continues toward the right wing, and Koza waves the banner wide. There are 100,000 enemies, and they are controlling a huge unknown monster. But there is no need to be afraid. Dagra followed, looking at each of the soldiers one by one. "My name is Dagra Rinia Arcus, commander of Black Flag Special Forces Company. Just like you guys, I'll be the first to cut down on the enemy," and he smiled manlily. "But now I have no uneasiness in my heart, and I have no fear in my heart, because I know that defeat is impossible. I'll tell you the reason why I don't doubt our victory. The difference between me and you guys." Dagra, who was not riding a horse, could only be seen by the soldiers in the front row, and many people could only hear his voice. "What kind of existence is Alberinea, who leads you all? I know it, and you guys don't know it. That's the only difference. But that's fine." He wasn't supposed to draw attention to himself. "As a proud centurion of the kingdom, under Alberinea, I fought the war against the Holy Empire and the Civil War. That's why I know. If I follow this person, there is no such thing as defeat. That experience teaches me that." The eyes of those at the rear of the battle line were inevitably drawn to the flag waving in front of them and the Krische sitting on the giant Suiko, and then further forward towards the gigantic monster. "First of all, take a close look and see for yourself. Then know what it means for Alberinea to command you. Soon you will all have the same heart as me." While listening to those words, Krische moved towards the center of the right wing directly in front of Alcazaris. Alcazaris is famous for being one who tramples on everything. How ridiculous. They will soon regret bringing him in front of Alberinea. Krische jumped off the Suiko and twirled the spear that had been given to her as if to examine it. A melee spear as usual. It's heavy enough that it fits comfortably in her hand. She glanced behind her, and when she felt enough of the soldiers' eyes on her, she switched the spear to her other hand. "Because you will realize that it's no different than a rabbit before Alberinea." Listening to Dagra's voice, it was the same step as usual. Her posture was slumped low, as if she had just gotten dizzy. The angle of stepping was as perpendicular as possible, minimizing wind resistance. From one step in a stationary state to the second step she took, she was already at her highest speed. What her body unconsciously embodies was the theoretical maximum efficiency. Alberinea's essence was not strength. It was an insane accuracy that brought out the best of all logic and theories without any doubt. Turning theoretical theory into reality. Her body easily reaches its physical limits. She suddenly breaks as if slamming her heel down. The kinetic energy, which immediately loses its place of destination, was absorbed by the knees and transferred to the upper body without any waste. Like a pendulum, the body was bent and released from the tips of the fingers. The girl's fingertips played a sound of destruction that could even kill a god. A spear that pierced her eye in an instant. No one would have been able to follow it. However, what everyone could clearly see was the monster's skull being crushed, its inner flesh blooming, and the rain of blood raining down around it. The sight was almost like a fantasy, and after a moment's delay, an indescribable sound of crushing echoed in the distance. At the same time, they slowly regained the reality that was left behind. Even the voices of the commanders who were encouraging the enemy soldiers had disappeared. With just one throw, the giant beast collapsed, making the ground rumble. All eyes on the battlefield were once again on the girl who leapt onto the magical beast. In response to her unconventional military accomplishments, she neither boasts of her power nor cries out. It was a natural thing for her. It was as if to indicate that it was as trivial as squashing a bug. "Who is the truly terrifying one?" A voice spoke in place of her. "If you understand, raise your voice. Offer your blade. You all deserve Alberinea's blessing." A flag with a crescent skull was swung high above their head. Or perhaps it's similar to an explosion. A loud cheer filled the venue. Everyone raised their voices as if their previous fear was a lie, offering their spears to Alberinea as if they were raising their swords. Everything that clings to them disappears, and they simply surrender to the frenzy. Their eyes held a beastly quality that was even greater than the beast in front of them. They now turned into beasts called humans. "Ah. Ha ha ha, that's really shocking. Clear the road. Alberinea is passing through." Aleha laughed at Krische, who was holding her ears. He, like the soldier behind him, lifted his cheeks madly. "Leave the rest to me. As you requested, Captain Dagra and I will take care of the rest." "Yes, Bald Eagle, Areha. Do whatever you like after that." "Ha. Leave it to us." leaving Douglas and Aleha behind. Koza, the flag-bearer, and Mia and Kalua led the way. Krische sighed and crawled through the arch of the spear made by the soldiers with an annoyed look on his face after seeing him off. Dagra called out to Aleha, "Adjutant Areha, in this situation it will be difficult to signal with a flag. I would like to leave the first spear to you." "Haha, it's actually the second spear, but leave it to me. It seems like I'm remembering the past. I'll keep the lizard in its tracks, and I'll take control of the soldiers." "Understood. Adjutant Aleha, ? Dagra stuck out his fist. "Even though we were once in a position where we fought each other, however, I am truly happy to be able to fight alongside such an honorable warrior like you." Aleha looked at the fist and into Dagra's eyes, surprise on his face. He smiled and reached out his hand. "Those are my lines. I never thought that someone in my position would be accepted as a matter of course and entrusted with such an important role. I have no choice but to repay this favor with a sword." And bumped their fists together. "Tonight, let's drink together in the delicious wine of victory." "Of course. I left the front to you." "I'll take care of it, Commander Dagra." The two smiled at each other. Chapter 180, Alberinea's Black Flag. "Cuckoo, as expected, we can't recover hum. It feels like I've been punched in the nose. Is this a situation where you can laugh?" From atop the elephant, Oregon looked at the dejected soldiers as he watched the Suiko and Krische disappearing into the battle lines beyond, with a strange look on his face. He raised his voice in an attempt to rebuild morale, but the soldiers were still in a state of confusion. No matter how Oregon words were spoken, they were not getting through. That gigantic body was not only used to intimidate the enemy, but also served as a spiritual support for the soldiers. During the Gulshan Civil War, this beast mowed down the battle lines and shattered forts, making a great contribution to the victory of the rebel army. The soldiers were very excited about Alcazar's departure, and were excited thinking that Alberin was not their enemy. For that reason, the impact this way of death had was tremendous. The shock to the soldiers' spirits was probably even greater than the death of their brave commander. Did you imagine that she would follow her words through? Haha. That huge body sank with a single throw of a spear from that distance. There can't be a more hilarious situation than this. However, Oregon laughed happily. The deadly beast was easily defeated, and yet there was still power in his eyes. "I already said from the beginning that, if you can imagine it, you should reserve it, you know." Zalvarg replied, exasperated. "I wish they'd at least target us. That would have been better. Please give me a break, Commander. This is not something I can handle." The elephant jockey told them with a look of heartfelt hate. "It doesn't matter if it's Oregon or Zalvarg, there's no way a jockey sitting on top of an elephant could avoid that." The rider pulled the elephant's ears from the reins and made it walk toward the main camp through the gaps in the ranks. "Don't be so rude. That's just a show. There's nothing particularly clear. However, the very act of giving the opening greeting means a fair fight." After that, it was a tacit agreement and etiquette that the battle would begin only after both generals had returned to their respective positions. The reason why armies were placed 1 ri apart from each other was because this was the limit of the effective range of the small trebuchets and crossbows normally used in field battles. It would be difficult for them to fire at each other effectively, and it would give an impression to Allied soldiers that they were despicable for the damage they caused. No matter what, an attack would not normally be launched at this timing, which has only disadvantages, but it would be a different story if a mere individual were to attack with a javelin from a ri away. Even if it is praised, there was no one who would criticize it as despicable. Of course the enemy was the enemy, but there were no soldiers here who would be angry about a preemptive attack from a ri away. The key was the atmosphere. If it's a weapon made with that purpose in mind, it might be cowardly, but if it's a warrior's personal skill, even though it's an enemy, they can't help but say it's brilliant. Even more so if it could be done with just one throw. However, they sure did it. The enemy's morale was at its highest, and our morale plummeted. The enemy had gained a mental advantage. What is the enemy aiming for, Zalvarg? Of course it will be a breakthrough. With that much excitement, there is nothing we can do. Soldiers with increased morale will stand up to the elephants. There is no beast stronger than a war elephant to deal with frightened soldiers. The mere sight of their bodies lashing out in front of them could devastate enemy soldiers who look up at them with a single breath. However, if the opponent offsets fear with enthusiasm and maintains a certain level of calm, the elephant is by no means an invincible creature. Still, the advantage will not change. If it's me, then I would aim at the hole that Alcazares fell through. The morale of the soldiers is at its lowest, and the elephants around them are also scared. That's a reasonable line. The Gulshan army was 55,000 led by Kilria on the left wing against the Garka army. Then, 30,000 led by Elka on the right wing against the Alberinea army, and placed 20,000 of Oregon's main army behind them on the boundary between the two armies. Alcazares was placed on the left wing of Elka's army, and would have originally destroyed the right wing of Alberinea's army. However, now that it has been lost, the left wing of Elka's army has become their weak point. It was quite possible that it would be overtaken. The Alberinea army had its left wing completely entrusted to the fortified city of Nacria, so there were only 2 corps on the front of the battle. However, there was 1 corps in reserve in their rear. It was thought that they would definitely use that force to break through this single point. If so, the worst-case scenario was that 2 corps of nearly 10,000 troops could avalanche into the rear of Elka's army. It should not be underestimated. It is hard to believe that the other side is the real target. If they go from the front, they will find Elka's main camp. If they're busy with that side, they won't have any strength to take down our main camp. It was too aggressive and inconceivable for the enemy to pass Elka's main camp in the center of the right wing and aim for Oregon's main camp. The battle front of the Alberinea army was 2 corps, the right wing and the left wing, but Elka had also placed troops on the right wing, right in front against Nacria. There were no elephants or highly mobile beasts, but there were 5,000 troops. If the left wing of Alberinea's army was going to break through the center, this force would aim at its flank. And the other side should also have understood that. It would be impossible to break through the center while being targeted in the flanks, and Elka was not a weak general. He was a general with the ability and experience to invade other countries on his own. It would be foolhardy to aim for Oregon by defeating him head-on, and the enemy left-wing forces would be aiming to stall him at best. Considering the situation, it was reasonable that the enemy's aim was to break through to a single point with the right wing. That said, it's useless for me to think about it. It's Elka's playground. Just to be safe, the main army will prepare themselves for a breakthrough on Elka's left wing. Zalvarg, if the enemy breaks through, it's your playground. Fun, isn't it? There's no reason to be happy. Let's pray that General Elka will stop the breakthrough, he said with a sigh and turned his sight toward behind the enemy line. Zalvarg stared at the main Alberinea army camp. As Oregon had read, the Alberan army could not afford to not take advantage of its morale. Alberan's first move was to advance the entire army. However, the Garka army did not advance in single file, but in order from the left wing the entire army drew a diagonal line, set an angle, and showed a tentative stance against the Kilria army, which attempted to bypass the right wing. Naturally, even though morale had fallen, the Gulshan army didn't just stand there and accept it. The entire army was propelled in front of the beast, which consisted of elephants, earth dragons, and unicorns. Normally, the situation would be at the stage of shooting at each other, of course. An exchange of arrows began between the Kilria army and the Garka army, but that didn't happen between the Elka army and the Alberan army. Elka's army's vanguard has 60 elephants. Earth Dragon 30, Unicorn 20. In order to exert maximum effect on them, the infantry had to strike without a pause when the elephants disrupted the enemy vanguard. Speed was vital, and to achieve this, it was necessary for the infantry to advance in time with the beast's legs. If the archers were brought forward, the timing of the replacement would cause a disruption in the formation. And if the replacement delayed the movement of the infantry, there was a danger that the beast would rush out. Although they all had thick hides, the rain of arrows that poured down on them was still a sufficient threat. The riders were not as sturdy as they were, and after all, they were beasts. They were not fighting for honor or a cause. They instinctively get frightened by the danger of a downpour of arrows. If the opponent concentrated their arrows on a beast that stands out, it would not even succeed in the initial charge, and skirmishers, who did not form battle lines like archers, were their weakest point. There was also the possibility that the beasts in the vanguard would be beaten to death one-sidedly. Here too, even if they brought out the archers and disrupted them, the opponent would be in a skirmish state where they keep a wide distance between each other. It cannot be a fatal blow, and the damage in a shoot fight will naturally be greater on their side, which would lose the beasts. Therefore, if elephants and other beasts were placed in the front line, the best defense was to attack. A simple all-out assault would produce the greatest effect and limit their losses. If there were infantry in line right behind the elephants, the enemy would have no choice but to withdraw their archers quickly. As mentioned earlier, the formation will always be disrupted at the time of the change. And in the face of a war elephant and a line of soldiers, a loss of control is fatal. The enemy needs to avoid this above all else, and if faced with an all-out attack, they would inevitably become passive. A giant beast is something that in itself gives it an overwhelming advantage in a head-on collision. What was needed to control them was not elaborate schemes or tricks, but courage and boldness. The ultimate and best thing to do was to force their way through a rain of enemy arrows with simple and clear brute force, and pry open the enemy's lines with the pure frontal combat power of that force. The morale of the Gulshan army has dropped significantly, and the morale of the Alberan army was at its highest. However, once they are able to engage, this gap in morale would likely narrow once again. The general on the right wing of Gulshan's army, the giant Elka, thought so and told his soldiers to just fight as usual. They had never lost in a head-on collision. With this difference in morale, it was possible to reach a stalemate even by using war elephants, earth dragons, and unicorns, but that said, a stalemate was more than desirable. If the two sides could simply cut each other down, there would be no need to think about anything. Victory would naturally roll their way due to the difference in military strength. Just like the laws of nature, a strong force is required to make something move again once it has stopped. Once they stop, they push against each other. If there's no outside forces, they wouldn't be able to destroy and break through the battle line, and the opponent wouldn't have any more strength to take action from there. If they could prevent the initial attack, they win. This battle was that simple. However, that's strange. Why isn't the enemy shooting their arrows? A 7-shaku superhuman physique. A rugged armor and helmet with only an elephant symbol engraved on the chest and center of the helmet. Looking out over the battlefield from atop an elephant, Elka had a frown on his already grim face. The Alberinea army in the front only advances the battle line, and did not even show signs of arranging archers against their beast soldiers. Aren't they planning on making the most of their morale? Or are they going to let it go to the back like Garka did? Even if one didn't compare him to Elka, he probably had a small stature for a man. Nikel, the adjutant, looked at the Alberinea forces in front and replied. In the past, Garka was able to respond to a lead-on charge by elephants by creating a gap in the battle line with a spectacular formation change, brilliantly parrying the charge. Although they were trained war elephants, they were still just beasts. Contrary to its appearance, it is a timid herbivore, and if an opening is created and it is guided, it will instinctively choose to run away. Avoid hitting the spear head-on. It was a Garka who had fought against elephants many times. Even though he was an enemy, his command was superb. There was no doubt that he had shared this way of dealing with elephants, but if it's two, it's probably the former. It's because the elephants were so prominent that time. But this time, the elephants aren't the only beast, and the infantry is right behind it. They can't use such big moves. If they tried to flush the elephants out in this situation, they would be crushed in the line of battle by the infantry and earth dragons following them through the gap that had opened up. However, pushing them in based on high morale, if that's the Garka army, that doesn't seem like a bad idea. But how many people over there actually know about elephants? At the very least, I won't choose that. It's a reckless gamble. If it's a Garka army, a simple head-on collision was an option. Veteran soldiers who have long held back the invasion of Gulshan in the south. They were used to dealing with beasts, and if their morale increased that much, there was a good chance they could tear through the battle line along with the elephants and earth dragons. However, the opponent was the army from the center of the kingdom led by Alberinea. The way she defeated Alcazaris with a single throw, it was certain that Alberinea was an extraordinary warrior, and of course the army she leads was also elite. However, this was only a matter of being the elite when dealing with people. There were not many people who could demonstrate their full potential when facing a beast they have never seen before. If this was a head-to-head battle based on high morale, it was quite a gamble. But, as expected, there's no sign of them moving. They seem serious. Even while they're talking, the distance was shrinking. Gambling, however, he didn't have any feelings of disrespect. The soldiers of the kingdom's army were different from the soldiers of Gulshan in the first place. Strong soldiers equipped with uniform equipment and thoroughly trained. If one were to compare ordinary soldiers without beasts, their abilities would be superior. If they were to succeed in this gamble, there was a good chance they would advance through the battle lines. Flagbearer, have your right wing take a detour maneuver. Strike the enemy's flank, sir. On top of that, bring the entire main force forward. Get all the reserves ready to move. Elka raised his voice and saw the elephant he was riding begin to move and looked forward again. In the distance, he looked closely at the Alberinea army and frowned. A chariot? In that position? It would only be if they were on top of the elephant. The enemy army, divided into left and right, he turned his attention to a strange chariot that was blending in with the battle line on its left wing. 2 horses, but considering it's a chariot, there's no archer either. It looks like just a cart though. Either is fine, but why would they mix something like that into the battle line? A cart covered with cloth was behind it, and 2 horses were pulling it. It was unnatural for a cart to be placed in such an intrusive place, and the same would be true for a chariot. It was an antique from a time when there were no stirrups, when chariots were not able to be fought properly on horseback. Even if they were to bring it out now, the operation would not be much different from that of cavalry. It used to go around from both wings. Why would they be mixed in with the line of battle? Rather than puzzling, it was eerie. Messenger, I found a strange carriage or chariot of unknown purpose among the enemy in central Dalton. Tell them to be very careful. I'll repeat it. No need. Go now. Tell His Excellency this too. Elka ran the message as he shouted. The echoes were thunderous earthquakes and battle cries. The war elephants were about to attack. Elka looked up again, then, that is, beyond the elephants that had begun to charge forward. While he took his eyes off the elephants for a moment, the black banner of a crescent moon skull was fluttering countless times from the enemy battle line, and appearing as if oozing out from it were soldiers in black armor. Between the Bagil 3rd Corps and the Kolki's 2nd Corps. Aleha looked up at the sky as he advanced with his soldiers, squinting at the wind of the battlefield. The enemy was a large army of over 100,000. There was an army of 30,000 in front, and this was only half of it. Originally, it would have been a reckless attack. When Aleha was a general, he would have thought that a head-on collision was ridiculous. However, for Krische Christand, this was not a gamble. Wow, I feel like my crotch is shrinking, Aleha Dono. I'm the opposite, squad leader Zaka. My whole body is excited to be entrusted with the spearhead of a battle like this. The handsome young man laughed. The squad leader, who was wearing an eye patch over his left eye, smiled back at him and answered happily. I remember the battle in the Dragon's Maw. The enemy was a large army, and we were at most 100 men. Krische accompanied us, and we continued to fight for a week in the mountains of Bernaic. He traced his left eye over his eye patch and closed his eyes for a moment. No praise, no support. Compared to that, this is quite a luxury. Above all, it's good that today is the end. It's good to think positively. It's one way of thinking. ? Aleha looked at the elephant in front of and told Zaka. On the battlefield, people first feel the fear of death, but death is simply the result of failure. What you should think about is how you will succeed. What you should always envision is your ideal self, and then look at how you should be in order to reach that ideal. Aleha continued with a wry smile, distorting his good looks. If you think of yourself as a soldier, it's good to be positive. That's how I got closer to my ideals and rose from corporal to general. Cuckoo, though as you know, in the end that turned into arrogance, and General Christand and Krische broke that long nose. I have a hard time responding to that. Zaka said, exasperated. Stories of superiors' failures were difficult to respond to. Well, in short, when you put yourself on the battlefield, the stake is your life, no matter if the enemy is strong or weak. Aleha's cheeks lifted with madness in his eyes. The more powerful the enemy, the greater the honor of defeating it. Don't you think that if the stakes are the same either way, the more powerful the enemy, the better? It's rude to say this to your superior, but you're crazy. Zaka laughed, but Aleha neither blamed nor denied it. Cuckoo, in the first place, soldiers are the ones who risk their only lives for uncertain things like glory and honor. Do you think such people are sane? I don't think so. I've become very aware of it these days. I'm sure the quality of a soldier is determined by how crazy they are, Zaka said, gesturing behind him with his thumb. Should I be happy or sad to be able to fight under a commander who is more intelligent than anyone else? I sometimes wonder about that. Of course, you should be happy from the bottom of your heart. It's a crazy environment, and if you're not crazy, wouldn't it be your loss? Indeed. Is it about time? Ah, it's about time. The distance from the enemy's vanguard war elephant was less than 100 meters. If there was an archer, it was completely within range, and within the range from which the war elephants could start their charge. Aleha has fought throughout the western part of the Holy Empire as a soldier of the Holy Empire. Naturally, he has experience fighting not only with the kingdom but also with Gulshan, and he knows more about how war elephants move than anyone else in Alberinea army. Let's act as guides for all the soldiers on this crazy battlefield, squad leader Zaka. Ha! Box, come forward. Raise the banner. In response, he raised the flag that had been put down. A large bell rang from behind, and at the same time, the war elephant in front changed its stance from walking to running. That was the signal. Aleha jumps forward, followed by 5 members of Zaka's squad. All of them, except for the flag bearer, were holding 2 spears. Aleha danced in front of the battle line, followed by the others, throwing the spear in the left hand and reversing the spear in the right hand. His body accelerated to the limit like a beast, his upper body flexed as if he were slamming his heel into the earth. Exclamation point. The distance is 70 ken. A hand-to-hand spear that is faster than an arrow is shot out from the springs that was his body. There was a whirring noise, and the destination was the war elephant, the base of its nose between its eyes. The gap in the skull, the spear that accurately penetrated the nasal cavity, completely damaged the inside of the head with just one throw, killing it instantly. The giant body fell down and fell to the ground, scraping away at the ground. Hunters of Alberinea, come forward. Elephants like them are just mere targets. Teach those stupid beastmasters about the battles of Alberinea. Aleha howled, and the flag-bearer waved the banner. 200 warriors appeared one after another from the battle line, roaring in response. Wearing the same black armor, each carrying a spear, all galloping faster than horses. Then, they threw the spear in their hand into the elephant in front of them, and once again the Alberinea army erupted into loud cheers. They weren't just javelin-throwing skirmishers. A special javelin thrower made up entirely of magic possessed. The hunters of Alberinea, what they fired was a deadly weapon that could be called a magic spear. The complete opposite of their cheers. Countless elephants screamed in pain from the Gulshan army. Even from a distance of 50 meters, the spear that stuck into its body was deep. The Gulshan soldiers woke up in an instant from the frenzy of the all-out assault, and showed fear at the black-clad monsters in front of them. They have not forgotten the existence of Alberinea, who felled Alcazaris from a runaway with a single throw. There was also the presence of a black flag with a skull and crescent moon waving there. And even now, many of the same flags were hoisted in front of them. The soldiers had forced their hearts, which had once been broken, to become enthusiastic. When they see the war elephants falling down one after another with the sound of countless wind noises, once they wake up from their frenzy, all that remains was fear of the unknown. The Transcendence Alberinea's magic spear did not end with just one throw. An army of deviants who could easily shoot and kill war elephants from a distance of 50 ken. To them, everything before them seemed like a monster beyond comprehension. There's no way they can compete with monsters like this with twice as many people. Such thoughts seep into their minds and rise to the surface. Don't slow down. The elite are few. We can crush them with the difference in numbers. Don't be afraid to move forward. Even so, Excellent commanders who remained calm and had the ability to analyze the situation raised their voices. But in this situation there was no way the soldiers would believe that. Alberinea was not the only one who felled Alcazaris. The commanders tried to assuage their fears, saying that it was all about individual valor, and that they had the upper hand in this battle. Gh8. The reality in front of them believed that Alberinea wasn't the only one. Even war elephants and strong beasts were no match for Alberinea's army. These beasts have always taken the lead and mowed down enemy lines. As long as they had that, they would never be defeated in a head-on battle. Their confidence, the basis for it, had been fundamentally destroyed. Some of them, disrupting their steps to run away in fear, were pushed and fell down. And the dead bodies of the war elephants that had become obstacles, the disorder in the battle line spread to the entire army. Once the army had its heart broken, it was no longer an army. They completely lost the ability to move forward and lost control. All forces begin the assault, and in the face of them, the kingdom's crest depicting a sword thrust to the heavens, a huge assault flag was flown, and the battle cry indicating the assault sounded louder than ever. As if replacing the footsteps of the missing elephants, they shook the earth and approached. All the soldiers in Gulshan's army finally understood. A head-on collision, and who will be able to control it? Who would be the one to be overrun? The black flag of Alberinea was waving in front of them. Chapter 181, Bagil Sandika, or perhaps Watcher of Holiness. Bagil, commander of the Third Corps, remembered the night before the start of the war, in the main tent of Alberin's army. First of all, Krische's army moves to take care of the enemy's war elephants and beasts like that. The opponent has a large army and elephants on the front. They will assume that they will not be defeated by any means and that they can at least create a stalemate, so we will turn that idea on its head. A special javelin throwing unit composed of magic possessors. Using the whoosh-whoosh soldiers of the Blackie Corps, or rather the magic spear soldiers of the Black Flag Special Forces Company, they would use javelin to eliminate all the elephants that form the vanguard of the enemy army before they could engage. A simultaneous javelin thrown by a trained magic possessor, it has some power against the military, but since it was just a spear, in the end the number that can be thrown at once is limited, and the damage it could inflict was also limited. Its purpose was just to disrupt the enemy's pace, just like a regular spear, but the difference between it and a regular spear was its power. Even if the opponent is a heavily armored infantryman or an elephant with a thick skin, the spears could easily pierce it. A single throw by 5 men against 1 elephant would be more than enough. The vanguard of the Alberinea army, they would sneak into groups near the front of Kolki's and Bagil's army, and at the signal they would begin throwing javelins. The result would be a direct betrayal of the opponent's imagination. This also had a large implication for the soldiers to get used to it, as most of them were new recruits. Even though they were highly skilled at using magic, if they were suddenly asked to attack the enemy, they would probably hesitate. In fact, most of the Black Sentry in the Dragon's Maw were also frightened until Krische led them into action. However, if they were to use a long-distance throwing javelin, which they had been trained to do, it would give them a chance to realize the power they had gained without any of the danger, and it would be less psychologically taxing for them to throw than to hold a blade and thrust it directly at the enemy. In order to treat the large number of these soldiers as a legitimate force, it was important to allow them to gain experience step by step. Krische stood up and went to the steel plate behind her. The formations of the 2 armies were drawn by magnetic pieces. She got on the table and reached up and started moving the pieces until the 2 armies were engaged. Galen helped her from the side. The blow to the enemy's morale will be huge. A full frontal assault is a move one will choose because they are confident that they can win. There's no way the enemy would expect this to fail completely, and they will definitely become passive at this point. The initiative is here. From there, we will continue to make every effort to not let go of this opportunity. Krische spun around on the platform with her skirt fluttering, put her hands on her hips, and puffed out her modest chest. She then looked down at the generals and corps commanders, met Bagil's gaze and tilted her head. She followed his line of sight to her skirt. Bagil, what's wrong? No, I was worried that what's under the skirt might become visible. Mew, don't worry, Krische is being careful. While pouting her lips, Krische pinched her skirt as if she was worried about Bagil's words and looked at the generals and army commanders sitting in the chairs. If Krische stood on the platform, it would probably be easy to see from an angle, but her skirt reached below the knees. She nodded, thinking that it wouldn't be seen, and turned her attention back to Bagil. Krische's glad that Bagil is worried, but it's okay. Krische is a proper lady, so Krische won't show any disrespect to men. Yes. Galen, Mia, and the others looked exasperated when they saw Bagil stood up, gave a powerful reply, and saluted with dignity, while Dagra rubbed his temple as if he was tired. Although an extremely talented warrior and commander, he had some character flaws. If he were not in this position, he would be a man who would hang out in bars all year round and mess with the waiters. Krische's move is, of course, to break through the enemy forces that had been disturbed by this. The first to move will be Krische's right wing, Bagil the commander of the 3rd Corps. It will not be difficult against the enemy who has lost the elephants and whose morale has been seriously shattered, right? Of course, there is no commander here who would have trouble with that. Krische smiled at those words. The first step is to make a breakthrough from that point. The first step is to make the enemy think so. The right wing of the Alberinea army, the 3rd Corps. As he gave the order for a full assault, Bagil's mind flashed to Krische's skirt, which was swaying. Those were not the usual boot socks. Not below knee length, but above the knee. Though slender overall, Krische's white thigh was fleshy. The black lace line of the socks that tightened there was beautiful, but what on earth was that? Bagil's sharp eyes didn't miss it. The lace at the top of the sock was connected to a mysterious band that hung down from the top. What he saw when Krische flipped her skirt on that platform was not a mistake. The forward roll that Krische did while throwing the spear earlier, at that moment, he clearly saw the mysterious band extending from the top of her thigh. What exactly was that? It was something Bagil, who had wide knowledge about women's underwear, didn't know about. No, wrong. As expected, that is. He remembered a rumor his wife had told him. Apparently, garter belts were becoming popular among the ladies these days. A new product from Ulrika Sarsburn, a well-known tailor among noblewomen. This was something that overturns the conventional wisdom of sock clasps, and his wife and friends have also told him that even some high-class noble people wear them. Though this is vague information. At that time, he didn't really put it into his mind. He was just impressed that such underwear had been made. However, when he thought about it again, something came to light. High-class noble, it was a vague term, but it referred to those associated with the royal family, in short, Her Majesty the Queen and Krische. And the mysterious band that Krische wore. If you think about it, you could certainly say that it was intended to be a sock fastener. Bagil was now convinced of this. The image of innocent Krische appeared in his mind, and from the name garter belt, he imagined its structure and put it together by wearing it on the inside of her skirt. It was probably tied around the waist, like a corset or something. Simply think of it as a belt with garters and sock clasps. The band pulls up the socks from the waist and secures them in place. Bagil's brilliant mind derived the optimal solution from the small amount of information. He created the entire structure in his mind. A crazy obsession, no. It was just a lecher's mind. Something's the matter. Bagil Sama. Fagran, former commander of the 2nd Battalion of the Crescent Army and currently a battalion commander equivalent to an adjutant under the Bagil's command, asked that when he saw his superior's serious expression and wrinkles between his eyebrows. There's no way he would ever think his superior would seriously think about Krische's underwear in the face of this attack. Both of them were once under the command of Grunmeld. He knew what kind of person Bagil was because he had known him for a long time, but he had no idea he was such a pervert. How to attack and destroy the enemy's camp. He thought he was thinking deeply about that. The situation is like this. There's nothing to think about. Just bring the coward to a bloodbath and it'll be over. No complex tactics were required. Just crush them with morale. It was short-sighted, but in this situation, it would produce the best result. Fagran spoke as a matter of course based on his experience, and Bagil nodded. I know. Krische Sama showed us something amazing. I have no enemies today. Bagil replayed the glimpse of Krische's thigh in his head. Unaware of his superior's intentions, Fagrin thought of Krische and her subordinate, the Black Flag Special Member, and showed a powerful smile. He thought that Bagil was thinking of the same scene as him. Ha ha ha, a man who doesn't get excited when shown something like that is no longer a man. The morale of the soldiers is at its peak. Give them the order. Ah, that's true. Not a man. Let's go. We've got a lot of fun ahead. Rex, give me the spear. Bagil roared as he grabbed the melee spear held by his bodyguard and danced out to the line of battle. And then, a group of Black Flag Special Forces who had cleared away the war elephants and unicorns had slowed down right in front of Centurion Tagil. Centurion Tagil, my corps will take over from now on. All of you, take a rest. Ha. Tagil answered, although he was taken aback by Bagil's appearance that suddenly appeared from behind. However, it is unclear whether he heard the reply. Bagil accelerated in one breath and was far ahead, already in front of the enemy's vanguard. With a single spear that made a roaring sound, he crushed the enemy in front. Listen, you small fry of Gulshan, and your cowardly commander who is cowering behind you. Bagil Sandika will make you regret facing against Alberinea, as if a wave avoiding a rock. Seeing the enemy corps commander just 3 ken away, the soldiers of Gulshan's army who were directly in front of him tangled their legs in fear, or fled to the side to avoid him. 3rd Corps, follow me. Former 1st Battalion commander with deep ties to the Black Century. He was usually a friendly and easygoing man, but in this moment, the spirit emanating from his body was truly that of an unparalleled warrior on the battlefield. He had never thought of him as an ordinary warrior, but when he showed his true spirit, it was like a completely different person. He was a warrior who rose from a private to serve as the right-hand man of the Great Wolf, Grunmeld Varkas, and served as the adjutant of the Wolf Pack, the kingdom's strongest battalion, for many years. Tagil looked at him with great respect and raised his voice, wondering if this is what the man named Bagil Sandika was truly like. He rallied the black soldiers around him and took control of the soldiers so that they could move again under any circumstances. Now that the hunt for the beast was over, the command of the men was in the hands of the valiant Bagil. A roar that seemed like it would burst their eardrums, and then the sound of the enemy lines shattering and screaming. Imagining how big this assault would be, Tagil also lifted his cheeks and moved to Fagrin's side, who was a little behind. Cuckoo, it's unusual for Bagil Sama to be this excited. Be ready to move at any time, young man. Once he becomes like that, you won't know how much more outrageous things will be. Understood. Fagrin, the front is mine. You're in command from behind. Yes, sir. Wave the flag and sound the trumpet. The 1st Battalion in the center moves straight ahead, 2nd Battalion to the left, and 3rd and 4th Battalion to the right. Let's force the enemy to break open. For a battalion of 1,000 soldiers, the basic arrangement is 20 vertical lines and 50 horizontal lines. If a corps commanded 5 battalions, 1 battalion would be left as a spare, so the width of the battle front would be approximately half a RI. The reason why it was made vertically thick by 20 was because of the existence of magic possessors. The presence of magic possessors is a threat in itself, but if among them were some powerful enough to overwhelm others, they could easily break through the thickness of 10 people by themselves. The reason for dividing the centurions into 5 in the vanguard and 5 in the rearguard, as well as leaving a large battalion behind them as a reserve, was based on the premise that such magic possessors would break through. Even if they were to spread out horizontally and take up a position of 10 vertical and 100 horizontal, for example, and take a wider battle line than their opponents and attempt to bypass them from the wings, they would still have the disadvantage of traveling long distance as a fundamental problem. If the wall is broken directly from the front before they reach the enemy's rear, they will be at a disadvantage. This was a conclusion and answer not only for Alberen but also for the battlefields of this world, and the same was true for the Gulshan army. If there are 1,000 people, there will be 20 columns. However, armies were basically composed of companies of about 500 soldiers. The commanders of these companies were directly under the command of the general, who had the authority of a battalion commander that is called War Lion Commander in Alberen and given corps commander authority. If the army was 5,000 strong, one could command 10 companies at most. A good War Lion commander could, in some cases, gain an advantage over the kingdom's 5,000 legionnaires. The ability to freely operate a small force company of 500 allows for greater freedom of tactical maneuver, and a good war lion commander might even be able to gain an advantage over a corps of 5,000 of the kingdom in some cases. However, as tactical freedom increased, commanders were required to have vast information processing capabilities and the ability to derive optimal solutions from countless options. And the more the number of troops entrusted to their command exceeds that number, the greater the burden on them becomes. This could be said to be a military structure in which everything depended on the excellence of the war lion commander. Alberin's army lacks a sense of stability, and its chain of command allows the superior battle lion commander to perform detailed tactical operations, but at the cost of that, the battle lion commander is at the mercy of countless pieces of information and thoughts. If their instructions were delayed, or if they stopped thinking even for a moment, the problems to be handled would rush in like a tidal wave and exceed their limits. This military structure was a deeply rooted problem in the history of Gulshan. In the past, the war lion commander was a privileged class that was only allowed to the noble of the Gulshan kingdom. There was an absolute wall between them and the company commander, and no matter what military achievements a commoner may have, they were limited to company commanders. The Gulshan royal family believed that giving too much power to commoners would inevitably lead to rebellion, and this system was built over many years to solidify the power structure of the royal family, the nobility, and the commoners. On top of that, they treated the nobles generously and sided with them to prevent commoner rebellion. Although that power structure collapsed due to the rebellion of Organ, who was born into the royal family, the military structure has been maintained even after becoming a republic. Based on his experience in the Civil War, Organ felt that the chain of command was problematic and needed to be reformed, but he voluntarily relinquished his authority to make any decisions on his own initiative and assumed the position of vice-chairman. He held the position of commander-in-chief of the Gulshan army, but this power was only entrusted from the Congress. There were many difficulties in reforming the military structure, such as the need to obtain approval from Congress, and on top of that, the position of war lion commander was the most coveted rank for military personnel who were civilians. There was a lot of opposition to having that authority taken away, and the soldiers also wanted to be led by a warlord who was a commoner. Despite some problems, there were advantages, and the problems were not fatal flaws. It is also true that the war lion commander, who was a commoner, defeated the royal family and led the rebel army to victory. Even now, they were able to compete with other countries. In that case, Oregon didn't have the means to directly deny their advice that things would be fine as they were. Military reform always requires a lot of effort. Even if the current score is 70, they won't know whether it would be 80 or 60 after the reform they actually did it. Naturally, many military personnel would prefer to maintain the status quo rather than reform, which had an uncertain future. It is difficult to shake off the idea that they had been doing well up until now, and the fact that they currently have a score of 70 was only seen by Oregon and a few others. The only way to reform is to take time, and even today, they are in the decisive battle against Alberin in their old form. War Lion Commander, the commander of the 7th Central Company, is coming to the rescue. I know. On the left wing of the Elka army against Alberinea, Battle War Commander Laku was spinning his mind on horseback, concentrating on how to overcome this situation. The reason he was positioned in the center of the left wing instead of in the rear of the left wing was because his initial move was a simultaneous assault. In order to be able to quickly sense and deal with whatever movements his opponent was making with that thought in mind, Laku placed himself in a relatively front position. However, the situation was fundamentally reversed. The main premise of being the one to attack disappeared along with the beast, and they were in the worst possible situation of being completely caught off guard and being assaulted by the opponent. Without a doubt, the vanguard would be breached. This position near the front was dangerous, no matter how one looked at it. Depending on the situation and the depth of the battle line, they had no choice but to resist the enemy's attack. The opponent in front of them was less than half of their number, 5,000 at most. However, the vanguard in front of Laku was only 5,000. The rest of his forces were behind him. In this situation, the best option would be to bring those behind them forward, have Laku escape to the rear, and use the depth of the battle line to absorb the enemy's attack. The damage would be great, but it would be the best option under the current circumstances. Knowing the responsibility and value of the War Lion commander on the left wing, it was reasonable to think that he should never put himself in a situation where he could not command and control a situation where he would directly engage the enemy. However, they lost Alcazares, the war elephants and the unicorns in an instant. The morale of the soldiers was on the verge of collapse. If their commander, the War Lion commander, were to flee to the rear, the vanguard would feel abandoned by Lercoux. If that happens, all that would be left is just a mob. It was clear that their current situation of being overrun would change to being slaughtered. The entire left wing was on the brink of a morale collapse. Even though it is the best choice, he couldn't take the choice of escape, the choice of a fresh start. His role as War Lion commander was to inspire his soldiers here. A breakthrough in the center is inevitable. Deploy our troops to the left and right and annihilate the enemy who has broken through. Why yes, sir. A breakthrough to this point could no longer be prevented. If that's the case, then use himself as bait to draw the enemy in. Pincer attack from the left and right, use mobile defense to lure them in and kill them. The enemy's core leader was probably at the front. As long as they could defeat him, they could recover from this situation. Even if that's not the case, if there was enough time for the troops behind him to reinforce the vanguard, they could achieve a temporary stalemate. With this difference in military strength, there were countless options other than fleeing from here. However, in order to do that, they needed a little time to rebuild their vanguard. Therefore, Lercoux took the brave option of pulling out his curved sword and using himself as a decoy to attack the enemy. Get the archers ready to shoot HG. However, it could be said that he made that decision too late. The shock of losing the war elephants in the blink of an eye, Lercoux also stiffened for a moment. And it could be said that that delay resonated here. I see a cowardly commander, who will kill the delicious prey. His eyes were bloodshot and he had a maniacal smile on his face. A man appeared, cutting through the vanguard. The half-plate representing the goddess was smeared with blood. Bagil Sandika, commander of the 3rd Corps under the direct control of Alberinea of the kingdom's central army. His howling voice was overlaid by the cries of a pack of wolves. With the corps leader in the forefront, morale was at its peak, rising to the utmost limit. There was nothing that could stand up to them. The frightened vanguard at its rear line, some even threw down their swords and ran away. Their cries for help were endless as spears and blades skewered them from behind. I rescinded my previous order. Stop them. Lercoux shouted as quickly as he could, trying to call back the troops he had split in two. However, they were confused as they were moving to take a mobile defensive posture. Only a few were able to move at that moment. Immediately after giving the order, the soldiers who were guarding him were still nearby, and there was some distance between them and the enemy. Lacquer thought that he could manage to fend off the assault. Centurion Taggle, cut in with me, ha. Did you hear that? The target is the commander's head. However, the enemy closed the gap at an unimaginable speed. If he had at least run away at this moment, he might have still been able to survive. However, it couldn't be said that it was a mistake. It was true that he had misjudged his opponent, but no one could imagine being attacked by a century, all of whom possessed magical power. Led by the army commander donning the blood-soaked goddess in his chest, the following soldiers galloped faster than horses as well. Surrounding Lercoux were a few escorts, flag-bearers, and trumpeters. And the quick-witted soldiers were able to return in that instant. And in front is Alberinea's hunters. Opponents of the same number or less couldn't even hope to be an obstacle. When approached at point-blank range, they fired their roaring spears in unison. And their spears were magical spears that can kill war elephants and even pierce armor. The men who became the wall of Lercoux, it was now difficult to find survivors. Avoided quite good. Lercoux, who barely managed to dodge the spear at the cost of his horse, also dodged Bagil's subsequent blow. He was a warrior worthy of his position as War Lion commander. He tried to open up the distance by jumping backwards. Gah! But you're not my opponent. But the man with a crazy smile, Bagil easily chased him into a leap and pierced his throat with the tip of his long sword. Half his body in front of the sword, it was the opposite of the Lorca style of swordsmanship. The Zarin style of swordsmanship he had trained in was completely focused on attacks. With his outstanding footwork, he always kept his opponents in range and took the initiative. If there was a momentary gap, what would be released was a deadly thrust that could pierce through even plate armor. In front of Bagil Sandika's sword skills and footwork, honed on the front lines of numerous battlefields, retreating would mean death. When he pulled the sword from the throat, Loku's body fell to his knees like a doll with its strings cut. Bagil mercilessly cut his head off. He didn't let it fall and skewered it as it flew through the air, as if to show off his sword skills. Ha ha ha, what's wrong, Gulshan small fry? The head of the coward who commands you is here. Cuckoo, don't you understand the language of the kingdom? Then he laughed and held his head high above. Well, I'll teach you from now on. I'll make you all suffer the same thing. If you're going to hold a grudge, you should grudge your ignorance for challenging Alberinea. Bagil's followers expand on the breakthrough and exclaim in joy as their own corps commander lifted up the head. At least in the crazy world of the battlefield, there was no one more respected than an outstanding murderer. Everyone here knew that those who steal, crush, and trample on things that should be treated with care in everyday life would bring victory and honor. A world where only the abnormal shine, and Bagil was a beast who loved such battlefields more than anything. The head of the respected war lion commander was exposed, but there was no abnormal person who wanted to avenge his death, at least not among the Gulshan soldiers there. Everyone was frightened and lost their will to fight, dazzled by the beastly nature of the enemy's commander and the black banner on his side. Fagran caught up and looked at his superior with amusement and asked him, Bagil-sama, are you going to break through like this? Bagil doesn't seem intimidating compared to Grunmeld, and he usually seems kind. That was probably why. When he revealed the madness that resided within him, he seemed to be an extremely terrifying being. He was asked by Krische to become the commander of the 4th Corps, and the reason he turned it down was probably because he wanted to see this. He wanted to experience this thrilling feeling down his spine under the command of an abnormal person named Bagil Sandika, a former Wolfpack adjutant. The feeling of a mixture of fear and respect. No, we won't break through. As planned, let's wait for Commander Arjan to make a move. Left he looks toward the center, and his cheeks lift at the sound of roars and screams. There's no need to rush. We'll take a break for a while, prepare for the next, and kill as many of the terrified enemy soldiers here as we can. Ah, understood. Trample them down, is it? That's right. What do you think, Fagran? Don't you think it would be fun? As for me, it's just a side job, but... Black Flag Special Force, Centurion Taggle, looked at the unusual conversation between the two with a puzzled look on his face. Although he was surprised that such a person would be a corps commander, he took control of the scattered soldiers and ordered each of them to take a break. Centurion Taggle, please let Krische-sama know about my accomplishments. Yes, sir. As a reward, I would be happy if she would train my soldiers personally. Ha ha ha, Bagil laughed happily. Taggle once again revealed his respect for his desire to improve by receiving training as a reward. Unbeknownst to him, what was inside his mind was a dancing skirt. Taggle gives him a heartfelt salute. Chapter 182, Crushed Giant. 1 shaku equals approximately 30 centimeters. Jarea Gashia is 8 shaku, approximately 2.4 m. Suiko's height is also the same. 24 koku a day, 12 days, 12 nights, vague. 1 koku equals about an hour, half a koku equals about 30 minutes, small half koku equals about 15 minutes. The situation and the opponent were bad. He has been active on the battlefield for several decades and has cut 1 war lion commander's head and 2 corps commanders' heads. Gal Bilcase was a fierce warrior that no average warrior could match, and that's why he was appointed the leader of the Star, Earth Dragoons, despite being a nobleman. The fall of the royal family and the rise of the commoner. Even though the former ruling class in Gulshan, the nobility, were now drinking muddy water and having their heads trampled on, he was still called the noblest of the nobles and was respected by the soldiers. Character, ability, and fame. With all of these qualities, it could be said that Gar Bilcase was a rare warrior. He saw the war elephants lost in the blink of an eye, and at that moment he was ordering his men to charge with all his might. Although inferior to horses, the Earth Dragon is quick. The outer skin is strong, and is confident that it would be able to ward off attacks from the enemy's black-painted armor, the Magic Spear Hunter, unless pierced head-on. After all, the Earth Dragon is a giant lizard. Compared to an elephant, its size, the projected area of its front and sides is small, and there are not many people who have the skill to shoot a spear accurately. It was hard to believe, but all of them probably possessed magical powers. However, there were only a few soldiers whose skill was remarkable. Other than that, they were superior in power and range to normal javelin throwers, and at least he saw that they didn't have the power to overwhelm these 30 Earth Dragoons. He has the ability to understand the strength of both sides, a skill that should be valued above all else as a frontline commander, and he is excellent in both decision-making and thinking speed. Realizing that the morale of the vanguard would collapse if things continue as they were, and thinking that someone had to take the initiative to prevent this, he immediately began to act. Not just losing one-sidedly, but that in part there's still an area where they were winning in order to encourage the soldiers behind him. If he had even the slightest difficulty, no one would follow him, and the Earth Dragoons he led would become isolated and die. Even after understanding this, he still chose to attack. He was a brave commander of the cavalry and a warrior equal to the role. None of the decisions he made were wrong. It was the best choice he could have made, and given the circumstances, he would have succeeded 9 out of 10 times. That's why it was a tragedy. It's just that the situation and the opponent were bad. That's the enemy army commander. Crush him. Raising his voice as loud as the enemy's roar, Gal Bilcase issues orders to his comrades who have been fighting alongside him for many years. In this situation, he was fearless as he rushed forward at the front because he knew that his courageous subordinates were following behind him. And the reason they have no fear was because they were led by a respected and brave commander. Despite their inferiority, their morale was high. And what appeared before their eyes was a core leader with an excellent physique. The silver tiger's visor was lowered, and a sharp gaze shines through the gap. The full plate he wore was not a thin iron plate, but it was heavy and thick. His running feet cut through the undergrowth, carving deep claws into the earth with each step. Right in front of their eyes, the bravery of the enemy corps commander running at the front. Although they could tell at first glance how powerful the man was, they knew that if they didn't defeat him, they would only die in vain. Ignoring the spears thrown from the enemy's front row, the Earth Dragoons rush forward. HG. There was only a short distance left at that moment. The enemy corps commander took a big step and jumped to the side. The place where he jumped was the head of a rolling war elephant. Using that strong skull as a foothold, the next leap was like a giant stone being thrown from a trebuchet. The steel mass flew in front of their eyes, exceeding their expectations. Twisting his whole body, he released a flash that seemed to crush even space. The echoing sound of the wind made a roaring sound that one couldn't believe was coming from a spear. He easily broke the Earth Dragon's neck, which was thicker than a human's body. Gal could not believe his eyes and jumped back from the Earth Dragon. Even the Earth Dragon's body, which was probably 10 times the size of an average human, was completely lifted off the ground. It was not a spear, but an iron club. It was 8 shaku and 3 ken long, and its entire body was made of steel. The tip of its thick handle had a tip that resembled a thick stiletto. While easily slashing through the monstrous prey, there was no sign of the slightest deviation in its center of gravity. In front of them was Kolki's Arjand. He was an unmistakable monster who was under Alberinea's command and held the undisputed number 1 position. If the reaction had been delayed even for a moment, the spear would have broken through not only the Earth Dragon but also Gal's body. But that was the end of it. A black shadow appeared from the side and accurately cut Gal's head off of his body. Commander Bilcase. His handsome features distort into madness. What peek out his black menere from under his helmet was a delight. He was once a man who rose to the position of general of the Holy Empire simply through his talent. A Rehar jumped to his back as if defying inertia, his whole body flexed. He stabbed the young adjutant in the neck and immediately sent him after his superior. Then, as the first Earth Dragon stopped moving, the second Earth Dragon lost its footing. Fire. With the commander in black armor, Dagra's command, came a storm of magical spears that killed the elephant. The screams of lizards and humans fill the place. There was no mistake in Gal Bilcase's choice. The only unfortunate thing was that one of the 10 was there. What was in front of him was Alberinea, twin swords, and the best warrior in the kingdom. Commander Arjand, please forgive me. I have stolen your prey. Ha ha ha, you're saying so much. If you're apologizing even if it's a lie, why don't you fix your face to match your words, Aleha? Seeing Aleha's cheeks lifted in delight, Kolkis laughed. He should have understood that Kolkis could have finished him off with the next move even if he didn't make a move. Aleha charged even knowing that, and he was a split second faster. Kolkis had no intention of calling him cowardly, and didn't even feel like resenting him for stealing his prey. A win was a win, a loss was a loss. This madness was nothing compared to the all-out military assault that would go down in history. Kolkis thrusts his spear into the neck of a lizard commander, swings it, and throws it into the enemy line. For them, it's just a prey. Something that can only serve as fodder for the next slaughter and fight. The thrown head Kolkis just laughs, raising his visor at the sound of the enemy's screams. Even if it was Kolkis' army, fighting against the beasts for the first time would cause damage. Therefore, they were an elite few. After the Black Flag Special Force kills the elephant, Aleha quickly joins up with Kolkis. Hunt down the remaining beasts before the lines collide and completely demoralize the enemy's vanguard. If they were dealing with a line of battle, it might be tough, but if they were dealing with only beasts, the number was limited. For Kolkis and Aleha, who had been given the Black Flag Force, this was not a difficult task. The beast is now mostly taken care of. I'll take the general's head, Aleha. The problem would be if I got there first. I need to think about how to apologize now. Stop daydreaming. Cuckoo, well before that, let's go test the toy that Krische made. And the reason for killing the beast first was not just to demoralize the enemy. Facing the frightened ranks of the enemy, Kolkis raised his spear and made a circle with its tip. As if in response, after a beat, the sound of a trumpet with a unique rhythm resounded, and several gaps appeared in the advancing battle line. Unlike the right wing, which rushed into the enemy lines with all its might, this center slowed down mid-charge. The reason for this was that there was a vanguard that needed to be released before the battle line clashed. It's the monumental first battle of Jerea Gashia. The 8 shaku tall frame stood out among the soldiers. 12 black figures danced out of the gap that made a metallic sound. Its entire body was covered in heavy armor that would be difficult to wear even for a magic possessor, and their hands were not arms, but gigantic blades. The blade attached to the tip of the elbow was it was more like a blunt weapon than a blade. The thick, sturdy steel was dull in color, ignoring sharpness. Although it was curved, it was a deadly weapon that crushed the human body rather than cutting it. A visor in the shape of a giant pupil was lowered over its head, and a cold blue light was shining brightly from the iron lattice of the pupil. It begins with Alberinea shooting Alcazaris to death from 1 ri away. Then, in front of the black-painted soldier, they lose the beast. The left wing was already pushed in, and what was in front of them were monster-like warriors who were mowing down the Earth Dragon head-on. How many abnormalities have they seen in the short time since the beginning of this day? However, in the eyes of Gulshan's soldiers, the appearance of the black giant that appeared above them appeared to be an abnormality that exceeded them. How could there be a human being with such a huge physique? The 7 shaku tall their general's physique, nicknamed the giant, even then it was 1 head taller. What on earth is that pale glow? The glow peeking out from what appeared to be its head was infinitely inorganic, and the huge blades extending from the elbows of both hands clearly indicated that it was an inhuman monster. It ran with an oddly correct posture, and its behavior was eerie. It was something that even they, accustomed to beasts beyond man, did not know. Some remembered the one-eyed giants of folklore, while others refused to understand, only to urinate at the face of death that they would not be able to escape from. Extreme fear and confusion, its threshold had long since been exceeded. All of the blue eyes flickered at the same time. All simultaneously lowered their posture. They closed the gap at the same time. That speed was like a beast. 12 roars echoed, and 12 blades were swung. The giant swords swung all at once, forcefully tearing apart the flesh with their speed and power, scattering the pieces of the unfortunate soldiers. The popped human body's blood and flesh rained down on the stiffened soldiers. Hi. And then all the rationality that was there collapsed. At first, Elka thought that the enemy's real aim was to break through the left flank, where Alcazaris was located. This was because the enemy's right wing was the first to hit and push. In this situation, the opponent would surely overtake them. In fact, as expected, the enemy easily took out the commander of the left flank, Loku, the Warlion commander. But no. The enemy's real aim was actually in the center. Looking down from the top of the elephant, their huge body was clearly visible. A huge black soldier who reaves the soldiers with ease. The tips of both elbows, its slightly arched curved sword was swung carelessly to the left and right, scattering pieces of meat all over the place. On the left flank, the commander of the Earth Dragon Cavalry, Birdcage, was killed before the Warlion commander, Loku, and without a moment's delay, the Warlion commander in the center, Dalton, was also killed. No wonder. The morale in the center had completely collapsed. Even the back rows had collapsed and were beginning to turn their backs and run away. Even Elka, who had overrun numerous enemy armies with his war elephants and beasts, had never seen anything like it. In less than half a koku after the assault, an army of 30,000 troops was so easily overrun. In particular, the speed of the assault and breakthrough in the center of the enemy could no longer be a battle. It was an imposing march through the enemy. The enemy's objective was not a single-point breakthrough, but a 2-point breakthrough by the center and left flanks. No, that wasn't it. The one corps that the enemy had preserved moved from the enemy's center rear and began forming a battle line in front of their 5,000 right wing. The enemy was thinking of an all-out breakthrough using 15,000 against Elka's 30,000. It was a complete victory from the front. It deviates from the common principles of military tactics. It was madness. However, the enemy from inferiority in military strength, they were already halfway successful. She is definitely not someone you should take lightly. She is not a mere figurehead who is there for political reasons, but an outstanding genius sent to help them win. Don't be fooled by her appearance. An abnormal person who defeated Alcazares from a RI away. Alberinea, he had expected that the army under her command would also be elite. Depending on the circumstances, there is a good chance that it would be breached. However, this situation was beyond his imagination. Neither an advantage nor a stalemate nor a disadvantage. Right now, their initial move, which should have been a surefire victory, was completely ruined, and they were being directly overwhelmed by her small army. Is this scene really real? It was difficult for Elka to accept this because of his long experience on the battlefield. If one looked at an individual soldier, Alberin was certainly superior to Gulshan in terms of equipment and training. The loss of Alcazares and the Beast, the death of Loku on the left wing, could still be accepted. However, that just a small half koku after the start, they were already being pushed towards the main camp. Kasama, Elkasama, a flag indicating an immediate retreat and rendezvous from the main camp is. His adjutant, Nakul, was calling out to him. Elka noticed it belatedly and turned his attention to Oregon's main camp. Oregon had already begun rearranging the main camp with the assumption that the enemy would break through. No, it was not a breakthrough. This was based on the assumption that the right wing commanded by Elka would disappear. What Oregon was trying to assemble was a complete battle line of 20,000 troops, ready for a head-on battle. Not reinforcements. When Elka's left wing was pushed in, there were signs of doing so, but Oregon immediately withdrew it. Probably because he realized that the enemy was going to overwhelm Elka and try to break through the entire army. Thinking that a small number of reinforcements would only die in vain, he was about to form a fully organized line of battle against the entire Alberinea army, which was expected to close in on Oregon's main line. Oregon used the flag to order Elka to retreat immediately. He was telling him to join forces, leading only the 3,000 directly commanded by Elka, cutting off all the remaining forces. It was cold-blooded. Morale collapsed and he lost 2 of his commanders in an instant. The right wing, the only one not in contact with the enemy, was still able to maintain control, but in this situation they were probably only barely holding out. Oregon believed that they should no longer be treated as a fighting force, and was planning to completely discard them once and for all, and begin the battle between Oregon's main army and Alberinea's army. He knew what he meant. He could understand it too. If Elka were in Oregon's position, he would have taken the same action and ordered the same thing. 10,000 soldiers' morale collapsed as they were defeated by the initial attack. He understood the seriousness of losing command and control. It was no longer a military, and the people there were no longer soldiers. It was a mob of over 10,000 people running around in fear. And once it crosses the threshold, it wouldn't not listen to the words of humans who try to stop it. Just as when the levee breaks in a storm, there is nothing to do but wait for it to pass. If he thought about it calmly, he knew what he should do. However, he was not sure if he could withstand his own incompetence of allowing half of the enemies to make a full frontal breakthrough. It was not that he had never been set up by the enemy and failed. He had even been cursed as having a brain no better than that of an animal. He did not consider himself to be particularly intelligent, even since before he became a soldier. Still, even if he was called a foolish beast, he took it in stride. Elka knew it himself. He accepted those words. But never once in his life had he been called a coward. What he lacked in intelligence, he compensated for with courage and martial arts, inspiring his soldiers and fighting through no matter the circumstances. The fact that the bloody giant was known as fearless was proof of Elka's existence. What value was there in him abandoning that? The soldiers are asking for help. If I abandon them, I can never stand on the battlefield again. Elka-sama. What am I? Nakul. The small Nakul looked up at the giant who had risen above the elephant and closed his eyes for a moment. And he speaks with confidence. Elka, the bloody giant. The brave warrior that the soldiers, and I admire. Elka had a smile on his rock-like face and nodded. Messenger, tell His Excellency that I apologize for violating his orders. Elka will not run away and will show you how to rebuild from here. T.S. Yes, sir. The messenger answered in a respectful voice, and Elka looked down at the soldiers below him. This right-wing headquarters will annihilate the center of the enemy as it breaks through. The enemies are also desperate. Even though they may be overwhelming us, they are probably exhausted as well. My elites, you guys can compete more than enough with them. Fight through to crush your opponent's movements and inspire your soldiers. It was not completely reckless. His opponent overturned his forces with morale effects. However, if they could close that morale gap again, they could establish a slight stalemate, even though the situation was at a disadvantage. We can create enough time for Oregon to prepare his battle lines and direct his forces towards us. Even with such a huge difference in morale, breaking through the battle lines can be exhausting. Even if he didn't make it in time and in the worst-case scenario he gets killed here, Oregon would be able to start attacking before the enemy forces that have broken through can recover their posture. If we buy even a little bit of time, His Excellency will turn his army towards us. In that case, the one in danger will be the enemies. Just prioritize buying time. First, we will deal with that fake giant that is an eyesore. Anyone who is not confident in your skills, don't interfere. The black-painted giants were the first to break through the last row in the center. It flails its arms, scattering the flesh of the soldiers. The strange form that overruns them didn't even feel a single piece of fatigue. This is an unusual enemy, so be more conscious of your cooperation than usual. If you pierce it with countless spears, it will stop moving, so bring the spear throwers forward. The emphasis is on reducing the number, and it doesn't matter if some remain. Concentrate and aim. The archers who had been entrusted with them before were barely able to fire their arrows, and were caught up in the collapse of the battle line, scattering and running away. He'd like to avoid a direct collision, but the only means of ranged attack was spear throwers, and there weren't that many of them. However, those 12 creatures, half of them could be crushed. When Elka brought his javelins forward, the soldiers in black armor jumped out from behind the enemy giants, Alberinea's hunters. Waving the crescent skull black flag, Elka frowned. They didn't have any leeway to defeat the enemy giant and stop those black soldiers. He himself should come forward, however. He still had no idea where Alberinea was. In the distance, behind the enemy, the Suiko was yawning at the main camp. There was no sign of her there. It was probably safe to assume that she was somewhere in the mix. It would be difficult to find her from here if her petite body and hair were hidden, and it was dangerous for the General Elka to come forward in such a situation. The deviant who killed Alcazares with a single throw from a single RI. Her swordsmanship was probably equal to that. However, there was no time to watch the battle situation on the elephant like this. The 12 giants rushed toward them without fatigue, leaving behind even the soldiers of the Black Flag behind and rushing forward. Naturally, they fired a volley of spears at them, but all of that was easily repelled by the giant's armor and rolled away. No, there were definitely some that stuck out through the cracks in the armor. However, the giant seemed to ignore everything, and did not even slow down as the spear remained stuck in it, and there was no sign of the pain. There, finally his doubts grew stronger. If that thing wasn't a person, it wouldn't even be a living thing. The javelin throwers lost all their courage and retreated to the rear as if to flee from the monster's ability to attack even those who possessed powerful magical power. The black giant moves in a strange manner with a correct posture, then lowered their posture and takes a big step. Just like before, the blade they swung exploded the blood and flesh of the soldiers in the front row of the main camp. There were also spears fired from soldiers in black armor. He expected to be pushed if they collided, but it was out of his expectation. The soldiers at the main camp maintained their morale under Elka. This 3,000 was Elka's elite. Their abilities were much higher than that of normal soldiers. However, even with these elites, they were not able to defeat that black giant. Elka saw an excellent warrior whose face he knew thrusts his blade through a gap in their armor. It should have killed it, but the black giant didn't pay it any mind. He flings the man's body away as if nothing happened, and slams his blade into the man's rolling body, severing his torso in two. At this point, he was sure. That was definitely not a man. No matter how many times they were pierced by a blade, they wouldn't die. What Alberinea brought onto the battlefield was an immortal monster. The soldiers of the main camp, seeing the hero who jumped out turn into a lump of flesh, a warm wind filled with fear drifted through the place. "I'm going. Get out of the way." There was a danger in coming forward. He knew this was probably a lure. However, he came forward with a steel warhammer in hand because that was the only choice he had. Following the black giant, the opponents, including the soldiers in black armor, were leisurely forming an assault formation. After completely overrunning this giant, he intended to deliver a fatal blow. If they couldn't defeat this giant somehow, they would have no choice but to be overwhelmed by the enemies either way. The giant Elka sprints forward, as if knocking away the frightened soldiers in front of him. The armor he wore had an elephant drawn on it, and its appearance was that of a war elephant. It was the very gallant beast that broke through the battle lines head-on. Blood spray, pieces of flesh, the black giant who wields the giant swords in their arms for slaughter. He dances in front of it, twisting his whole body and delivering the strongest blow he could. HG. However, what exactly was the heaviness that was felt by the giant war hammer? The thick armor torso distorted, but the weight he felt far exceeded that of a human. It was as heavy as if it had been slammed into an elephant's foot. At the same time, I sensed the flexibility inside the armor. It's not meat. It was something softer. It was like layered cloth. Still, the black giant was knocked back by the blow and fell down. When the soldiers saw this, light returned to their eyes and they let out a roar of joy. A mysterious black giant. A mysterious black giant. It's never been so reassuring. However, Elka was not convinced, and there was no smile on his face. Its eyes focused on the fallen giant, its head. Just like the front, there was a visor on the back that resembled an eye. Blue light leaked out from the lattice in the pupil area, and it was still flickering. As if to take revenge, one of the soldiers stomped on the giant body, and the next moment, that soldier's neck was bent in an unexpected direction. Despite its large size, it vividly turned over and raised itself at the same time. The black-painted soldier's javelin came flying at them again. Then, the black giant got up and stepped forward, ignoring the spear that came from behind him, and swung his right blade down on Elka. HG. Elka was still a general and a warrior who ranked at the top of the ranks of soldiers. He dodged it and knocked away most of the javelin. A javelin tore his left arm, but the wound was not fatal. The giant's attack continued. He slammed his warhammer head-on against the left blade, bent the giant's sword, and distanced himself from it. The giant lost his balance, but swung down again with his right sword. The roar of the blade sent chills down his spine, but he dodged it. However, the attack that followed was strange. The giant wielded the broken left giant sword again. There was no need to dodge, but the broken sword was out of reach. Why did he do such a thing? No, this giant probably didn't even notice that his proud giant sword had been broken. Understanding intuitively, Elka lowered its right sword. He dodged the roaring blade, twisting his body and gathering strength without even dodging the next blow. The broken left sword was swung again, but even if he didn't dodge it, it wouldn't hit. Seeing that it was about to be swung, Elka stepped in and released his power. He aims at its head, which looks like an eye. The hammer that slammed into it easily crushed its helmet. The sound of shattering glass echoes through the air, and blue shards and powder fly out from the gaps in the helmet. And then, its huge body crumbled. Magic crystal? Elka looked at the splatter for a moment, then realized what it meant. A magic weapon created using magic crystals. That was probably what Alberinea created. Although he didn't know much about magic crystals, it was a well-known story among military personnel that research into reusing magic crystals as weapons had been actively conducted in the past. General, run away. However, there was no time to bask in the joy of defeating it, or to wonder how something like this was created. The enemy was already close at hand. The enemy giant's weak point is the head, so aim only for the head. Tell that to His Excellency too. He raised his voice. That was enough to tell the soldiers, Oregon and Zalvarg. Even if I were to die here. Ha ha ha, it looks like the general's head is mine. I'll take your life, General Elka. T.S. A battle line disrupted by giants. And Elka was too far forward. The black-painted soldiers, Alberinea's hunters, who were said to be made up only of magic possessor, cut through the disorganized battle lines in one breath. A man who appeared to be the commander was standing in front of Elka. Other than having his armor painted black, he looked just like an ordinary soldier. The black maner of his helmet with cheek pads. His rank is probably centurion or something like that. At the very least, he was not a corps commander or general. However, the scent of a warrior emanates from the way he stands. The young man with a beautiful face was instantly recognized as a warrior. Protect the general, AA. A soldier tried to step forward. His body was pierced by a spear. What appeared from his right was a man with a large physique, although not as large as Elka, and wearing armor shaped like a tiger. The head of the enemy general is mine, Aleha. You should give in to someone older. To think that Corps Commander Arjand is trying to steal the credit because of his age. Stop daydreaming. Things like this are first come, first served. If there was only one opponent, it could have been a good fight. Elka was one of the warriors whose name is famous even in other countries. There was nothing lacking in him to deal with either of them. However, the circumstances surrounding him did not allow for that. Originally, I would have liked to send you off in single combat, but unfortunately I'm also busy. I don't have time to play around with you. I hope you regret making Krische-sama your enemy. As he said that, he pulled down his tiger-faced visor. The two men were talking in the Western common language used in the kingdom and the Holy Empire. Elka, who only knew the Shan language, could not understand what they were saying. But he could understand that the man was smiling. T.S. I won't die for nothing. I'll take one of you with HG. In the middle of a sentence, countless spears were thrown. He immediately dodged it and repelled it. The last thing Elka saw was two beasts approaching him with laughter. Chapter 183, Hide and Seek. Oregon was on the elephant, looking up to heaven and covering his face with his palm. The right wing, the flag had been toppled from its main camp, and on one of them Elka's head was impaled, and the flag was raised again. It was less than half a koku after the war began. Having lost the two war line commander and the general, Gulshan's right wing had completely lost its organizational resistance. Like spiderlings, they had given up on maintaining the line and started running somewhere else. Some fled to the mountains in the east, others ran to the grasslands in the south. Some of the soldiers ran away and tried to join him, and even in this situation, there were brave men who still showed courage to continue fighting under Oregon. However, it would probably be around 3,000 at most. The rest were either unable to leave the battle line and were slaughtered in the chaos, or ran away. It was only natural. Alberinea's conclusion was not a one-point breakthrough, but a complete breakthrough. Gulshan's right wing was completely destroyed head-on. Gulshan lost Alcazaris and all the beasts become Blood Festival. From there, they successively lost the left wing, 2 War Line Commander in the center, and a general. The remaining right-wing War Line Commander was also an excellent man, but the enemy had 1 corps in the rear propel an assault from the left wing, and the corps that had broken through the center formed a siege. The opening on the east side was probably intentional. A complete encirclement would be difficult, and in a desperate situation, the soldiers would be roused to do nothing but fight. However, if you give them hope, soldiers will prioritize their own survival, like insects attracted to a light. The splendid battle lines of the right wing that existed half a koku ago no longer take shape. It had become a melting pot of chaos. It was all about morale. And that was their aim. Oregon didn't notice it and went along with it. Going all out from the beginning, no, 100,000 against 50,000, there was no need for that in this situation. If it had been a simple flat push, it would not have gone this far. Challenging 100,000 with 50,000. Oregon believed that there was definitely a tactical plan. He met with Garca and met with Alberinea, and Oregon confirmed his suspicions, which was why he decided to do everything in his power to settle the matter as soon as possible. But that was exactly why this result was born. The problem wasn't that they had mysterious giants or bizarre javelin soldier. The problem was that in the face of this, they gave their all from the very beginning. And what happened was that the full power assault was overwhelmed and the soldiers suffered an irreversible loss of morale. If they had taken the form of a flat push without thinking, as they always do, the situation would not have reached the point where it did. Then, even if they had lost the initial push, they would have been able to catch it with their thickness and give both Elka and the 2 Lion War Commander time to think. Even if the same result had occurred, Oregon would have had time to take some measures against their defeat. The cause was not Elka or his men, but himself. It was his own decision that caused the collapse of the right wing in less than half a koku. He never lets his guard down and leaves no stone unturned. This idea was the reason for the general Oregon carelessness and incompetence. It was his mistake to think that the enemy could take advantage of him if he was not careful. It was their hope to take their strongest blow head-on. Under his covered face, Oregon lifted his cheeks. Vice-Chancellor? Cuckoo, ha 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 ha. I can't bear it, Zalvarg. Look at that. Alberinea has once again exceeded my imagination, being able to make the right wing disappear so easily. His subordinates, who were in a hurry to change formations, looked at Oregon in fear as he suddenly started laughing. The collapse of the right wing in such a short period of time, he wondered if the situation was so great that it caused him to go crazy. The only ones who remained calm were the veteran subordinates and Zalvarg. Zalvarg frowns and sighed. Zalvarg knew better than anyone that he was a crazy war fanatic. That's disrespectful, Vice-Chancellor. It's not a funny situation. Ha ha ha, how can I not laugh? I've never been this amused in my life, not even when I captured the royal capital. The situation of 100,000 to 50,000 has changed to 70,000 to 50,000, no, 23,000 to 15,000. The clash that occurred on the right wing was nothing more than a complete massacre, and the other side probably did not suffer much damage. There were plenty of clashes that exceeded 10,000 that ended with the winner casualty being less than 100 people and the loser casualty being in few thousands. And if there was such a difference in morale, that's how the battle would end. Despite their fatigue, the enemy had 3 full corps, and on their side, there were elite black-coated troops and about 10 unknown giants. Although there was a difference of nearly 10,000 soldiers, the difference was not as great as the numbers make it seems. In fact, there was a great possibility that the other side would gain the upper hand. Enemy right-wing Garca pushed the initial assault a little, but from there he replaced his soldiers and built a front line without overdoing it. Detouring the leftmost wing, stalling it and preparing for a sustained battle. Garca would hold the line, and Alberinea would finish off the main camp. That was probably the plan. It was not like Garca, but if he made such a brilliant breakthrough, he could not complain. It's only natural, no. It's too clean. Too clean. This battle between the main camp and Alberinea, this shape is too clean. Breaking through the battle line beyond his expectations. Complete collapse of the right wing. Alberinea's initial response was spectacular. One could even say it's perfect. It was a feat that deserves unreserved praise and respect. She must have been aiming for this shape from the beginning. In fact, their advantage had been overturned, and they were at a disadvantage in terms of morale. The right wing had collapsed with half of the enemy in front of it. This situation was causing turmoil in the main camp as well. Their payback would be to let Kalelia finish off Garka on the left wing, but the other side was prepared for a thorough endurance battle. It would take a certain amount of time to defeat Garka. In other words, no matter what happens, they had no choice but to fight under disadvantageous conditions. Alberinea had fully prepared the conditions for defeating them. If Oregon was in her position, he would definitely attack. Looking at this as a battle, it was that kind of beauty that existed in this situation. Everyone would think that this would be the decisive moment. Alberinea would attack here, aiming for my neck. Oregon looked not at the right wing but at the left wing Garka and Kilria. In this situation, Oregon was forced to turn his back to his left wing. No matter how he looked at it, Garka was in no condition to get out of that situation. Normally, that is. Alberinea is the monster who overwhelmed us head-on and created this situation. However, I have doubts as to whether that monster will be satisfied with this level. Do you think there is a giant like that at General Garka's place? Do you think it's impossible? No, it might be something else. Zalvarg thinks with serious eyes and told him, "It's possible. There's a possibility that the real aim is over there. Then. However, we can't allocate any more troops from our headquarters. We can't have too many reserves just in case. We should let General Kilria deal with everything. The reason? Isn't it very possible that their purpose is to us worry about that? In fact, it was not a trick that defeated the right wing, but a straight attack. This situation may be as beautiful as Vice-Chancellor say, but it has already taken shape." Oregon lowered his eyes at those words and nodded, torn while reading the meaning behind each move. The shock was not small for Oregon, and therefore it is very possible that he is too cautious. "Messenger, tell Kilria to prepare for a breakthrough in case the enemy's main focus is on that side. Flagbearer, go ahead and give instructions on defensive formations." Kilria had 55,000 troops, 5,000 in the main camp, 30,000 to hold the enemy, and 20,000 to take a detour. But Alcazaris, seeing the loss of the right wing's war elephant, they must have sensed the danger. The detour of 20,000 was changed to 15,000 to add depth to line facing Garka. Facing Garka were 35,000 and 5,000 in the main camp. In contrast, Garka allocated nearly 5,000 to the rear of the right wing and to the stall of the detour, and 25,000 to the front. However, Garka took the diagonal position from the left wing. Even if there was a possibility of a breakthrough, only one of the three corps of 15,000 in the center and left wing would be able to approach the main camp. Naturally, Kilria understood this, and thickened the front, but if one were to say that this action that Kilria took was a wise decision, they cannot praise it that much. Since he first shaved off his 20,000 detour, Kilria became passive. He gave up the offensive option of forcibly surrounding and crushing the enemy before they could break through. The decision was made too quickly. As a result, Oregon had no choice but to tell them to hold their line and prevent a breakthrough. Oregon would held off Alberinea's attack, while Kilria defeated Garka, and the option of isolating Alberinea and destroying her with both armies disappeared. From then on, while fighting Alberinea's army, he would also need to pay attention to the battle situation in Kilria and Garka. If there was anything that could be done, it would be to divert troops from one side to another, but no matter what, Gulshan was completely on the defensive. The initiative was on the enemies. What if that was the goal? Oregon's brilliant mind presents countless possibilities. And Oregon was troubled by the fact that the Alberinea army succeeded in completely breaking through the right wing, an attack that was impossible in the first place. A general is someone that cuts out the impossible choices from countless possibilities and comes up with the correct answer. However, when dealing with Alberinea, there is no longer an impossible choice. Vice-Chancellor. In the end, war is simple. ? Which one takes the head of the other's general is all that matters. Tactics are just a means to that end. Isn't that so? Oregon widened his eyes and smiled wryly. And nod. Yes, as you said, Zalvarg. If Garka breaks through in this situation, I don't think there's a chance of winning either way. I'll leave the back up to you. Yes, sir. But I understand your concerns, Zalvarg said and looked at Alberinea's army. The Suiko was left behind. Alberinea was nowhere to be seen. There's no doubt that she was hidden somewhere, but why wasn't her existence brought to the fore? If they want to boost morale, there's nothing more effective than her. If the monster that killed Alcazares was going to take the lead, it would be even worse than now. No, the enemy's morale was at its peak at this point. Even without Alberinea coming to the fore, the best results were being produced. There was a strong possibility that she was conserving her physical strength for a collision with this main force. Or maybe because of that small stature he just didn't realize it, but there was a figure of her in the shadow of this abnormal military achievement. Atop the elephant, they looks out over the battlefield from the perch. Although there was a lot of information, there's a limit to a person's attention span. There's also a good chance that he and Oregon simply didn't notice her. The reason Oregon was wary was because he hadn't seen that silver hair since then. It was not even clear when she disappeared from the Suiko's side. Where are you, Alberinea? Zalvarg's eyes flicked across the battlefield, searching for the dancing silver hair. Mew. Still, you were an idiot. Just because the sword is durable, you didn't think about what would happen if the sword broke. It was on top of a tower. Krische spread a blanket under her and lay sprawled there slovenly. She watched the battle through a gap in the breastwork at the top of the tower, while nibbling at her bread, her lips pursed and her feet swinging. When the fight begins and the elephant hunting begins, Krische leaves Galen in charge and begins moving. She leaves the conspicuous Suiko behind and hides in the shadows of Mia and the First Corps and enters Nacria. After that, she watched the battlefield from here while munching on the bread she bought at a bakery along the way. As expected, the Alberinea army annihilated the enemy's right flank in the first move, but Krische complaints were endless. My apologies. I never expected an enemy general to jump out in that situation. Construction team, one of the soldiers with one prosthetic leg, says this while clutching the magic crystal hanging from his chest. He was a soldier whose own Jerea Gashia was crushed by Elka, the secret weapon of the kingdom of Alberinea. He lost Jerea Gashia, who brought revolutionary changes to the battlefield in the first battle. Regret and guilt considering the hardships he had endured up until now, and the weight of the responsibility he has been given, this was not something he could easily accept. There's a look of sadness on his face. Krische already said it was dangerous, Neki. Well, some damage is to be expected. This is the first time you're using Pika Pika, Sparkly, in actual combat, so Krische will overlook it. It's a problem that can be resolved if you fix it. Yes, The entire craft team involved with Jerea Gashia was here. The reason it was placed on top of the tower was to ensure visibility and to use the transmitter Pika Pika, Krische naming. Fundamentally, Jerea Gashia is an autonomous weapon. As per the orders given to it, it would continue to kill the enemy until it was told to stop. However, the problem was the ability to identify friend and foe. For Jerea Gashia, what differentiated friend from enemy was the armor worn by soldiers. It has a very advanced function that records the armor used by Alberon's army and optically reads and distinguishes it, but on the battlefield. There was a possibility of malfunction due to damage to armor, loss of helmets, and various other factors, and the identification of enemies had to be taken to the extreme of all enemies except allies. People who wear custom-made armor, such as Kolkis and Bagil, were memorized in advance, but as far as the Gurkha army is concerned, there was no such thing. If by chance they were to enter the Gurkha army, there was a great possibility that they would try to kill the battalion commander or corps commander who was wearing the custom-made armor. Therefore, it was basically necessary to send instructions from the outside regarding the direction of travel and the direction of battle, and the transmitter Pika Pika was used for this purpose. It was an excellent device that transmits orders by transmitting light of magical power, but there were two problems. One was the obstacles. If the magical power light was completely blocked by some kind of obstacle, commands would no longer be transmitted. At first, there was a plan to attach it to the tip of the staff and accompany Jerea Gashia, but this was rejected because it might kill the operator and there was a possibility that the operator might lose sight of Jerea Gashia. There was also a strong possibility that it would fall into another area of concern. Another problem is that magical power tends to gather near the surface of the earth. Although magical power appears to be irregular, there were some regularities to its movements, one of which is that it is attracted to the ground. Magical energy flies around in the atmosphere on the wind, but as soon as it loses its momentum, it immediately descends to the Earth's surface. Is it affected by gravity, or is there some other reason? Whatever the case, the magical power falls downwards. Considering that the crystals of dense magic power, magic crystals, are basically generated underground, magic power tends to fall to the ground. Especially here on the battlefield. Even though each person is weak, when this many people come together, the magical power generated from their bodies increases the density of magical power, and it may have some kind of influence on the light of magical power. Magical power is inherently unstable in its behavior as it reacts to a person's will, and the light of magical power sent from the transmitter cannot be said to have a large capacity, so it is easily influenced by it. Considering the inconvenience caused by this, it would be better to emit light from as high a position as possible, and that was the reason why this place, the top of a tower, was chosen as the transmitting base. Currently, there are basically no major problems, and if there were problems... maybe we should have them judge it based on the center of gravity, but if we do that, it would be troublesome if the armor peels off. Maybe it's best to have them look at it themselves. It was swinging the arm around without even noticing that the giant sword-in was broken. It wasn't originally intended to defeat a powerful magic possessor. The initial objective was to mow down the battle line. However, the way it died was extremely stupid. If it had been able to assess the situation accurately, it would not have shown such a disastrous situation. It may have held out until Areha and Courtship reached it, and might still be working fine. Krische looked dissatisfied as he grumbled and thought of ways to improve it. The results of the battle by Jalea Gashia are amazing. On average, a single one cut down nearly 100 people. However, that accomplishments were natural to her, the killing machine she had created was only a natural success, and she only focused on its flaws. The cold purple color captures Jalea Gashia standing on the battlefield from a distance, revealing the problems and deficiencies of its current situation. In this short time, they killed 1,000 people with 12 machines, and only one machine was damaged. There was no joy in her extraordinary military accomplishments. All she thought about was how efficiently it could kill more people. The squad leader, Nagel, who was standing next to her, felt something cold run down his spine as he watched her. She was pure, kind, and abnormal. Seeing that the weapon she created had taken countless lives, she was neither happy nor sad, her eyes only staring at the numbers. Manipulating a magic doll with no emotions or life, and taking many lives. The indescribable emotions that Nagel and the others try not to think or feel probably didn't exist in her. If they could win without any damage, she would have no doubts about taking the lives of 100,000 people. To her, life and death on the battlefield were just a matter of deduction on paper. For her, who looks on honor and glory more callously than anyone, even the deeds of heroism are recorded with blood-lettered ledgers. It was precisely because he learned of the suite of the girl who spoke so fondly of the estate, and precisely because he came into contact with her kindness, that the distortions in her that contrasting it became more apparent. For the sake of what she values, she can effortlessly eliminate everything else. In war, she didn't wish for any heroic tales. She would even kill all the people in the world if they got in her way. She has the wisdom to make that a reality. Should he be happy or afraid to be on her side? He looked at his left prosthetic hand and closed his eyes. It was something that Nagel did not need to think about, at least not for him. It hurts to lose a Jalea Gashia, but let's change gears. If you become cowardly out of fear, your comrades fighting on the front lines will die instead. Consider that the transmitter we are holding now contains the lives of our friends. Rather, Jalea Gashia's role is to serve as a shield and brake for the soldiers. The reason she made this was for themselves. Look, a lot of blacks died in the last battle, and Nagel and the other had their arms and legs flying off. But with an artificial soldier like this, even if a limb flies off, you can just fix it, and even if it breaks, you can rebuild it. Isn't this safe? However cruel this weapon may be, He knew her underlying reasons. And she had talent. But that's all. Nagel knew that. Nagel. Yes, what is it? To Nagel, who saluted with loyalty. The displeased girl looked up at Nagel, her brow furrowed. Jaragasha, Pika. Krische, know you were trying to say something nice, but you, the squad leader, have to pull yourself together. Sorry. The sight of Krische puffing out her cheeks and stomping her feet on the floor was endlessly adorable. The enemy's main camp has begun to move. Ah, looks like it. Krische looked back at the battlefield and narrowed her purple eyes. Like before, if you get a signal from Meow Meow or Aleha, or if you get within a certain distance, attack. Yes, If the enemy reserves start making a detour, give a signal from here. Krische will go to Vinthril below. Understood. Krische said that and pick herself up and jumps off the other side of the tower. Neki, act as a signal to Krishsama. Yes, sir. There will be no advisors from here. Be even more careful. Nagel smiled at the reassuring response he received and placed his hand on the transmitter around his neck. Section. Audiobook by Masquerade at Masquerade Audiobooks. Chapter 184, Sage of Malice. It looks like the enemy is wary of breakthroughs. Garka's adjutant Dalcris, who is looking at the battlefield from his horse, in the center of Garka's army, reported. The left wing Alberinea made a tremendous advance. In just half a koku, they completely defeated the enemy's right wing, the army of the giant Elka. Alberinea had boldly stated that they would defeat it head-on. It was true that her idea of defeating the elephant soldiers with magic possessor javelin was a reasonable one, and one that Dalcris and the others could understand, but it was too quick. Dalcris had assumed that it would take 2 or 3 koku to completely break through, and the same would probably be true for other things as well. If they try to take down Elka, the enemy General Oregon would definitely move to prevent it. However, Alberinea did not allow Oregon any time to provide support, and by defeating the enemy General Elka, they completely overcame this and destroyed the enemies that were twice as many. It was an unimaginable breakthrough. The soldiers who survived the Civil War and the corps commanders under their command have the ability, but the biggest reason was probably the giants who tore through enemy lines. Jarea Gashia, Alberinea's secret weapon that was only taught to Dugleen and Dalcris. Its tremendous power was enough to overturn conventional wisdom. The situation was exactly as she declared. The enemy's main force is against Alberinea army, and the Kilria army against the Garka army. However, the enemy right in front of their eyes, Kilria, was not letting his guard down either. Seeing that there was a possibility of a breakthrough by the Garka army, they were building up their strength on the front. He must have sensed it, after all. Oregon is a very cautious man, and so is Kilria. Dugleen looks towards the rear of his right wing. The enemy, which was being moved to bypass the wingtip, had also begun a partial retreat. Kilria was originally thinking of a short-term decisive battle. Pressure on the rear with about 20,000 troops, he probably intended to crush Dugleen immediately. However, after seeing the initial scenario of the Alberinea army being destroyed by war elephants collapsed, Kilria immediately pulled out diversionary forces for defense. Cautious. Kilria was the exact opposite of the decisive Elka. Elka would probably have increased the detour force and aimed for Dugleen immediate destruction. However, Kilria's weakness is that he's a little too worried. Dugleen placed a corps behind his right wing, a reserve of 5,000 men, to prevent the detour. 5,000 against the 20,000 detour. Kilria must have felt that it was too little. So Kilria read it too deeply, and when his initial response failed, he immediately pulled back his detour troops. Probably because he thought their aim was to break through the center at full force. Dugleen had fought Kilria once. He understood the character of the General Kilria. That was why he only needed 5,000 troops to prevent the detour. Assuming that the other party would read too much into it, he responded with the minimum number of troops. In this situation, Kilria's best move would be to increase the detour force. Dugleen had no defense against 20,000 detours, and he had no intention of breaking through the enemy lines from the start. Compared to the Alberinea army, which defeated the elephants head-on, there was not as much of a difference in morale between the Garka army and the Kilria army. The exchange of arrows was intense, and it took a lot of sacrifices and time to break through the enemy's lines. It would have been possible to break through at one point if they pushed themselves, but it would also have been possible for the other side to complete the siege before they defeat Kilria. However, at this stage the enemy has no prospect of encircling us. At that point, Kilria had already lost. The enemy's main camp has begun to move towards Alberinea's army. It's time to start preparing. Yes, sir. I don't know how powerful it actually is, but the enemy is already restless now. It's enough if it surprised them even a little. Dugleen looked at the enemy's main camp, the elephant that Oregon was riding. Rather, this is my battle to begin with. I think it's more enjoyable that way. And Dugleen lifted his cheeks. Elka. The right wing was destroyed. Turmoil was spreading even to Kilria's main camp. Kilria's hopes that he might have somehow managed to escape were in vain, and when a messenger from the main camp informed him of Elka's death, Kilria held his eyes shut. The commanders in the front line were informed that Elka had managed to survive the enemy onslaught and had joined up with Oregon. Alcazaris, the war elephant, and the collapse of the right flank. The situation was clear to the soldiers. There was no way he could convey information to them that would further lower their morale. I never thought that Elkasama would be killed. As long as it's on the battlefield, death can happen to any hero. However, we lost a precious man. The adjutant looked puzzled, and Kilria looked up and shook his head. He took a handful of his long, grey hair tied up, looked at it, and cut it off with a knife. He then scattered the hair as the wind blew. Guess it's farewell to that bald head. It was a stupid play. To make fun of Elka, whose hair was thinned at a young age, he grew his hair to show it off. Now I can't make fun of that bald head again. Kilria smiled bitterly, carving deeper wrinkles on his already wrinkled face. Kilria-sama. Let's just pray that he'll be blessed with hair in his next life. We can soak in sentimentality later. Kilria looks over the elephant to his left wing. Garka's choice was to form a diagonal line with the left wing in front. Inevitably, there was a huge distance between the main camp and the left wing, which was trying to bypass the enemy's right wing. Due to the situation on the right wing, he was worried that the enemy might break through, so he pulled out troops from the detour, but it would take some time for them to reach him. The situation was progressing too quickly. The right wing Elka was broken through at full force. Kilria, who was the first to realize what the other side was aiming for, immediately pulled his troops out of the time-consuming detour attack and tried to create a reserve force to help Elka. Unlike Oregon and Dugleen's reading that Kilria was pulling out his troops to create a thick line against Dugleen, his action was not prudent, but decisive in order to save his friend's life. Having a thick line in front of his main camp was nothing but a result of it. He simply used the reinforcements, which ended up idle there. Kilria had not imagined that Elka's right flank would collapse before the reinforcements could reach him. Should we have sent the main reserve toward them? It can't be helped in that situation. Besides, in that case, Garka might have thought about forcing his way through. The reason why they did not move this left-wing main camp's reserve was because they were concerned that the Garka army would coordinate with the Alberinea army and try to forcefully break through here. The situation in which Dugleen had only allocated 5,000 troops to prevent the detour was a check on this left-wing headquarters reserve, and there was no doubt that he had read too much into it. But he wasn't sure if he was reading too much into it. The situation changed rapidly in half a koku. Which choice was right or wrong? There is no time to ponder about it. The War Lion commander and the general that Oregon brought with him this time. Many were men who survived the harsh civil war. None of them were incompetent, and it could be said that the commanders who participated in this decisive battle were better than average. If only they had the time to think and analyze the situation, they would have demonstrated their abilities to the fullest. What was taken away was not only morale, superiority, and initiative. It was time that Alberinea stole from them. Analysis, thinking, decision-making. The enemy took away all the time they needed. Kilria-sama, the reserve at the main camp, it's Salvag-sama. He moved hum. The battle between the Alberinea army and Oregon main camp of 20,000 began. Flying from Oregon's main camp was Salvag's flag, which had a twin curved sword drawn on it. As soon as the assault was engaged, one wing was diverted to aim at the enemy general. Nothing will change, As usual, the outcome will be either Zalvarg take the enemy's head or Alberinea break through head-on and take Oregon head. It was simple and clear. Time that has passed can't be turned back. The Vice-Chancellor's orders are to maintain this place and strike Garka later. The 5,000 that have just been brought in will remain as it is, and the 5,000 we are returning will be given back to the Vice-Chancellor. We will send it as reinforcement. Yes, sir. Messenger. Originally, the 20,000 used to detour from the extreme left wing were Oregon soldiers. Since they were positioned at the furthest point from the chaos that had occurred on the right wing, their morale was not that low. Even now, Oregon had the superiority in force, and there were also remnants of defeated soldiers from Elka. If another 5,000 were to be added to this number, he would have a significant advantage. He sent a messenger to relay the information that was when Kilria let his guard down. He thought he had finally made up for the lost time. There would be some degree of stalemate between the Oregon main camp and the Alberinea army, as well as the Kilria army and the Garka army. He thought this would give him time to think and made his next move. He believed that his forces still had the advantage, and that as long as they calmed down, they would have a myriad of options. What? Kilria-sama, that. It wasn't the person on top of the elephant who spoke up, but one of the guards standing on the ground. Chem. For a moment, Kilria didn't understand what he pointed out. There appears to be no abnormality in the direction he is pointing. In the first place, it was questionable why he, who was on the horse, could see what Elka, on an elephant, could not see. Above, the sky. And that question was soon resolved. Countless shadows appear in the sky above the fortified city of Nacria. It was a large beast. 30 beasts spread their wings and fly onto the battlefield. Griffin. He had never seen it before. A beast that flies freely in the sky and lives in the northern part of the kingdom. He wondered why it was here and immediately decided that it didn't matter. What matters is why it appeared at this time. There were at most 30, which wasn't a huge number, but he could see them even from a distance. On the griffin's back was a man who looked like a horseman and a soldier in black armor. And among them was silver hair Alberinea and a black flag. Why did she move at this time? It's obvious. This was because Zalvarg and Oregon's main reserve had left the main camp. 30 cavalry at most, and 60 people riding. However, it was probably the most elite of Alberinea. Immediately send the reserves from here to the Vice-Chancellor main camp. Their target is the general head. The moment Kilria saw that, he raised his voice. Does that mean you're aiming for a surprise attack on the enemy's headquarters? The night before the war started, the corps commanders were looking at Krische's plan for tomorrow with serious faces. The feelings of anger that were there at the beginning were nowhere to be found. Completely breaking through the enemy's right wing, her bold words, however, were not completely reckless. It would be brute force to cause a collapse in morale and break through head-on, but Krische had enough necessary conditions to consider it realistically. With the support of Dugleen Garka, who had been shown Jerea Gashia in advance, and his adjutant Dalcris, the army commanders under Garka completely changed their emotions and listened to her talk. And above all, the eyes of the girl filled with absolute confidence. One could say that that purple color coerced them. Vinthral Shorana, hiding under a cloak, entered the tent. The absolute respect that the Kreshorana's chief warrior showed seemed to guarantee that. Well, if you roughly describe the movement of this unit, it would be like that. Roughly speaking, the corps commander who asked the question frowned. At the same time as the battle with Oregon's main camp begins, a surprise attack is launched by 60 elite soldiers. That in itself wasn't bad. Speaking of concerns, the number of 60 people was too small. Regardless of Krische ability, which even has tamed a Suiko, if she flies in the sky, she naturally falls within the enemy's sight. The surprise attack effect will be dampened, and even more intense fire from enemy archers would be expected. On the other hand, the number 60 seemed too small. Yes. As Krische said at the beginning, Corps Commander. The major premise for each Corps Commander is to break through head-on. Krische's movement is a surprise attack, but this does not mean a direct surprise attack on the enemy's main camp, but rather a support attack to break through. Supporting attack. That's right. Your role remains the same. Krische's thinking, just like the left, the right break through the enemy head-on. Looking over at the Corps commander, Krische smiled. In short, this strategy is simple and straightforward. It's a complete breakthrough against 100,000 enemies. Compared to the ground, the wind was blowing a little colder. Fun, the enemy's reserves also moved from the left wing. As expected. Above the battlefield at the head of the 30 griffins, behind Vinthril, Krische smiled as she rode sideways on the hip of his griffin, Ritgund. The enemy's left wing was directing its reserves toward Oregon main camp. The enemy probably believed that the griffin was intended for a direct drop into their main camp. Normally, that's what one would think, similar to the reaction of the Corps commander. 30 knights at most, it was normal to think that what they could do was limited. And on the battlefield, it was the general's role, Krische's role, to overturn that natural. While maintaining their own advantage, turn the opponent's advantage around and take it out on them. Steal their time, confuse the enemy, and kill them without letting them do anything. The battle was simple and clear, that's all. The route. Where the big flag is, we'll aim for the battle line directly in front of General Garca. Krische'll give you detailed instructions again later, so do as you see fit. Ha! Vinthril answered, raising his spear to follow. Then move it and give the signal. Krische nodded with satisfaction and looked behind her. He looked over at Mia, who had a pale face, and her eyebrows furrowed. Mia, you volunteered, right? You're the adjutant, so please be more careful. I know. Don't worry, it won't suddenly fall off. Even arrows won't reach it. It was not like Mia really wanted to join the sky. She just thought that Aleha, who has the ability, would be better on the ground to break through the enemy's right wing head-on. She just thought that Aleha would be able to play a much better role than Mia in assisting Kolkis and Bagil, so she proposed it was. There was Krische here, so no matter what kind of amazing enemy appeared, there was no anxiety at all. Aleha was excessive and Mia was appropriate, that's why. Now, Uzaja-chan, Mia came with me because she didn't want to be separated from me. It's tough being a popular woman. Shut up, idiot, just let Kalua fall, Mia said as she looked down and hurriedly averted her gaze. She had done a lot of cliff descent training, but being in the air with no foothold still makes her feel weak. Naturally, she trained many times to ride behind Griffin, but she was traumatized by falling and breaking her leg while training alone. Fortunately, the fall was relatively low, so she got away with just a broken bone, but at this height. If she fell, instant death was inevitable no matter how she thought about it. Well, anything is fine. Just make sure you don't make any stupid mistakes. Understood. Ha. Well, on the contrary, I feel assured at this height. Even if you fell, I have plenty of room to pick you up. The man carrying Mia speaks in Western Common Language. Since they also serve as messengers, many of them also knew the language of the plains. But I never thought I'd be able to ride with a beautiful woman like you on my back on the battlefield. Feel free to hug me, Adjutant Dono. Baigsan, I don't think you can enjoy the feel of breasts with Mia, you know? Kalua, I'll remember this. Vinthril, who heard this, smiled bitterly and told him, Baig, it's a battlefield. It's okay to laugh, but wait until it's over before you relax. Chief warrior. Krische looked behind her and narrowed her eyes. The people here were veterans of the Black Flag Special Force soldiers who fought through the Civil War. Even if they were a little nervous, they didn't seem to have any problems, and the same was true for the Krisharana warriors. Everyone doesn't seem to be that nervous. All of them are warriors who have experience participating in the Suiko hunt. Even if they don't know the battlefield, they know how to fight. Vinthril answered Krische's words and continued. However, it is true that this is an unfamiliar environment. Like I said, I would like some time to get used to the atmosphere. I see. Take care after we descend. Kurofuyo's support will be enough. Don't push yourself too hard. Lyra is worried too. Thank you. The speed of the griffin flying through the sky was close to that of Suiko running at full speed unless there was a headwind. The destination, the center of the enemy's left wing, Kilria's army, was just a short distance away. Stay at this altitude. There's a wind. Move north about 3 ken. Krische looked below and read the movement of the wind from the slight flow of magical power flowing there and gave instructions. It was not directly above the battle line of Kilria's army, but rather above the central vanguard of Garka's army. From below, she could see enemy soldiers looking up at them, shouting something, and shooting meaningless arrows. Basically, unless one gets very close, arrows wouldn't be effective against the griffin. The griffin flies with 2 people on its 5 shaku shoulder-high frame. The griffin's wings would create a storm. Arrows without any weight would be repelled by the wind. The thing to be wary of was the spear thrown by a magic possessor, but there weren't many people who could throw a powerful spear overhead. Putting aside if it was a mountain with complicated terrain, but the griffin that flies over the plains is invincible. With some distance between them, the griffins formed a double file in the air. Placing it parallel to the battle line, Krische smiled with satisfaction. Her purple eyes captured all the currents of wind within a radius of 1 ri. Mia, signal. Yes. All members, prepare to drop. The soldiers all touched the griffin's side. It was originally a rectangular wooden box attached to the place where a throwing spear would be stored. There were 10 fist-sized round black spheres on each side, and the sparkling magic crystal peeking out from the top. Each of them took out a magic crystal and held it up. After confirming this, Mia turned her attention to Krische again. Krische's left hand, which continues to look down below 5 fingers. 5, 4. As Mia watched it fold up, she shouted, 0. Start dropping. At the same time as the words were spoken, the sound of wooden boxes being opened all at once. Ignition. With that signal, the magic crystal in their hands began to shine. And the blue flickering of the magic crystal was also repeated from something scattered from there. Chapter 185, Virtuous Murderer. Magic crystal is a crystalline body of magical power. Naturally, it itself possessed magical power that was incomparable to ordinary substances. Magic crystals are used for a variety of purposes in this world, such as everlasting magic lights, water conduit pipes, and cooking utensils for heating and cooling, but when used in this way, they're only used as a medium for magic formula. It does not use the magical power hidden within the magic crystal itself, but merely serves as a converter that transforms the magical power the caster has put into various forms. So, how much power can be demonstrated by using the magical power of the magic crystal itself? That was the concept, and Krische had carved out a formula for that purpose. What that formula causes is the collapse of the crystal structure that makes a magic crystal a magic crystal. It was really simple in words. About 1,300 people About 4 people get caught up in one shot. Well, a cheap one will be like this. It wasn't good that they were scattered a little. The angle of the griffin when it was dropped was more slanted than expected. Looking down at the battlefield from high in the sky, the girl said dissatisfied. She and all the other 59 people aboard the griffin watched their results, but not a single one screamed with joy. Everyone was stunned and speechless at the terrible sight. They had received explanations about how to use it, and they understood the phenomena and consequences it caused. However, when they look at the actual results, it was beyond imagination. Seems Krische need to think a little more about the size of the metal pieces. And it doesn't seem good enough against heavy infantry. Well, it's a hastily made product that prioritized numbers. Alberinea narrows her eyes as she calmly commented on the results, saying things like, Krische's glad we were able to take out the Warlion commander. Vinthril, keep moving west. We'll drop the rest on the adjacent battle line. Ha! Vinthril answered in a somewhat stiff voice. He had imagined what a battlefield would be like, and he understood her methods. One-sided, without suffering any damage. That's what hunting is like, and that's what fighting is like. One-sided surprise attacks and attacks from the air, that's how the Griffin cavalry operated since ancient times, and what she did was not at all a deviation from that practice. Even though he knew that, however, he couldn't swallow all the emotions that arose in one breath. Lie. However, he had to accept this as well. Vinthril felt something buzzing in his chest and tried to swallow it. At the very least, that was the war that Alberinea, that equaled dragon, Krische Christ and painted. Although the Kilria army was pushed back, they desperately withstood the onslaught of the Garka army. The destruction of Gulshan's right wing was noticed by almost everyone except those fighting in the front row. The same goes for Dazzle, who was in the back row of the Kilria army's battle line behind War Lion Commander Kenia. Deep down, he wanted to be freed from this fear and to escape, but he remained here because he had no friends who would run away from this battle line. Why did I volunteer for this recruitment? Although he strongly regretted this, he raised his voice and held his heart to respond to the words of the Centurion and company commander. If he had not raised his voice, he would not have been able to stand. The brutal deaths of Alcazares and the war elephants could be seen from there. He could hear the cheers of his enemies and the screams of his allies. Even Dazzle, who was a common soldier, realized that the original plan to crush Alberin with an unprecedented force has ended in failure. The commanders raised their voices and telling Dazzle and the others to not be afraid. He honestly told them that Alberin's army was stronger than they expected, and on top of that, he repeated over and over again to Dazzle and the others that they still had the upper hand. The other party is 50,000 and we're 100,000, remember the difference in numbers. Indeed, as they said, they still had the advantage of numbers. Dazzle desperately tried to convince himself that they had just been pushed back at the initial attack. Despite this situation, the War Lion Commander Kenya in front of Dazzle was showing strong command. On the contrary, he even has the leeway to show his adjutants and guards a manly smile, and seeing that makes Dazzle's fear somewhat lessened. Furthermore, the area in front, the front row, hadn't collapsed, so he thought it might be okay somehow. UG, what hap? Dazzle manages to raise his fallen body and crawled onto all fours. For a moment, he was unconscious. It seems he had been lying in a puddle. Every part of his body ached. The colors faded from his vision, swaying and blurring. He wondered what had happened, and retraced his memory of what had just happened. Up, look up. With such a voice, dozens of beasts jumped up from the fortified city of Nacria in the east. While holding up a black flag, those with good eyesight could tell that Alberinea was riding on it. Everyone thought that they were trying to attack the main camp, and the tension increased. However, riding on flying beasts, they did not head towards the main forces of Kilria and Oregon in the rear, but instead began to form strange formations in the sky above Garca's battle lines. 2 columns in the air, no one knows what their intentions were. After a while, they began to drop countless things, maybe due to the wind. One of them flowed right in front of a squad leader who was standing in front of Dazzle, blowing blue. The next moment, the sound of countless roars echoed through the air. As if sorting through his memory, he recalled what had happened just before, and then searched for the appearance of what should have been there. The squad leader who was supposed to be in front of him was not there. Next, he tilted his head at the sensation that shouldn't have happened. What on earth is this puddle? The ground should have been dry. His right hand feels sticky as he crawls on all fours. It was more of a sticky liquid than water. Touching something soft, he picked it up. His eyes, which had lost their color, finally regained their normal sight. It was flesh-colored, pink-colored something long. It was wet and slimy, and for a moment he didn't realize what it was. If Dazzle was a butcher, then that would be familiar. However, Dazzle wasn't a butcher, and although he knew what it looked like after being processed, it was only as an ingredient called sausage. Hi. What was lying in front of him was the squad leader with a shredded torso. He jumped up in a panic, fell on his buttocks, and waved his arms as he realized the identity of what he was holding onto. However, a part of the squad leader clung to his arm as if entangled in it. With an unintelligible voice, Dazzle's whole body flailed about. Unaware of the simple solution of grabbing it with his left hand and removing it, he continued to scream, spraying blood and intestinal contents all around him. Even when he finally freed himself from it, his body did not stop shaking. The scene from earlier did not return, and he finally turned his attention to my surroundings to see if anyone was there. Most of those around him were either lying on the ground, screaming and rolling around like Dazzle, or laughing maniacally. He could hear voices yelling for them to calm down and get in line, but they were few and far between. When he looked, he noticed that the War Lion commander who was in front of Dazzle and the other was not even there. Even the flag bearers, who if they lose the banner would be considered a crime punishable by death, were seen to have let go of their banners and were crouching, or rather, their hands and feet had fallen to the ground, shredded to pieces. and some of the comrades-in-arms lying around were likewise motionless, either missing a limb or with countless metal shards sticking out of their bodies. Those who got up, like Dazzle, looked around in a daze, as if they did not know what had happened. There was no sound from the battle line in front of them. Some of them fell down like Dazzle and the others, or stopped fighting and looked back at them. The voices of the allies no, not even the sound of the enemies could be heard. No cheers, no battle cries, no screams. The battlefield music of clashing steel was gone from the surroundings. It seemed even more eerie, and he dragged his body backward, urinating from the fright that had arisen. His right hand touched his helmet, and out of the corner of his eye he saw a heroic helmet in the shape of a unicorn. Seeing the helmet of the War Lion Commander, he hurriedly called out to him. War Lion Commander. War Lion Commander Kenya was a veteran who fought through the Civil War under Oregon. He remembered the relaxed smile he had on his face a few moments ago and tried to hang on to it. Wake up. However, the helmet he touched to shake him up rolled away without any resistance. It was not only the helmet, but also the contents, but that was all. The heroic armor was not connected to it, and Kenya's well-groomed, manly face was not there. But what was there was the normally invisible inside of the War Lion Commander. The reason that had just barely kept Dazzle together was broken. The magic crystal's magic power runs out of control, and the explosion it causes scattered the metal fragments all around it. The creator of this simple and straightforward weapon had given it a ridiculous name such as Bonjara, but no one would believe it. It covered a 3 Ken area as its killing range and efficiently spread death, a weapon filled with malice that wiped out part of the battle line in just a moment, leaving it in ruins. At least in the history of war between people in this world, there has never been a case of more instantaneous slaughter than that. The sight was confusing not only to Gulshan's army but also to Garka's army. The force of the death that was unilaterally and haphazardly sprayed over their heads was beyond their common sense. Even the men who were clashing blades directly with the enemy stopped their fighting due to the roar that echoed and the rain of blood and pieces of flesh, and stared dumbfounded at the rear of Kilria's line. They have also heard that they will be supported by Alberinea's new weapon just before the battle begins. Taking that as a signal, they began an assault. The order was to break through the disorganized enemy lines, but even their commanders were unable to give an order for an assault and remained rigid. Again, something was dropped to their west. It emits blue light and made a roaring sound. Human body parts flew up into the sky again, and a red mist and a rain of fresh flesh and blood fell down. It was a scene that completely lost any sense of reality. The soldiers stared at it in shock. What are you doing? A trumpet and a shout sounded from behind. The enemy line is in disarray. Advance. It was the voice of the general who appeared in the front row, Duglin Garka. They regain their senses as they hear the sound of the great axe wielded by that powerful arm. The same goes for the Gulshan soldiers. They finally understood their situation and saw the enemy approaching. Finally, they were allowed to scream and run away. The second explosions, the blood and flesh of the soldiers were scattered. Just like Elka's right wing, some of the soldiers were running away. With a roar, the enemy soldiers thrust their spears at the soldiers whose backs were turned, or slashed them to death. Leading the way was Duglin Garka holding a huge axe. No way, are they? Finally, Kilria understood everything. It wasn't a surprise attack on the main camp with a 1-point breakthrough, as he had originally thought. Overwhelming an army of over 100,000 with a small force of less than 50,000, the enemy's goal was a bold, all-out breakthrough. There was no distinction between right wing and left wing. It was not a question of which one was the main attack or anything like that. Alberinea overwhelms and defeats Gulshan, who doubles the number from the front. This was such a performance since the start. Looking to the aftermath of the war, if they could have carried out such a bombardment, they could have targeted Oregon main camp since the start. That would have won the battle. Even so, they dared to target Kilria's lines in order to obtain a complete and utter victory. Alberinea was not only confident of victory, she even had the room chose the way to win. In the situation of simultaneous invasion of 3 countries, with only a small number of soldiers against Gulshan's full power, Kilria felt a chill run down his spine. It's natural for a commander to aim for a beautiful victory, but who would have imagined that the opponent would even be thinking of something like that in this situation? Alberinea made Elka dead. However, the goal was not simply to break through, but to steal the general from the country of Gulshan. If she then defeated Kilria, and on top of that, Oregon's main camp fell for several decades after the war, she thoroughly crushed Gulshan so that they would not be able to stand against Alberin. Alberinea's role was not to serve as a shield against the simultaneous invasion of 3 countries. She was a sword. It was a blade that Queen Alberin aimed in order to inflict a fatal wound on the country itself. Like hell, I would let you. It was a mockery, a defilement, a trampling. It was a taunt. Kilria and the other would shoulder a stigma even in the far future. The honors and valor they have gained all would be lost. They would be written on an unforgettable record as the hubristic fools who challenged Alberinea. As incompetent people who pride themselves on numbers, they would be laughed at until the end of time. Alberinea, who had been watching the line of battle ahead from the sky for some time, was convinced that Garka had broken through. She then turned toward him and passed over their heads to the rear of Kilria's main line. And at the same time, Kilria screamed as he saw something being dropped from Alberinea and the other beasts in the lead. You can throw down the flag. Everyone, lay on the ground. As fast as he could say it, Kilria jumped off the elephant and laid down on the ground. A countermeasures thought of in an instant. Was that judgment correct? It was half a gamble. That thing from Alberinea intentionally causes explosions. The principle behind it was unknown, and the power was unimaginable considering its size, but it seemed the most effective way to avoid the destruction it caused was to minimize the exposed area. And that was a wise decision. The blue light that directly hit Kilria's main camp scattered destruction, and many of them passed directly above Kilria. Half of Kilria's elite, with their excellent judgment, crouched at the sound of his voice and survived the predicament, but it was a spur-of-the-moment voice. The remaining half of them turned into mute lumps of meat, and died without a chance to display their well-trained abilities. At most 40 of it fell there. The bombs were aimed at the main camp, so in terms of pure damage, the losses were not that great. However, the presence of the flag lost from the main camp along with the bombing was significant, and from the front, the Garka had succeeded in halfway breaking through the battle line. The leeway that existed in Kilria's main camp had now completely disappeared. The piece of metal that stuck through the gap in the armor wasn't a big deal, but... Shit! Kilria screamed when he saw the war elephant he was riding go wild. It didn't have enough power to kill an elephant. However, it was enough to cause countless scars on its body. The elephant panicked at the overlapping sound of the roar and the pain. While shaking off the riders who had managed to survive, it began to overrun the main battle line from the rear. In this battle, the elephant's first and last attempt to overrun the main battle line resulted in the crushing of its allies. The battle lines of the allies were suddenly reaped by the overwhelming violence of the war elephant, which had suddenly bared its fangs. Behind Kilria, the griffin cavalry, including Alberinea, had begun to land with ease. And Alberinea, her silver hair swaying, had already raised her spear in the opposite hand. The movement was so graceful that it could be described as flowing, even though it took only a moment to complete. She charged in earlier than anyone else, closing the gap before anyone else. What was released was, of course, an extraordinary magic spear that crushed even the air. H.G. Kilria-sama, prepared to die when the young girl charged, the brave adjutant Orca saved Kilria. Immediately, he jumped Kilria's unsteady body from the side. Oh Orca! And as he rolled over, Kilria quickly looked over to see that all that was left was his lower body. The entire steel armor burst apart and scattered, sending up a mist of blood from the waist up, and the remaining part of the armor sank into the earth as if crumbling. The spears killed a man, shattered the steel armor, and still did not stop. It pierced the wall of flesh of the soldier in front of Kilria's main camp from behind, and even the fragments of their armor mass-produced death. The lance of the black-painted armor that completely overwhelmed and shattered Elka's initial movement. But that was only child's play in the face of this. The spear that Alberinea unleashes destroys and lays waste to anything that stands in front of it. It was truly a blow of the absolute. A heretic who stares at the battlefield as if she herself is a god. She was the ultimate genius who tramples on all efforts and wills, and looks down on others as if it was only natural. Alberinea was not a word that referred to a person. It was a unique name that signified something that was beyond humans. Protect the general. She unleashed violence, rolled over performing Yukimi, and moved forward with her body as if sinking. A dozen soldiers danced out in front of Alberinea. They were the elite of the main camp escort, who had survived the earlier bombing and had not yet lost their will to fight. However, their contact with Alberinea was fleeting. 3 sword flashes flash, and 3 of them fall, blood spurting from their necks. Silver hair that naturally peek out. Kilria unconsciously pulled out his curved sword. The curved, sharp sword was thin and light for use on the battlefield, but it killed over 100 enemies with it. It passed through gaps in armor without distortion of the sword's line. Kilria, who could be said to be a master of curved swordsmanship, has no prey that was so familiar to him. He took pride in being able to aim for the gaps even if his opponent was covered in armor. His absolute trust in his own sword skills was what allows him to be reckless on this battlefield. I won't let you. In her right hand was a curved sword, and she did not even wear armor, and her cloak draped over her body. Alberinea's long, graceful silver hair is tied up and swept away. No one would snag her cloak, no one would grab her by the hair, much less hurt her. An abnormal person who brings recklessness to a battlefield full of chaos and easily executes it. She was similar to Kilria, but she had even crossed a line that should not be crossed. It was beyond arrogance, it was blasphemy against the opposing warrior. Closing the distance from her from 5 to 3, she swung the curved sword in her right hand in a horizontal sweep. A thin blade, the fastest flash, was unleashed. Kilria matched it with a counterattack from the reverse caser. Alberinea's blade will surely take his own life knowing that, aim after her. Even if his neck was torn open, he was sure to cut her down with his sword and inflict serious injury on her. However, the girl's sword moved strangely. With her next step, she completely crushes the distance, and just before she cut Kilria's head with her right blade, she defied inertia and swung the tip of her sword in the exact opposite direction. Before Kilria's swung blade reaches sufficient speed, she strikes it from the side with the back of her curved sword. She overwhelmed Kilria with her mastery of magic manipulation, imaginary muscles. From her toes to the tips of her fingers. The human anatomy of the body is such that there is always a distortion of muscular strength. The dominant arm can exert 100, but the left arm can exert only 80. Such imbalances always create habits in the human body and further bias the muscular strength. If the swing down is 100, the swing up is only 60, and if the right cleave is 90, the left cleave is 70-80 at best overall. That is, so to speak, the limit of a living being. But for Krische, who controlled her own body entirely with magic, human is like a puppet with only joints. Optimize imaginary muscles for each movement and transform it into the ideal body. For spear throwing, specialized muscles were used. When kicking a person to death, muscles specialized for that. When tearing the flesh of the neck, use specialized muscles. Her body was fluid and constantly reshaped and optimized by magical power, causing every movement she performs to produce 100 results that would otherwise be impossible. Just before she struck Kilria in the neck with the curved sword, she transformed the imaginary muscles that controlled her into the exact opposite and swung the curved sword in the opposite direction. The blade was swung by a force of 100, and the inertia acting on it was defeated by the same force of 100, and before it could overcome its speed, it deflected Kilria's curved sword. And the blade that her left hand pulled out from her waist was also swung with 100 power. Krische's body had already changed into one that could only be used to decapitate Kilria with her left curved sword. Kilria was one of the best swordsmen in this world, one who could be called a master. Although he was not particularly tall, he had long limbs, possessed excellent magical power, and possessed skills befitting the name of a master swordsman. His specialty, reverse caser, was even better than Krische's in terms of its cutting edge and maximum sword speed. At one point over the course of his decades, he had reached the limit of what his body could produce, very close to it. But in front of her, it was just a fact. Even if he could win a sword speed contest at one point, his opponent was someone beyond human who would win at everything else. She observes with her thoughts speed that transcend even time, takes advantage, takes the initiative, makes her opponent's victory disappear, and wins as a matter of course where she can win. Alberinea is an incarnation of unparalleled skill in warfare, and metamorphosed into infinite variety. She was not an opponent that a mere master can defeat, but rather a transcendent who did not even let her opponent step on her shadow. Therefore, the swordsman Kilria had no choice but to watch the reality of his own neck being torn from the middle. There was no surprise at the beautiful monster that tore his neck. The jewel-like purple color was open, and she looked at it inorganically. Then she kicks the body away, without even a drop of the gushing blood on her. She was the only pure thing on the battlefield where flesh and blood is scattered. It was a heresy that untouchable by man, equaling God. It feels similar to when Krische first used it. The weight distribution is very good. Krische brushes off the blood from her left sword, heavy one, and smiled with satisfaction as she looks at the undisturbed blade. It's true that the blade was harder than the light one right sword she's been using, and the wear and tear was minimal, almost non-existent. If it's a simple sharpness, the light one that has completely thinned out was better, but unlike the light one whose sharpness becomes obviously dull after killing dozens of people, if it's like this, even 200 or 300 people wouldn't be a problem. The same was true of the wear and tear on the blade after killing one person, but thanks to its weight, there would be no problem even if the sharpness dulled a little. When she looked behind her and saw Kilria's men who had jumped out as escorts being killed by the Griffin cavalry and Kalua, she thought her job was done. She carefully wiped the two swords with Kilria's dead body's pants and sheathed them. Holding Kilria's curved sword, which had fallen to the ground, she severed Kilria's neck, which had been cut halfway. This one might be quite sharp as well. Should Krische use it for a while? As she said that, she started walking, picked up Gulshan's flag that had fallen to pieces from the blast, and stuck it to the ground so it could be clearly seen by the surrounding area. She grabbed Kilria's head, jumped up and down, and stabbed it in the neck with the tip of the flag. The adorable girl was innocently working on her exposed head. It looks like this. Oh no, maybe Krische should have shown it to Vice-Chancellor Oregon Furt instead. The extraordinary spear that killed Alcazares. Even those was behind the lines and didn't actually witness it, knew who had fired it. She was demonstrating it with her hands earlier. On top of that, she slashed at the enemy's main camp alone, leaving the elite behind, and easily killed the famous swordsman Kilria. Right now, right in front of them, she was playing with the neck of the general who led them. Fear from the Eeriness rose before anger, and instinct forced them to remain still. No one could stop her or move while she did so. It was so natural that it seemed all the more seamless. She was calmly playing with the general's neck in enemy territory, acting like she was preparing for a festival. Bebaster, one of the escorts, who had lost their arm in the explosion and was knocked unconscious, wakes up. He stumbled to his feet and glared at the girl with hateful eyes. Geez. You shouldn't wake up. With the sound of fluent Shan language. Her sharp curved sword vividly scraped the flesh of his neck. The girl then kicks the man's body, causing him to fall. After a moment's delay, blood gushes out, and the girl was not even bathed in blood. They realized that she was simply doing this because she didn't want to be stained with blood, and their body trembled quietly. It was beyond their comprehension that a person could avoid being bathed in blood on the battlefield. Looking at the gaze of the soldiers in the back row of Kilria's headquarters, the girl raised her finger. Krische doesn't particularly like killing people senselessly. The battle here is mostly over, and those who understand should throw away their swords and run over there. Krische pointed his finger toward the west, the sea of trees. If you do that, General Garka won't come after you and kill you, and the same goes for Krische. After the battle is over, Krische promised to treat you as prisoners of war in accordance with the Holy Spirit Covenant. And behind Krische, who said that, the elite in black armor gathered, and above their heads, the griffins were once again looking down at them from the sky. Or maybe the demonstration is not enough yet. The only beautiful girl on the battlefield tilted her head as if troubled, fingertips to her lips. The inorganic purple shone coldly, as if she were a made-up doll. Ahead of them, the vanguard screamed as the Garka charged. Behind them was a mad monster girl. directly under the main camp. No matter how brave the soldiers were, they were only human and had their limits. Wait, don't disturb the formation. The commander, who could not even give orders, raised their voices to avenge the general. The soldiers ignored it, throw down their swords, scream, and run west. The innocent demon purple looks at it with satisfaction, and throws her dagger that she picked up at the noisy centurion's neck. The screams caused more waves. Yuge, what did you say? Krische doesn't like killing people, so Krische won't kill you if you run away. Kalua looked at Krische exasperated and looked at the devastation around. A ferocious bomb, pieces of flesh scattered by javelin, and the head of an enemy general stuck against a flag. Her words were true, but she was an existence that was far from that truth. Usaja-chan is such a good girl, Wani-san, like the fact that Usaja-chan is a bit sick in the head. Moo. Sick. Oh no, I mean Usaja-chan is such a good girl that she looks sick. Mia. I didn't say anything. She killed people mercilessly and cruelly in order to keep the number of deaths to a minimum. She didn't shy away from showing off, she's ruthless, and the efficiency she seek was only based on numbers. She was a virtuous murderer. It was something that should be called a distortion, created by the crazy world of the battlefield. Chapter 186, God's Eyes. That's more than promised, Krische. Even I was stunned. Wearing lion armor bathed in a great deal of blood and carrying a great battle axe on his shoulder, Duglin Garka appeared out of the battle line, smiling happily and tapping Krische on the shoulder. Krische, who didn't want to get stained with blood, immediately jumped to avoid it. Krische thinks it should have been shown to General Garka though. Even so, there is a big difference from actually seeing it on the battlefield. Why do you avoid it? General Garka is covered in blood. Gar. You're such a germaphobe. Duglin looked behind him as he spread his hands in shock. There were no longer any groups around this area that could mount an organized resistance. The Gulshan soldiers had turned their backs and started running away. The enemy's extreme left wing was still alive, but they couldn't seem to hide their confusion at the breakthrough to the center. It was only natural. Gulshan had lost both of their generals. A soldier can only be a soldier if he has a commander. If you lose them one after another, it will be difficult to restore the turmoil of the soldiers. This is because everyone can understand the colors of the flag. Not to mention the soldiers over there who were feeling like they had won the battle, they couldn't easily accept that difference. Victory was now certain. You can tell me more about it later. Bonjara, was it? I'd like you to tell me about that, but that's for later. As planned, I'm heading to Oregon Place with these 15,000. Yes, please. Is it really fine? As expected, stealing the delicious prey after being set up this much is. Krische shook her silver hair and tilted her head. It's not about stealing, the plan like that from the beginning. Krische wants to reduce the attrition of the army, so that's the priority. What a greedless guy. Well, if you say it's okay, I'll move first. Later. Move as you like. Yes. Vinthril. Ha. Vinthril, who was waiting behind, flapped Ritgund in front of Krische. 5 shaku tall at the shoulders, with the body of a lion and the face of an eagle. The wind whipped up by the graceful blue wings becomes a gust of wind with a single flap from the corner of his eye. Duglin catches Krische holding down her skirt, but his interest lies in the griffin's rider. He grabbed his bloody spear and wrapped it in his fur. Although this warrior may be described as lightly armored, he has the aura of a warrior that can be seen at a glance. Vinthril Dono, is this okay? Yes, General Garka. I don't mind what I'm called. Vinthril tilted his head, wondering what he wanted from him. I see. It's fine after the battle is over, but could I have a ride on it? Vinthril immediately understands the intention. Duglin's eyes sparkled like a child's as he looked at Griffin with some kind of envy. I'd like to experience the view from the sky just once. Vinthril smiled bitterly at the words of the sullen man who sounded so embarrassed, thought about it for a moment, and then nodded. As long as Griffin doesn't get tired, I don't mind. Ha ha ha, now I have something to look forward to. I'll serve you my treasured sake tonight. I hope you don't die from the recklessness of this princess. General Garka, Krische isn't reckless. Krische puffs out her cheeks and jumps behind Ritgund. As Krische said, Krische is already tired of the civil war and regal Ave. Krische decided that from now on, Krische will only fight battles that we can win one-sidedly. Clutching a spear in his right hand. Alberinea. A little while ago Zalvarg led the elite 3000 and advanced at the front, aiming to bypass the left wing of the Alberinea army. With the Alberinea army directly in front of them, Oregon's main camp formed a battle line. The left wing was overlapped by Kilria's right wing with its wings bent. The only way to detour was from the right wing, and when Zalvarg went out with the reserves, 30 flying cavalry took off from Nacria. Oregon moved his reserve Zalvarg to attack Alberinea's main camp. She must have been aiming for that timing. It seemed like their every move was being read. No, in fact, it was being read. From the start of the war to this point, Alberinea has calculated everything. Otherwise, this movement would not be possible. With Elka's army immediately annihilated, Oregon preparing for a decisive battle, and ordering Zalvarg to lead his elite troops from the right wing and aim to bypass the wingtips. It was not a decision he had made in advance. It was decided that it had been made just a moment ago. But Alberinea had read all of their movements as if she had foreseen the future. Zalvargsama. Ignore it for now. Just past the enemy's left wing. In the distance, an unknown explosion echoed near Kilria. They didn't understand what that meant. What they did know, however, was that the enemy's aim was not a surprise attack on the main camp by a small number of people. The enemy's goal is to destroy the left wing led by Kilria, a frontal breakthrough by the Garka army and an assault on his main camp. Zalvarg understood this not by logic but by intuition. Alberinea didn't just want to win. She aimed for a complete victory against Gulshan, who was at full strength. Overwhelm it, defeat it, so that it could no longer even stand up. He recalled the girl's inorganic purple color. It was beautiful like a jewel and it had a deep color. The absolute confidence and arrogance that resided there. It was like a child looking down at an insect. He saw her in the royal capital, he saw her in Nacria, and he saw her defeating Alcazaris. Finally, Zalvarg understood the existence of Alberinea. For her, it was just a mere game. The battlefield, where warriors risk their lives, is nothing more than an ant war to her. And she had the power to make it so. Gulshan will just be defeated by one individual, Alberinea. There was no victory. If there was, it would only turn into a mere defeat. If the Alberinea main camp could be crushed immediately, it would at least disrupt the enemy's pace and buy time for a retreat from here. Argent was it. A part of the enemy's left wing and the enemy's main camp was already preparing for a detour. The enemy force in front of Zalvarg was 2,000 strong. But at the front of the line was a familiar piece of armor. In the center of the enemy's line a helmet shaped like a tiger and heavy armor. A military commander who was by Alberinea's side in the royal capital. Perhaps he was Alberinea's close aide. Him being at the forefront was a matter of personality, but it was the right choice. That was definitely the warrior chosen to stop Zalvarg. Then, 2 black steel giants appeared from both wings of the enemy's front row. Leave the center to us. Forgive me, Eric. I'll leave it to you. The flag. The banner behind them flutters loudly. A trumpet sounded, and all the troops were in an assault position. At the same time, the sound of strings resounded all at once. The enemy shoots a rain of arrows. At the same time, Zalvarg rushed toward the enemy in front, the left wing, instead of the tiger armor. Our targets were the 2 creatures that rushed toward our line of battle, the black steel giants. The giant's weakness is its head. Elka's last words were conveyed through the soldiers. He ran diagonally between the lines and raised the spear in his hand. The giant, a blue light flickered from the eyes of his head, and it reacted instantly. The 2 bodies on the left wing moved towards him. Their 8 Shaku physiques were clearly visible as they approached. A gigantic bayonet attached to the tip of the elbow, it was a completely alien monster. Probably Alberinea's magic weapon. The speed, weight, and armor that could be seen at a glance, it was no wonder that soldiers feared it. Its giant feet leave deep claw marks on the earth every time it runs. It would be impossible for an average soldier to even take them on. Even a person with superior magical power could turn the table on them. If you were afraid and kept your distance, if you failed to inflict a fatal wound, you would be killed. Zalvarg looked to his left for a moment. The enemy corps commander was running toward him. Even if he takes his time, he would be killed. It was a gamble. However, Zalvarg believes in Elka's last words and moves forward. Ha ha ha, are you the former shoemaker who achieved so much in battle? I was originally a carpenter, but the truth is, there are many different people in this army. Let's do our best together, shoemaker Zalvarg. Together with this carpenter Elka, for the crazy hero named Oregon. The words of Elka, who risked his life. There can't be any lies in that. The giant swings its right sword. At that moment, Zalvarg stepped forward and thrust the spear in his hand into the iron grate in the center of its head pupil. Letting go of it, he leaps at the same time and moves forward, using its shoulder as a foothold. Twin sword Zalvarg. It was not that he particularly liked to use two swords. If you jump into the enemy to kill many enemies, you will be surrounded by enemies on all sides. It was simply because it was easier to kill multiple opponents with two swords than a single sword. If one sword could kill 5 men, 2 swords could kill 10. With such a simple idea, he simply picked up a sword that had fallen. He had no particular interest in weapons, as long as he could kill his enemies. The one behind him was already swinging its left sword. The giant was unfazed by the fact that his comrade was killed, and his reactions were sharp. Just with that, it was already more than an average threat. Zalvarg slips past the giant as if rolling. He pulls out a curved sword and cuts his neck in two where his head and body meet. As he expected, the feel of the blade was metallic. Zalvarg's sword skills could easily cut through even sheet metal armor, but the joints were slightly thicker. He frowned when he felt the blade spill on the curved sword that had sent its neck flying. It was minor, but this would be the last time this weapon would be used in this battle. In the blink of an eye, he forced the two giants to cease functioning. Zalvarg remained calm as he heard the loud cheers behind him, voices praising his own exploits. All he understood was the fact that with this they could hold out for a while more. And that was their role. Of the 3,000, 2,500 were just decoys, and they understand that. From the elites he brought, 500 camel cavalrymen protruded further from the extreme right wing. It was the 500 that Zalvarg ultimately led. The enemy army commander was heavily armored. He can't keep up with the lightly armored Zalvarg. Zalvarg had no desire to compete with Kolki's Arjand. He had no interest in one-on-1 combat between warriors. All he wanted was the result. Twin Swords Zalvarg was not a warrior, but a soldier. Zalvarg makes his whistle echo across the battlefield. Taking this as a signal, a soldier with a dog jumped out from the right wing. What they bring with them is a trained medium-sized hunting dog, originally one that would target lightly armed skirmishers. It wouldn't be a fatal blow to the enemy, mainly heavy infantry, but it was good for buying time. All they had to do was stop the enemy army commander. Regilius. Yes, sir. A curved sword in a scabbard. Jumping onto the camel brought by the cavalry commander, he received a spear from one of the cavalrymen beside him. What he could see in front of them was the enemy's main camp. At the center were archers. In addition, there were dozens of Alberinea hunters in black armor. Arrows are coming. Spread out, 3 arrows. As expected of the enemy's main camp defense. From the time of their breakthrough to the simultaneous firing, it was fast. No, they read the breakthrough and formed a formation from the beginning. They realized that their main objective was a further bypass by the camel cavalry. At least the commander of the enemy's main camp was not fooled by the Zalvarg leading the way. There was no way for the cavalry to defend against arrows. They could only divide the 500 into 3 sections, widen the spacing between them, reduce the density of the arrows, and hope that it would not hit. That was also what they were prepared to do. In short, all that was needed was to have enough men left to take out the enemy general. Zalvarg always thought simply and clearly. The important thing was not how much damage they would suffer, but whether or not they could take the enemy general's head. On the left Alberinea line against the Oregon line. From there, soldiers in black armor appeared as if seeping out. Each one galloped like a cavalry magic possessors. Of the cavalry divided into 3, the left one was killed by them. About 300 cavalry soldiers had jumped out from behind the enemy's main camp. Of the cavalry divided into 3, the right one was stopped by this. Horses dislike the stench emitted by camels, but it would take some time to break through. The kingdom's cavalry were small in number compared to Gulshan and other countries, but they were strong, with many being magic possessions from nobility. However, they already knew that. From the beginning, the real one was the central 150 team with Zalvarg. There were 3 volleys until they were within 50 ken of each other. Elite archers. They were not afraid of the camel cavalry's charge, and the intervals between their shots were narrow. The aim was also accurate. Zalvarg, out of the thousands of arrows approaching, identified the few that would hit him and used his spear to deflect them. And oozing from the line of archers was black-painted armor. There were 50 of them. A third of the 150 have already fallen. Their spears, perhaps half of them, would be eliminated by it. What they hold in their hands is not a javelin, but a melee spear. However, they carried it easily, as if it was a javelin. And even if they could see the spear thrown by the magic possessor, it was not easy to receive it. Stepping in and taking a stance. 10 of the spears fired were aimed at the commander, Zalvarg. He instantly jumped, and as he watched as the camel he was riding was skewered by countless spears, he charges. What appeared from the front was an old soldier, a man clad in rugged armor. Was he an adjutant or an escort for this main camp? In his left hand he held a large steel spear, and in his right hand he held something spherical. Zalvarg holds the spear in his hand in a reverse hand. The man also released the thing he had held in his right hand. It flashes blue above Zalvarg's head. What was that? Unknown object. He didn't recognize it. A flickering blue light, the luminescence of the magic crystal. Why at this timing? It had some meaning. What happened on this battlefield? The explosion at Kilria's battle line. All members used the camel as a shield, shouted and charged. He gripped the spear that he held in his opposite hand while listening to the explosion that echoed behind him, stepping forward as if carving footprints into the earth, releasing the spear. Concentrating his entire body's strength in his hands, he rolled to his feet as if to kill the recoil. But the man repelled Zalvarg's flying spear. He was quite skilled. Just being able to block Zalvarg's spear from this distance made him no ordinary opponent. He instantly pulled out his right curved sword, not paying attention to what's behind him. Probably dozens of people died. They lost their charging power. But it was not like all of them died. The man on the other side was holding a large spear and stepping forward. It looks familiar. A spear technique used by Empire nobles. But was he injured or had some after effects? His left hand moved slowly, and his center of gravity was slightly tilted away from his core. The thrust was sharp. Dodging it with half of his body, Zalvarg moved to the right, the man's left side. Twisting himself, Zalvarg arched his entire body and released a flash of light. The man also twisted and tried to protect himself with his left arm from the blow aimed at his neck. The man's experience was evident in his judgment. He must have been a well-known warrior, but he already predicted that. Zalvarg intended to cut his neck in half, along with his left arm. However, what rang out was a dull metallic sound. Zalvarg's curved sword, which tore through his steel gauntlets, failed to sever the bone. Before the curved blade could break, he stepped back before the opponent could ink their blade into him. On the inside of the back of the gauntlet, there was no feeling of flesh and bone. It was of the same quality as the giant from earlier. The old soldier fired again, this time with the tip of a sharp spear, and he twisted his body and dodged it. An arrow that flew through Zalvarg's left thigh caused a shallow tear. The person who shot it was an old soldier with long white hair who was holding an arrow on a short bow from horseback. He recognized him. He was the old man I saw at the meeting in Nacria, who probably couldn't use magic. Even so, from a distance of 30 ken, he was able to accurately capture Zalvarg's movements and aimed. Zalvarg-sama. The cavalry commander's voice sounded like a scream, and he pulled back in a moment. A roaring white spear pierced the spot where Zalvarg was. What, sir? I told you not to be reckless. Ha, he seemed like an opponent we need to be careful of. The black armor was stained with copious amounts of blood. He was as skilled as Arjand, and was noticed even from above the elephant. He was the only one who broke through the camel cavalry on the left, carrying his long sword. He must have thought that was enough. In fact, the cavalrymen who had split to the left had been hit from the side by spears and were already half disintegrated. This is the situation. It would be best if you surrender. I heard that you understand Western common language. One opponent stands out. He wondered if he could kill him, and decided it was pointless. He half understood. This was just useless resistance. The earlier attack, if it had ended with the best possible result, it might have been a success. However, they were able to catch it, and on top of that, Zalvarg failed to finish off the enemy's skill. Zalvarg's plan was already a failure when a melee broke out. No, perhaps even from the beginning. From above, a storm was whipped up by a griffin. A shadow descends. Her hands held her skirt to keep it from flipping, and the way she landed seemed weightless and made no sound. Her silver hair flowed freely, and through it her purple eyes shone in the sunlight. Hehe, griffin is nice, it's fast. An innocent voice and a beautiful smile. The one who descended from the sky was Alberinea Krische Christand. You sure arrived early, Krische-sama. I was wondering if I could play a little longer. A surprise attack on the main camo after detour after detour. Anticipating this, the black-painted armor was placed on standby at the rear of the battle line, and the main camp had enough force to withstand Zalvarg's assault for a moment. Krische already said right, Krische will be back soon. Meow Meow has already let him escape, and 2 of the Jaragasha have been destroyed. Krishe'll have to scold them later. Ha ha ha, well, I guess it can't be helped. Considering Corps Commander Argan's performance today, Jaraya. It's Jaragasha. In that short amount of time, Kilria must have been easily defeated. What she held in her hand, without even a drop of blood, was Kilria's beloved sword. For her, everything that happened on the battlefield today was a given, everything was a game within her hands. Her appearance here was also part of her schedule. The girl looked up at the man in black armor, put her hands on her hips and pouted her cheeks. Zalvarg saw this and stepped in half unconsciously. He pulled out the curved sword from his waist and swung it at the girl. The girl, who was full of gaps, glanced at him. While she looked a little troubled, the right sword, the fastest swing that Zalvarg unleashed, she accurately caught the slight dent in the blade and used her curved sword to cut it in two. Zalvarg was already no longer disturbed. The girl who slipped behind him from his Zalvarg twisted his whole body, turned around to the left in an instant. However, the girl already let go of her curved sword and thrust her hand into the ground and twisted her waist. Her left heel broke his unarmored upper arm. She then grabbed Zalvarg's remaining right arm and slammed his tall body into the ground. Stomping on the torso and right arm, she thrust the curved sword on her hip into Zalvarg's neck. GGH. There's nothing you can do about this situation, and you should stop doing things that don't make sense. Krische is much stronger, and Zalvarg-san is much weaker than Kirsch. His consciousness fading from the shock. She held up her fingers wrapped in gauntlets. The girl said, as if she were a child, "You're just a witness to the match." As she spoke, without a shadow of a doubt. Her violet eyes shone as if she were a god showing the natural providence. Krische won the match. Krische Christ and said so. Chapter 187, Heavy Rain. Oni-chan, please don't think anything stupid, okay? I'm fine. It was a notorious noble. Her sister, who was still young, was different from Zalvarg. She was gorgeous and had good looks, that's why she caught the noble's eye, and was ordered to become a servant and go to the mansion. That's what the nobles of the Gulshan kingdom were like. A beast with absolute power, they could treat commoners any way they wanted. The blue-faced sister did not choose to run away with Zalvarg, but went to the nobles as if she had realized her fate. A few years later, she was killed for stealing from the mansion. There was no way his younger sister would do something like that, and according to his investigation, his younger sister was pregnant with a child and refused to give birth, so she was killed. When she tried to run away, she was caught. A common story in reality, it was an ending that should have been obvious. Even so, if it was his clever and good-natured younger sister, she would surely adapt to life in the mansion, and perhaps she could live a not-so-bad life. Her badly handwritten letters always told her that she had a reasonably good life despite the hardships, so he tried to believe that. For the first time in his life, he took up a sword and headed for the mansion. And Zalvarg remembered well the words that man said to him, who was stunned and captured. "I also regret that I did something unnecessary. Cuckoo," your sister cried in a really nice voice. It was fortunate that the rebellion by Oregon coincided with this. On the verge of being executed, Zalvarg was saved by the rebels and decided to continue fighting alongside them. It was not out of a noble sense of mission. It was simply a desire for revenge. He decided to dedicate his life just to kill that man and desperately wielded his sword just for that purpose. If he killed more people than anyone else, he could rise to the top. If he showed merit, he would be selected for an important placement. He cut his way through the ranks, aiming for the head of the commander, and took a number of heads. However, he didn't remember much from that time. Zalvarg was it? I've heard the story. My condolences. What he remembered was cutting into the room where his enemy was holed up. There, he was stunned and saw the corpse of his enemy, who had committed suicide by taking poison. What have I done so far? What is it for? The enemy is dead. Your revenge ends here. When he thrust his sword into the heart of his enemy, nothing returned. He was dead. The man who had toyed with and killed his sister had died without any pain. Without experiencing any of the pain his sister must have suffered. If you want to humiliate the corpse, do whatever you like. If that makes you feel better. Zalvarg did not answer, but fell to his knees, drew his blade, and pointed it at himself. But I won't let you die. The man grabbed his blade and stopped him. Why? You used the Revolutionary Army for revenge. From what I hear, it was my Revolutionary Army that saved your life. Don't you think you owe me a favor? A favor? The man Oregon laughed and grabbed Zalvarg by the chest. In any case, your revenge was accomplished. This is the beginning of your new life, Zalvarg. If you sell that life at a sale price, I'll buy it for now. I don't intend it to be for sale. What? For someone in desperation, you're quite clear-headed, aren't you? He then presses his forehead against Zalvarg, as if challenging him. As the last member of the royal family, I must bring about a world where everyone is equal. Lend me your strength for that. I'm not going to say something pretty like that. Don't worry. Oregon laughed happily and let go of his hand. It's a noble cause, but it's just for fun. It's not like I felt sorry for you or the commoners. I just started a fight because I didn't like his brother and the trash around him. Fight? Yes, I like fighting. I've heard of your many exploits. I thought you were the right man to wield the sword by my side. I'm sure you're not busy now that your revenge is over, so why don't you lend me a hand? It was an absurd statement. There are so many tragedies that happened to you, and it will happen again in the future. But if you cooperate with me, I will reshape this country so that tragedies like what happened to your sister will never happen again. As a side, while I'm enjoying the battle. You're crazy. Cuckoo, you're so rude. But do you think there are any royals who would give up power if they're not crazy? Yet, he had powerful eyes that drew Zalvarg in. Zalvarg, you can die anytime you want. If you still want to die, die on the battlefield rather than here. I will give you a better way to die. Besides, if you committed suicide without being able to kill your enemy, you can't show your face in front of your sister with your chest out, can you? His stubble grew untidy, and he probably wasn't sleeping properly. There were deep dark circles around his eyes. Still, his eyes were as youthful and bright as a boy's. He held out his thick hand, wrapped in gauntlet. This last king of Gulshan, Oregon Daikel Shania, swears by the rain to give you a sure fruit in your life, which you have nothing but regrets about. Zalvarg still didn't know why he took his hand. When he awoke, he was lying on a grassy field. His broken left arm remained splintered, but his legs were bound and his right arm was also tied to his torso. Are you awake, Zalvarg? You sure have been asleep for a long time. When he looked in the direction of the voice, he saw his master sitting cross-legged with his hands tied behind his back. His armor was covered with countless scars, his face was bruised blue, and his nose was bleeding, but he sat proudly. Around him, the soldiers of the kingdom were running around in a hurry. The flag of Gulshan had been lowered, and what was visible was the arrogant kingdom's flag pointing the tip of its sword toward the sky. We lost him. Is there any way to win in that situation? Did I look like a strong person who could defeat Garca and then Alberinea? I don't think the Vice-Chancellor would be able to hold a single match against someone I can't even match. Cuckoo, you're as rude as ever. Oregon looked happy. It's a complete defeat, Zalvarg. Ha ha ha, it was spectacular. You could even call it a refreshing defeat. With this, I will leave my name in history as an incompetent person. I guess. Though you look like you're having a lot of fun. It's not a bad feeling, being overwhelmed when you're going at it with everything you've got. Oregon just laughed. He was, as usual, even more cheerful than usual. The only sound there was a roaring sound. Dugleen Garca broke through Kilria's line, and Oregon moved forward alone, choosing not to take the bait. Dugleen also moved forward in response. The winner was already decided. Alberin had won. This could be said to be just a confirmation of it, marking the end of a decades-long battle. Garca, I'll recognize Alberin as the winner, but I'll kill you. Ha 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 ha. That's the howl of a loser, Oregon. All you can do is bark. I hope you'll be happy with my kindness in keeping you company. The sound echoed by Dugleen Garca was the roar of swinging a great axe. The blunt blade, which compressed the wind and scraped the earth, never stopped, crushing even steel. Oregon, on the other hand, wields a thick sword. The 5-shaku blade was like that of an axe, and when the blade was swung, it cut through all things. There was no sound of steel clashing in this place. If both parties compete against each other's swing, the receiver will surely lose his weapon. Therefore, while avoiding the other's weapon, both sides aim at the other's weapon and try to cut off the other's torso or neck, taking advantage of the opening. The result was a storm of countless wind noises. The earth that had been gouged by the blades was covered with countless scars. It was an even match, but Oregon took the lead. He created a small gap and invited his opponent to make an upper strike, which he avoided. Then Dugleen swung down and slammed the ground with a great war axe, the blade slamming into the steel handle. Due to excitement, the angle was too shallow to cut it, but it was enough to make it lose its functionality as a weapon. The hilt of the great axe was twisted into a crooked shape from the middle. A scream-like noise spread from Alberin's soldiers, but of course Dugleen Garca didn't stop there. Drawing the long sword from his waist, he aimed at the nicked blade of Oregon's large curved sword, which had failed to through the hilt, and struck it with a precise, unmatched swing. The sword was snapped from the middle. This time, there was a shrieking noise from Gulshan's side. Oregon was left with no other weapon than his dagger. I won't let you. However, Oregon shouted and threw the broken great curved sword at Dugleen. A magic possessor, clad in muscle armor all over. His throw was different from a vain resistance. It was a deadly weapon with the power to pierce even a steel plate if it hit. Immediately, Dugleen used his long sword to deflect the approaching great curved sword. Despite his rough appearance, his sword skills were sophisticated. Dugleen, who learned the orthodox swordsmanship of Alberin's royal sword, was able to fully demonstrate the skills ingrained in his body even after giving up his battle axe. However, even though it was broken, it was a great curved sword. If he received it, his stance would collapse, an opening would be created, and then Oregon, like a raging bull, would rush in. His 6-shaku muscular body was wrapped in heavy armor, and he slammed his body into Dugleen's armor. That blow easily knocked Dugleen's body, which could be described as a mass of muscle clad in steel, away for a moment, and he quickly jumped on top of it and slammed down with his right fist. Dugleen instantly twisted his neck and dodged it, but his fist sank deep into the ground. Although he had lost his weapon, he was not powerless. His gauntlets, along with his helmet, could crush the opponent's skull. It was a blunt weapon. Dugleen moved the straight sword in his right hand slightly, causing Oregon to choose evasion. And at that moment, while lying on his back, he slams his left fist into his face. A blow that didn't bear his weight, but a blow that was enough to break the bone in his high nose. Oregon threw his right arm as he was leaning backwards and slammed his gauntlet against Dugleen's head, which had risen slightly. Even though they both suffered concussions, they stood up with a small distance between them. General Garca, what are you doing? A storm rages around them. What appeared was a silver-haired girl, Krische. It's a man's fight, Krische, don't get in the way. No, it's not good. As Alberinea, Krische gives the order, the battle is over. Krische twitched her eyebrows and angrily put her hands on her hips and points above her head. From one of the griffins hung a tall man, Zalvarg, wrapped in rope. What will happen to Krische's promise if General Garka kills Vice-Chancellor Oregon? Krische even went out of her way to bring a witness for that purpose. What an abysmal ability to read the atmosphere. Unlike General Garka, Krische isn't here to play. Halfway through, they were circling in the sky and whistling, desperately appealing to them, but both Oregon and Dugleen completely ignored Krische. Krische glared at Oregon, looking extremely displeased. The detour with your reserves also failed. Krische wins without a doubt. Vice-Chancellor Oregon. Surrender as promised. Our demand is an immediate ceasefire. Oregon looked at Krische's face and looked at Zalvarg, who was hanging unconscious. It was a much quicker conclusion than he expected. He thought Zalvarg would at least keep her until either he or Dugleen died, but it seems he didn't hold out that long. No, everything was fast. The battle was resolved faster than anyone could have imagined. In less than a koku from the start of the war, Oregon suffered a crushing defeat against half the force. If you break your promise, Krische will kill you all. Krische will not take any prisoners, and Krische will destroy everything. Oregon hears the battlefield music still echoing in the distance and shook his head. No, I won't break my oath. I'll comply. And he roared. Supreme Commander Oregon of the Gulshan Army announces, Gulshan and Alberen's soldiers must immediately stop the battle. This invasion marks the defeat of Gulshan, and a ceasefire has been concluded based on the Holy Spirit Covenant. Krische covered her ears with both hands. Even so, the sound was so loud that the steel in her gauntlets trembled. Gulshan soldiers, lay down your weapons and wait for instructions from Alberen. This is a ceasefire based on the Holy Spirit Covenant. Alberen soldiers must stop their hostility toward the surrendered Gulshan soldiers, and any further violence is prohibited. Those who oppose this will be judged by the Holy Spirit. He first announced this in Western Common, then repeated the same phrase in Shan. This was because Alberen was the attacker. After repeating this twice, he sat down and disarmed. He thrust his dagger into the ground. You win, Alberinea. Are you satisfied with this? For now. Krische'll talk to you later. Krische looks around, then signals the griffins above. Then she turned her attention back to Oregon. We'll tie you up just in case. Kalua, please tie him up properly. Ari-sa, yes sir. The problem is that there is no one who can speak Shan. General Garka, do you speak Shan? Oh, I can do it. So I got a chance to ride a griffin right away. Well, the battlefield is wide. Krische will be going around here, so General Garka will go to the west side. Bagil take Mia down and General Garka. After giving a quick command, Krische jumped onto the back of the griffin. Mia, take care of this area. When Keith comes, please leave it to him. Yes. Vice-Chancellor Oregon, that's it. Krische won't marry you since it's Krische's win, but please keep your promise. Vinthril. After quickly telling her business, Krische immediately went up in the air. Next, Dugleen, who was straddling Griffin's back timidly, spoke. Cuckoo, you've chosen the wrong person to marry, Oregon. She's not the kind of woman you can marry just like that. To be dumped on top of a crushing defeat. What a double blow, I pity you. Champiech. Go quickly. Your right wing is still at a disadvantage. By the time I broke through, they were already running away, you know. Okay, fly away. Dugleen soars into the sky, and Oregon looks up at it and takes a deep breath. Vice-Chancellor Oregon, I apologize for the inconvenience. Oh, tie me however you like. The black armor called out to him. He looked at the black-haired beauty and frowned. You're a face I saw in Nacria. Are you Alberinea's escorts? Yes, Vice-Chancellor. My name is Kalua. As you can see, Alberinea doesn't need escorts though. Certainly, it's more like a personal attendant. Do you think it's foolish? Foolish? Kalua asked him back while tying his hands, but Oregon laughed and nodded. Yes, as someone who knows Alberinea, what do you honestly think when you see a general who challenged Alberinea and suffered such a crushing defeat? It's foolish considering the situation and your position. However, if I were in Vice Chairman Oregon's position, I would never challenge her. The female soldier who introduced herself as Kalua answered with a chuckle. Not to mention marrying her after winning with a sword. Oregon burst out laughing at those words. Ah, ha ha ha, I see. It's true, there's no one who can buy that with a sword. It seems I made a mistake in my method. And when he said that, he nodded to himself and looked at Zalvarg, who was taken down from the griffin. I don't mind, but please treat the man lightly. As much as you can while tied up is fine. Yes. Mia. Yeah. Bagil, first aid please. Okie dokie, adjutant. A female adjutant called Mia. He looked at her appearance, which looked like a village girl who came out of the countryside, but didn't look like she was skilled. That's the adjutant, He suddenly realized that he had lost because it was supposed to be so. She's different from me. That girl will create a new era. Oregon narrowed his eyes. Zalvarg straightened up and looked at his master with a suspicious face. Kilria and Elka, all of the people I brought with me were good warriors and commanders. The beasts I brought with me were also the best. Looking at Gulshan's history, it's truly the best lineup, the culmination of who I am as a person. I was confident that I could overwhelm any opponent, no matter who they were. But when you look at it, he looked at the black armor around. Then he watched the black iron giant being slightly stripped of its flesh and being loaded into a cart. Just like when iron tools were introduced in the Age of Bronze, or when battle lines were introduced in the Age of Cliques, this is a new wave of the times. That's probably why I, who led the old generation, lost like this. I'm glad that I was able to see it like this. I don't understand about you since a long time ago, because you don't try to understand. If you close your eyes, you can't see anything. Oregon looks up at the sky. His eyes catch the clouds as the sunlight burns his eyes. Gershon, we are those who seek strong rain. The rain washes away everything and nurtures new fruit. It was a faith that should be called rain worship. It's a harsh land where most of the country was covered in wasteland and desert. Rainy season and storms only visit once a year in such a place. This floods great rivers and spreads rich soil throughout the surrounding area, providing the basis for crops to grow, and it is on this foundation that human life was built. I wanted to see how things that were rigid are broken and reborn. Gulshan means heavy rain, a word that honors its destruction and rebirth. However, nothing has changed. Even though the royal family has collapsed, the parliament treats me like a king, and the people just laugh at the glory of having one. The former aristocrats have become slaves, and everyone is dancing without realizing that their positions have simply been switched. Do you think this will make it any better? No, I have some regrets. If it's like this, I should have just turned into a heavy rain and destroyed everything. Oregon smiled bitterly and looked north. The one where the royal capital of Alberinea is. When I saw the queen who ate that person, who could be described as the epitome of arrogance, I suddenly thought, did I make the right choice? If you think about it, this result is only right. It's probably the difference between those who experienced heavy rain and those who wished for heavy rain. He shook his shoulder happily. Zalvarg sighed, exasperated. The words you speak have always been difficult to understand. Stop acting like an idiot. Talking to myself is not my hobby. It looks like you like it, but what do you plan on doing? Well, I guess they won't kill me even if I go back. In the end, this war was decided by the council, and I might be blamed for the defeat and be forced out of my position for a while, but it's already a given that Alberin will win every war this time. When they see the results, they will understand. The Gulshan Republic Council itself wanted this battle. There were voices like that when the Holy Empire invaded last year, so this invasion would have happened whether Oregon wanted it or not. Naturally, there are voices demanding responsibility for the defeated general, but Alberinea overwhelms and defeats twice as many troops. He didn't think Alberin would make any mistakes against Eldorant and Elsren, and he was sure Alberin would survive this invasion of the three countries successfully. If that happens, they won't have the luxury of cursing Oregon. Nothing will change. We've lost Kilrea and Elka. The Parliament is in turmoil over the release of prisoners, negotiations on compensation, and national defense personnel. I'm the only one who can pull it all together. If I had to choose, that would be it, I guess. If you're going to give up everything now, I'll kill you. Zalvarg said calmly and rolled over. With his legs bound, he has a harder time sitting than he expected. You said you would give fruit to my life, King Gulshan. I still don't even know what that is. Or is this the fruit? Oregon laughed amusedly and fell down on his back. Ha ha ha, you do understand what I'm talking about, you liar. And he looked at the sky with distant eyes. Forgive me, I thought that was a refreshing choice. He whispered. I think it might be better that way. Alberin will cause a storm someday. Maybe it will be more fruitful if we let it get swallowed up by that muddy stream. Only human hands can produce fruit. Someone with a hoe is necessary. Zalvarg closed his eyes at the smell of grass. Perhaps because there was no battle around here, there was no smell of blood mixed in. If you think the people of today are stupid, you can teach them how to hold a hoe. You can teach them how to grow wheat. You should know that. This is what you guys took away from the people after all. He slowly opened his eyes and looked at the clouds. What lies, there were white clouds that cannot be shaken by rain. That lament is something you should do after you've done everything you need to do, Vice-Chancellor. Spring breeze. Gulshan will soon enter the rainy season. And maybe. I'm here because I thought you could do it. Heavy rain falls, bringing fruit. Ha ha ha. Did you fall in love with my personality, Zalvarg? If you say so, I have no choice but to do it. No, to be honest, I think the Vice-Chancellor is a pain in the ass. What I'm feeling now is just inertia. Saying all you want. Well, it depends on how they react. He looked up at the sky and saw a big shadow. First, everything is after the storm has passed, A storm rages, and a girl descends again. Geez, Griffin make the skirt flip, that's no good. Holding her skirt down, she pouted her lips and looked at Griffin. Sorry to have kept you waiting, Vice-Chancellor Oregon. Shall we have a quick discussion? Then the girl turned her purple eyes towards them. Chapter 188, Grey Battlefield. Weapons and armaments will be completely released and handed over to the kingdom. Similarly, Gulshan's horse-drawn carriages, as well as funds and materials used for military operations, all of these did not count toward compensation. In addition, all but a few centurions and those in higher ranks were taken prisoner and detained until a formal peace treaty was concluded between the kingdom and the Republic. The Kingdom of Alberin reserves the right to execute any dishonesty on the part of the Republic of Gulshan, the party that commits acts of aggression that threatens the sovereignty of the Kingdom of Alberin. General soldiers will be returned one after another, but until the return is completed, they will be engaged in civil engineering work at set times according to instructions given by the kingdom. The content was relatively simple and did not make any important points explicit. However, the force was very strong. Just depriving nearly 100,000 soldiers of their equipment and reserves would result in a huge loss of money, and with that much equipment, it would not be easy to replenish it. Moreover, if the commander leading them was taken away, Gulshan would no longer be able to take any action, and that was enough. Alberin, Elsren, and Eldorant were not the only neighboring countries of Gulshan, and in order to restore its defenses, it was necessary to request the return of the prisoners as soon as possible. This was the reason why hundreds of centurions were captured together. Even if soldiers could be recruited, training non-commissioned officers cannot be done overnight. The neighboring countries surrounding Gulshan are all small countries, but they would probably try to cut off their territory, taking it as a blessing in disguise. Alberin then threatens to invade and concludes a treaty based on the results of post-war negotiations with Gulshan. However, these can also be considered as benevolent. It was also possible for the Kingdom of Alberin to mass execute the centurions, company commanders, and above, with random excuse. The reason could be anything, such as acting violently in an occupied city. Following the Holy Spirit Covenant was, after all, nothing more than a diplomatic excuse. Now that it has been attacked by the surrounding 3 countries, it has become a mere skeleton. Even if such punishment was given for appropriate and unilateral reasons, all the countries that would criticize it were now attacking it, so it was too late. The reason they didn't do that was because Queen Crescenta wanted Gulshan to continue to exist. It would be much better to rip off the profits from the economically rich Gulshan for the next few decades through a favorable treaty than to destroy Gulshan itself. Crescenta's hope was to slowly take away Gulshan's national power and make it into a vassal state. On the meadow there was a desk, prepared for the signing of the ceasefire agreement. High-ranking officers, including each side's corps commander and the war line commander, who survived and had their hands tied behind their back, were present as witnesses, with Krische and Oregon sitting in the center. Standing beside them were Duglin and Zalvarg with a brace wrapped around his left arm. The documents are finished. With this, the war between the Kingdom of Alberin and the Republic of Gulshan came to an end, and an informal ceasefire agreement was concluded with the premise of peace. With this, I, on behalf of Her Majesty Queen Crescenta Fana Vera Alberin, Krische Alberinea Christand, solemnly swear in this name that all acts of warfare between the two countries are prohibited and will be observed until the conclusion of a subsequent peace treaty conference. The Vice-Chancellor of the Republic of Gulshan and the Supreme Commander of the Armed Forces, Oregon, also pledge to the reign that will bring forth fruitfulness, as the representative of the Republic of Gulshan agrees to it. The purpose of making the ceasefire agreement in the middle of the battlefield, rather than in tents, as soon as the process of disarmament was complete, was to spread the word. The battle ended in less than a koku. There was no way the soldiers would understand. Some of the Gulshan soldiers stood in stunned silence, while others fell to their knees. Thank you. I sincerely hope that you will fulfill the words written here exactly, and from now on, we will work together to restore peace. Krische smiled, and the War Lion commander under Oregon looked at the girl with incomprehensible expressions. Oregon, Zalvarg, Kilria, and Elka. They mobilized over 100,000 soldiers, accompanied by hundreds of large beasts, and Alcazaris, the Queen of Beasts. The enemies were less than half their number, a battle that can never be lost. Knowing the strength of Alberin's army, they were fully aware of the possibility that they would be forced to struggle, but they were confident that they would never lose. But this is the result. Most of the beasts were lost, and Kilria and Elka were killed in battle. Half of the 12 War Lion commander died, and most of the corpses lying around were Gulshan soldiers. On the other hand, not a single corps commander on the Alberin side was missing, and all of them survived. The necessary information was filled out from the beginning in the documents that were apparently prepared before the war began, and Kilria and Elka, who should have been specially noted as commanders and high-ranking officers of the army if they were to be captured, were not counted from the beginning. They were killed because they were supposed to be killed, and they died because they were supposed to die. This instantaneous victory was created by her from beginning to end. Even life and death were only the result of her choices. There were still most people who could not accept this result, and among them fear and confusion preceded hatred and anger. Not many could easily accept that the outcome of this great battle was not even a battle at all. Not only they, but even the corps commander under Garka's command was bewildered by the too easy victory. The sun had not yet risen to its zenith. It took less than half a day after the battle to conclude a ceasefire agreement. The only people who did not seem disturbed were the corps commanders under Alberinea. They were the only ones standing there with a look on their faces as if this outcome was a foregone conclusion. As if to show that heavenly sword Krische Christand, there has been no defeat since the beginning. I have no choice but to do my best. Alberinea, you win. Yes. Krische will also tell Her Majesty that Vice-Chancellor Oregon's wise decision is worthy of consideration. Thanks to that, the damage to both sides was kept to a minimum. Thank you. Oregon stood up and bowed deeply to the seated Krische. He can already imagine what will happen next. The peace would certainly include conditions for the military power possessed by Gulshan. Gulshan will be forced to seek protection from Alberin from now on. The countries surrounding Gulshan will attack, and they will act as a mediator, cutting off Gulshan's territory on the premise of maintaining peace. The relatively lenient punishment was all a preparation for what would come next. Gulshan would be treated like a vassal state of Alberin for at least the next 10 years. It was easy to imagine how Alberin, which gained such military power in the period shortly after the Civil War, would gain weight and develop over the next 10 years. It's only been less than a year since Queen Krische and her sword, Alberinea, took center stage. In that short amount of time, Alberin had undergone so many changes. Unless Elsren and Eldorant deal a severe blow, Alberin would not stop. It would be no wonder if they surpassed even its heyday where it once dominated the continent. This victory is great. Once this war is over, there will be nothing that can stop you and Her Majesty the Queen. Krische hoped so. If all the neighboring countries think that they are no match for Alberin, then the world will be at peace, and that's all that matters. Krische smiled and stood up. She was small, about as tall as Organ's chest. Then Krische won't have to come here and can spend her days cooking at the estate. Vice-Chancellor Oregon, if you're going to go to war, please go to another country. Silver hair shimmering in the sunlight. The smile on her fairy-like beauty was endlessly beautiful. Next time, Krische, we'll cut off your head. Only the jewel-like purple eyes were inorganic. Cuckoo, I'll keep this in mind, however, it becomes even more of a shame. ? I would definitely like to have you as my wife. Are you still saying that? Krische won, so it's invalid. Her lips pouted, her hands on her hips. Oregon laughed, and Dougline glared at him exasperated. You sure don't know when to give up. That's not a line from a dolt with a bloody nose. I don't want you to say that, Garca. I lost to Alberinea, not to you. Mage, this is just the bark of a loser. Attention. Instantly, Krische covered her ears. The war between the Kingdom of Alberin and the Republic of Gulshan has now been called a ceasefire. Those of you who still cannot accept it, from now on, follow my instructions and rejoice in the fact that you have your lives. Dougline howls to the sky in Shan. If you do not rebel, if you do not turn your blades against me, and if you are willing to be taken prisoner, I will provide you with food and drink tonight. When the war is over, we will not have to kill each other, and I pledge to treat you as fellow human beings in the name of Dougline Naka Dogarinia Garca. A powerful and heroic voice echoed through the sky. Rejoice for the lives, mourn the dead. At this moment, you are freed from military service and the battlefield, and allowed to return to being human. Thus ended the Battle of Milhiria. The moon was rising high in the night sky, a night where the brightness of the stars fades over a grand bonfire. Lined up were the tents of the Alberinea army and the sounds of a noisy party. At the edge of the crowd, Krische was talking to Vinthril. Krische, don't mind you leaving tomorrow, you know? Griffin is fast. No. I want to be careful. If there is an information blockade, it would be better to arrive there early and get some rest. It was predicted that a spy from the Kingdom of Eldorant would be lurking in the southwest city. This was to learn about the progress of the war in the south. The Alberinea army will leave the rest to Garca and the 20,000 people in the rear and depart here tomorrow, but it was important to deal with such spies carefully in order to make the most of the situation and create the conditions for a strategic surprise attack. With Griffin's speed, it was quite possible to anticipate the spy, and there's no spy that can escape from those who can monitor them from the sky. While the Kingdom of Eldorant was concentrating on the battle west of Kingdom Alberin against Felworth Keithreton, it would be attacked from the flank and rear by a surprise attack by the Alberinea army. Besides, today's battle wasn't so bad that I felt tired. I don't feel like shouting about victory like them. Vinthril told Krische that, a distance away from the lively banquet. Krische looked at him troubled and said, "Is that so?" and took a breath. "Dargries, is that okay?" "Yes, I don't mind that, but, just like Vinthril Dono, I haven't been doing anything in particular since I came here. I was just having too much free time." Roland's former spy Dargries, a man with a face that lacked any feature, has a smile on his slightly aged face and opens his hands in a playful gesture. Even if it's easy to dispose of a spy is still a spy. It would be best to have the eyes of a seasoned spy to read their movements. He and the few people he brought with him will accompany Vinthril and others, and together they will monitor the situation. Depending on the information you get, we will give you additional rewards. Only after the war is over though. Yes. I'm sure these guys will be motivated as well. I've brought all the talented people I know. Krische looked at the men coldly. Everyone watched this battle. No one could look down on Krische's young appearance. Well, it doesn't seem like they're bad. It seems like you've been doing a good job so far, so Krische has high hopes. Thank you for your words. We will be getting ready. Yes. Dargries and the others walk ahead to join Griffin and the others, and Vinthril tells the other warriors to go ahead first as well. When Krische tilted her head, Vinthril simply looked straight at Krische. What's wrong? No. I would like to talk a bit. He then turns his gaze to the hole dug in the battlefield. Most of the dead had already been thrown into them. There were parts where I was surprised that this was actually a war. This was Vinthril's first time at war. How was it? It's not something fun. He answered honestly and Krische nodded. Krische doesn't like it either. After a hearty meal of elephant meat, a very satisfied Suiko, Krische beckons to Gururun. Then she jumped on top of her and patted her on the back, making her sit down. Even after achieving such a brilliant victory, improving efficiency isn't boring, but it's much better if Krische doesn't have to do it in the first place. But even if you say that, there are still people who will attack you, so wouldn't it be better to let them know that Krische is really strong, enough that it prevents them from attacking? Krische leans down and leans her upper body down onto the Suiko. Her silver thread-like eyelashes swayed as she savored the warmth, and her eyes narrowed. If they understand that no one can beat Krische, if they understand that no one can beat Alberin, then there will be peace. So, if Krische needs to do it, then Krische will do it unilaterally and completely. To prevent the next million people from attacking, Krische will make a blood festival of 100,000 people. The light of the moon reflected in her purple eyes, giving them a vague glow. This time, Krische had promised Vice-Chancellor Oregon at the beginning, so this was the end of it, but Krische was actually planning on crushing him. That way, there will be no hassle later, and Gulshan will understand and afraid of Krische. Krische doesn't really know if this was a good thing or a bad thing. The moonlight that deceives the humans' hearts. Looking through those eyes, it seemed even more crazy. Was it because of her beautiful appearance or because of her childlike appearance? Remembering the image of the girl being pampered by a servant, Vinthril closed his eyes. I'm sure your battlefield doesn't have the brilliance that our ancestors risked their lives for long ago. One-sidedly and efficiently. There was no need for heroes on the battlefield she created. After seeing the results of that bombing, Vinthril understood. It was not used because it was not needed, but there was still a reserve of it in that situation. As she said, if she set her mind to it, she could have annihilated the enemy army of 100,000 men in less than half a day. It was not a battle, it was a slaughter, a massacre, and she easily turned 30 griffins into weapons of massacre. Ruthless and cruel. She killed and wounded nearly 3,000 soldiers as she flew overhead, without ever putting their well-trained arms to the test. And in the future, the weapons that she, the heretic, will bring to the battlefield will change the nature of warfare. She is a dragon in human form. Everyone who saw her had no choice but to bow down and look up to her. She was a being who, in her wisdom, could stand alongside even dragons. As a warrior, I thought about what I should do. However, there was no point in doing anything. What kind of battle will she show on the battlefield after showing such strength? She far exceeds Vinthril and the others' expectations and imaginations. It was so easy that they're even afraid of it. No matter what kind of process it follows, even if it doesn't have any brilliance, at least, there is no doubt that a battle is like that from the beginning. No matter what, we will do our best to achieve the peace you desire. Krische doesn't really understand, but, Krische's happy to hear that. Like a girl, the dragon in human form laughs. Crescenta also said that she would like to deepen the relationship with Krische once peace is achieved, so Krische hopes we can become friends soon. Yes, me too, the bottom of my heart. Well then, Krische-sama. Yes. Please be careful. Lyra is worried. Bowing to her smiling face, Vinthril turned his heel. Was it right or wrong to seek brilliance on the battlefield? Looking at her, he felt a strange feeling, as if something he had believed in had become vague. He just looked up at the moon floating in the sky. Chapter 189, Birdcage Queen. Morning comes early for Crescenta Alberin, Queen of the Alberin Kingdom. Tarsama, Crescent-sama. Let me sleep a bit more. When the sunrise was still coloring the sky, she felt a gentle rocking sensation. Her eyelashes flutter happily in the warm cozy blanket, and then she closes them. Yes, please rest well. She went back to sleep once again. A maiden's desired daily life. Slovenly, lazy, no, that's not true. Her young body was forced to do harsh political work and mental labor every day. It is natural law for the body to seek rest and sleep. Her body instinctively sought a deep sleep to relieve its own overwork, but it was a sleep that was far too deep. This deep sleep made it difficult for her body to return to its active state, and her body needed to take a very unique pre-waking action known as gradual awakening. Yawn, every time I look at it, I think this is too sloppy. Wouldn't it be better to stop? Come on, Crescenta, it's morning. No. Celine, exasperated, poked the blissful-looking Crescenta on the cheek. Crescenta turns her back as she is pecked. Foo-foo, don't bully her, Celine. Crescenta-sama is tired. That's right, I'm tired. It was a soft, limp voice. There was no reason. Crescenta grabbed the pillow in front of her and hugged it. Seeing that, Berry chuckled and patted her on the head. The softness returned to her strong face, and she began to sigh in her sleep. You're always spoiling her, geez. Both Krische-sama and Crescenta-sama always overworked their brains after all, so I'm sure being a little sloppy helped them maintain the balance. She put the blanket back on Crescenta's shoulders. Apparently, she was not happy that Krische and Berry both woke up early, prepared breakfast and had tea together. She was the one who suggested that they should wake her up as well, but now it had become a routine for them to have Berry wake Crescenta lightly once so she can go back to sleep once again. She actually woke up better when Berry didn't do this, but for some reason she also felt grumpy. Although she didn't say it out loud, it seemed that she really liked being woken up when her mind was still blurry and being cared for and pampered while she was still in a daze. The first time I saw her, I thought she was a little bit lazy, but it was also endearing when she thought of it as Crescenta's selfishness, remembering she wouldn't obediently let herself be pampered unless there's an excuse for it. Oju-sama, you should also take it a little slower. You don't have to follow me every day. Once I wake up, I can't go back to sleep. I guess it's surprisingly refreshing to wake up at this time. In her nightgown, her lithe body arched and stretched, her golden hair swaying freely. Even as she spoke, her eyes looked a little sleepy. It was still sunrise. Celine usually wake up a little later, but lately, since they've been sleeping in the same bed, she ended matching Berry's early rise. That said, that doesn't mean she could do the same as Berry, and just some moment ago, while Berry was changing into her apron dress, she was just lying down and watching in a daze. Celine, like Krische and Crescenta, wasn't very strong in the mornings. I wonder, will it be better once I get used to it? I'd be lying if I said I didn't feel sleepy. Well, Oju-sama, try applying magic to every corner of your body, even to the fingertips. Body enhancement? ? Celine did as she was told, moving her magical power throughout her entire body, building imaginary muscles. A little tingly sensation ran through her body and she moved her body slowly. I feel like if I do this, especially when I wake up, it makes me feel a little less sleepy, probably because I use my brain. How is it? Yeah, it might be a little nice. The feeling of being lethargic when you wake up is a physical thing, so if you get into the habit of moving your body with magic, it will make the mornings a little easier. Shouldn't you have told me about this a little earlier? Celine rests her hands on her hips, glared at Berry, and sighed. I learned this naturally a long time ago, so it might be a bit tiring until you get used to it, and I'm a little worried about teaching it to the old Celine-sama. Berry smiled bitterly, as if troubled. And since Krische-sama and Crescenta-sama do this normally, I just forgot. Krische and Crescenta aside, I think I understand why you're better than me. Celine looked down at her magical muscles forming even on her fingertips. Although Celine was clearly superior to Berry in terms of simple explosive output, Berry's was closer to that of Krische's, smooth and delicate. For example, magical muscles are difficult to use in daily life, like writing or throwing with the opposite of the dominant arm. But it was probably because they have refined even the trivial parts. I'm really glad you didn't aim to be a soldier. If you did, I might have been dying of inferiority complex by now. Personality-wise, I'm not suited for it. I have to be as strong-willed as Oju-sama, Gatushu-sama, and Wani-sama for that. I don't have that kind of thing. The only thing you lack is self-esteem, Berry. You're no more strong-willed and stubborn than I am. Celine pinched Berry's cheeks with both hands. Well, if you say so, I guess I'll just accept it. Fufu, servant-san, would you mind getting me a change of clothes? Geez, okay. As usual, I'll run a little and train. Please make breakfast that I can eat in my room. I have some documents left over. Understood. Berry picked up the pants and shirt that had been prepared on the shelf. Training clothes that absorb a little sweat, they were too modest for a marshal to wear, but it was early morning, and in royal territory. There's no one who would find fault with it. I'll be back at night, but I'll be a little busy during the day, so I'll just have lunch there. Also, I'll borrow Elvina. Yes. In that case, how about I put some snacks for lunch in the basket? I have a talk with the Versler firm at lunch, so they'll probably invite me to dinner. I'll just have breakfast. Ah, but could you prepare something for Elvina? Celine said all that while taking off her nightgown and putting on the pants and shirt. Lately, Celine's schedule had been packed from morning until night. The fact that she looked strangely cheerful was the flip side of her anxiety. She must have packed her schedule on purpose. She was anxious if she wasn't doing something. Understood. Well then, have a good day. Yeah. See you later. That feeling, Berry understood it very well. Berry made breakfast, and a while later and Elvina woke up and joined her. The two of them prepared meals and set up the dining room, while Elvina fed the horses, and tasted the breakfast and prepared hot water in a pail for Celine, who came home sweating. After completing the various preparations and returning to the room, Crescenta's appearance changed. Crescenta's body, which had been with its back to the door, was now facing the door. Her eyelashes opened sleepily as she hugged her pillow and then closed it, the second stage of awakening, dozing Crescenta. She moved her lips and looked a little displeased as she acknowledged Berry's entrance, then closed her eyes and flipped her body around, turning her back. This was a state that required careful attention. This was just a pose that says, I'm tired and want to sleep, and her fatigue has completely recovered. She has a lot of energy and is hungry, but she was in a special state where she's lazy and couldn't be bothered to wake up. If she left her alone in this state and said, you must be tired, please take some more rest, Crescenta's moodiness level would increase as time passed. It's not that she didn't want to get up, it's just she didn't want to get up alone. And how she woke her up was important. The degree of difficulty in handling dozing Crescenta changes internally depending on the previous day's political affairs and schedule, and the ability to discern this could be said to be the highlight of a servant's ability. Berry Argan, the kingdom's best servant, slowly closed the distance between them, so as not to provoke her, and as she approached her bed, she stroked Crescenta's hair as if he were climbing on top of the bed. The flow of magical power, the body enhancement had already been applied. She intended to wake up. Crescenta was calmly stroked by Berry. This was a reaction with a difficulty level of medium or lower. Of course, there is a possibility that the difficulty level is high, but Berry can tell from yesterday's schedule and situation that the possibility of that happening is small. Crescenta-sama, it's almost time for meal. I'm tired. That's a problem, actually. I put locura pie in the oven. If I change the time, it will get a little cold. Locura pie? Yes, this is Crescenta-sama's favorite locura pie, with plenty of honey. Crescenta's response was akin to that of a dog's ears perking up. Berry narrowed her eyes. If the difficulty level was assumed to be medium or higher, she appeals to her voracious appetite. After a good night's sleep, nearly half a day had passed. Crescenta's body was in strong need of nourishment. Unlike Krische, she wasn't fond of snacking before breakfast, so Crescenta has a strong appetite in the morning. If she stimulated that, Crescenta wouldn't be able to resist the cravings that overflow from within. Please excuse me. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Berry slipped her hands behind Crescenta's knees and back, lifted her up easily, and sat down on the bed, resting Crescenta on her lap. Crescenta glared at Berry as she hugged the pillow, but she did not run away from the embrace. She needed it to be as if she was forcibly dragged out of her bed by the rude servant. I didn't say I was going to wake up. Didn't you hear me? I'm tired. She didn't let go of the pillow. It's medium difficulty. If the difficulty level is low, she would throw away the pillow the moment she picks her up. The key point was whether or not she let go of the pillow. Yes. How about we just have a meal for now? It doesn't seem like Crescent-sama have any plans this morning, and since Crescent-sama is going to take another rest after eating, I'd really like you to enjoy some of Locura pie while it's warm. Crescenta played with her pillow, giving a thoughtful look. It was already decided in her mind. It was just a show. After a while she threw her pillow on the bed and tried to escape from the embrace onto the bed. This was also just for show. Berry suppresses her by hugging her from above, blocking her movement. What are you doing? No, my body just, my apologies. You're the worst kind of servant to go against your master's wishes. I'm not in the mood for a meal at all. My. Crescenta grabbed Berry's arm and hugged it tightly, rubbing her body against her while criticizing her for a while, and after a while, she seemed satisfied. Sigh, no matter how much I say it, guess you don't have the brain to listen. I guess I can't help it. I'll eat. It's a pain to even walk though. She was implicitly ordering Berry to pick her up and take her. It's not that I'm a glutton, but since you're desperately asking for it, I have no choice but to get up and eat. Crescenta was a creature that places great importance on such pretense. Fufu, yes. Well then, can you please excuse me? Is it really worth asking now after all your rudeness? You should understand more how awe-inspiring it is to be allowed to touch the queen's body in the first place. Even as she said that, she twisted her body and made slight adjustments to make it easier to pick her up. By this time, Crescenta's sleepy eyes had opened wide. The transition to awakened Crescenta was completed, with her cheeks relaxing as her complaints dripped down. Berry smiles at the sight of the usual Her Majesty the Queen. Afterwards, in the dining room, Berry was seated right next to her and it was time to enjoy it. Crescenta ate her meal, saying, "It's not bad, it's all right," the highest praise for Berry. After Celine and Elvina went to work, she followed Berry around and began to give guidance on managing the mansion. Fufun, the vase I polished is much prettier. Do you realize how much you usually cut corners? It's not just a matter of numbers. My, it's true. It's very beautiful. If possible, I'd like Crescenta-sama to show me an example for this table as well. Can't be helped. It wasn't free time, it was her duties as a fine queen. It would be a problem if the queen's servants were incompetent. As her personal attendant, Berry would be brought along with her on diplomatic and other official matters. Her incompetence was a problem related to Crescenta's own class and dignity, and considering her own situation where she has no choice but to use even such incompetence, it is inevitable that the role of educating her would fall to Crescenta. This was because Berry was in the position of being the head servant of the Crescent family. She was the head of the servants, correcting the servants' arrogance. That she was in a position to be taught and not teach is something that Celine, who is rough and sloppy, and her unfortunate Wani-sama, who was being deceived by Berry, couldn't do. There is no other choice but for Her Majesty the Queen to give guidance directly. Fufu, I think I'll go do the laundry next time. Is that okay? Don't tell me you're going to have the queen of your country do your laundry. No, of course nothing like that. I just want to see the figure of Her Majesty working. After that, I think I'll take a break before making lunch. Actually, while I was making breakfast this morning, I was also baking cookies. You haven't even worked much, already taking a break. Well, it's fine, I'll finish it quickly. I'm also exhausted from teaching you. Crescenta was by no means free. Once the tea party was over and the woof-woof Crescenta mode was over, it was time to cook. A relatively simple dish with spicy mutton soup and herb-grilled chicken. When cooking with Crescenta, there were many dishes like this. Crescenta was as genius as Krische was, even if she remembers the basics of handling materials. The basics are profound. Experience is required to adapt the application to suit the condition of the ingredients. Fufu, that's right. Let's cook the chicken over low heat until the skin becomes crispy. Now, what should we do next? Please don't make a fool of me, it's fine if I just white it down right. Yes. As expected of Crescenta-sama. There was nothing that required more experience than simple earthenware. The temperature controlled by the magic crystal, the change in the color of the meat itself, the sound and aroma of the oil. The optimal degree of grilling must be determined from the experience gained from various factors. No two ingredients are exactly the same. Just as the wise commander Elugaferin said that the secret of tactics was to deploy and withdraw forces according to the situation, the secret of cooking was to adjust firepower appropriately according to the situation. Berry watched Crescenta with a smile, stir the soup slowly and enjoy the aroma. Berry narrowed her eyes, glad that her sense of smell remained strong, and looked at the color of the soup, checking the state of the meat and vegetables. Crescenta, who had become impatient, silently stared at Berry, who chuckled and took a small plate of soup, and handed it to Crescenta. Crescenta took it with a displeased look on her face, as if it were something poisonous, and took it into her mouth. It tastes weird. She looked at the soup in a panic and searched at the pot. Did I put something strange in it? Did I put in the wrong amount? She then turned her attention to the seasonings she in and recalled it from memory. That's a lie. Crescenta-sama, please stop teasing me. I'm surprised. This is revenge for earlier. Crescenta smiled happily when she saw Berry caressing her chest. Crescenta then reached out to touch Berry's cheek, and her face turned serious. Crescenta just looked at her with her purple eyes. You don't get angry, do you? Why? ? Usually people get really angry when something they value is belittled. If Wani-sama and Celine were watching, I'm sure they would be very angry. And yet you just laughed. Is cooking really that important to you? A cold, inorganic glow that seems to be observing her, as if peering into her, or perhaps as if it's a mirror. It had that kind of charm. Berry smiled bitterly and answered, Of course, there are times when I get angry. I'm not the kind of person who can remain calm in the face of malicious intent. Is that so? Even if I accidentally overturned this pot, I don't think you'd get mad at me. Well, I probably won't be angry, but I'll just have doubts. Berry smiled thoughtfully. Crescenta-sama knows exactly what is good and what is bad, and Crescenta-sama does not do anything meaningless. Crescenta-sama is not the kind of person who would do something like that for no reason, right? Is it because you think you understand me? Let me see, Fufu. I think the reason is because I think I understand Crescenta-sama as that kind of person. Berry matched her eye to Crescenta's and pressed her forehead against her. I believe that Crescenta-sama is not someone who would do anything malicious to me. Why do you think that? To me, you're a nuisance who's attached to Wani-sama. If I have a chance to kill you without Wani-sama noticing, I might kill you, you know. Crescenta-sama is a stubborn person who hates losing, so Crescenta won't choose to lose on her own. Crescenta furrowed her brow in dissatisfaction and glared at Berry. There's no area where I'm losing to you. If that's what Crescenta-sama really thinks, then I'm sure I would be already dead. I believe that the fact that I'm alive like this is proof of that. Without answering, Crescenta spun around and rested her back on Berry's body. Berry chuckled and hugged her body. You're a person I really don't understand. Just when I thought you're a crybaby like Nora, turns out you're overconfident. Maybe it's extreme. It's a little embarrassing when you say that. Please forget that I cried. I don't want to. Also, it's not nice to change the subject so quickly. Crescenta grabbed Berry's hands. Don't you feel frustrated, even though you were shaken when I told such a stupid lie? Just laughing it off and glossing it over. Is there any point in forcing yourself? By pretending like it's okay and trying to cover it up, you're just making Wani-sama worry even more. Crescenta turned around and she placed her hand on Berry's cheek again, her thumb caressing Berry's lips. Besides, what's the point in trying to fool me with a performance that can't even fool Wani-sama properly? It's really unpleasant to think a servant is trying to fool me. Her expression was not the same as her words. Crescenta simply looked up at Berry. Berry stared back at her. Whether you cry or scream, I know that you are just that stupid and low-ranking person. I don't care now. It doesn't really matter if you don't act like it's a fun cooking. I find it far more amusing to mock you as you gnash your teeth in frustration than to play house. A good servant is one who will act as a clown and entertain me when ordered. Her purple eyes were cold, yet seemed to be tinged with heat. You should understand that more. I don't like stupid pretenses. The 2 pairs of eyes were probably the most beautiful jewels in this world. Berry smiled and hugged her head to his chest. Crescent-sama is sometimes Her Majesty the Queen hum. Not sometimes, but always. The way you put yourself on a pedestal and preach to others is outrageous, and the way you are selfish and bossy is exactly what the Queen should be. Are you trying to pick a fight? Berry shook her head and pressed her cheek against her head. No. I admire you. If I can be honest, I love you. I hate you. Recently, I've been replacing Crescent-sama's words of hate with likes, so feel free to say whatever you want. You have a few screws loose. Yes, I know, Berry said happily as she enjoyed the feeling. Closing her eyes. As I had said to Krische-sama, it's certainly painful. I often have dreams where I cook food that doesn't taste good. I'm scared of cooking by myself. If you ask me if it's fun, I think right now my fear might outweigh it. Then she whispered, but cooking is still fun after all. As we cook together like this, Crescent-sama has grown day by day, thinking about what I should teach you next. I'm not just putting up a string front, I really do believe that. Crescenta squirms her face out of the chest where she was pressed up against, pushing their bodies slightly apart. Crescenta glared at Berry. Is that true? Yes. If I lie to Her Majesty, I will be disqualified as a servant. You didn't pass the exam in the first place. Please don't press me with your unnecessary fat. She then pushed her breasts with both hands, pulled herself away, and placed her hands on her hips. You sure are an immature servant and a good-for-nothing all your life hum. Instead of being a clown and entertaining your master, you only make your master displeased. My apologies. I'm trying but... with a wry smile. Then she remembered the silver hair and narrowed her eyes. Besides, I have more things to worry about right now than myself. Krische was on the battlefield. Had she already fought Gulshan, or was it just about to start? She didn't even know that, and she didn't know if she was okay or not. Berry held her own body. You and Celine-sama are always worried about things that don't matter. Crescenta looked at her displeased. Wani-sama has returned safely from that unpleasant flying lizard, and the rebellion is over for the time being. The flying lizard and rebellion, she put up 2 fingers. Then she pointed to herself. On top of that, I gave her enough power to get what she needed, and I helped her to move freely. Do you understand what it means? Krische-sama is fine? Fufu, you definitely fit the role of a servant who can't do anything. Crescenta smiled as if to make fun of her. All there was a sense of pride that could be called arrogance. Do you remember the promise that you and I made? Berry wondered what she was talking about, then thought of one thing she could think of and nodded quietly. Crescenta's smile deepened. The birdcage is already completed. The gold threads, shimmering red, her purple eyes narrowed and moved slowly. The rest is just like painting a map. Wani-sama isn't even thinking about winning or losing the battle. The only thing Wani-sama worry about is you. With her absolute confidence, she said that. Chapter 190, Likes and Dislike. The result was as expected, no, even better than expected. The Gulshan soldiers were relatively quiet, as Oregon had ordered them to surrender and not to rebel. Dugleen also gave them alcohol, which caused a bit of a fight, but overall it wasn't a bad choice. Belts, please give Uzaja-chan a second helping. Kaluuya, today is fine. Uzaja-chan, you won't ger another helping? Yes. Krische didn't move that much today. A world wrapped in bonfires that even make the stars and moon at night hazy. The campsite where the banquet was going on was the space assigned to the Black Flag Special Force. Everyone was having a good time. Even the new recruits had made it through the day and were excited about the great results they had achieved. Among them, Krische, who finished eating quickly, cleaned up her plate, and not only Kaluuya but also Belts, the tough-looking Black Flag Special Force cooking instructor who approached, looked at Krische in confusion. Was it not to your taste? Krische-sama, I was confident about today's dishes but... No, it's very delicious. Belts has become quite good at cooking, too. Belts smiled as if relieved by those words. Then, he took the plate from Krische and Kaluuya next to her looked at Krische curiously. You haven't had much of an appetite lately. Worrying about something? Second and third helping were common during the civil war for Krische. However, this time she seemed to have clearly lost her appetite since leaving the capital. Of course, the serving sizes for Krische were generous, even so she was quite a glutton, knowing how much food she usually packs into her petite body. It was a small appetite. She would eat it if Kalua and the others were to bring her a second helping, but she never asked for a second helping herself. Kalua picked up Krische, sat her on her lap, and stroked her head. Is it Berry-san? That's the feeling of discomfort she had been feeling lately. All Krische's worries doesn't include things like future battlefields. She knew a lot about her since the Civil War up to this point. She didn't feel any anxiety about the battlefield she's on. Whether it's in the Dragon's Maw or the fight against Gildenstein, her sources of anxiety were always something that was out of her reach. No matter how impossible the battlefield or action may seem, she never doubted her victory. This battle was led by her Marshal Celine was in the rear, not on the battlefield. Even if it was a tough battle, she wouldn't have any concerns about it, and if she did, it would be something completely different. If that's the case, most of the time Berry was the cause of her troubles. Could it be, she's not feeling very well? No, that's not the case. Kalua had seen her a few times and she looked fine, but it was true that she was stabbed. Something could happen to her. Besides that, Elvina same home once or twice a week, and lately she had been strangely passionate about cooking. Krische and Berry were in charge of cooking at the estate, so Elvina didn't have many chances to cook, but when she came back, she had been cooking elaborate dishes lately. I asked her what was going on. She simply said that she wanted to study a lot of things. As a servant, Elvina naturally didn't talk much about what goes on in the estate, and Kalua didn't ask her about it, but there was something a little strange about it. She thought maybe Berry wasn't feeling very well and Elvina was training to cook in place of Berry, but Krische's answer was no. Krische casually played with the candy bag around her neck, and Kalua tilted her head again. The contents of the candy had hardly decreased. If you have any worries, talk to this one San. Everyone will be worried if Uzaja-chan is like that, you know? Is that so? Yes. What happened? Krische hesitated for a moment, then held the candy bag over Kalua's hand. She opened her mouth quietly. Berry has gotten better with Regal Avesan's blood, but... She told Kalua what happened. From the very beginning. She seemed to be struggling with what to explain and how to explain it, and her explanation was very thorough and full of detour. She was happy that Berry was getting better, but then she remembered what Kalua had said and paid attention to Berry. When she paid attention to it, there was a sense of discomfort while cooking or eating. She noticed that Berry was secretly licking the seasonings at night, and she was worried and decided to check. Berry said she was happy as long as Krische said it tasted delicious and helped her cook. But Krische thinks it would be very hard to not be able to taste the food after all. If it were Krische hated and very anxious. Krische turned her face down and continued quietly. Berry should be the same, but Krische's sure she's holding back, so Krische won't worry, so Krische won't be sad. Berry is very kind, and that's why even if it's painful Berry didn't say it Krische. I guess that person is like that. The men around them were watching the two of them with concern, and Kalua brushed them off with her hands. Although their gaze was hurriedly turned away, they only pretended not to care and focused their attention on the two of them, and the noise of conversation that had been so loud just a moment ago had clearly decreased. Krische, too, wanted to cure her quickly, but it didn't go well at all. Then, when Krische ate the food and thought it was delicious, somehow, Krische remembered about Berry, and, Fufu, Uzaja-chan is such a kind girl. Krische shook her head, shaking her silver hair. Krische is a bad girl. Berry always told Krische to not care about it, but Krische still did and made Berry troubled. It's not Uzaja-chan's fault, it's just that you both are a little too serious. Kalua said as if she was troubled. I feel like I need to share some of my unseriousness with Uzaja-chan. Hee, she giggled. Kalua hugged her delicate body and rested her cheek against her head. I love Berry-san, including Uzaja-chan, and she should be happy. I'm sure it's painful, but I'm sure she's very happy that Uzaja-chan thinks of her like that, so she endured it, or rather, how should I say it? Kahlua smiled wryly, saying words sure are difficult. I don't know if Berisan loves cooking, but Usaja-chan is number one for her, and she's probably more worried about Usaja-chan than about her own tongue right now. Wonder if Usaja-chan is hurt or is she eating properly? The same as Usaja-chan, who doesn't think about the upcoming battle at all and is thinking about Berisan's tongue. The only thing you two worried about is the other person. Hehe, I think you both are really similar. Berry surely didn't worry about her tongue these days. But Krische was worried about it. Krische didn't worry about the battle ahead. But Berry was worried about it. Both of them think of each other first and were worried about each other. Worrying about someone more important than yourself. Probably that was why it looked beautiful. There's nothing more distorted than a person who thinks about others more rather than themselves. Kahlua thought there was anything more beautiful in this world than that. This girl was the epitome of that. She was as blind, single-minded, and pure as a newborn baby. How should she praise that beauty of hers? Probably, Usaja-chan and Berry-san are both a bit stupid. Krische and Berry are both smarter than Kahlua. Fun, intelligence, and intellect are two different things, you know Yu-chan. You two may be smarter than me, but being stupid and clumsy is a way of relaxing. Kahlua covered Krishe's eyes with both hands. Even if you can't see it if you get too close. Then slowly moved her hand away and moved it forward. Light returned to Krishe's eyes from the darkness, and she caught sight of Kahlua's hands shaking in front of him. If you look at it from a little distance, you can see the whole thing. Usaja-chan and the others are too concerned about the other person. Well, Usaja-chan and the others may be able to see things in far more detail than I can, but there are still things that you can't see. I think what's important is the sense of distance. Sense of distance. Yes, Usaja-chan always says that, right? You should look at the entire battlefield, not just what's right in front of you. It's the same with human relationships. I don't really know what Usaja-chan and Berry-san really think, but I can see it clearly because I'm watching from the outside. Kahlua hugged Krische tightly and smiled. I think Usaja-chan is so focused on small things that she doesn't see the big picture. Berry wants Usaja-chan to smile and eat a lot of food. But Usaja-chan, who only thinks about Berisan's tongue, can't do that, she's gone blind. Then she pulled out a candy cane from the bag and presses it into Krishe's mouth. If Usaja-chan came home with most of the candy that Berry-san had made, she'd be even more upset and worried. Usaja-chan have to enjoy it properly and say thank you. Even though Berry-san took the trouble to make it for Usaja-chan, it's much more painful not to have Usaja-chan eat it, right? Krische seemed hesitant but nodded and put the candy into his mouth. The sweet honey flavor oozes out from the flower-covered interior, delighting the tongue. It's delicious, Krische said. It's okay for delicious food to be delicious. Do your best to get you home early and tell her that it's delicious. Also, make sure that Berisan's tongue is properly healed. It's not healthy to hold back always just thinking about Berisan's tongue, and Berry-san doesn't want Usaja-chan to put up with it either. Usaja-chan just have to take it one step at a time, and I'm sure Berry-san would like you to do the same. Yes. Usaja-chan looks scary when looking so serious, so just smile. It's delicious, isn't it? Krische nodded and Kahlua laughed, forcing a smile up her soft cheeks. The new recruits who knew her on the battlefield watched them in horror, and the veteran soldiers looked at Kahlua exasperated. Ah, I'm hungry. Really, you. Krishe-sama, the meeting is over. At that time, Mia returned with Dagra. Yes. Bald Eagle and the other can rest. Yes, confirming the attrition of soldiers, negotiating with each corps, and discussing tomorrow's march. Even Krishe's work was forced upon him, because it's a hassle, so Bald Eagle do it, and he was sent from place to place. Dagra looked at Mia exasperated as her shoulders slumped as if she was tired, but he didn't scold her today and smiled bitterly. She didn't even have time to eat properly afternoon, and she was walking around all over the place. Since it was after the victory, Dagra said nothing, thinking that he would overlook it today, and took the meal from Belts and said goodbye. He then heads to Waltzer, who is surrounded by Nagel and his team and was checking on the condition of his prosthetic arm, which was able to catch the curved sword. Aleha was also accompanying Dagra and the others, but he was captured by Kolkis on the way and separated. Mia also received food from Belts, and her face twisted with reluctance. She then sat down beside Krische and Kalua. Sigh, Baze beans again today. Mia, you can't be picky. You, yes. Green beans in the soup. Mia sighed in dislike as she rolls the Baze beans grown in the southern part of the kingdom, mainly in Gulshan, with a spoon. They were not bad, just sweet, but Mia didn't really like them. Moreover, for the past few days, every meal has been soup with Baze beans. Up until now, Mia had been able to tolerate her dislike of it being on the battlefield, but as expected when she returned tired and hungry, eating Baze bean just felt as if she was being punished. Mia was tired of it. I think it's sweet and delicious, but Baze beans. Well, as expected, I understand you'll get a little tired if it continues like this, but I don't like that sweetness. I like sweet fruit, but I don't like sweet dish. Mia glared at Kalua, who was holding Krische in a displeased manner. Sigh, I wish the sweetness would disappear just for this moment. I don't really want sweetness from beans. Mia, you idiot. ? This was right after the earlier story about Berry losing her sense of taste. As expected, Kalua also panicked and suppressed Krische. Did I say something strange? You know. Mia really has bad timing, or what can I say? Kalua peered into Krish's face, in fear. Mia also looked at Krische and tilted her head. Krische opened her eyes wide and stared at Mia. Just sweetness. What's wrong? Krish-sama. Krische thought for a moment and looked up. Birds, please bring some fruit. Anything. Yes. Mia, Baze beans. Then she held out her hand to Mia. Mia tilted her head as she scooped up one of her Baze beans and placed it in her small hand. Then Krische wrapped her magic around it and gazed into it with her violet eyes. Krish-sama. Is this fine? Belts picks up some kinds of fruit, looks at Krische curiously, and handed her a basket. Kalua also tilted her head as she took the basket and placed it on Krish's lap. Krische swallowed the candy, then puts the Baze beans in her mouth and tastes them. And then an apple. In the same way, she wrapped it in magic, stared at it, took a bite, tastes it, and swallowed it. Then she took out a candy cane from the bag around her neck and repeated the same process. It was simple. It's the same as poison pyrrhine. Krische quickly stood up, approached Mia, and patted her on the head. Mia is an idiot, but Krish's glad she's Kurofuyo's adjutant. It's Mia's biggest achievement. Krische praise you. Yes, thank you. Krische smiled happily and went on her little run. Nagel, please give Krische a spare magic crystal. Yasm. She pulled Nagel's sleeve, who was standing next to Waltzer, and called out to him. The two then ran off to the tent that served as Jurye Gashia's warehouse. Mia and Belts stared at Krische with blank stares. Kalua thought for a moment, and then smiled. Kalua, what do you mean? I guess it was a good idea, Fufu, thanks to the stupid Mia. Are you making fun of me? No. Maybe a smart girl like Uzaja-chan needs a little bit of stupidity like Mia. She even praises you for being a good stupidity. Kalua laughed happily and stood up, patting Mia on the head. For Uzaja-chan, Mia might be the most meritorious in this battle. While stroking Mia, whose eyebrows were furrowed more and more, she looked at where Krische was headed. It would be best if everything was resolved. Kalua narrowed her eyes gently. Uzaja-chan, it's already late. Why don't you sleep today? We're marching tomorrow too. Just a little bit. No. Come on, let go of the magic crystal. You can continue tomorrow, right? USSHA gets sick so easily after a battle, it's your job to rest. You. That night, even under the blanket, Krische didn't let go of the magic crystal. Koza, the meat for Krish is too few, but I am sorry for this. I'll give another helping immediately. Bread too. Yes, Hey, give me the bread. The next morning, Krische had an unusually large appetite. Chapter 191, Light and Shadow. It was clear that the enemy was aiming for a gradual retreat, delaying their invasion. The advantage in the forested western part of Alberinea was theirs. However, Alberein's soldiers were still strong. Alberein's army moves widely around the battlefield in units of corps, overcoming the offensive with a small number of soldiers, and when they saw an opening in their side, they devoured the weak areas. They had a total of 120,000 people compared to Alberein's of just over 60,000, but they were inferior in terms of mutual cooperation. This was what a fully organized army would look like. An old general wearing dragon-shaped armor, a man who was said to be over 100 years old, but his reactions were sharp. He deflected Ledo's full-length sword with his spear from horseback, and didn't even show any signs of faltering. "Tch, ha ha ha, you're young, but has good eyes. You also have good muscles. But you won't be able to take this old man's head off with just that level." Old General Felworth Keithreton, a famous general of Alberein who ravaged countless battlefields decades ago. Even Ledo, who was born in Elderant, knew of his brilliant military achievements. This wonderful gradual retreat was understandable if it was this man. They appears to be retreating, but if he steps in carelessly, it would turn into a trap to destroy the siege. Ledo could only get to this man by leaving his comrades behind as decoys. And even in old age, this man's skill and strong arms to repel Ledo's giant sword. The old general stood before Ledo as a famous sword that never rusts. "Ledo, time is up. If you keep this up, you'll be surrounded up to your butt. Fuck." A forcible breakthrough to defeat the enemy general. The reprieve was only for a short time, but since he couldn't finish it off in that time, it was Ledo's loss this time. Ledo glared at Felworth, his still youthful face exuding fighting spirit. "You will definitely be defeated by this Rani's Ledo, don't forget. How vigorous. However, Farron is a more frightening man than I am. If you have time to throw out a throwaway line, you should run away quickly. You bastard, Bez. Retreat. Go pick up Zurin. Oh you." The young man shouted to his men and reversed, turning away. Felworth's adjutant, old soldier Tolka, also shouted and ordered his cavalry to pursue them. Tolka then looked at Felworth. He's a young man with a very promising future. He's likely to become a famous general someday. I'd like to finish him off now, but the subordinates he brings with him are also quite strong. That young man will survive." Felworth coughed, and Tolka immediately supported his body. Felworth smiled wryly and said he was fine. "I have carefully retrained my rusted body, but I'm old. I didn't expect to be out of breath just from that. The spear is also quite heavy." Felworth's armor. "Don't make that face. It's no big deal. Farron is also working so hard. I need to set an example as his predecessor." He laughed cheerfully, listened to the battlefield music, and narrowed his eyes. The world in which he spent most of his youth. The spark that occurs when two lives collide, and something that was born there. He recalled the countless battlefields he fought through in the past. "And I'm sure His Majesty is also looking at me now." Remembering the face of the warlord Albasa, whom he had served, Felworth smiled deeply on his wrinkled face. The Kingdom of Elderant divided its army into three major groups. The outer line of operations from the north, west, and south. The strategic intention was not absent there, but the reason why they chose it was not only for the strategic reason of defeating the Western Alberein army. The Kingdom of Elderant was a country made up of 23 tribes. The structure of the system would be close to what should be called feudalism. Each tribe governs its own recognized territory, and the most powerful tribe leader of the time becomes the next king and unites the tribes. All 23 tribes are qualified to be kings if they demonstrate military prowess, but in reality, the power relations among the tribes vary, and at present there were at most 3 tribes with the potential to rule Elderant. These a large tribe headed by the current king Gorkista. The second was Meekli, a large tribe that lasted for 5 generations until Gorkista rose to the throne. The third one remaining was Arkaz, which had been showing rapid growth recently. In a sense, this battle could be said to be a war to decide the next king, and the king would be chosen from among these 3 tribes based on their military exploits and the distribution of the land. Inevitably, there was no way for them to take a joint stand, and this was the reason for the division of the army into 3 parts. West V's in the center, South Meekli on the right wing, North Arkaz on the left wing. The tribes of Rani Ledo were affiliated with the central V's. After today's battle was over, Lido wielded his giant sword while everyone was having a party, sweat dripping from his body. Cool. You're slow, Lido. That's why you come back without being able to defeat the enemy general. I know. Opposite him was a beautiful woman with beautiful flaxen hair. She wore pants that were cinched below the knees, a shirt, and a cloak. She wasn't particularly gorgeous, but she was a beautiful woman who vividly manipulates her slender and graceful straight sword, and continued to parry Lido's sword that could even break giant trees. With this, seeing an opportunity, Lido let go of his giant sword and brought out his foot sword, but the woman who already read it easily dodged him, grabbed Lido's arm, and slammed him into the ground. That's it, Lido loses. That's why don't try to rush the match. Damn, why are you so strong? It's Shelna-sama, not you, loser Lido. The woman with small stature Shelna V's laughed, sticking out her modest breasts, and held out her hand. Grabbing it with a discouraged look, Lido gets up and scratches his short black hair. You're relying too much on your strength. You're not calm enough, your movements are full of waste, and your footing isn't good enough. You should be grateful that Keithraton didn't kill you. Goo. Ha ha ha, Lido also can't best Shelna-sama hum. The large man with a rugged face laughed, and Lido glared at him. Shut up, Zurin. Who do you think saved you? Oh, how scary. Do you remember that we acted as decoys for you? It's pathetic that you came back as a loser. If you left it to me, I would have killed him. Han, can you defeat the opponent even I couldn't defeat? You said it, you bastard. Okay, I'll be your opponent. Stop it. Don't waste your strength. Shelna said with a wry smile, exasperated. But well, if Lido is going to rub your head on the ground and beg me, then how about I go out with you next time? Don't make fun of me, I'll definitely do it next time. Besides, what are you going to do if you, the Supreme Commander, went out to the front lines? Shelna V's was the Supreme Commander of this army in place of her father, the king, who had fallen ill. That she went to the front line, it was crazy. I think that would be the quickest way. Don't say that seriously, I'm getting kind of pissed off. However, Shelna's deep, indigo eyes. The words were not false, and he felt that they were in fact true. Even though she was only 20 years old and she was known as the Sword Princess of V's, a heretic with genius sword skills. In the recent battle against Gulshan, she easily defeated the War Lion commander. Although Lido has outstanding ability considering his age of 22, he hadn't won even a single match against her so far. She was still unfathomable. She was truly an existence that could be called a genius. She wasn't as diligent in her training as Lido, and she didn't even carry her sword more than once a month if she didn't need to. But once she had her sword in her hands, she would never be defeated. Felworth Keithraton was certainly a fierce fighter, but he could never imagine him defeating her. He's kind of a coward, isn't he? What, are you sulking? Shelna brought her beautiful face closer, and she smiled and stroked Lido's head. Lido is also getting stronger and stronger. You still has a long way to go though. Shut up. Grabbing her hand, Lido sighed and looked east. Besides, what are we going to do after tomorrow? Things have dropped considerably over there. That's right. I guess we'll just have to increase our vigilance and narrow the distance. I'd like Meekly or Arkaz to take the lead before we reach a stalemate. Well, I guess V's hunting squad will take a break for a while. A day off, It's important to take time off. There was some damage, so I think you need some time to calm down. Shelna said quietly, and she looked at the men making noise around her. Forcible breakthrough, enemy pursuit. 1/5 of V's hunting squad led by Lido, a 3,000-strong private army under Shelna's direct control, was killed or injured. They are drinking and keeping a cheerful mood, since Lido killed the enemy corps commander in the first battle, but the morale was likely to be somewhat damaged by today's failure. Lido nodded at Shelna's words. Zurin, I'm sorry but... I'll take a look at it properly. Shelna-sama, I'm sure the soldiers won't be able to complain if you're here. Today, let's take a look. Okay. I'll leave it to you. Saying this, Shelna urges Lido with her eyes and starts walking toward her own tent, which was a little far away. Lido followed without saying anything and entered her tent. Sigh. Shelna jumps onto the bed and sighed. Lido scratched his head and made her a cup of tea without saying a word. Did the old men say something? Well, a bit. I was reminded to aim for the head of the enemy general even if it was impossible. Sigrid Salma covered us saying V's was currently the most successful. Battle results, I'm sorry. It's okay because I know you're working harder than anyone else. To make me your wife, that is. You. Shelna laughed happily and turned sideways. When they were together like this, they were a little childish, and it hadn't changed since in the past. The first princess of V's, Shelna, and Lido had a relationship that could be called childhood friends due to their parents' relationship. And although there is a difference in status due to the power relationship between V's and Rani, if Lido did well in this battle, he would be allowed to marry Shelna as a son-in-law. In other words, he was Shelna's fiancé. If V's wins a big victory in this battle, the unification of Elderant will be in sight. I can understand the feelings of the chief and the others' feeling. Unification of Elderant. Is it really possible? It's possible. You'll help me too, right? Shelna smiled as she get up and received the tea from Lido. The strong become the king Elderant bound by ancient customs. Every time a king dies, a fight breaks out among them, and the country become unstable. Even V's and Rani, two tribes who now have a pact, were enemies in the past. Elderant needs to be reborn once. Destroy everything with strong power and become one big country. If we defeat Alberin, we will make the next civil war the last one. I'm sure many people will die, but I don't care what they say. If that will bring peace in a few decades. Civil war? Yeah. Reluctant. No. I just remembered. Both Shelna and Lido experienced civil war twice. The first time was when they were a child, the battle in which Shelna's father, Gorkista, won the throne. Many adults around them died. Caught up in this, many villages were burnt down, and Elderant was filled with cries of sadness. 5 years ago, it was a skirmish. It all started when Shelna was almost kidnapped while on a field trip to a tribe's land, but at that time too, much blood was shed. Lido's first battle as Shelna's bodyguard was that battle he killed dozens of people. When he saw for the first time the reality of the village being burnt down, he threw up many times. A dark, sludge-like shadow arises along with the brilliance of war, colored by military exploits. The scene created by human malice was still deeply etched in Lido's memory. In this battle as well, he saw the village of Alberin, which seemed to have escaped too late, being burnt down. Punish the commander, but do not forget the eyes of the women and children who became the village's few survivors. There was opposition within the military to Shelna's choice. They must have wondered, was she whitewashing for in the middle of war? He had heard voices saying that Shelna, a woman, was not fit to serve as supreme commander after all. I wonder which one is human. What is it all of a sudden? Wills collide, and what they've cultivated up until now is thrown at each other, risking their only lives. Honestly, there's something fascinating about that way of being. But in the end, it's just murder. You use violence to force the other person to obey you and then take it from them. When he was a child, innocently admired it, and even now, that feeling of his remains. Killing each other, trampling each other. I sometimes think that humans are the ones who take pleasure in that. They decorate it with pretty words, impose rules that make them feel good, and look down on them when they win. What's the difference between me and the scum who enjoy burning down villages? No matter what words were used, murder was outrageous. Unreasonable, irrational, no arguing about it. That's what he thought about when he come back to his senses after getting high on the battlefield. Don't know. Whether humans are good or evil is such a noble question, I don't understand it. You're worrying about something trivial, I'm taking this seriously, you know. What I think is the most wasteful thing in this world is the thoughts Lido makes with his stupid head. Shelna smiled and stood up. She then stroked Lido's cheek. What is right? What is good and evil? After all, that is just a play on words. Everyone is different. Her deep blue eyes were wrapped in her long eyelashes. Shelna was always beautiful. For example, it's enough for me to make one stupid, sloppy Lido happy. But Lido is an idiot, so he won't be happy if he's the only one happy, so he's going to create a country where other people can be happy too. When Mother passed away, you said that you would make me happy. So I will make Lido happy too. Isn't that what humans are like, and what a good society is like? Lido scratched his head and looked away from her. You look like you're smart, but you're an idiot. You idiot. It's because I'm smart that I don't think about unnecessary things. But, Fufu, I don't dislike that kind of stupid Lido. Shelna pressed her lips to his and cradled Lido's head. Once the war is over and the civil war is over, I'll be together with you as much as I want. So before you start thinking like that, please think of yourself first so that you can come back home safely. Lido is still weak after all, I'm worried. Shut up. Fufu, you're embarrassed, aren't you? I'm not. Shelna smiled happily and pulls away, looking happy. Lido looked away from her, his cheeks flushing. The painful part is only a little longer. Let's do our best, shall we? Oh you. The two bump their fist. In a patchy forest in the southwestern part of the kingdom, with one central general and reinforcements from Eliga, Felworther's gradual retreat seemed to be going well. As far as listening to reports from the Griffin cavalry, who had eliminated the spies and headed for reconnaissance ahead of them, their movements did not deviate greatly from expectations, and were satisfying even for Krische. Here it is. Is this a recently established village? It's not in the records of the kingdom. The sun was still high in the sky, and Krische narrowed her eyes as she looked at the burnt village that Vinthril had guided her to. The purpose was a strategic surprise attack. Only Krische, the Griffin cavalry, and the Black Flag Special Force would take the lead. They would select a route so that the 15,000 who were behind them would not get caught up in the enemy's search. The right wing of Eldrant's army was a fair distance away from the army deployed to the south, so things had gone smoothly so far. However, the Griffin cavalry, which preceded the Black Flag Special Force, discovered a small village that was not on the map. Many parts of the village had already been burnt down, houses and fences had collapsed, and the village no longer functioned as a village. The evacuation carriage probably wasn't running properly. The smell was terrible. Can you confirm? Yes. Bald Eagle, keep some to keep an eye on the surroundings. Yes, Corinth look north and east, Taggle look west. Dagra gave instructions with a stern look on his face. Kalua frowned at the stench, and Mia's gaze wandered as if she had already imagined what happened. Bodies hanging from pillars and trees could be seen even from outside the village. The situation worsened as they proceeded inside from what was probably the entrance. Heads casually rolled or lined up. Without exception, children were among the corpses, and the bodies of young women were stripped of their clothes. Moving forward, scattering the wolves and crows that devour corpses, Krische jumps from the Suiko Guru Run. In the center of the square, the corpse of an old man was crucified with a wooden stake pierced from his butt to his mouth. She stared at it and folded her arms calmly. It was so brutal that most people turned their sight away. It didn't look like they've been dead that long. That's right. It's been about 2 days. The degree of decomposition is slight. Maybe it was because the temperature was low. Guru Run, you shouldn't eat these. While looking at the corpse, Krische nodded at the words of Aleha, who was standing next to her. Although there was a slight smell of rot, the flesh of the corpse could still be said to be fresh. Bald Eagle, the corpse. Currently, there are about 60. Considering the size of the village, I think there are at most less than 200 people in this village. There were also about 3 corpses of Elderant soldiers lying around. Then it's a bit one-sided. Considering the traces of the battle. There was a corpse that looks like a vigilante group with simple weapons. It wasn't a complete surprise attack. They were probably on guard. Seeing that there were several corpses lying around the simple guard tower, it was clear that they resisted. The other party is likely to be a somewhat organized group. It's far from the enemy's right-wing main camp, so it's probably an independent small unit. There's a possibility that they're not far away. I don't know if they're just a deserter from the army or if they're looking for an enemy. Either way, it's troublesome. Kill all of them. Krische coldly declared. Aleha turns to Krische. This village would have lost its will to fight once it lost its vigilante group, and looking at this situation, what was carried out was a massacre. It's convenient, if we find them, We can torture them to get information without worrying about the Holy Spirit covenant. The reason why plundering and rape at the village was allowed was only a tacit understanding. There was no law that allowed this, and hurting a non-resisting person was a violation of the Holy Spirit covenant, which ostensibly speaks of humanity. In principle, the military fights against the military. The moment a village was burnt down and a massacre was committed, there was no need to recognize the person who committed the crime as a prisoner of the enemy's military, and they only need to treat them with the same restraint as with bandits. There was no righteous indignation on Krische's face. There was even a smile on her face. Aleha felt a shiver of fear run down his spine, and he smiled bitterly and shook his head. Like the others, he had nothing to say. From the beginning, this girl was such creature. Vinthril, the Griffin cavalry waits for night and takes to the sky. If it looks like this, I'm sure they'll use fire in a grand manner not too far away. Yes, Bald Eagle, it stinks here, so take a rest early upwind. If it's close, we'll kill them in the evening. Yes, Krische-sama. ? Krische turns to Dagra. If possible, I would like to bury them. Well, corpses can become a breeding ground for disease, so I would like to dispose of them while there is little decomposition so that there's no negative impact on the troops that will come later. Krische doesn't want to make the soldiers too tired, but... Krische looked troubled in thoughts as Kalua approaches and hugged her from behind. Usaja-chan, the enemy is small, right? Don't worry, we've all been walking for a while now and our bodies are a bit dull, so we need to get some exercise before the battle. I see. Kalua told her that, understanding Dagra's intentions, and Krische turned to Mia, who looked like about to cry. Does Mia agree with it? Yes. It's too cruel to be left out in the open in such terrible conditions. What about Areha? I agree with Commander Dagra. Also, this tragic situation could lower the morale of the soldiers following in the rear. Adjutant Mia's reaction is a normal one as a human being. It may not be the case on the battlefield, but not everyone can accept facts as soldiers. Krische became even more troubled about it and pouted her lips, then moved away from Kalua and patted Mia's head. It can't be helped. Mia should be more resolute. Mia is the adjutant after all. Sorry. Bald Eagle, Krische, allow it. However, you can't make a big fuss. Just bury it. Thank you. Koza, please tell the soldiers that the burial will be carried out as per Krische-sama's orders. Please also send a few teams to Taggle and the others. It was a mental problem, not that it was necessary. Not many would be pleased with the disposal of a dead body. Krische's opinion was also valid, and leaving it alone was quite possible. But Douglas understood Krische, and because he was fascinated by her even knowing that, he ordered the soldiers to do so. The brilliance of the battlefield and the sludge of its shadow. Logic and emotion. Then Belts, you should prepare lunch for now. It's already noon, and everyone should be hungry by now. Yes, I'd like to focus on vegetables for lunch today. Yes, Krische doesn't mind, but give Gururun meat too. If you don't keep her stomach full, she'll likely end up eating the corpses lying around. It's nice that there were just enough carcasses of livestock. It was their role to eliminate the distortions that arise in her here. Chapter 192, The Stillness of Night. The target was quickly found. About 200 Elderant soldiers were making a loud noise, accompanied by more than a dozen women from the village. It was easy to destroy them with a surprise attack as they were making a lot of noise while camping. Apparently, it was a unit whose role was to monitor the south, but it seems that they were convinced that it was impossible for Alberinea to appear from the south as Gulshan's large army was approaching them. They were completely unaware of the situation and were enjoying attacking travelers and villages, and that village was the second one. Originally, the western part of Alberinea was based on the strategy of Oregon Hilkintos. In short, the land was always ravaged by attracting and repelling the enemy. For many years, the situation where the people paid taxes but were abandoned by the military had continued, and it was said that there were many people who pay no taxes and live in seclusion deep in the forests. That village was probably one of them. They were from tribes in the southeastern part of Elderant, and were familiar with the situation in western Alberinea to the extent that even Krische was impressed. The silver-haired girl was inside the tent, holding the long sword of an Elderant soldier in her hand, and she nodded with an impressed face at their words. The language spoken in Elderant had a strong accent, but it was basically the same as Western Common Language. The story would be different if they went deeper into the Western region, but there was no need to learn the language in this area. The same went for the invasion force. Although Krische had learned most of the languages that exist in written form, it was difficult for her to hear and speak them, and she was not very good at conversing in the first place. It would be more convenient if it were the Western Common Language, so there's no discrepancies. They left behind about 10 survivors, including a man who seemed to be of relatively high rank. One of them was cut off in front of the remaining 9. All of his fingers were cut off, his eyes were plucked out, his nose cut off, and both his arms and legs severed, not asking a single question to the man who said that he would tell them anything, setting him as an example. The purpose of questioning them individually was to scrutinize the information. A broken soldiers ignoring their military duties, indulging in pillage and rape. She didn't think they would lie in this situation, but that kind of logic didn't work on Krische. Krische didn't really understand people who enjoy killing people. She was always serious, thinking that they might have their own aesthetics in their actions. Please save me. IV said, everything I know. After the interrogation was over, the commander of the last squad Krische had left behind pleaded. He was a warrior chief of a small tribe, but he was also a real scoundrel. At least he was not a fundamentally insane human being like Krische, and he cannot understand an abnormal person who can dismember humans while enjoying candy without any change in facial expressions. Although he knew many who took pleasure in killing, what he saw before him was clearly something different. Krische had heard everything Krische wanted to hear. It's all done. Krische keeps her word. You answered Krische honestly. Krische won't cut off your fingers or shave off your nose. Then, the man looked relieved, a hopeful look on his face. Bald eagle, it's over. Ha. Take him. Phew. The man was gagged and blindfolded again, and the 2 soldiers took him out of the tent. All that was left was to kill him. Just like the men outside digging their own graves, they had no intention of letting him live. He had no choice but to either die in pain or speak honestly, and Krische didn't even remember promising to let him live. Dagra, Aleha, and Dagris were the only ones who watched it from beginning to end. Others leave feeling sick in the middle of the Krische human dismember show. Dagris, give the information we heard to General Keithraton and Skeleton. Then, 3 days later, on the night of the new moon, crush their right wing and finish it off. And if there's nothing else after that, you can just go back to the capital. Understood. Well then, please excuse me first. Dagris, who had been Krische's torture teacher, left the tent. While seeing him off, Krische traced her lips with her fingertips. The soldiers in Elderant are of poor quality. They seem to be a gathering of bandits. Are they all like this? Maybe not all of them, but it's true that their quality is worse than Alberon's army. Many of them use the war as a just cause and, just like wild beasts, follow their desires. Dagra answered. The bad feeling he felt during the torture had finally subsided. This is another aspect of war. In extreme situations where death is so close, the true nature that we usually hide is exposed. Guess that's how it is. Krische knew it, but was a little surprised. So there are people who can really enjoy doing something like that. Krische village too. It might have turned out like that if Krische made a few mistakes. Krische narrowed her eyes as she recalled the bandits who came to Kalka. The reason she brutally killed others was because it was her job. Someone who purely enjoys destroying people was beyond Krische's understanding. She knew that in war there was looting. The Holy Spirit Covenant could be interpreted as conveniently as one like it would be easy to wipe out an entire village just because it showed an intention to rebel if one wanted to. There was no explicit prohibition against pillaging villages, and the only text that was written was that civilians who are not resisting may not be intentionally harmed or killed. The argument that the villagers resisted during the process of stealing supplies and that they had no choice but to kill or execute them would be sufficient if it could be logically explained that it was not a violation of the Holy Spirit Pact. However, they were in the act of abducting and assaulting the women in the village. They were in a situation where there was no way they could get away with it, so it was convenient for Krische. However, Krische was confused by what she had heard. She understood that the looting of an occupied village would naturally be violent, yet their actions were distinctly different. The killing and violence itself, rather than the necessity of military action, was the goal. Again and again she asked them for what purpose they had done such a thing, and their answer was that it was for entertainment. The complete opposite of Krische's idea of goodness, they were a completely different species of human. It's not a good idea to leave something like that unchecked. It's a good opportunity to think about the future, so as expected we should wipe them out at this time. Clearly, the two men did not differ in the meaning of the words. They knew her words were not metaphorical. A scream was heard outside. The men from earlier were probably killed. This is quite a painful story to hear. In the Holy Empire, something like this was done on purpose after all. Purposely? If people were satisfied under the law, there would not be many people who would commit crimes. However, the reality is that socially vulnerable people do exist. It seems to be convenient for them to plunder other countries in order to relieve their frustration of not being satisfied within their own country. Aleha was smiling bitterly, but his eyes didn't smile. Also to thin out the unscrupulous elements. If you invade an enemy country, you can rampage in that land. It's a good excuse to boost the morale of soldiers who have no real cause. The logic is no different this time, he said and turned his gaze outside the tent. I see. Logistics is probably a big reason why Alberin's soldiers seem to be excellent and disciplined. Alberin always places emphasis on bringing merchants with the military, satisfying the needs of their soldiers. Maybe it's also because there are so many female soldiers, but it's a good system. No matter what, Alberin was affluent and stable. And it was only when people were affluent that they could remain human. The financial costs involved were enormous, but this was probably the source of Alberin soldiers' strength. By satisfying their animalistic desires, they transform humans into military components who sacrifice their lives for a noble mission. Soldiers embraced by formless dreams and ideals, that's why they were known as strong soldiers who never lost control. Differences in methodology. No one can say which one was right, and it wasn't like Elderant or Elsrin's way were completely wrong, but if it's preference then it's different. At least the one Aleha preferred was Alberin's. Celine also told Krische to be careful about that, telling Krische to listen to the opinions of Ojasalma and Keith. Krische don't quite understand it, so Krische will leave that to you. Cuckoo, that's fine. All of your commanders are excellent. Krische thought about it for a bit, then said, well, it's fine, and immediately threw it away. She didn't think she could fully understand the soldier's reasoning, and that's not Krische's role, it's the role of the people below her. Well, in any case, our plans went a bit awry in Gulshan, and it seems true that the quality of the Elderant army is poor. Krische just said that and now Krische can eliminate them without any worry. Let's use this as an opportunity to completely crush them, so that they never attack Alberin again. She smiled and nodded. The day after the battle, Lido was walking through the camp when he heard a scream and stopped. The destination he headed to was Curse, a tribe affiliated with V's. Aaron, what are you doing? What are you complaining about? The one who pulls up his pants with a satisfied look on his face is Aaron Chirus, the chief warrior of Curse. Although he was slender, he was tall with a smile on his frivolous face. He looked at Lido with amusement. The tent was a temporary camp for prisoners of war, and the people inside were female soldiers of the kingdom. It's just an interrogation. It's my freedom to do whatever I want with the prisoners captured by my unit. Don't be silly. What part of what you're doing is an interrogation, you bastard? Hey, stop it, Lido. Are you trying to sow internal discord? Lido, who was about to pull out his sword, was stopped by a man in his prime, his adjutant, Bez, and Aaron, who was watching, laughed. Oh, that's scary. Are you really trying to pick a fight with Curse for Alberin's captivity? You're violating the Holy Spirit Covenant, you bastard. Do you really think I can't replace your head? I think so. If you think about it calmly, you'll understand. Aaron looks at the man beside him with amusement. Aaron's follower, the ugly meat Daruma, laughed like a pig. Internal quarrels on the battlefield are the worst crime of all, Chief Warrior Lido. Curse has sent out 7,000 soldiers this time, so there's no benefit to either of us if we quarrel over something as trivial as this. It's a question of logic. There's no reason to play with non-resisting prisoners. That's a child's logic. Well, you may be legitimately having fun with Shelna-sama every night, but we don't even have a woman to fall in love with. Or will you bless us with Shelna-sama instead of that prisoner? I'm seriously going to kill you. He shook off Bez and pulled out the giant sword from his back. Aaron spread his hand, exasperated. I'm not making fun of you, you know? I'm just asking what's obvious. If we don't start sourcing locally, what are we actually going to do about it? Then Aaron drew from his waist a great curved sword, which had been bent into an angle, and put it on his shoulder. It's a useless just cause. The soldiers won't obey unless they can take the profit. It's not me who's crazy, it's you who's crazy. Aaron pointed to his head and laughed. If you just shut up and watch, the world will go on, and it will all turn out to be for your benefit. Why don't you just be smarter? Don't be silly. The just cause may be only a pretense, but if you don't protect it, the war will be like a territorial fight between beasts. Or are you just like a dog and a beast? Ha ha ha, that's a difference of opinion. I've never thought that humans are better than dogs and beasts. You. Chestnut hair appeared from overhead. With an astonished look on their face, they landed between Lido and Aaron, their cloak fluttering. That's it, she said. Lido, Aaron, stop it. TSK. Aaron clicked his tongue but sheathed his sword. Shelna glared at Lido. I told you to behave, right? Geez, sheath your sword. I know. Lido reluctantly fastened his giant sword to his back with a band. Shelna looked at Aaron with a sigh, and then at the tent of the captives. The prisoners will be managed by us from now on. Aaron, please transport them immediately. The soldiers will complain though. But there are already many dead. If you don't turn a blind eye, it will affect the morale and control of the soldiers, you know? We're attacking Alberin for violating the Holy Spirit Covenant. You do understand that there's no way we can openly violate it, right? If we defeat Keithraton, they'll have a fairly large town. These will pay for it and let Curse play as a priority. On the condition that you obey me obediently, Shelna said, tapping the long sword on her hip. Or do you want to duel with me as the warrior chief? Hehe, I don't mind that. If you win, I'll sleep with you as much as you want. No. I overstepped my bound. I will follow the strong sword, Shelna-sama. Despite his displeasure, Aaron kneeled one knee and bowed his head. In Eldorant, there was nothing more important than a duel as a warrior. The weak follow the strong. The rules from ancient times were still strongly rooted in this world. And don't make excuses like they ran away during transport. Be respectful as a prisoner, or I will order you to a duel and kill you. Ha! Just as Alberin's nobles value the oaths made in their names, as warriors they also value the results of duels and oaths above all else. You only face the same opponent once in your life, and it's a rule that you can't refuse a duel from a superior. When the duel was brought up, Aaron had no choice but to obey. The Sword Princess of V's had never lost a duel, and the previous chief warrior of Curse was defeated when she was 13, losing their honor and committing suicide. That's it. We'll have a meeting tomorrow night to discuss our next steps. Let's go, Lido. Yeah. He sighed as he looked at Aaron, who continued to lower her head and follow Shelna as she began to walk away. I wish he would stop that, really, Bez muttered. I understand how you feel, but what are you going to do if there is internal discord in the middle of a war? Really? I thought I told you to stop arguing. Shut up, I know. Seeing Shelna following, Lido scratched his head in irritation. Then he sighed. I don't dislike your directness, but as a soldier, it's no good. I guess it's as foolish as throwing water on a forest fire. Are you going to overlook it? That's right. At least for now, we need Curse, and it's not a good time to get into trouble. If this battle fails, unification of Eldorant is just a dream. Please think about it calmly. Shelna said, and Bez nodded. It's as Shelna-sama said. Nothing will change unless we change the fundamentals, and if we make a mistake here, Eldorant will remain as it is 100 years from now. We have to support Shelna-sama. What are you going to do if you're still acting like a kid? Hehe, you sure said something good, Bez. I like you. Haha, thank you for that. With a smile on his manly face, Bez hugged Lido's shoulders. Your father, what did Raja entrust you with? Calm down and think about it, and look back at what you've done. Can you proudly say that to Raja? Rani's previous chief warrior Lido's father Raja died 5 years ago as a decoy to help Shelna and Lido escape, entrusting the future of Eldorant to these two. I'm sorry, Bez. Bez was a close friend of Raja. Ever since Raja died, he had always supported Lido, acting as a substitute parent and older brother. When Lido apologized honestly, Bez laughed. If you have the composure to apologize, that's fine. I like that naive side of you, too, but save that naive ideal for the future. Bez looks up at the sky. A faint moon was floating in the sky. Even if it's incorrect now, it will eventually become correct. You and Shelna-sama still have a future. Bez is also still young. Saying things like that will make you look even older. Even though I took the trouble to look cool. Bez laughed and wrapped his thick arms around Lido's head, pressing his fist against his temple. Shelna gave an exasperated smile and slumped her shoulders. Well, maybe Lido is right. Bez, you can die anytime, but please live long enough until my wedding. I want you to offer me flowers. It's an honor. Certainly. Fufu, for that, we'd have to start with Keithreton. He's a troublesome opponent. Felworth Keithreton took the initiative against their invasion and dealt a severe blow to the Northern Arcas army, which stuck out. Then, he stopped their feet and attacked Shelna and the others in the center the V's army from the side. He must have understood that the three armies were on bad terms and were not coordinating very well. Although he should have been away from the battlefield for a long time until the recent civil war, Felworth Keithreton's name as a general has not rusted. He was bold, yet extremely calm, a man they could never let their guard down against. If you get hit in the nose and get angry and approach him, he will set up a trap, and when you calm down, he will take the superior terrain and defend, gradual retreat. He's like a flower swaying in the wind. They had military superiority. It's true that if they push it, they'll eventually be able to defeat him, but if they do something reckless, they'll likely lose the military strength needed to capture the royal capital. Against Gulshan in the south, Duglin Garka made his army retreat significantly. Likewise, Felworth Keithreton was retreating from his army. Strategy of war of attrition probably in Alberin's east, their army was retreating as well. I guess they saw it as impossible to protect the entire kingdom, so they gave up, leaving only the northern and central areas. However, for Alberin it's too passive. Actually, looking at this situation, it isn't a bad strategy, right? It's doubtful that these three kingdoms will be able to fight hand in hand forever. We were fighting with Gulshan just the other day, right? Shelna frowned at Lido's words and nodded. This alliance wouldn't last long. If they couldn't capture the royal capital in a short period of time, and then made peace cut off Alberin's territory, the three countries will use that as their compromise point this time. Even if Alberin is in perfect condition, they are exhausted after the civil war and are in a situation where they have just changed their head and invaded the three countries. No matter how you look at it, they have no chance of winning. I guess they have no choice but to go on the defensive due to the situation. Well, it's not fun to be pointed out by an idiot, but it's a valid opinion. Anna from the north is scary. I guess it's strictly forbidden to be reckless. If they push too far into the center, Anna's army, which was deployed in the northwestern part of Alberin, would definitely aim for their flank. There was also talk that they have opened diplomatic relations with Krische, so there were some concerns about that as well. This retreat was probably an invitation. It was probably a wise decision to evacuate residents from most of the villages. Not only Aaron, but the outlaws are also filled with dissatisfaction. Rather than for humanitarian reasons, the aim was there. There is no doubt that if the war were to last a long time, it would be difficult to control them. Prime Minister Chloris said we should not underestimate Queen Alberin as a child. ? He said he saw it at the conference the other day and thought so. That her eyes are from Alberin's abominable bloodline or something. Shelna gestured to his own indigo eyes. A deep blue that almost looks purple. It's a beautiful purple color. Is it like your celestial eye? I wonder. Deep blue eyes were a gift of genius. There was such a legend in Elderant, and in fact, Shelna was such a person. She excels at everything she did and learned it quickly. Of course, it was just a matter of color. There were many people who didn't think so, and it could be said that it was just a superstition. However, it seems that the shaman priests still believe in such legends. Chloris was also a priest, so there was probably a similar legend about Alberin. I don't think there's much of a difference depending on the color of the eyes, but it seems like it had quite a presence. He was making a lot of noise about how it would be in trouble if we didn't get rid of it quickly. Well, she won the civil war by 12-13. She must be a great queen. Alberin's Black Lion. Guildenstein's name was also known in Elderant. Even though Chrystand was on her side, they didn't think the queen who defeated him and ascended the throne was just a decoration. And then there's her right hand, the rumored Alberinea Sama. It was said that the Christand's daughter, the Marshal of Alberin, was a girl younger than Shelna. Then, under the command of Eliager Ferrin as assistant marshal, the old man who was a former Christand's corps commander, and Alberinea Krische Chrystand. They didn't really know about Alberin's personal affairs. It was rumored that she simply surrounded herself with pro-queen supporters. However, placing a person who was only young enough to be a girl as the marshal in charge of the military will naturally cause some backlash. Even if she were to appoint a relative for the purpose of being a puppet, it was too sloppy and forced. They couldn't find any rational reason for it. That he had made a pact with the Holy Spirit and was next only to the marshal. I half believe it. Seriously? If Prime Minister Crowless' concerns are correct. A great warrior in the Civil War and a dragon's contractor. Alberin's 2 cursed children. All of them were rumors. If one heard it, one would probably just laugh it off. Otherwise, Queen Alberin will be just a child. Prime Minister Chloris is a hard-headed and noisy person, but he has a good eye for people. If Prime Minister Crowless says she's dangerous, then I think she had a reason for that appointment that we don't understand. Though it's not definite, Shelna said. And if there's a reason, I think there's a plan. What kind? At least it'll turn this situation around. Fortunately, it doesn't seem like it's here. Shelna narrowed her eyes and said seriously, in the western part of Alberin, they have sprinkled spies in advance. They were ordered to let them know if there was any major movement that was not expected. Keithraton's army, Central Army, and Assistant Field Marshal Farn's corps. If there were any other reinforcements, they would have already been informed. Either they headed east or south. Shelna was calm throughout. She was overly cautious and considered the other person's intentions. If you think about it normally, we're in a situation where we want to break through somehow. However, this obvious stance of a sustained battle, I guess they're thinking that if they can at least make it into a long-term battle, they'll be able to manage. Is he trying to cause discord between the 3 countries through some kind of plot and then aim for a counterattack? That's one possibility. Lido thought for a moment and asked, "That's why you're scared and give up? Are we satisfied with just a cut, or are we aiming for a breakthrough? I just think we should come to a conclusion as soon as possible. We'll be serious about the next attack. We'll use the best formation we can now," Shelna answered. "And if I can't defeat Keithraton, I'll give up." Before the other party tried some tricks, if you think about what will happen after the war, it wouldn't be a bad idea to stop here and prioritize governance. She sighed. The ideal would be a big victory, of course, but the overall atmosphere isn't very good. I'm afraid of stupid people like Aaron. If you're thinking about the stability of post-war governance, getting angry and prolonging the war for too long is full of disadvantages. I'm sure the priests won't like it, but I'll try to convince them somehow. Shelna narrowed her eyes at him. As it stands now, we can get V's in this western central area. It might take longer than the best result, but I thought for a moment that it might not be so bad as long as the final path is the same. I feel like the anxiety factor is bigger than I thought. Next yes. If it ends now, V's wins based on the current superiority, and even if we fail, we can manage. On a small hill in her tent. She stood in front of it, spread her arms, and looked up at the sky. I want to go home early. I'm afraid I'll miss seeing the Kiroom I'm raising blooming again. That's right. Well, even if you miss it this year, there will be next year. Don't give up from the beginning. Shellner glared at Lido and smiled bitterly. If it fails, we'll switch. But that said, Lido, please don't push yourself too hard and die. Ah. And Bez. Just when I wondered if I'd forgotten. Bez laughed dejectedly and scratched his cheek. I haven't forgotten, how rude. Anyway, just a little more. Let's do our best, okay? Shellner points her fist at each of them. Lido and Bez put out their right fists and bumped them together. It was a night with a faint moon in the sky. Chapter 193, Dark Night. Alberon's Western Army Keithreton's headquarters. There was the West General Felworth Keithreton, and Assistant Marshal Eluga Farron, a female general from the center, Tecria Lemon, and her 3 adjutants. Even the squire went outside to clear the room, and the one who was kneeling on one knee in front of the 6 of them was the spy, Dargries. Defeating Gulshan. So Alberinea is already here, hum? She was as tall as a man and had dull golden hair. A face that was well-groomed but lacked the softness of a woman. Tecria looked astonished at Dargries's words, as if she couldn't believe it. Her adjutants were the same, but Eluga and Felworth didn't seem surprised. Embarrassed by her own astonishment, Tecria returned her expression and said, "My apologies." She seemed to be cowering, aware that she was several levels behind the 2 experienced generals. She did not become a central general solely because of her bloodline as a duke, and she was an excellent personnel in terms of ability, but she had not participated in any civil wars and had little actual battle experience. This was her first battlefield as a general, and her motivation also didn't rise. Eluga's evil face distorted as he saw her and smiled bitterly. "It's no wonder I'm surprised. However, Krische is someone like that." "Yes, sir." Nervous, Tecria lowered her head, and Eluga put his hand on his chin, looking a little troubled. Her personality wasn't bad, nor was her quick wit. If one looks at her as a soldier, she would be a good soldier. The problem was perhaps that she simply had a complex about being a woman, or was too careful and too afraid of failure. She probably didn't want to be looked down upon as a woman after all. Her well-trained body, always stern expression, perhaps because one of the corps commanders under her command was killed the other day, there were parts of her that were even more rigid. Is there anything to relieve her tension? Even I wouldn't believe my ears if I listened to this without knowing it's Krische. Haha, I might even lose my nerve and break a bone. My apologies. It was a failure. Except for Krische and Celine, a superior's consideration was extremely rare. His adjutant, Kines, looks at Eluga with a shocked expression of bewilderment at the words, which were so unsuitable for him, but he was immediately glared at by Eluga and averted his gaze. Quinez's superiors were always very strict with him. Felworth's shoulders trembled, laughing, telling Eluga that it's better not to do anything he's not used to doing. "General Lemon, don't worry. There are 2 types of failures on the battlefield. Either it was a clear error in judgment, or the enemy was stronger than expected. Regardless of the former, this time it's the latter. In the chaos of the battlefield, you made the best plan, and your opponent outperformed you, that's all. And the fact that we were able to obtain information that our opponent possesses such an elite force will guide our future actions. The battlefield is a chaotic darkness. Commanders were constantly forced to make countless choices based on little information. Naturally, it is impossible for humans to continue to do their best under any circumstances, and sometimes it is necessary to have the courage to accept failure. War is simply a means to an end. Considering that, the loss of one corps commander was small. The military, including his own, were merely pawns to ultimately achieve their goals. Thanks to you, I was able to understand that the enemy general in the center is decisive and aggressive. He is a person who aims to break through by concentrating his forces rather than stabilizing and crushing us enemies with numbers. This will be a big consideration in the future. Sometimes it is necessary to explore the nature of the opponent's commander, even if it means abandoning some pieces. Accept the failure and swallow it as a piece of information. In this way, the outline of the opponent would be highlighted. Felworth Keithreton was not a genius, but a mediocre general. He doesn't have the power to overwhelm opponents with his talent like Krische, Nozen, and Eluga. That is why he had the patience to obtain and scrutinize all the information he could find, and to persevere even after a series of small defeats, until he had achieved a definite victory. It was not mere luck that he survived the civil war against the Virtuous army, which was at the peak of its morale. When Guildenstein's shadow warriors were defeated on the first day, he had anticipated that the battle would be settled more quickly than he had imagined. He thought that if he bought time, the news of the outcome would reach the battlefield, so he bought time. Using information and logic to shine a light on the darkness of the battlefield, and doing his best to achieve the goals. Don't be afraid of failure, accept everything and remain unfazed. For this reason, Falworth was hailed as a great general who never gets rusty even in his old age. Regret comes after the war. I see you as a comrade. If you want some nagging from the old man, Farron and I will do it for you after this war is over. You are still young, so failure can be a source of growth. Don't be afraid to fulfill your responsibilities now. Yes. Thank you, Assistant Marshal Farron, General Keithreton. Falworth nodded with satisfaction, and Eluga rubbed his eyebrows. Truly, after becoming an old man, it's best to not do what one is not used to. Ha ha ha, it's amusing to see you like that. What is Krische's request on the night of the new moon? No. Krische said to just relay the information. Dargries simply said so. Defeating Gulshan on the first day, taking care of the spies and heading towards here, on the night of the new moon, the enemy's southern forces crushed the right flank. What was conveyed was brief and the bare minimum necessary, and no instructions were given. Is she saying she's going to leave everything to us? It seems like she trusts you quite a lot, Falworth smiled and looked at Eluga. His skull-like face was carved with deep wrinkles, making a smile full of happiness. Cuckoo, I'm so happy. Dargries, please continue. Yes, sir. It's what we learned from the captured spies and the enemy squad, but what Dargries talked about was the inside information of the enemy that they got from torturing. The enemy was divided into 3 armies, each commanded by a different tribe. This battle is largely related to the post-war power struggle, and although the 3 armies appear to be working together on the surface, they were not on good terms secretly. Each army wants to outwit the other 2 and achieve great military achievement. There are rumors that the current king was suffering from illness, and the fact that he had not appeared on the battlefield seems to be contributing to this, and in reality, the 3 armies should be viewed as allied forces of different individual countries. There seemed to be quite a bit of factional conflict within each army. Of course there was information that the 3 of them already knew, but that didn't mean they were going to interfere. They knew that the more information overlaps, the more accurate it becomes. They listened to what Dargries was saying smoothly, paying attention to the slight differences in the information they had received from the prisoner. There was endless talk about internal circumstances, camp policies, command, and other various things. Even here, in front of the 3 generals, he didn't feel nervous. In the south, the enemy's right-wing general Jane Mickley is an outlaw barbarian who binds his subordinates with fear, but his military discipline is lax and his soldiers have high morale due to repeated plundering. The general in the center, Shelna V's, places a high value on discipline, but she is not well received by the soldier. The northern and left-wing general, Tober Arkaz, had become a receptacle for those who stray from these 2. It's an incoherent army, Dargries laughed. Profit, ideals, and moderation. However, regardless of whether it's true or not, it seems certain that Shelna V stands out among them. Stand out? Although she is a woman, she is a warrior with extraordinary skills that cannot be rivaled by the warriors of Eldorant. Eldorant is a society that values her presence is a big reason why the army hasn't collapsed even in such a state. I don't know to what degree though, he continued. What Dargries imagined was a cliché, and the same goes for Eluga when he heard it. Cuckoo, if this was Krische, I'm sure my head would have already flown away. That said, I'm sure she's a great warrior. It's information that should be taken into consideration. Is that all of it? Yes, sir. Unless there's other instructions from the generals, I have been ordered to return to the capital. General Keithreton, General Ramin, anything from you too? No. He's an excellent spy. It would be best to return him to the capital as soon as possible. Neither do I, Assistant Marshal. Eluga nodded and looked at Dargries. Dargries stood up, bowed, and left the tent. Seeing this, Felworth's already narrow eyes narrowed even further. His posture, his breathing, it's quite something. He's an unfamiliar face to me though. He used to be a spy for an unscrupulous merchant. Now he is loyal to Krische. He is a calculating man who cannot be trusted as a person, but he is an egoist who is not bound by faith or morals. He can be trusted as Krishe's spy. If you think about profit and loss, he wouldn't be so foolish as to make an enemy of Krishe. The face that said all that with a happy smile was the personification of evil itself. Female General Tekla looked slightly frightened, and Kines made sure to not look at his superior. Eluga's evil look was not something you can get used to even if you keep looking at it. Shall we attack at the night of the new moon as well? That's decisive. What's the reason? We will launch a blatant night attack on the enemy center, and at the same time, Krische will destroy the enemy's right wing. The center of the enemy will definitely be confused when they realize that they have lost one of the arms they rely on. It seems to be an uncoordinated army to begin with after all. Pointing to the map, he narrowed his eyes. The enemy will do everything in their power to prevent our attack. If they suddenly lose their right-wing forces, they will have no choice but to use their reserves to stop our attack, overlaying the assumed Alberinea army with the enemy's right wing. From there, around the outside to the center from behind. During that time, Krishe will lead the highly mobile Black Flag Special Forces and make a detour from the enemy's right wing to the far center rear, and take the head of the enemy general from behind. Eluga said happily, and Felworth frowned. It's as if you two have arranged this beforehand, Farron. How confident are you with that assumption? Krishe said she would finish it. In that case, there is no such thing as confidence or uncertainty. He sipped the black bean tea, moistened his tongue and took a breath. If they don't know about the existence of Alberinea and don't notice the situation, it would be a dead end. This is not a battle, this is just post-processing. Tomorrow night, in preparation for the new moon, a meeting was being held at the Alberinea army's large tent. Kurofuyo will bypass the rear of the enemy and take the lead. Krische, Vinthril and the others will also accompany the night attack on the right wing but will quickly slip out and join the other side. Ojasama and each corps continue to pound the right wing until they lose their organizational resistance, and the final cleanup to the enemy's right wing is Keith's first corps. Meow Meow and Bagil, once things have calmed down, will support Skeleton. Well, this is good, Krische smiled, stepped onto the platform, and tapped the map behind her with a pointer. By that time, Krische and Kurofuyo will have completed the surprise attack on the enemy's main camp from the rear. It's basically a cleanup battle. Be careful to not do anything stupid like try to attack each other. Also search thoroughly, take as few prisoners as possible and get rid of the enemy. And Krische declared it clearly. Each corps commander and battalion commander, the atmosphere of the place was tense for a moment. Under conditions of poor visibility, our opponents are Eldorant soldiers whose land is mostly covered in forest. A counterattack with a small unit is quite possible, and the enemy formation is also divided by tribe, making it difficult to determine the commander and chain of command. There are too many concerns to take them as prisoners of war for humanitarian reasons. Krische blurted out what she had thought beforehand. There was no indecision or hesitation there. What is stipulated in the Holy Spirit Covenant is that even if the enemy is disarmed, has lost the will to fight, and has no intention of continuing the war, it is prohibited to massacre or mistreat prisoners of war after the end of the battle. There is a possibility of an organized counterattack by the enemy, even on a small scale, and it is not applicable under conditions of poor visibility where the alert state cannot be lifted. She smiled and held up her finger. Of course there were strategic and tactical reasons for this night attack, but everyone understood that. The girl in front of them had deliberately chosen the night of a new moon to carry out a legal massacre. We will only take prisoners of war those soldiers who surrender after dawn and after our visibility is secured. It will be nighttime, and our cooperation is not sufficient. Please understand that securing prisoners without permission before then may cause great confusion and endanger the entire military operation. Before the battle, Each battalion commander please give strict orders to the centurions under your command. It is a word that implicitly forbids actions that were not in accordance with her will. Her purpose was clear. She was trying to reduce their military power and force itself in order to make it difficult for the kingdom of Eldorant to rebuild itself after the war. By lawful massacre. Some of them felt remorse in their conscience, but under these circumstances, the reason they were able to overwhelm Gulshan, and the reason they were able to gain this advantage, was because of the existence of this Krische Christstand. The war situation remained hopeless, and Alberin had no leeway to show mercy to their opponent. And everyone understood the importance of this army led by Krische. Therefore, like swallowing lead, they listened to it in silence. As for Krische, who had expected some backlash and had prepared various answers, she felt a little disappointed. She continued, feeling as though all her preparations had been wasted. Since the situation with the Kithraton army is uncertain, Krische have decided to completely leave it to them without giving them any instructions. Krische has informed them of the night attack and skeletons are there, so if the situation is not too bad, they will attack the center of the enemy from the front. If this doesn't happen, you will stand by. Krische will also wait behind the enemy for an opportunity. Though there doesn't seem any need for that worry, Krische said, sitting back down in her chair. They must not let them know of Krische's existence no matter what. The other party was in a state where they had no concerns whatsoever about an invasion from the south. The distance between them was even closer than it was the other day. Just flying Griffin from here could arouse suspicion, and that was the reason for sending Dargries, an excellent secret agent, on a one-way trip. The reason she didn't give instructions to Felworth or Eluga was because she couldn't grasp the detailed situation over there. However, judging from the number of days that have passed since the start of the battle and the positioning of the enemy's right wing, it could be seen that the gradual retreat has been carried out largely as planned without any particular problems. Although she doesn't really like Felworth, he had a good reputation for his ability based on his past records and fighting style in the Civil War, and Eluga was the commander that Krische trusted the most in Alberin. That's why she placed him in the west, where there were many forests and complex terrain. There was a strong trust there. She believed that unless they were forced into a dire situation, a night attack would definitely be carried out, and considering the current strategic layout, Krische had no worry. Reasoning on assumptions even before the war started, this situation was one of the assumptions she had made. For her, this was just a matter of fitting the numbers into the equation that she had created. Ah, that's right, Krische said as if she just remembered it. It seems certain that the quality of the Eldorant soldiers is not good, and in the unit that Krische killed, civilians were forced to mate no. Ah, it seems like they were captured and roughed up. The men frowned, and Mia and Kalua, who were listening, held their heads. It was not wrong, but it was not correct. The two of them had explained beforehand that if she was going to talk about it, she should say it in this way, and sure enough, as they thought. It was a group of about 200 people. But it was said that they attacked 2 villages. We found one of them, but the village was burned down, and everyone was killed. It seems that there were many villages around here that the notifications didn't reach, and it's likely that this happened in other places as well. Krische nodded and continued without worrying about their stares. In that case, there is a possibility that Alberin prisoners are being treated badly by bad enemy soldiers, and there is also a very high possibility that some civilians are being held prisoner as well. Krische said we wouldn't take prisoners, but we have to be flexible in this area. Wouldn't it be better to have a unified policy? That's right. When you deal with people like that, you never know what they'll do if cornered. First Corps Commander, Keith answered. Using prisoners of war as shields and hostages in their struggle. Something like that could happen. Yes, that's true. Krische wonders how it is. Hostages are actually a fairly effective method, and at least in the past with Mother Grace, even Krische stopped moving. Krische tilted her head in confusion. The situation is very possible, but let's stick to the principle. The priority is the mission, and hostages should be treated as dead at that point. Kolkis, who had crossed his arms, spoke clearly. At least it was his role to be the first to say that. It was because he thought it should not be Krische. That's right. If you're attacked without asking questions, you'll prioritize escaping over the hassle of killing a human hostage. Even if you're ruthless, it will cause the least amount of damage in the end. Bagil followed. The person trying to escape using the hostage as a shield, their psychology would be based on their own survival. People like that will most likely give priority to running away from someone they couldn't negotiate with. Incidentally, if the person was capable of killing the hostages would be killed regardless of whether the negotiations were successful or not. There was no point in hesitating because civilians and prisoners of war were taken hostage. As expected, is that how it is after all? A very rational girl. The statement she made earlier about not taking prisoners. Everyone thought that she would understand easily, but Krische thought about it a little more. The men looked slightly confused, only Galen understood as they narrowed their eyes at her and placed their hands on her shoulders. He nodded at Krische, who looked up at him curiously, and said on her behalf, "It's cruel, but as soldiers, we have the kingdom of Alberinea, the lives of all the people living there on our backs. It's not something we can trade for the lives of a few people, so you should control your emotions and prioritize mathematical logic over ethics." A grim expression appeared on his deeply wrinkled face. The old man's hoarse voice strangely resonated well. As Commander Arjun said, hostages should be treated as dead people. For simple prisoners and civilians, we'll set up a team and deal with them at the bare minimum. As soon as the battle stabilizes, we'll deal with them one by one. This time, you guys are just prioritizing the defeat and mopping up the enemy army. If you have any objections or points for improvement, raise your hand. Galen looked around at each person, and the one who raised his hand was Fagrin, the commander of the 3rd Corps and Bagil's adjutant. "I have an opinion, Adjutant General." "Okay. Just say it." Fagrin stands up and puts his hand on his chest in salute. "Well, this is a bandit's method, but if we're dealing with such a person, one possible option would be to mix the captured woman with a relative or a spy and have them monitor from the inside. In any case, it would be better to make arrangements so that the commander will not be directly involved in the response." Fagrin is an old subordinate of Grunmeld, originally a bandit. He knew well the methods used by thieves. "I see. It's certainly an assumption that needs to be taken into consideration. Great chaos is expected. People here should be on guard. Do not approach prisoners of war or civilians, even if it is in the name of providing information, and let the non-commissioned officers deal with them." Krische drank sweet tea while listening to those words. She nodded, seeing as there was no other opinion. "Guess that's about it. This time, let's do what Ojasama said. No prisoners were taken and all were killed. But it would be better to help the civilians who were caught up as much as possible." Krische's crazy circuit of conscience was at a loss as to what to do, but if Galen said it, she would accept it as if it were correct. She recalled the dead Grace and wondered if she would have survived if she had slashed without hesitation, but no answer came out. Even for Krische, the past is irreversible. She knew that it was pointless to think about it. Well, for now, the general purpose of the action and possible situations are as mentioned. As for the magical beasts like Suika, this is also what Krische said before. "Please inform each Centurion again and keep them on alert," Krische said, stretching slightly and continuing. "Next, let's talk about the details, future courses, and placement." It was a moonless night. A quiet night, with only the light of bonfires and stars illuminating the grassland. Tomorrow there will be a decisive battle decided by Shelnaviz. If she didn't win here, the war was over. They would suspend any actions other than defensive battles to maintain the territory they have cut off, as well as any offensive invasions. The main reason was the terrain. This area was patchy with forests and plains, but if Alberin's army were to escape east of here, there would be a large sea of trees blocking central and western Alberin. Forests are natural strongholds. No matter how accustomed the Eldorant soldiers were to the forest, it would take a huge amount of blood to achieve victory there. The Central V's army set up camp on the plain, and the Keithritan army was on the opposite plain to the east across the forest. The entire Eldorant army bent in A shape, with Arkaz, the left wing on the north slightly ahead of them, and V's with a forest in between Keithritan army, were also trying to threaten the flanks and rear of the Keithritan army. Similarly, The Meekly to the south had gone a little ahead of them and had laid down their army in a large forest to the south of them. Tomorrow, at dawn, there would be an attack from the three sides. There was no certainty that it would go well. To say it was semi-encircled, both the left and right wings were only slightly protruding. There was also distance. Considering that the enemy was also expecting this, there was a good chance that they could simply flee to the east. There was also information that behind them, in the sea of trees to the east, there was a campfire-like bonfire being lit. It was safe to assume that they had sent some of their troops ahead of us and were taking all possible measures against our pursuit, and there was also a fort, though not a large one, in front of the sea of trees, so at least this battle would be over if the enemy escaped there. This was a gamble. Whether or not they would be able to capture the enemy's head in the pursuit. This was such a battle. If they could capture Felworth Keithreton's head, they could inflict a huge blow and throw the enemy into a whirlpool of chaos, and they could even consider challenging them to a decisive battle in the Sea of Trees. Hey, it's time for your shift, Lido. Go to bed early. I'm not sleepy, Zurin. As he sat on a box and watched the bonfire, a large man with a rugged face appeared. V's hunting squad, the leader of its first squad, Zurin. Sitting next to Lido, carrying a large spear and holding a sake bottle in his hand. He had the usual mocking smile on his face. What, are you scared of tomorrow's battle? Let go, I'm not like you, he said with a wry smile. He was 3 years older than Lido, but they had been close friends for a long time. When he was a child, he was the brat's leader, a hopeless bully, and a bastard, but now, like his adjutant Bez, he was Lido's most reliable comrade. I remember well when you were so scared by Suiko that your nose was dripping and you were on your knees, Zurin. That's a story from when I was a kid, and you're probably the same, Lido. It's shameful that you burst into tears as soon as the chief warrior arrives. Shut up. A little adventure when he was a kid. Shelna was visiting a large village in Rani. Lido and Zurin enthusiastically lead her around to show her a beautiful waterfall, and they meet a Suiko in the forest. It was probably fortunate that the Suiko wasn't hungry. If it had wanted to, they would have been killed in an instant, but the Suiko didn't attack them all of a sudden, and slowly approached them while growling. Shelna was the only one who could keep her calm in that situation. She held a fallen tree branch in her hand and told Lido and Zurin not to move. He remembered how her body was shaking as well. Realizing that the three were gone, Lido's and Sherna's father, and Bez rush into the Suiko. He will never forget that time. His Majesty and my father were both amazing. Ah, that was cool. I still don't feel like I've caught up. His eyes narrowed as he stroked the large sword beside him. The sight of his father slashing the Suiko with this in his hand was still etched in his eyes. Shelna's father, the king, with a spear in hand, attracted the Suiko's hostility and jumped around in the forest, while Bez and his friends shot countless spears and arrows. It was this giant sword that delivered the final blow. I've never felt so much pain. I see. I was surprised that they would even hit Shelna's armor. Still, there were injuries. Naturally, the three of them were severely scolded, and even Lido's mild-mannered father was furious. All three of them were slapped, all three of them were hugged, all three of them were locked in the hut, all three of us were locked in the hut, and after that too it kept stinging. It was a slap that hurt far more than just physical pain. I still haven't finished repaying Shelna for that time. Tomorrow is an opportunity one couldn't have hoped for in that sense. Don't be so reckless, Lido. If you die, you won't be able to repay her. Are you worried? It's about Shelna-sama, who fell in love with a helpless person. I'm not worried about you, okay? You bastard. Lido laughed and tried to knock Zurin in the head, but Zurin flicked it with his hand. The two of them laughed and turned to the bonfire. Zurin then took a sip of the sake he brought and handed it to Lido. Lido sipped it and let out a breath and looked up. Well, I have to force myself a little. At the very least, it would be bad if Meekly monopolized the credit. I never thought we'd be handing over the initial response to Meekly. They said they wouldn't go along with our strategy otherwise. It can't be helped. V's, Meekly, Arkaz. The three tribes were allies and future enemies. They basically follow requests, but each has command authority, and in a sense, this army was close to an allied army. Shellner thought there was no chance that Meekly would make the decision. Those guys wouldn't be able to defeat Keithriton. I agree with her, but I'm not sure if it becomes a melee. The attack would start from Meekly on the right wing, and quickly move to Arcas on the left wing. The central Vs became the rearguard and pressed down on the enemy from the front. If the enemy retreated to the east, it would be easy to target enemy generals using Meekly and Arcas. If Vs could target some, it would most likely be the general of the enemy rearguard. Vs needed to definitely finish this off. If Meekly and Arcas were to fail against the main aim and still stall, there would be room for Vs to make a move no matter what the possibility was. It was less than 50%. The next best option was to whittle away at the enemy's strength, but either way, it was inevitable for V's battle to be brutal. If only we were on the same page, a large army of 120,000 versus 60,000. We could have won more easily, but it's pathetic. That can't be helped, Lido. Every tribe is mutual, each has its own opinion, and even we can't compromise. With that said, Zurin continues, well, it's just for now. Several decades from now, I'm sure that you and Shellner will change the country so that such trivial troubles will no longer exist, right? That's right. Sorry, did I sound like a complainer? Zurin laughed and patted his shoulder. No matter what the result is, do your best, Lido. I'm dying to steal Shellner-sama from your side at your wedding. Ha, I'll kill you before you can count to 3. Lido laughed and pounded Zurin's thick chest with his fist. The sound of a bell echoing in the forest. They both stood up at the same time. It was not just a mistake. The sounds of bells echoed from the forest, countless bells shaking the night air. Wake up now, hunters of Vs. Prepare for battle. Zurin howled, and Lido frowned. The enemy's choice was a night attack. What was the aim and how big was it? Zurin, it's a night attack at this time. We don't know what's going to happen, so stay here and protect Shellner. But I'm going to lead some people to see what's going on. Please send Bez and the others right away. In any case, in this situation, Meekly and Arcas won't be able to move immediately. Depending on the situation, we, the Central Forces, may have no choice but to prevent the enemy's initial attack on our own. Zurin nods with a solemn look on his face. Lido quickly gathered up the soldiers who were awake and assembled them, and soon, a chestnut-colored hair shook, and Shellner appeared on the spot. Lido, Zurin, Shellner, who seemed to have jumped out of the tent, sweating in her thin nightgown, looked around. Her skin and underwear were slightly transparent in the light of the bonfire. You looking like that? This isn't the time to worry about how I look, just look at the situation first, don't be reckless. Understood. Is that what you came here to say? Because Lido is an idiot. Shellner caught her breath and closed her eyes. I have been informed of the possibility of a night attack. Do not go forward until instructed to do so, and wait behind the vanguard. Only respond if there is a breakthrough. Understood? Yeah, ma. Then she pounced on him and kissed him, glaring into the indigo eyes. If you die, I'll kill you. I know. See you later. It's fine if you understand, see you later. Before Shellner could finish speaking, she turned on her heel and ran. The surrounding soldiers and Zurin looked stunned and looked at Lido with envy. What are you looking at? Damn, I'm so jealous. I also want to be kissed. Nodding to Zurin's words, the soldiers repeated the same thing. Lido scratched his head, his face red. He was aware that was why she jumped out without armor. Don't say something stupid. Let's go, you guys. Show them that the night forest is our garden. It's not cool if you said with your face red, Lido. I'll kill you, Zurin. Anyway, let's go. The sky was dark with a new moon. A world filled with a stiff atmosphere that cooled flushed cheeks. And so began the first and final attack of the Alberinea army in this western region. Chapter 194, King of the Night. It was a night attack. Get out of the way. Hi. Roughly pushing the woman she was holding to the side, Chief Meekly, Gain Meekly, raised his muscular naked body that was covered with tattoos. He pulled up his trousers and placed his sword belt around his waist. Grabbing a great axe in his right hand, he quickly stepped out, half-naked and without armor. A sudden night attack was impossible for Alberin's army, which was located just northeast of here. The reason being that it was not the vanguard that was being attacked, but the main camp where Gain was located. An unexpected attack, even a slight time delay, could be fatal. But Gain, at least the great tribal leader Meekly, understood his predicament with a beastly reaction and immediately used his brain to overcome the situational confusion in order to overcome the situation. There are only a few enemies. Warriors of Meekly, keep calm and deal with them calmly, he shouted before he could catch sight of the enemy, before he could fully grasp the situation. The main body of the enemy was northeast, then this was just an ambush. If the direction of attack was from the south of this main camp, then the enemy force was not that large. Even though they were in the forest, the number of troops that could lie down without being caught by their scout was negligible. He was sharp and decisive. He had more than enough of the qualities needed to be a general. The most dangerous thing about this situation was the soldiers' confusion and the collapse of the chain of command. Soldiers gather under the nearest commander. The enemy's goal is chaos and the destruction of each individual, and avoid isolation as much as you can. Don't forget that this is the night forest, our territory. Despite the completely unexpected night attack, Gain Meekly had already awakened as a warrior, switching as fast as a wild beast. At the very least, he was far from being called mediocre. There is no one more suitable than him to be the martial king of the small country of Meekly. He was half naked as he leaped out of the door without any fluster. The soldiers, who had been panicking at the sight of their commander, regained their spirits. From the beginning, only the elite directly under the headquarters extraordinary warriors were around here. There were 1,000 troops in this main camp. The enemy was undoubtedly elite. However, there is no way they outnumber the military strength of this main force. There were at most 500. Gain-sama. You're late, Consoldo. Haha, it's because the woman wouldn't let me go. What appeared was also a half-naked huge man carrying a large spear. He had the same streamlined, ancient script tattooed on his handsome face as Gain, and his hand sweeps his braided hair back. He was Consoldo Rulin, Gain Meekly's right hand. As always, what a joker, I can't grasp the situation. You should take command in front and give me a report. Okay, then, let's take out the bastard who interrupted our fun HG. Just before Consoldo could respond, the roar of a beast rang out. It's not just a beast, it makes the earth echo, the branches of the trees shake, the leaves dance, and with a single roar it could freeze all living things around it. Chief, a Suiko is coming from the west. I can hear it. Gain silenced the soldier who came to report, and Consoldo frowned in displeasure. Damn it, the timing is good. Regardless of how it works, it's a trick of the other party. They pushed the Suiko towards us. That's how it is. They sure did it. Consoldo, I take back the order. It can't be helped. I'll go. Consoldo rejected the soldier who hurriedly brought his armor, waving his spear in the air and saying he didn't need it. Unless you were a fierce warrior who could hold your own, hunting a Suiko would be nothing but suicide. Armor was only good for psychological comfort against the Suiko. Consoldo twisted his face in annoyance and shouldered the great spear again. I'll take the fur, Gain-sama. Do as you please. The appearance of a Suiko in this situation. The two were not even intimidated by it. Consoldo, as a matter of course, ran to the west, and Gain sent the next instructions to the assembled soldiers. The warriors who led them had nothing to fear. The soldiers, seeing this figure, lost any fear that had arisen in them, and simply exuded the will to fight. Breaking down a huge tree as a foothold, it easily leapt from the forest to the sky. It stands 8 shaku tall at the shoulder, and has a total body length of 2 6 m, from head to tail. The arms, as big as the human torso and log, were enough to damage and break the human body through the armor. Its fur was flexible but hard, easily blocking blows and slashes, and weak spears and the like cannot even pierce its muscles. Suiko is the king of the forest. Meekly's main camp, to the west, was a place of slaughter. Its charge as fast as gusts of wind were beyond human dynamic vision, and despite its speed, its gigantic body effortlessly follows a sharp-angled trajectory. The soldiers, who were on guard to the south, were helplessly blown away by a monster that suddenly appeared from beside them, and were thrown into the air, spitting out their internal organs from their mouths. In Eldorant, where much of the country is covered with forests, this was not a beast that they hadn't seen. The elite guards of the main camp, not a small percentage of whom had fought against magical beasts before, were also there. However, they were being slaughtered too unilaterally. Gigit, Eruka. There was not just one Suiko. On top of that was a black cloak and a one-piece dress, silver hair shimmering in the starlight. Sitting or standing on the inexhaustible Suiko, which repeats its high-speed movement and carnage, leaping in the air and landing on its feet. While repeating the acrobatic movements, the girl shot arrows one after another from her short bow. She pulled an arrow from her quiver, Nock is aimed, and released, and in the blink of an eye, another arrow was already there again. In an instant, she emptied the quiver containing 30 arrows, tossed it away, and then took a new quiver on her shoulder from Suiko's waist or side. The arrows were fired at an unbelievable speed that didn't even seem to be aimed, but they were unrivaled in accuracy. Ignoring the wind and Suiko's high-speed movements, the soldiers couldn't even properly follow the Suiko's figure. It was impossible to avoid the arrows she shot. The purple eyes shining in the bonfire. Was it an accident due to fear, or was it due to experience and ability? When one of them narrowly blocked an arrow that came from directly in front of, in the next moment an arrow was shot directly from the side, piercing their temple, or perhaps their spine from behind. All of the soldiers with experience in hunting magical beasts were shot dead one after another in this way. If one had to classify her, it should be said that she was both an archer and cavalry. However, what she was riding was a Suiko with a speed that overwhelmed even those who possessed magical power, and her presence was different from that of a mere bow cavalryman, as she continued to take lives at a speed and accuracy that was out of the ordinary. The forests, which cavalrymen normally hate, were her hunting grounds. In this world, she was a werbeast magical beast that could single-handedly overpower even a battalion of elite soldiers. Countless griffins and warriors danced out from behind her, but they did not even have time to pay attention to them. The ones that escaped were mercilessly pierced by arrows, and they had no choice but to continue to scream. "Guru, run, that way." Gururu, the beast, roared in a strangely high-pitched voice and snapped the torso of the soldier on the left. Krische shot and killed the soldier on the right, and fired an arrow at the magic possessor who was jumping high towards them. The arrow that deflected instantly pierced his side, and she reluctantly used a second shot to pierce his eye and kill him. Krische pouted her lips. If she was to kill, then it's on shot one kill. It was Krische's dissatisfaction born from that thinking. She threw away the quiver, slung a new one, and pulled out the long hair that was covered by it. She calculated that she used up 2 quivers, wasting, and about 10 arrows went to waste for about 50 people. Krische narrowed her eyes, growing dissatisfied with her own inexperience. She gave no consideration to the 50 lives she had killed. To her, their lives are equivalent to the arrows she shoots, and using 2 arrows for one was nothing more than a waste. She sat down and drew an arrow from her new quiver. "Guru, run over here." Krische hit the Suiko on the right shoulder. The Suiko made a big leap to her right, and a spear pierced the area where they were. What appeared in front of the werbeast was a large, half-naked man covered in tattoos. Krische shot an arrow from the air at the man who had lost his balance with a throwing spear, and after the Suiko landed, she shot another one. The man, however, twisted and dodged it, swinging his braided hair around, and he repelled the other arrow with his large spear. Krische eyebrows twitched as she grabbed 2 arrows and fired them together. The Suiko ran behind the man, and she fired another shot at the man who dodged it, but even that was dodged by the man. 5 arrows have already been fired, with 0 hits. Krische eyebrows twitched even more, and her eyebrows furrowed. On the other hand, the other man understood in that instant that the other person was an insane monster, and shouted, "Bastard! Who are you?" Krische ignored that and jumped down, silently charging in. In one breath, she was right in front of the man. She kicked the large spear that was being swung away from the side with her right foot. Gah! She twisted her waist and dug her left heel into the defenseless stomach. The man's large frame floated, and Krische aimed an arrow under his chin, and from there, it pierced his skull. "It's Krische. Goodbye." Without looking at the dead man, she gave her name out of politeness. Then she looked at the 4 arrows that were stuck on the ground, except for one that had been snapped off by a large spear. She thought about it for a moment, then retrieved them as if nothing had happened and put them in her quiver. That's 2 shots. No matter how you look at it, it's a 2-shot, she thought, nodding with satisfaction as she turned back to the Suiko. She jumped on Gururun, who seemed to be having fun rolling one of the frightened soldiers over with his paw, and shot the toy to death and looked around. There were soldiers who dropped to their knees, saying Kana Saldo-sama is, and there were soldiers who were stunned and seemed to have lost the will to fight for the most part. She didn't care or hesitate. If they didn't move, they're just an easy target to hit. As she shot them down, she called out to the griffin cavalry that had come nearby. Vinthril. It looks like they arrived first. I saw Kolki-sama fighting a man who seems to be the enemy general. Vinthril said, looking at the half-naked man's corpse with pity. It was an unusual skill, but the opponent was just bad. There were no other words to say. Then let's go deal with that. Gururun. No, Krische-sama. She tilted her head for a moment at Vinthril, who was about to call out to her, but after receiving her instructions, the Suiko immediately distanced from him. Well, that's okay, she thought, the Suiko running towards the center of the camp. Now they already had the upper hand. There were about 1,000 enemy main forces and 5,000 troops of the Second Corps directly under Alberinea, the most powerful force in Alberin. It was a natural result when the condition of a surprise attack was added to that. While shooting and killing the enemy commanders who continued to resist the Second Corps coming from the south, she moved to the large tent in the center. Curse you. If we were wearing armor and the conditions were the same, we would have had a good fight. But in war this is also an unavoidable outcome. There, the silver tiger armor Kolki's Argan's great spear had already pierced the half-naked man's chest. I hope you die proud of the fact that even in this situation you managed to damage my armor. Ah, gah. As it was, Courtship casually waved his spear and forcibly pulled it out. The muscular man's body easily tumbles to the ground. Then he severed the dead man's neck with the tip of a small sword. Krische-sama, my side is also finished. He was quite a warrior, but... Kolki's showed the scar on the chest of his armor and laughed. Seeing that the opponent was quite a fierce man, he purposefully used his armor to block the sword and attack him in return. No matter how good a fighter one is, they can't always land a blow that could cut through metal armor in one blow. Krische is glad things are going well. Krische and the others are going to Kurofuyo. Yes. Looking at the soldiers who seemed depressed after seeing the result of the duel, Krische readied her arrow. Then, she casually without hesitation fired arrows and shot them in turn from the side until his quiver was used up. A scream goes up and the air freezes. When Krische used up all the arrows, she put down the quiver and picked up the 4th and final quiver from the Suiko's waist and carried it over her shoulder. Then, looking at the gazes directed at her from the soldiers, she tilted her head and nodded. The quiver seemed to be getting in Gururun's way, so Krische decided to use it up. Meow meow, please kill them randomly later as well. Kolki's looked around, unsure of what to say. Normally, this headquarters would have surrendered. But Krische was completely merciless. No prisoners will be taken. To Krische that was clearly stated and communicated in advance. There was no distinction between soldiers who had lost their will to fight and those who had not, and it was natural for them to be killed. More than a dozen people died simply because she wanted to use up the quiver. Just as you heard, kill them. Screaming at Courtship's words, the stiffened enemy remnants ran away, and the soldiers of the Second Corps chased after them, looking at each other for a moment. Looking at the crazy girl sitting on the green tiger, they could not hide their feelings of fear. Kolki's looked on with satisfaction and told Kolki's as she removed the unnecessary belt from around the waist. Once we have a general idea, Meow Meow will go ahead and go to Skeleton. Bagil's Third Corps will be better at mopping up battles, so stay behind for a while and help Keith until the hunt for the remnant stabilizes. Ha! Krische didn't care what the soldiers thought. Kolki's was at a loss as to what to say to her. Ahehe, Krische's glad everything is going well. It looks like Krische will be able to return to the mansion a little earlier than planned. He fell silent when he saw Krische smiling happily, like a child. She was different from Kolki's and the others. She was not a soldier who sacrificed her life for the country and honor. She was just a girl. This was not where she wanted to be, and it was not like she wanted to get her hands dirty. She's just here because that's what was wanted. There was no word he could say for her, Colchis realized. If circumstances permitted, she would be happily spending her time cooking with Berry. But her unusual talent would not allow her to spend her days as a mere girl. It was simply just that kind of tragedy. Krische also got a present for Berry, so Krische would like to give it to her as soon as possible. That's right, Berry will surely be happy if Krische returns. Colchis said that, and Krische happily wrapped her hands around the pouch around her neck. Then she took out a candy and placed it in Colchis' hand. Meow Meow is also working hard, so this is a reward. Thank you. She smiled bitterly and put it in his mouth. Krische also put one into her mouth. When you roll it, it had a sweet and gentle taste of honey that was completely unsuitable for a battlefield. Colchis lowered his eyes at the distortion. Then, a little behind Krische, there were 30 Griffin cavalrymen. As expected, we won't be able to catch up with Suiko if Griffin runs on the ground. Up in the air or on the ground? For the Lion Eagle cavalry in a melee, acting at half-hearted height is the most dangerous. They only flew in the sky for reconnaissance purposes, and they basically operated on the ground. Although their legs are somewhat slower than a horse, it could use its wings to accelerate, and Griffin's movement speed on the ground was not that slow. Vinthril was about to say that it was Meow Meow win right. Krische should have listened properly. Yes, Colchis-sama had the upper hand. Vinthril answered and looked around. The main camp is now destroyed, and the survivors are running away, surrounded by soldiers of the Second Corps. As he shouldered the bloody spear, he saw Krische. What will you do? As planned, let's meet up with Kurofuyo, who is ahead of us. Given the current situation, it should be okay to fly at a low altitude. As planned, we're going around a bit. Kurofuyo is searching for an enemy, so we should be able to catch up soon. Yes, Should I check on General Keithreton and the others once more? Well, let's do it here. It's better than taking a detour and then looking. Vinthril nodded and called out to one of the Eagle cavalrymen, Bagil. Bagil immediately called out his griffin's name and headed south, gradually rising from low altitude to the sky. Griffins were surprisingly easy to see even in the darkness of the night when they took to the sky near a camp that was brightly lit by bonfires. That's what it was for. Well then, Krische-sama. Yes. Meow Meow, please do the rest. Krische will hunt the head of the enemy general. Vinthril Dono should be careful as well. There are many hunters in Eldorant who are used to the forest. People from Kreisharana who live in the mountains should understand how scary it is. I'll keep that in mind. It's most dangerous when you get used to the atmosphere after all. Colchis Dono 2 Godspeed. Vinthril thrust out his spear, and Colchis laughed and stacked his spears on top of each other. It was like a greeting between warriors in Kreisharana. Krische saw this and ran Suiko around, followed by Vinthril and the others. Colchis saw them off, shouldered his spear, and narrowed his eyes. The fleeing enemy mercilessly, I'm not too keen on it, but the situation is such that it can't be helped even if we complain about it. Hey, stick that head up to the main flag over there. Yes, sir. Black Flag Special Force moved quickly, but while searching for the enemy to some extent, it advanced to the rear of the enemy's main camp. If they encountered an enemy, they would immediately annihilate them unless they were a large force, and speed was their priority. Currently, there were no encounters with anyone other than patrolling sentries, and the march was going smoothly. There were no particular points that could be called problems. The company formed a cross, the Centurions Tagil and Corinth on the left and right wing. Aleha, who had excellent overall ability, was at the end, and Company Commander Dagra and Waltzer were in the center. At the front were Mia and the leader of the Special Task Force, Kalua. Kalua's Special Task Force currently consists of 7 people, including her, and was made up of veteran and special skilled personnel. Not only were they former mercenaries with good sword skills, but they were also men of underworld jobs and merchant soldiers with a wide perspective who could deal with various situations such as disguise and manipulation. Krische summarized the human resources that were easy to use on hand, whether on the battlefield or in the city. Kalua herself was a quick-witted person who could deal with various situations, so this was a way to take advantage of that. Even though they had already taken down the 4 sentries, the girls at the front were still on guard. Adjutant Mia, the company commander, has requested a short break. Understood. Mia nodded to the soldier who came from the center, putting her right hand up. Then, with her left hand, she threw a pebble at Kalua, who was walking a little ahead of her. Kalua turned around and looked at Mia's hand, putting her right hand up as well. The faint sound of rustling branches and leaves that echoed in the quiet forest disappeared with that. From the enemy's main camp, it would be somewhere diagonally behind and to the right. The war is about 4 RI. There was no need for much caution. Mia continues walking a little closer to Kalua, who has her back rested against a tree. Tired? To some extent. Uzaja-chan, who can do this so calmly, must be sick after all. Kalua sighed and rubbed the corners of her eyes. In the dark, moonless forest, she was constantly on the lookout for enemy sentries and never missed a sound. Her nerves seemed to be going crazy. She did training to the point where she was tired of it, but training was just training after all. Although she repeated this over and over again at Birnaic, the lead was always Krische. It was the first time she had been in actual battle without Krische. Krische, who was able to keep her guard up and keep on guard against the enemy while naturally continuing to advance at the front, even if she didn't take her fighting ability into account, was a superhuman after all. Shall I replace you with Koza? I'm still fine. The others also will be able to go for a while. Uzaja-chan will probably catch up soon, so I guess I'll leave it to Koza then. Kalua said honestly. She didn't intend to be stubborn, and she still had the ability to concentrate for a while. At the beginning, Koza and the others were in front, so she wanted to let them rest a little more. I see. It's a shame that I can't help you change, Mew, Mia said with a grin, and Kalua pinched her cheek. Are you planning on getting revenge as usual? Mia was an adjutant. Because of her position, she was exempted from the nerve-wracking hardships of going ahead as a scout. However, that was also just a light talk. That's not to say Mia was having it easy. She was also stretching her nerve as she took grasp of the unit and chose their path. If they encountered a scout, they would handle it. But the ideal was to avoid encountering them. In order to avoid risks as much as possible, she recalled the geography and Krische instructions she had in mind, and changed the course according to the situation. She considered contact with the enemy to be her own responsibility. Kalua patted Mia on the head and told her that she didn't have to say anything that didn't suit her, and smiled bitterly. Mew. What's our next course? Go a little further west and then north. It seems there are a little more scouts than I expected, so let's make a bigger detour and go to the safer side. Understood, Chem. Kalua immediately looked ahead and pulled out a large machete-like sword. Mia saw her like that, and she instantly pulled out the sword from her waist. Starlight shone through the gaps in the trees, a huge shadow, be it human or beast. It looked familiar. What? Krishe-sama already? No, stay away. Did the shadow realize that it had been noticed? It shook the trees and distorted the atmosphere, snapping the trees apart and closing the distance in a single breath. Green fur, black vertical stripes. A monster 8 shaku tall at the shoulders, its name Suiko. The giant beast, also known as the ruler of the forest, swung its arm down at the two of them. Chapter 195, New Moon's Crescent Moon. If it had been before she joined the Black 100, she likely would have been killed or seriously injured by that blow. The same was true even when she was in the army as a mere foot soldier. Of course, Kalua was able to avoid it because of her natural talent, but it was also because of the vast experience she accumulated gained from the Black Century, that repeatedly fought on the front lines, and because she was able to repeatedly see many warriors who could be called monsters up close. The presence of Gururun, a Suiko that was kept as a pet by her beloved superior, was also significant. A black shadow appeared a slight distance away. She correctly understood that for the beast, they were already within reach. Mia, jump and give instructions. Yeah. Not only did she avoid it herself, she even had the leeway in her heart to pull back her close friend's hand, who was stiffening. The worst case when Suiko appeared, the death of the field commander on the scene, was able to be avoided because of her ability to make instantaneous judgments. After she caught Mia flying into the tree at the edge of her vision, she had completely switched. Special task squad, I'll be the decoy, you guys take the sides and behind. Rather than taking it down, aim to inflict injuries. This giant body won't sink easily. As she listened to Mia give the order from the treetops to bring the archers and spear throwers, she stifled the confusion and fear that threatened to burst his heart. The green tiger turned its trajectory toward us with unbelievable agility. Kalua rolled to avoid it, but the 8-Shaku 2U monster easily broke the huge tree behind her. Although it was a quadruped, its shoulders were at least 2 Shaku above the top of Kalua's head. Even Kalua might lose her will to fight if that gigantic body turns hostile to her in the dark of night. The only thing that kept her calm was remembering the queer name of Gururun. She had seen that Suiko rolling around showing its belly to Krische many times. Kalua knew that this was not a monster, but simply a beast. It was just that its intelligence and fighting ability exceeded that of a beast. Could she fight it by herself? The answer was no. A beast that even Kolkis and Bagil declared to be dangerous. She didn't think that she, who was inferior to them, could overwhelm it. Kalua knew her own weakness and helplessness better than anyone else. She got up from his tumble and swung her curved sword, which looked like an axe, and hit the Suiko's left hind leg. Kalua's attack, an attack from a rare magic possessor. However, the attack that hit Suiko's thigh was not a slash but a blow. The green fur that covered the Suiko's body was like a fiber made of metal. The inner muscles were more like those of an old tree than flesh. It was resilient enough to receive and absorb the force of Kalua's blow. She recalled what Krische said after the viewing party. If you use a bigger tool, you might be able to cut it in two, but the hair and muscles are quite strong, so it will only damage the blade. As Ojasama said, the easiest way would be to use something like. The Suiko raised its voice. Just because it's not fatal didn't mean it didn't cause damage. If it was Krische, she would have been able to sever it with the same weapon, but Kalua understood that her own strength was only that much. Making angry and turning hostile towards herself. That was the extent of the blade that Kalua has forged in her life so far. There was no point in lamenting it here and now. Their fur is strong against slashes, but not so strong against point attacks like spears. If the arrow is close enough, it will pierce into the flesh. Similarly with throwing spears, if you use a sword in a stabbing manner, even an old man like me would be able to kill it. The important thing is whether you can deal with it correctly. Kalua's sword, if wielded properly, could cut the enemy in half along with their armor. However, she was not sure if she could do that against this opponent. If only someone created a clear opening, but in this situation, it would take a while for Dagra, Aleha, and Waltzer to come. Even if they could hold themselves by going defensive, Kalua was the only one who could take on the Suiko. 2 members of the Special Task Force also attacked. One person slashes, the other pierces. One of the long swords dug into the waist, but the violent Suiko swung its whole body around, causing the sword to break, sending one of them tumbling. If you stab me, jump immediately. For now, prioritize slowing down. Kalua, pierced on the ground beside her was Mia's straight sword. If you break it, I won't forgive you, okay? Fufu, I'm sure the sword is also happier wielded by me, Ops. She dodged the Suiko's blow as it tried to hit her right arm, and grabbed the straight sword with her body on the verge of falling. Mia must have immediately determined that Kalua's sword was not effective. Her swordsmanship is poor and she's devastatingly clumsy. But at least Mia was a commander worthy of entrusting her life to, even if you remove any bias. She had a wide field of vision and was quick-witted, grasping the surrounding situation even in a melee battle and issuing appropriate instructions. Leave the front to Kalua and keep your distance. When it attacks Kalua, stab your weapon and cover her. Koza, who was supposed to be taking a rest in the center where Dagra and the others were, was already here. Yeah, spread out. Archers aim from atop the trees, javelins spread out and wait until instructed to do so. At the signal, shoot all at once. Before Mia could call for reinforcements, Dagra must have noticed the chaos in front of them and sent them there. There was Koza, the archer commander, and about 10 archers. Then 5 javelin throwers. Considering the situation, he probably judged that it wasn't an enemy attack, but that the opponent was a demonic beast. The reason why a small number of troops were sent in advance was to prevent confusion and also to take into account the possibility of an enemy attack. While maintaining stability, she immediately sent in the necessary reinforcements in this darkness. Dagra was able to take the optimal measures based on the little information he had. From being a foot soldier to fighting under the command of Eligaferin, his experience in the mountains and forests was unparalleled. The reason why Koza, the archer commander with a wide field of vision, was sent was probably in case Mia and Kalua were injured or killed. There was even a certain coldness to it. "I'll create an opening." After confirming Koza's arrival, Kalua shouted while dodging the Suiko's onslaught. Confusion and tension if they could manage that. It wasn't a completely insurmountable enemy. "Uzaja-chan, you won't use Guru Run? Krische is going to ride the griffin and Gururun'll be hose-sitting. It's dangerous if it's in the grassland, and it will be pitiful if Gururun gets hurt. It feels like a waste. It's fast, but it's heavy and large, so its turning speed isn't as fast as a magic possessor, so it's not safe unless it's in a situation where it can make a repeated surprise attacks. Krische thinks it's simply a matter of angular velocity that makes it difficult to deal with in the forest." Suiko was highly intelligent and knew how to utilize its athletic ability. It took no risks and relentlessly targeted their back. The attack from earlier, if it was prepared to also strike down and attack with its whole body, there was no way Kalua could dodge it. However, the Suiko didn't do that and instead slipped past her, trying to finish off Kalua with its arm. It was because it understands that even if it couldn't finish her off, if it passed right next to her, its huge body would disappear from Kalua's sight. In doing so, it disappears from the opponent's field of vision and reliably takes down the opponent from his blind spot. Suiko was a hunter. Even if you move Iken to the side at a distance, it makes only a trivial difference to your opponent. But if you move for half a ken at close range, you can completely remove yourself from the opponent's field of vision. Big Meow Meow like Gururun is very smart and understands this. They step in from a distance, and when they get close, they slip to the side and aim at the opponent. Well, it's pretty much the same as Krische. It's very effective. Krische seemed to have a grasp of her opponent's vision. After she kills one, she lowered her posture, slipped past her opponent, and put herself in their blind spot. To the person standing next to her, it would appear as if she had suddenly vanished from sight. If she had unlimited endurance, she could kill even 10,000 soldiers. Unilaterally, safely, without even having a single blade swung against herself. Krische Kristan's very existence was a kind of art, a form of perfection. Suiko used the space of the forest and its low visibility to get close to its opponent. It knew that in a close-range battle, it could use its speed to swing around and overwhelm the opponent. However, although it was strong, if one looked at the turning speed alone, they had the advantage. The opponent was simply using its acceleration to swing them around and move to disappear into their blind spot, and if they observed it calmly, unlike Krische, it was by no means an elusive opponent. The limitation of mobility from its huge body and weight that was the Suiko weak point. Although several arrows pierced its body shallowly, they were not fatal wounds. Frustrated, it kicked the tree the archer was on, breaking it and back to Kalua. Kalua uses her right hand a curved sword that resembles an axe, and steps forward with the tip of it aimed at Midoriya. The Suiko wouldn't come. She was sure. The Suiko didn't attack her and just jumped over her head. The place it was heading towards was the huge tree behind Kalua. Break and jumped from it and finished Kalua from behind. However, Kalua didn't look back and moved forward as if losing her balance. Kalua. Kalua put her right foot on the ground while listening to Mia's screams. As if using all her strength, she twisted her body and swung the great curved sword behind her. The Suiko broke off the huge tree and approached her without ever touching the ground. She threw it right at the Suiko's head. The Suiko screamed and lost its balance and rolled, and Kalua jumped. Do it. With Koza's signal, 5 spears were thrown at once. A spear thrown by a magic possessor, its power was not comparable to arrows. 3 spears stuck into its giant body and it screamed again. And it's over. Kalua jumped again and hit the writhing Suiko from above. She thrust the straight sword with her weight into its throat. In the next moment, she immediately left the Suiko's side and held her great curved sword in her hand, even though he was out of breath. The Suiko was still rampaging, and she looked at it nervously. Countless arrows, a sword, 3 spears on its body, and a sword straight to its throat. A body that didn't die even in that state, that was what was called a demon beast. Throwing spear. Koza signaled and used the spear again. For more speed pierced it, and its body finally stopped moving and convulsed. When Kaluuya saw this, she suddenly felt relaxed and slumped, and Mia immediately rushed over and hugged her. Creak creak. Kaluuya's leather armor makes a creak sound. Are you okay? Kaluuya, any injury? Why you? Mia's stupid strength is going to hurt me. Sorry. Mia panicked and let go of her hand, and Kaluuya smiled bitterly as she calmed down her heavy breathing. I just felt exhausted and tired. I seriously thought I was going to die. That was close, but as expected of Kaluuya. It's amazing. I honestly respect it. Koza patted Kaluuya on the shoulder and looked around. Rest for a while. We made a noise. I'll be on patrol here. Yeah, I'll do so. I'm at my limit. Kaluuya drank from her water bottle and sighed. Mia felt relieved as she patted Kaluuya's head and turned her gaze to the back. The person who appeared was Dagra. As expected. Any wounded? One archer. Well, he just fell off a tree. One person was thrown off the tree and his arm was injured, no casualty. Even though the Black Flag Special Force was made up of magic possessors only, their opponent was Suiko. Dagra, who had imagined the damage would be a considerable amount of damage, also felt a smile of relief. Kaluuya acted as a decoy, so it was kept to a minimum. It seems so. Dagra nodded at Mia's words. It's a blessing in disguise. From the bottom of my heart, I'm glad you're here. As for me, I would have liked to go to the end of the line with Adjutant Aleha. Thanks to this, I almost died. Ha ha ha, but it's a great feat of valor. It's my pride to have a subordinate like you. If only you refrain from making light comments, then I would have nothing to complain about. While saying that, Dagra moved around. It seems likely that some of the enemies on patrol noticed this. Should they move far away from here, or? This is a troubling point. It would be better to move quickly as a surprise attack. That's right. It's probably quite far away, but it's too much to think that no one has noticed. Option to conduct a surprise attack before the sentry noticed and reported it. The Black Flag Special Force was powerful, but in the end it's a surprise attack by a small group of soldiers. If they attack in a situation where the enemy already noticed and lined up, the damage would be great. Normally, deciding to withdraw at this point would have been a viable option. However, what would Krische, as the commander, think that was the problem? Since it's about Uzaja-chan, I think she'll come soon if we wait a little while. The enemy is the enemy's main base, and it's too risky to move without Uzaja-chan. Getting prepared and ready to move as soon as Uzaja-chan comes is the best. While they were talking, a Suiko suddenly appeared again, rushing through the bushes to her right. Mia was about to scream, but when saw the girl on top of it, she hurriedly covered her mouth. Really, do you guys realize that this is a surprise attack? You're making so much noise behind the enemy's rear. Krische-sama. Krische looked at the Suiko's corpse, jumped off, and clapped Gururun on the shoulder, telling her not to eat too much. Gururun growled happily and thrust her fangs into the dead Suiko's stomach. I tried really hard, you know. Krische already told Kaluuya to kill it quickly if found, but Uzaja-chan is the only person in the world who can defeat a Suiko so easily. Kaluuya looked exasperated. Bald Eagle, what's the situation? There was only one person with extremely minor injuries, but thanks to Kaluuya's efforts, there was no problem with the operation. It's a passing score. Krische nodded and pat Gururun's back as it devoured the internal organs with the back of her gauntlet and looked in the direction of the enemy's main camp. Krische killed 2 of the noisy sentries on the way, but it seems like there are others that we have noticed as well. It would be best to act quickly. Then continue as is. That's right. Bald Eagle and the others will continue as planned. Vinthril appeared from her left and looked at the Suiko's corpse, looking at Kaluuya with admiration as he approached Krische. Kurofuyo and Krische will head to the main camp from here. Vinthral's group will ride with Mia and the others and make a big fuss at the planned location. In this case, it would be better to split. After the drop, Krische and the others will leave the forest from here, so please provide support from the air. Please come down at the appropriate time and help hunt down the remnants. Vinthral nodded and turned to Kalua. To be able to kill a Suiko in the forest without suffering any causality is something to be proud of as a warrior. I hope you can rest on Griffin's back for a while. Yes, then I'll take you up on it. Great honor, repeated compliments. Kalua wasn't particularly happy to hear that. I'm tired. Hehe, good work. Mia looked happy and patted her head, as if she was the one being complimented. Kalua looked at Mia and let out a sigh. A life-threatening battle, the period where she enjoyed it must have passed before she knew it. Kalua's body was filled with relief and fatigue. All she could say was that I don't want to do that again. Shelna, who was in the center of the camp, didn't hear the sounds from several RI away. The main camp was filled with the sounds of the battle with the East Keithraton army. Gather the reserves in the rear. Be prepared for a surprise attack. Yes, at least she didn't catch it consciously, it was unconscious. Intuitively, Shelna V's understood that something was approaching and moved her troops. Even dealing with the Keithraton army coming from the front was not easy. It was an unthinkable night attack under the circumstances. She couldn't help but feel that their response was one step behind. However, even so, she still developed countermeasures in response to the sense of danger to their flanks. The army was deployed in the northern and southern parts of the country. The enemy had taken the trouble to jump into the center of the area. The other side was not an ordinary general who did not understand the folly of jumping into encirclement. If that were the case, they would have already won. Felworth Keithraton was a general worthy of his reputation. That's why he made this daring night attack. There had to be something going on. The intuition, like a premonition of the future, the correct answer unconsciously derived from multiple situations and assumptions. She accepted the possibility of a surprise attack from a position that should have been impossible as a fact even before she received the information. Countless messengers, she thought while listening to their reports. She instantly came up with countermeasures for all of them and issued her instructions, but when she heard one of them, her eyebrows furrowed. A Suiko? Probably, and the voices of the enemy troops who seemed to be engaged. Considering the danger, I prioritized reporting over reconnaissance. A detour with a small force or an ambush? Whether it's possible or not, it was quite possible. Did he hide it somewhere, or did she let it go unnoticed? However, it would probably be less than 500 at most. In this situation there were limits. However, was that really all there was to it? Shelna narrowed her eyes. It was definitely an elite. A surprise attack on the headquarters, if successful, would have some effect. Even if they couldn't defeat Shelna, they could definitely disrupt the command. The enemy would then succeed in making a frontal breakthrough. There was a good chance of that happening. The opponent had enough power to aim for a head-on breakthrough against them. This night's attack. Without a doubt, it is safe to assume that the enemy understood the discord between the three armies. They were taking this kind of action based on the belief that they would be able to win if they were facing this single central opponent, but there was something bothering her. If they were to linger even a little, they would face the dreaded siege. Felworth Keithraton was the only defense on the west side of Alberin. The situation on the other side was not a situation in which he could make such a gamble. Even if they were able to destroy this center and kill Shelna, they would only gain an advantage. It was not a victory in this war. On the other hand, if they won, they would be able to conquer Alberin. The stakes were unbalanced. If he had a surefire way to win, then, Shelna-sama, shut up for a bit. Such a thing didn't exist. It was impossible considering the enemy's strength. It would be one thing if some miraculous coincidence happened, but there was no point in making a bet with such a slim chance of winning. You can't compete in such a big gamble with something like that. They had hidden military power that Shelna didn't know about. She was convinced of it. Shelna V's didn't doubt her abilities. She didn't think that the other person would be able to do what Shellner couldn't do, or imagine. The enemy tried to lure them. In order to shorten the line of defense, that logic was good. However, the real purpose was different. What the enemy was hiding was at least the size of one corps or army. They must be strong enough to destroy those who were confident of victory, with a single move. A gradual retreat was to focus attention on them and secretly bring their military power over there. If she thought about it that way, it makes sense. Anna in the north was not moving. This didn't need to be considered. Then, a detour from the east. This was also difficult to imagine. If they advanced through the sea of trees to the west of Alberin and the plains to the south, as expected, Meekly would notice. Then, the south. Gulshan had already been defeated. The enemy quickly defeated Gulshan in the southern part of Alberin, and then moved towards them from the southwest. An armor-sized force was moving north from the unguarded southwest, aiming for the rear of Meekly. And what was approaching this main camp was not an ambush from the Kithritan army, but a diversionary attack by that mysterious army. If so, it made sense. Shellner-sama. It has been reported that Meekly was attacked from the rear. Understood. And the report confirmed that speculation. Probably the enemy who defeated Gulshan is coming from the south. Gulshan's commander was Oregon, a famous general who had tormented Eldorant for many years. He must be leading the best force possible. Did Alberin have the military power to easily defeat it? No, they were in the situation where they were being attacked by 3 countries. On that battlefield, just like here, Alberin's troops would be at a disadvantage. The opponent was a general who could easily defeat Oregon in that situation. They were no ordinary opponent. At least as far as she knew, she didn't know of any existence of such a general in Alberin. Except for the name Alberinea. The reason for the early start of the war was the ancient dragon's visit to the royal capital. She was the same girl who made a pact with an ancient dragon even though she was a human. It was a dangerous situation to begin with, and she didn't know why or for what reason they did that. No matter what it was, at least she should believe all the rumors she heard about her now. It was a little strange from the beginning. Prime Minister Chloris didn't like her and cursed Queen Alberin in a negative way, but Alberin's national power had declined after the Civil War, and even if the Queen didn't play any bad hand, it was a situation where 3 countries could become enemies any time. In that case, it would be best to pretend to be a young queen in order to at least postpone any hostility and proceed with the situation calmly. Although she didn't really think about it, thinking it was because of her pride as the queen of a great power if Alberin had intended to win the invasion of the 3 countries from the beginning. If the queen knew that Alberinea was a monster that could even be compared to an ancient dragon, her attitude would be understandable. All about this situation. Empty villages, gradual retreat, lore. This situation must have been expected from the beginning. A strategic surprise attack on this battlefield by the army that defeated Gulshan, that must have been part of the plan from the beginning. That was why Felworth Kithritan carried out this daring night attack. Assuming it's the size of one army, Meekly would already be destroyed, so we won't send reinforcements there. The main camp will move north while maintaining the front line, and send a message to the vanguard and Arcas. Shellner, that's an old man with a long beard, wearing a long robe and a large wide-brimmed hat. Holding a staff with a magic crystal in his hand, Ziggurat, the head priest of V's, furrowed his brow. Shellner bit her lip for a moment, lowered her eyes, and told him, "It's all a trap. It's our loss, Ziggurat-sama. If we don't join up with Arcas immediately, withdraw the army, and regroup, it will be a tough retreat." Both Ziggurat and the men around her expressed confusion at her words. There was no way he could understand how she came to such a conclusion. She makes inference after inference, and it could be said that it was her delusion. In the first place, this was a battle in which they didn't expect to lose at all. Shellner-sama, what's wrong all of a sudden? Shut up, Kaelin. Shellner, are you convinced of something? Yes. It's impossible for the Center Army to do it alone. We should join up with Arcas and establish a relationship of full cooperation, even temporarily. I will take responsibility. Shellner looked straight at Ziggurat with her indigo eyes. Ziggurat looked at it and nodded. He had known her since her childhood. She was a rare genius and possessed intelligence incomparable to ordinary people. Her indigo eyes were V's greatest treasure. He didn't understand why she came to that conclusion, but at least so far, she hadn't made any mistake. Occasionally, she had a divine intuition that could be called a revelation. I agree as the head priest. Please follow Shelna's instructions and I will take all responsibility. Yes, sir. Thank you, Zigrat-sama. However, it could be said that even the conclusion that could be called madness or revelation was a little late. Shelna saw to the west a shadow rising from the forest behind them. Griffin cavalry? What she saw was 30 griffins. A black flag moon was floating in the night sky that was supposed to be without a moon. Chapter 196. Moon Mirror. Shit, are they insane? Don't tell me their entire army is here. Lido cursed as he slashed the enemy soldier with his giant sword. The fierce attacks of the enemy never ceased. It was not just a harassment attack, the enemy was seriously aiming for the center. What he saw after passing through the forest was a majestic brave battle line of the Alberinea army. A heavy rain of arrows. Because it was such an unexpected night attack, the response was delayed, and the Elderant army was pushed all at once. Against those who were openly aiming for a siege, a decent general would not think of breaking through the center. If the enemy had faced even the slightest trouble, they would be surrounded and lost. It's a mad move. However, just because they thought so, they were caught off guard, and the Elderant Central Army was in a pinch. The reason they were able to hold out was that the border between the two armies was a forest, a terrain favorable to Elderant, and that the V's hunting squad led by Lido fought hard. They ran left and right to stabilize the front that had been pushed in, preventing the army from collapsing, but even so, it could be said that they had lost ground. If this continues, their disadvantages wouldn't change. Lido made that decision and charged forward, planning a counterattack. However, when he broke through the enemy line in the forest and came out of the forest, he saw an enemy line again, at least as many as the Elderant Central Army, and the enemy force, including those that had entered the forest, would surely exceed 40,000. They must have left little reserve for Meekly in the south or Arkaz in the north. It was an all-out frontal assault. The elite V's hunting squad led by Lido was also in turmoil. Lido, this is impossible. We have no choice but to maintain the front line until Arkaz or Meekly arrive. I'll take over. You're going to die. Do you think after we push this far, they're going to allow us to retreat easily? He immediately refuted Bez's words. They had come this far by forcibly breaking through. If they simply turned around and left, they would be chased and many would die. I'm going to take the commander's head and leave. The flag is right there, let's go. The enemy was sending a large army into the forest on the border between the two armies. The enemies in this grassland were mainly archers. The infantry line was thin. The soldiers were tired. However, they were V's hunting squad. They were the most elite of the great V's tribe, the best squad in Elderant. They have sharpened their fangs on the battlefield, and ordinary enemies were no match for them. Get out of the way. Leading the way was the giant sword Lido. He freely swung a large sword with a blade of 5 shaku, thick enough to be more like a board than a sword. Wearing armor was meaningless in front of that blade. He smashed spears, shattered shields, and took lives. It was an intuition that could be called a beast's sense of smell that led him to attack the enemy's strong front rather than their weak points. The opponent was an army led by the veteran Felworth Keithreton. He instinctively understood that what appeared to be a vulnerable area was a fake, created intentionally, and was merely a lure. He knew that if they went through there, they would be exposed to a storm of arrows from both sides. He passed through the battle lines in one breath, and the flag he saw was the general's flag, not that of the corps commander. He could see a female general giving instructions on horseback, and she too recognized them and lowered her visor, which was painted with a face of indignation. Jumping down from her horse, a long sword in her right hand and taking a steel shield to her left from a squire. Bears. Bite it all at once, shave off the left and right. His instincts were right. The enemy had prepared archers in the vulnerable areas. If they had gone there, they would have been destroyed by the simultaneous fire. However, the enemies were also shaken by the fact that their side overtook the enemy head-on. The enemy were one step behind their breakthrough. If they attack the enemy general before the enemy archer commander could recover, the enemy would not be able to rain down arrows. Lido lunged forward, his posture low, and charged in all at once. He stepped forward like a beast running on all four legs, right in front of the enemy general. Twisting his whole body, he fluttered like a butterfly from there. Swinging the giant sword around, he uses its inertia to step forward, dazzling the enemy, and sneaking around to the left of the enemy, bypassing the side of the raised shield in just a moment. Then, with the same momentum, he used the centrifugal force to deliver a single blow. He didn't allow the opponent to parry anything. With all of his power, it crushes all the barriers in front of him, cutting it in half. Don't underestimate me. However, the enemy was also a commander of an army. Instead of taking the option of running away from the sword mowing down, she stepped forward. Twisting and bending her body against it, she also created a whirlwind. She was not fazed by the pressure of Lido's giant sword, and when she evaded the blade, her whole body drew a spiral, slamming the steel shield into Lido's body. In Lorca's swordsmanship, it was not a shield to protect oneself, but a weapon to crush the enemies who stood in one way. TSK. Instantly, Lido gave up on the attack, kicked the blunt steel weapon, and somersaulted, keeping his distance. My name is Tekla Lemon, a noble of the kingdom, defender of the people of Alberin and its shield. Do not underestimate me as a woman, barbarian invader. From inside the visor depicting anger came a hard voice that echoed through steel. Guess you're not a general just for show, hum. I don't intend to underestimate you. I've seen enough strong women to make me sick. Lido smiled as he thought of Shelna's face. I am Lido of Rani, under the great tribe V's. I have no grudges against you or Alberin, but I'll have you die. He stopped moving when he heard a sudden explosion from behind. The female general opposite him also showed a momentary tremor, and she immediately turned her attention to Lido's rear. It wasn't a sound coming from the forest. Lido, who was born and raised in the forest, wouldn't mistake it. The sound of branches and leaves shaking like ripples was definitely coming from beyond the forest, from the main camp. Lido, the headquarters. I know. Lido yelled, bringing his giant sword forward in his hand. However, the female General Tekria leapt behind, opening the distance between them and raising her voice. Alberinea has arrived. Everyone, buy some time. There are only a few enemies, and there's no need to be afraid of the beasts that have come out of the forest. If we buy some time, this battle will be over. TCH. Bastard. Lido of Rani, I recognize your strength as a warrior, but unfortunately, I am not a beast but a soldier, shield of the weak. I have no intention of fighting a fair battle against a bloodthirsty beast that oppresses the weak and wields barbarism. Spear thrower. The sound of the wind was raised along with the signal. Lido moves forward while breaking the oncoming spear. Tekria retreated further, and Lido took another step. Lido, it's impossible. Don't push too far. It's an enemy attack. Something is wrong with this situation. Remember why you left Zurin behind. However, with Bez's words, he gave up on pursuing further. The enemy's target is the main base. This isn't just a night attack. They are here to decide the outcome with some kind of magic. You should stand back now and protect Shelnasama. But, Bez. Suicide Core, follow me. Cut off the general's head right here. You idiot. What are you doing? Shut up. You go to Shelnasama. Meekly to the south will be coming this way. If I can hold out until then, I'll survive somehow. Bez thrusted his sword into the enemy soldier's chest and declared, no matter what happens, we can't lose Shelnasama. You should go back first. Damn it, Bez, I'll punch you later. Then I'll pat you back, boy. Bez laughed and moved forward. In this situation, the troops were divided. Even if they were able to decapitate the enemy general, there was no way they would survive. However, a surprisingly large number of soldiers chose to remain with him, and Bez led them, replacing Lido, and heading towards the enemy general. He couldn't come back alive. Clutching the huge sword so much that his hand bled, Lido glared at the female general and turned around. Lido cut off the enemy soldiers in the rear and headed into the forest to the main camp. Zurin, I'm fine. It's just a scratch. HG. Blood was dripping from Zurin's left arm. Blue flash and explosion. The damage to the main camp was not great. They were saved by the fact that the damage was concentrated not at the main camp, but at the line of battle in the rear. But the cost, the confusion and damage was so great that even Shellner was shaken. The battle line was blown away, and the few remaining main reserves were almost completely destroyed. The remaining reserves were being used to maintain the front line in the forest ahead. The main camp was almost completely exposed. Griffins. Ziggurat, the head priest who survived unharmed, raises his staff and points it towards the sky. The blue light shone off the magic crystal at the tip, and what was released was a flash of light. The magic crystal engraved on the priest's staff converts magic power and releases it as offensive particles. The flash of light instantly pierced the wings of a griffin flying high in the sky, shooting one down. 2 men fell from it. However, the griffin cavalry around them instantly moved and caught their body in the air. The opponent was not just a mere griffin cavalryman. Its operational proficiency skilled warriors were holding the reins. Probably all of them. This is not something that can be accomplished overnight. Krische warrior. Shellner's eyes widened and she murmured in shock. The story that was passed down along with the ancient dragon's visit to the royal capital was that a messenger from Krische visited Alberinea, and relations between the 2 countries were restored. It must be true. Since they appeared on the battlefield like this, there was no room for doubt. The griffin cavalry of Krische, who once ruled the skies, was on Alberinea's side. Those who survive, flee to the northern forest now, join up with the Curse army and rebuild the main camp. Ziggurat Sama, Zurin, HG, as instructed. Leave behind anyone that can't move. The griffin cavalry was small in number. However, they have unknown weapons, and there weren't many of them here at their headquarters. What would surely follow was the enemy's deadly attack. It would be naive to think that the main force alone could deal with it. They need to hide in the forest for a while. Restoring control was impossible in this situation. Her decision was extremely quick. They have no choice but to leave behind anyone who couldn't move. And her choice was the best, at least for that place. With the bombardment of Bonjara, the black-armored soldier and Suiko cavalry archer leaped out from the south side. The plan was to direct the enemy attention to the griffin cavalry that flew from the west side, right behind the enemy's main camp, and attack the main camp from the right and south, easily taking the head of the enemy general and destroy the main camp. But, they're running away fast. Gururun, you can't just play around. Krische pouted her lips and patted the Suik on the neck. The Suiko smashed the cranium of the enemy soldier who was rolled around with her paw. The rest of the body twitched, but no one paid any attention to it. This was not a battle, but a cleanup. The soldiers in black armor proceeded through the encampment, putting the finishing touches on the wounded soldiers who were left behind. This quickness of judgment, we're being red hum. Krische lets the inorganic purple sparkle in the bonfire, looking at everything around her and capturing it. The enemy fled quickly. Normally, one would not abandon their headquarters and run away, but she was probably a general with excellent decision-making ability. The quickness of her decision to immediately flee to the northern forest instead of the south. And the enemy's force distribution, it was clear that the enemy was wary of a surprise attack from the rear. The other party was completely aware of where Krische appeared and what they were aiming for. Krische narrowed her eyes, thinking that it must be a quite smart opponent. However, the state of the main camp, even if they were noticed, it was at the last minute at most. If they had realized this from the beginning, they would have added a little more thickness to their main force. Only after making many guesses after the night attack, did the other party arrive at the correct answer. Although the situation was still in chaos, the girl found a clear answer in an instant. The enemy's footing was completely thrown out of whack by the bombing. The immediate decision to retreat was a wise decision, but could restore order. There was no trap. In short, the surprise attack turned into a pursuit. Krishe-sama, we have finished processing the main camp flag. She nodded at Dagra's words and sighed that it's one more thing for her to do. A bothersome opponent, she should kill her quickly. Krische wanted to put the enemy's general neck here, but guess it can't be helped. While throwing the Banjara at enemy soldiers who came out from the eastern forest, For the time being, the mopping up around the main camp was completed. The bombs weren't specifically designed for bombing. Rather, its use was for encountering battles. It was one of the remote attack methods provided to Black Flag Special Force. Due to the fear of accidents, it is only held by squad leaders and above who are good at using magical power and have a certain level of composure, but in a situation like this where there are many encounters, a single shot could have a great psychological impact. In the match against Gulshan, the thrower was crowded together, causing some failure, but it was a pretty good achievement for the first battle of hand-thrown Bonjara. The enemy was unable to leave the forest due to fear of the unknown weapon. We're done, including dealing with the remaining enemies. The battle here is over and we're going to chase down the enemy general who ran away. The vanguard is Krische and Bald Eagle. The rear is anyone will do. Ha. Guru run, over there. More hassle. It was very unpleasant that they escaped. However, it was only a matter of taking a little longer. Hi. The people running away were the elite of the main camp, but not all of them were magic possessors like the Black Flag Special Force. It took only a moment for Krische to bite the rear of the main camp that had escaped. Even magic possessors couldn't escape from Suiko's legs. If the opponent was just a human being, it was the same as standing still. Krische proceeded through the forest, being careful not to go too far ahead, and shot the fleeing soldier in the back. For Krische, killing with a bow is no different from shooting at a practice target. If the opponent had turned their back, she would not miss the target. 1, 2, 10, 20, 30. Ahahi, it sure is easy shooting from behind. Krische jumped down and replenished her arrows from the corpses of the archers she had shot dead. Elderant, who used a short bow, was very handy in these situations. After seeing Dagra and the others catch up, she moved forward again. Krische repeated shooting at the target practice. The soldiers of Black Flag Special Force stiffened their spines as they watched their commander ride atop the Suiko and mass-produce corpses. There was not a single one missed. They just run. If she drew her bow and released it, one person would die, and the bushes and darkness would become irrelevant. Even those who hold their breath and hide turn into corpses. Even the veteran ones, including Dagra, couldn't completely kill the fear that arises in their heart. Honestly, I find it even scary. How dreadful. Krische-sama isn't that kind of person. Dagra answered Waltzer, who was running next to him and admiring the corpse. This is a battle as a soldier on the battlefield. Krische-sama is just doing what is expected of her. However, Krische-sama is far too skilled at it. She kills because there was an enemy. That was it. As a military personnel, what she did was nothing out of the ordinary. But Krische was a heresy that was too capable. She didn't even think of people as people and casually killed them. A battle wasn't a battle, and what she did was always murder, not combat. One-sidedly, mercilessly, ruthlessly. When I look back, I suddenly realize that all the brilliant military exploits, honor, and splendor of the battlefield were all just a lie. Krische-sama is the ideal that we soldiers aspire to, and that's precisely why she is so far removed from that aspiration. Compete for something through violence. Force unreasonableness through violence. The ultimate essence of the act of war was that. A battle where we sacrifice our lives to each other. Pride as warriors is just an afterthought after all. Krische-sama is right, she only sees the essence of war. And she will show off that essence. The true nature that we hide and refuse to see. That's probably why it feels so scary, Dagra continued. The battle against the Holy Empire, the battle in the mountains. Krische was truly a hunter. She was the one who kills, not the one who was killed. There was no difference between now and then. She didn't avert her eyes or run away from the unreasonable things that occur on the battlefield due to pretty words. She looked at the battlefield more seriously than anyone else. She realizes that war was a world ruled by mathematical logic, devoid of compassion or warmth, and simply a sludge created by human vices. The longer you were with her, the more you knew her. She was endlessly pure. The reason they felt fear there was precisely because they felt as if they were being exposed to something that they had covered up with pretty words. More than anyone else, I curse myself for finding such Krische-sama so frightening. Waltzer looked at Dagra. Then his eyes turned to Krische, who was leading the way and continued to shoot target practice, and a scene from the past was reflected behind his eyelids. Krische wants to go back to the estate early and cook and have a tea party with Berry and Celine, so if you ask Krische what it's for, guess if it's for that purpose. What are you fighting for? The answer to that question. She was a girl who smiles at the prospect of a happy future without any remorse, even though she was covered in blood, killing many people and taking away their lives. She was completely out of place and insane, a blood-soaked innocent murderer. Once you understood, it even felt refreshing. But at that moment, Walter didn't know how to express all the emotions that came to him. A young girl who was pampered by her servants without worrying about her appearance in front of others, now she was just committing murder over and over again right in front of his eyes. As she inhales and exhales, countless lives end as if it was only natural. Someone's parents, someone's husband or lover, a famous hero or a coward. Regardless of anything, without distinction. On the battlefield, she wielded what was only proper. And like that, she spread death. At least, the one who is truly terrifying is probably not that young girl. If the world were kind, she would be endlessly kind. I finally understand why an honest and upright soldier like you swears such loyalty to Krische. You don't really see her as a soldier, She was simply a mirror. What was reflected there was not her true nature. What I felt when my arm was cut off must have been something close to that. Walter said and touched the prosthetic hand on his left arm. Chapter 197, Indigo and Purple. Starlight and a small amount of torch, the left wing of the Keithritan army, the main camp of Tekria Lemon. He would no longer be able to stand up. The fallen man who appeared to be the enemy commander was still breathing, but his entire body had been pierced by a spear. A spear pierced his abdomen, and his left arm was nearly shredded. This man's outstanding subordinates, the enemy's assault force, had also largely been taken care of. It was a brilliant battle. I take back what I said about the barbarians. At least, all of you are worthy to be called warriors. Placing down her steel shield, she raised her wrath visor and carried her long sword over her right shoulder. Tekria Lemon honestly praises the man. Was it because of the young man's retreat, or was it his stubbornness? Whatever the case, the man had no intention of returning alive. He was a small number of soldiers, but everyone fought like a dead soldier despite her superiority. He was so strong that Tekria felt that he was in danger. Did you say Bez? I respect your bravery. Is there anything you want to say? No. Thing. It's not a bad way to die, the man said. Tekria nodded with a slightly soft expression on her dauntless face for a woman. Gallant. I don't know much about your faith, but... She took the sword that was lying around and put it in the man's hand. Eldorant, it was once one of the beliefs widely spread in Alberin. When a warrior dies, a weapon in their hands. That way, they will travel to the afterlife as a heroic spirit. Die as a warrior. At least you are a man who deserves to die that way. My gratitude. Hearing those words, she thrust her long sword into the neck of the fallen man. She delivered the final blow and brushed off the blood. In this situation, there was no need to make a show of his head. We've made it through for the time being. Your command was splendid, Oju-sama. Stop me with Oju-sama. How old do you think I'm, Milkars? Tekria was already 40 years old. She was long past the age of being called Oju-sama. The old adjutant, Milkars, laughed happily. I vowed that I would call Oju-sama this way until Oju-sama settles down. A joke oath is invalid. Kali gave birth to 3 boys. Even if I don't give birth to a child now, someone will inherit Lemon's house. Just give up already. Looking exasperated and displeased, Milkars said as he looked at Tekria with even more amusement. If I had known it would turn out like this, I wouldn't have taught Oju-sama swords. To think the Oju-sama who wouldn't even kill insects become like this, how sad. Everyone has things they're good at and not good at. You're probably the only person in this world who'd like me dancing in a dress. Replying to Milkar's light-hearted words, she turned her gaze towards the enemy's main camp beyond the forest. The army of the Meekly tribe that had been deployed to the south had begun to be completely routed. According to the messenger's report, Alberinea stormed the meekly main camp and killed the enemy general in one breath. And almost immediately after that, an explosion occurred in the enemy's main camp. She doesn't know what Alberinea did. However, there was no doubt that it was caused by her. It was just as Eliga expected. She was even surprised at how fast it happened. She remembered well the face of the girl sitting at the meeting. The marshal showed an incredible calm considering her age, and the girl sitting next to her had no vigor and was just as her look suggested. To be honest, just a few days ago, she felt nothing but anxiety. That girl alone would be responsible for the fate of the Alberan kingdom. Naturally, the strategic plan was built around her. It was all based on the premise of her victory, and it's so convenient that it was not a sane situation. She was persuaded by the same central general, Gokals, and in the situation of an invasion from 3 countries she had no choice but to cling to the straws, but she never expected that such a situation would arise as a result. Half a month has passed since the start of the war, and Alberinea was already trying to defeat not only Gulshan but also Eldorant. As long as you guys can last for some time until Krische goes around the kingdom and destroys the enemy army, it will be fine. Krische is busy with various things like helping out at the estate, so Krische like to finish everything in about a month. Even if it stretches out, Krische like to finish it all in about 2 months. She doubted her sanity when she told everyone that so calmly. However, the reason why no one publicly raised their voices against it was probably because everyone felt the same way. It was a feeling that could not be expressed in words. The jewel-like purple color peeking out from her beautiful silver hair. She said that as if just informing them of tomorrow's schedule. Something in it didn't permit any objection. Now she understood. Reason and common sense got in the way. However, she is someone who made a pact with the Holy Spirit. In reality, I might have known from the beginning. Oju-sama, when I saw the appearance of the Holy Spirit appearing in the capital, I immediately understood that I could not win even if I led an army. At that time, Tekria was also at the training ground. A gigantic body that rivaled even the royal castle. With its rock-like scales peeling off, it had magical power that could warp even the atmosphere just by being there. A girl descended from its back with Suiko following her. An unrealistic scene that looked like something out of a painting. I thought that even if we poured all the power of the nation, we wouldn't be able to defeat something like that, but Alberinea was the only one who challenged a being that could be called a god. Ostensibly, it was an audience. But Alberinea had bandages wrapped around her entire body, and like the dragon, she was covered in wounds. And the light that pierced the sky the day before. Diplomatic relations with Krische were suddenly restored. The unmistakable respect they had for the Holy Spirit and Vela. Various rumors and speculations were circulating in the royal capital about the dragon's visit. But only those who were there would have been able to understand which was true. An assassination attempt on the queen, a servant caught up in the assassination attempt. The countless great nobles who were killed in retaliation were most likely due to her hand. Alberinea challenged the Holy Spirit just to save one of her beloved servants, and she accomplished that goal. Someone so talented that she could twist even a country with a single will. That is precisely the very Son of God, Alberin. The Heaven Sword was probably the title of someone who can reach even the Holy Spirit with the body of a human. In her rational mind, she felt that this battle was too reckless. Alberin didn't seem to have any motivation, especially when she looked at the girl in the conference room. However, the sight that Tekria saw was deeply etched in her mind. More or less, that must be the reason why the central generals were thinking positively about this war. It's like having the Holy Spirit on your side. It's reassuring knowing that, but it's also scary. She saw a girl hugging her servant, her tears overflowing. She closed her eyes, thinking of everything that would have happened in the process. Born into a ducal family with royal bloodline. She was aware of the vice, the cursed child of the royal family, but she didn't believe it. However, it was a power that was too strong for an individual to possess. She could understand why someone like her was called a cursed child. If there was an individual who feared not even God, that would be the ultimate unreasonableness for many people. No matter how sincere the wish or desire, she would. An individual who could obtain everything they desired, their existence themselves was tantamount to a natural disaster. It is useless even if I think about it. I can only pray that that sword will be wielded only for the sake of protecting the country. However, if the only person who can be subjected to such unreasonableness was their enemies. Tekria thought that humans were really creatures of convenience. The place was the main camp of the left wing of the V's army, in the forest with a bonfire shining brightly. Currently, there were no extra reserves in the central Eldorant army, the V's army. East a fierce attack from Keithraton's army, who launched a night attack from the front. The right, center, and left were all doing their best to defend this. Shelna could only escape from one of these options, and the enemy came from the south and west. It was inevitable that they would head towards the army of Curse, a brute from the tribe affiliated with V's, who was in charge of the far left flank. Aaron immediately moved the battle line towards the main camp in the south. We will meet up with Arkaz in the north and retreat from here immediately. Out of breath, only Shelna, Zurin, and a small number of the elite members led the way. Leaving the rear to head Priest Ziggurat, she took only those with magic possessor who were fast and joined the main camp of the 7,000 army led by Aaron Kairos. The tall warrior chief, Aaron Kairos, looked down at Shelna with confusion on his face. His tattooed, muscular upper body was exposed, and his only armor was the gauntlets. Perhaps because it was a night attack, they were even more lightly armored than Shelna, who only wore her breastplate and gauntlets. Just when I thought I heard a strange sound, did you abandon your headquarters and come here? It was an emergency. An armor-sized enemy who defeated Gulshan is approaching from the south. The enemy is an elite group with Krasharana's griffin, and the main reserve was destroyed by the exploding magic crystal. She let out a sigh as she spoke in rapid succession. If we don't move quickly, we'll be pursued not only by the enemy who launched a surprise attack, but also by the enemy's main army. Have you gone crazy? No matter how much you've been attacked by surprise, you're too disordered. In this situation, I can't believe you're abandoning your headquarters and suddenly retreating. Shelna pulls out her sword and thrusts it at him. Aaron, we don't have time for questions. Just shut up and obey. If not, it's a duel hum. Scratching his head in frustration, Aaron looked at the men behind him. Curse soldiers were in a frenzied mood and were grabbing what they could find. It's true that I'm afraid I can't beat the Sword Princess of V's, but do you really think they're going to follow you by killing me here? I don't deny that it is your right to give orders without explaining, but I think it would be wise to consider the situation. Aaron stared at Shelna but did not draw his sword. This was because there was no legitimacy in cutting down an opponent who was not even ready with a sword without any questions asked. It's not a duel according to the law, just a simple murder. Only a pet dog would follow someone who had abandoned their headquarters and turned their back on himself, asking if he was willing to do so. That doesn't make sense. I'm not Lido. Can you at least have a rational discussion? I'll talk about it as much as you want later. Time of the essence. Please, just shut up and obey. After threats, now you're asking me for a favor. Aaron. Zurin, a huge man, comes forward with blood flowing from his injured left arm. Then he kneeled both knees and bowed his head. Shelna and the others called out to him, but he remained silent and pressed his forehead against the ground. What are you imitating, Zurin? I don't even have the hobby of taking pleasure in making a bastard bow his head. It's urgent. Just for now. Please obey Shelna-sama quietly for now. If you are still dissatisfied with it after that, you can tear me to pieces. Aaron watched Zurin bow his head and scratch his head. Then he clicked his tongue and glared at Shelna. This is Curse loan to V's. You don't mind that, right? Yeah, that's fine. I'm feeling down. I'll just shut up and obey. Zurin, don't forget what you said. I swear, my thanks. Aaron looked behind him. Tell the vanguard. Get ready to roll your ass right away. Meet up with Arkaz. All reserves are to the rear. The moment I was about to give that instruction, only a few of the people present jumped. A gust of wind pierces through the place where Aaron was standing a moment ago, and breaks the huge tree in front of it. That was not a human, but a giant beast. The warriors instantly understood what it was. A Suiko. That's not all. Avoid it. And Shelna, who was the first to realize that it was not just a single magical beast, shouted. What did that mean? Aaron realized it too late, jumped, and immediately pulled out a large curved sword in the air and wielded it. What the sword hit was an arrow. But that's all he was able to do right away. The swinging body was Suiko's right arm, who had completed a flip and leap by breaking a huge tree before the body that was in the air could even touch its feet. It was slammed straight into the ground. And the small figure that jumped on top of him flexed his short bow, much too easily. The arrow that was shot pierced the skull, killing Aaron, the Curse Chief warrior. Aaron-sama. The arrows seemed to be scattered indiscriminately. The skull of the adjutant covered with fat was shot through, and 7 arrows were fired after that. 3 people avoided it and 4 soldiers died from it. Quite a few avoided it. Even though Krische been doing pretty well so far. Throwing away her bow and empty quiver, the girl picked up a large curved sword that had fallen by her side and looked at it. She was dressed in a black cloak, wearing her own gauntlets and boots. A one-piece dress unsuitable for the battlefield peeked through the gap in her cloak. Her pure white skin sparkles in the bonfire, and her silver hair splits into 2, resembling a tail. And those endlessly inorganic, freezing purple eyes. Well, it's fine. Guru run, you can't play around here. The Suiko purred at her, nuzzling herself into the little girl. The atmosphere in this place, illuminated by the bonfire, suddenly became cold. Even Shellner gasped and stiffened for a moment. Among all the warriors in this place, she was the only one who could understand who the girl in front of her was. But everyone understood what kind of person this girl was. The strangeness of a girl standing calmly and alone in the middle of enemy territory. It made their sense of reality fade from their consciousness, depriving them of the will to turn their blades and step forward. Only one person was able to move. Shellner V's drew her sword, her chestnut hair flying in the wind, keeping her posture low and reaching top speed in one breath. It was like a gale, and everyone could hardly believe their eyes. The girl on the other side glanced at her and twisted her body. At that moment, a flash of light was released that seemed to split the space. The large curved sword of Aaron Curse, the chief warrior, had already changed its master. The trajectory and speed of the sword was so smooth that it cannot be caught even by those watching from a distance. Only Shellner's indigo eyes caught it. It was a surprise blow that should have hit the target. However, the girl picked up the sword and swung it easily, aiming at Shellner's neck with unerring accuracy. The acceleration that slips through the gap in the opponent's consciousness, the step of the swordswoman who is called Violent Gale, Repu. The irreversible inertia that occurs there. The girl's purple eyes saw through it easily, and the counterattack was released at the moment when it could never be dodged. Shellner realized the foolishness of her forcibly charging in, turning her long sword into a shield. Her beloved sword was naturally cut in 2, and she used the moment she barely had to move backward. Indigo and purple eyes crossed. The superiority was already obvious. V's sword princess, the treasured sword she wielded, was snapped off with just a single stroke. In contrast, there wasn't even a single dent in Curse's curved sword. In response to the step that made everyone doubt their eyes, there was not even a trace of shock on the face of the girl who was accompanying Suiko, not even a hint of surprise. It's not a bad shape, but it's a little heavy, which isn't good. Krische failed to kill her, she said, as if troubled. With her fingertips wrapped in the leather of her gauntlet, she traced her cherry-red lips. Looking at Aaron's curved sword, she spun it around in her hand. She was so beautiful that she looked out of place on the battlefield, and she had no hostility. She had killed several, but the way she stood was as if it's a flower garden. The girl looked mad to all intents and purposes, and in contrast, Shellner V's heart jumped as if it were about to burst. Sweat trickled down her chin and a chill ran down her spine. This is Alberinea. The girl Krische cried and tilted her head at the words she heard. There was a distortion like that of a doll. How surprising. Is there a leak from somewhere? Her wide-open eyes were fixed squarely on Shellner V's. The purple color shimmering and shining in the bonfire. It was probably the first time since she was a child encountering a Suiko. It was a fear of predators that she had long forgotten. Krische would like to hear it, for future reference, but well, it doesn't matter. This is the end of Eldorant. HG. South, thrown from the forest that Shurna and her friends had come through. What was it that rolled? The face of a familiar old man. It was the head of the head priest, Ziggurat. A stir spread through the air. She suddenly realized that there were signs of enemies not only in the south, but also in the west and north. She didn't know what kind of magic it was. Was it the advance by those griffins? No, there were too many of them and too fast for that. Most of the 7,000 left wing to the east were being eaten up by the Kithritan forces in front of them, and they could not return in this short time. This place was surrounded from 3 sides at this moment. The only reason she showed up alone was to stall them until then. It was to complete the siege. And she was far superior to Shurna, at least with the sword. The choice was to flee or fight. Now the west is at peace. Krische will be able to return to the estate. Ignoring Shelna's hesitation, the girl smiled and put her left hand up. And that was probably the signal. TCH, scatter. A storm of countless arrows and spears pierced the place. Chapter 198, One Who Spread Death. Before noon, Kithritan military camp. From now on, Mia should have both her arms and legs tied up when she sleeps. Ooh, that's a great idea. You idiot, don't even joke about it. Krische-sama, I'll do my best from now on. Krische already asked Mia to be careful about this 57 times. It's the so-called lip service. Mia, you understand? Humph humph. Krische crossed her arms and glared at Mia from above Gururun. Then she looked at Kahlua. Kahlua, since you usually live together, so you should do something about it. Starting today, you will officially be the head of Kurofuyo's special task force leader come Mia's sleeping advisor. Eddie. You know Uzaja-chan, there are some things in this world that you can't do anything about. Kahlua, shut up. Mia glared at Kahlua and sighed. Why did she become at such disadvantage because of the accident that happened while she was sleeping? It was truly unreasonable. She cursed her own body. With this, it was confirmed that Krishe's nagging would be repeated at every opportunity for the rest of the day. Sigh, even though I thought Krishe-sama's mood would become better after eating. I can hear you, Mia. No, it was just a figure of speech and not. Is Mia trying to use a figure of speech treat Krische like a kid in Gururun? Now, Uzaja-chan, look, this is delicious bread. Oh, bread with slits, stuffed with sausage and cheese. Kahlua quickly took out a sandwich from the snack set she received in the basket and shook it from side to side as if to show it off to Krische. Krische sullenly jumped down and took it, opening her small mouth and nibbled at it. The sausage packed with the flavor of the meat, and the cheese still warm and soft, with a strong salty taste. However, by sandwiching it between bread, the strong flavor was reduced. It was a simple, hearty, yet extremely delicious dish. Krische nodded, saying it wasn't bad, and bit into it, while Gururun looked at it with some kind of expectation and interest. Gururun is a glutton. If you eat that much, you'll get fat. When Krische tried to hide the bread, Gururun let out a miserable gururu voice. Krische, who saw that when he knew, and cut it into a quarter and threw it in front of Gururun. Gururun let out a happy gururu voice and chomp it down. Really? You can't anymore snack, okay? Kahlua looked at Gururun, who was in a good mood with an indescribable expression as she watched Krische jump on Gururun while nibbling on her bread and pat her on the side. She couldn't believe that the monster with which she fought to the death last night was the same creature. Of course, she was aware of the achievement of this big meow meow named Gururun, but she still felt like she had drawn the short end of the stick. When Kahlua averted her gaze while sighing, the female general, Tekria Lemon, appeared from beside her on horseback. Alberinea. Good morning, afternoon. It's been a while, General Lemon. Long time no see. Even though she didn't her helmet, she was in armor. The situation was no longer that of a great danger, but it was probably just her nature. Looking at the Suiko with a slightly nervous look on her face, she dismounted from her horse and saluted Krische. The adjutant next to her, Milkars, followed suit. Krische returned the favor by pointing her thumb at her chest while still riding on Gururun. Mia and Kahlua also saluted. Keith said to send his thanks. He said General Lemon helped him hunt the remnants, which made things a lot easier. I only fulfilled my natural responsibility, Alberinea. When Tekria said so, Krische smiled happily while swaying her silver hair like two tails. She ignored the Suiko who was sitting there, and when Tekria looked at her up close like this, she still looked like an adorable girl. The inside of her cloak was a one-piece dress, which probably made her look unsuitable for the battlefield. Putting aside General Keithreton, to be honest, General Lemon full of hole or rather, Krische had some concerns, but General Lemon performed better than Krische expected. Krische thought there would be some damage, but it's less severe than Krische imagined. It's not a bad result. However, her words were very direct and clear. Her words seemed to show concern, but that concern also couldn't be felt. Kalua and Mia looked at Krische exasperated, but Tekria didn't seem to mind. She knew that she didn't really have any malicious intent. She had heard similar words many times in meetings. Rather, it should be taken as a compliment. However, I lost one corps commander under my command, and I realized how inexperienced I was. It was only with the help of Assistant Marshal Farron and General Keithreton that I was able to avoid making any further mistakes. From now on, I will train and study harder. When Tekria says that, she looked into Krische's eyes. There's not even a need to compare it to Alberinea's accomplishments. This feat of achievement was splendid. For Krische it was quite lacking though. Krische crossed her troubled and patted the Suiko on the shoulder. Midoriya starts walking, and Tekri follows, pulling the horse reins with her hand. Some escaped hum. That said, this is more than enough results. It can be considered that this invasion by Elderant had been completely defeated. In one night, Elderant's army of 120,000 soldiers was destroyed. At the very least, only the Arkaz army deployed in the north was able to retreat in an organized manner. Even that army's main camp was attacked by Krische while they were retreating, and they lost their rear in the pursuit, and it was a stalemate. Now they have no choice but to run away. Krische's goal was not to defeat them, but to wipe out the entire army. A considerable number of enemy soldiers escaped to the north. Krische should have brought more Bonjara, Krische said, pouting her mouth, looking a little. In one night, she destroyed 2 armies and forced the remaining one into a state where they were unable to continue fighting, and it still wasn't good enough for her. Tekria was looking at this fight based on whether they could win or not, but their thinking was fundamentally different. She was assuming victory and then choosing the outcome. Krische will leave the cleaning up to General Keithreton and General Lemon. The Alberinea army had been given an order to not accept the surrender of enemy soldiers until dawn, a battle of annihilation. True to her words, she must have intended to kill all 120,000 within the night if possible. For the post-war period. For the sake of peace in the West, it is of great significance to whittle down the enemy forces here. Please don't let your guard down. She was extremely ruthless and had no compassion for enemy soldiers. To her, it was just a number. Depending on both of your requests, Krische has hesitated if Krische should little longer and help out, but no matter how small the number of enemy soldiers who died last night would exceed 50,000. She heard that soldiers who lost their will to fight and those who deserted were relentlessly killed. The situation was so cruel some troops even deliberately sent surrendered enemy soldiers to Tekria. Alberinea's order that poke holes in the Holy Spirit Covenant was not without reason, but Tekria, who was powerless, had no words to condemn her. Her choice was at least correct and effective in terms of national defense and justified as a military personnel. No, please leave the rest of the work to me and General Keithreton. It's not worth bothering Alberinea. Therefore, those were the only words that she could utter. Tekria believed that there should be noble principles on the battlefield. There was a line somewhere that must not be crossed. She didn't think it's wrong, both herself and her. That's why Tekria only did what she could at her own discretion. I see. Then Krische'll leave it to you. As planned, Alberinea will be with Assistant Marshal Farron? Right. Krische heard those words and clutched the pouch hanging around her neck with great care. Just? ? And she relaxed her cheeks happily. Krische will parted here for a while and went east through the royal city, right? As he turned my back on the enemy general and returned to the main camp from the right wing, an enemy corps appeared from the south, the right flank. It was a large-scale enemy flank attack. Lido was first forced to make a choice there. Should he ignore it and return to the main camp? 1,000 hunting squad led by Lido without support, the right wing would be destroyed. Abnormalities at the headquarters could not be ignored. But this surprise attack on the right should not be ignored. The situation was chaotic. The overall situation was not clear. At the very least for Lido, who was in the front line, there was no way for him to know that Meekly had already collapsed, and that an armor-sized army was approaching from the south. There was no doubt that the main camp had been attacked by surprise, but Lido thought that this was just a surprise attack by a small number of elite ambush soldiers. He never dreamed that the situation was already at the limit. The only composition in his mind was V's army against Kithritan army. If he were infer from that, what would be even more terrifying than the surprise attack on the main camp would be the destruction of the right wing and the frontal breakthrough of Kithritan army. HG. The main camp includes Shelna, Zurin, and the others, and Zigritsama. We will support the retreat of the right wing and move into guerrilla action to prevent the enemy from breaking through. As a field commander, his judgment was correct. In response to the words of the brave Captain Lido, who ignored his personal feelings, the V's hunting party fought with all their might. Without their efforts, V's right wing would have been destroyed in a single breath. However, what was approaching from the flank on the right wing was the kingdom's most elite, the Second Corps of Kolki's Arjand, under the direct control of Alberinea. They fought through the civil war, defeated Gulshan head-on, and their morale level was at its peak. A corps that would have overwhelmed V's right wing even if it had attacked head-on. The flank attack caused by this attack was extremely difficult to withstand. Already under a fierce attack from the front by Kithritan's army, Lido and the others' efforts were in vain. You're very powerful. I think you endured quite well, but are you the commander of the guerrilla force? What broke through that defense was the blood-stained silver tiger armor. It was a monster whose body was made entirely of steel and could easily swing a large spear that looked like an iron club. He was far superior to the current Lido, and he led elite men. At least they weren't easy opponents to fight with a tattered hunting squad. Lido, as Kanalua's chief warrior, I sincerely thank you. But that's enough. The right wing can't stand it anymore. You guys go to Shelnasama. But, warrior of Kanalua, never let go of the blade and fight without fear of death. Our blood and bravery will surely be passed down into the future. Arkand. Ha. The right-wing Kanalua's chief warrior personally leads his elite to the enemy general. Lido had no choice but to turn his back on them. It was only then that he understood the situation. Obviously, their color was different from the Kithritan army they were fighting with. There was an army completely different from Kithritan's army on this battlefield. Enough time had passed. However, there was no sign that Meekly in the south had moved to support them. He had heard a report from Kanalua's chief warrior that they had been attacked. There was no follow-up, and cold sweat ran down his back. When he passed through the forest and arrived at the main camp, it was already occupied by the enemy. The camp is in disarray, and Eldorant soldiers were lying on the ground. It looked so one-sided that it's hard to believe that a battle had taken place. At least no corpses of enemy soldiers were visible. Shoot the enemy coming out of the forest. Fagrin, form a wide line of battle against the forest, and we'll flank them that way. The enemy number in the thousands, or 5,000 if it were a single corps. At the very least, Redu and his men, who were still in a state of exhaustion. The hunting squad numbered less than 500, but they were not able to do anything about it, and Lido and the others proceeded north through the forest. No matter what, he knew that they had lost this battle. The main camp has collapsed, the center had lost control, and the left would likely be the same. V's army was destroyed, and the forest was filled with deserters running north. V's army in the forest is caught in the east and west. With the enemy coming from the south, the only place they could escape was to the north. Lido realized that this was no longer a rescue of the main force, but a mere rout. Still, he just prayed for Sherna's safety and inspired his troops. Zurin was also in the main camp. He knew that Sherna was stronger than anyone else. At least, she would have survived, that's what he thought, and he went to the north. As he proceeded through the center rear, he found countless corpses with arrows sticking out of them. The hunting squad left behind at the main camp was also mixed in there. Were they pursued while fleeing the main camp? Even so, it was so one-sided that there was no sign of a battle. Everyone had been killed by a single arrow, and broken trees could be seen. They were heading northeast from the main camp curse, the left wing. Ignoring the soldiers who were running straight north, Leto headed there with the hunting squad. After seeing the headless corpse of Ziggurat, the head priest, he leaves his subordinates behind. He didn't even care that the branches and leaves were hurting his face. And she spent some time in Keithraton's large tent reporting and discussing the damage caused by this battle. Krische was in a good mood from beginning to end. The loss was only one corps commander, and the loss of soldiers was less than 10,000 against enemy twice their number. Although there was some attrition, considering that the battle started with a ratio of 63,000 to 120,000, the damage was negligible. It can be said that the gradual retreat strategy led by Eluga, which avoided direct combat as much as possible, and Felworth's command worked well together, and considering that they were able to eliminate nearly 2/3 of the enemy soldiers, it was a great victory without any complaint. Generally speaking, there are no problems, and that's about all to report on each other's situation for now. Skeleton, thank you once again for your hard work. Yes, Krische too. However, you arrived rather early, and thanks to that, we had less loss. It's because Skeleton did his best. Skeletons always live up to Krische expectations. When she grabbed Eluga's hand, she shook it happily, and Eluga also seemed happy, distorting his evil appearance. It looked like a scene between a beautiful girl and a good-natured old man, but his evil face was wicked no matter what. Female General Tekria resisted the urge to back away and stood in place. Eluga's adjutant Kines and Mia looked into her eyes, sensing that they somehow understood her. What could be called a mysterious friendship existed there. General Keithraton and General Lemon too, thank you your hard work. Krische will join up with Skeleton as planned, and from now on, Krische will leave it to you to hunt down the remnants and liberate the occupied city. Certainly. General Keithraton and the other should cooperate with Anna in the north. It will be useful for hunting the remnants, and the enemy will be Elderant soldiers. If we don't remove it as much as possible, we'll be troubled by bandit after the war, so be careful. Krische said troubledly. It seems that many undelivered villages have been burned down, so please do something about that as well. It seems that many like that happened, and if you think that it was because Hilkintos neglected to protect the people, it feels kind of sad that they were left alone. Felworth looked surprised at those words and stared at Krische. Krische tilted her head and Felworth smiled bitterly. No, it was a little surprising. If that's the case, then of course. Well, that's fine, but Crescent wants a speedy recovery and stability, so even if you do it randomly it will probably meet Crescent's wish. Yes, acknowledged. Felworth saluted, looking slightly happy, and Tekria followed suit. Krische nodded, took a sip of the sweet tea, and turned her attention back to Eluga. Skeleton will go north and then east with the Ojasama and Meow Meow. It will be a long journey, so please march in a reasonable hurry. Yes. How is the current situation in the east? There was an information blockade in the kingdom, and Eluga and the others did not know information about other regions. Krische said that it seemed to be doing a little better than expected, and smiled. Gulshan obediently surrendered and the problem was temporarily resolved, so General Garka and the others are heading east from the south. East turned out to be better than originally planned. Originally, Duglin was planning to take the opportunity to head east while liberating the southern part of the kingdom with the intact central army, but with Gulshan surrendering, the problem was temporarily resolved. Duglin and the central generals left a minimum number of troops in the south and began pressing on Elsren from the southeast. At least 40,000 troops. Since Anna's army was located in the Sea of Trees in the northeast of the kingdom, they had enough troops to discourage Elsren. Elsren was under pressure from the north and south. It looks like this one is over as well. Krische don't know the details of the situation over there, but since it's General Verage, Krish sure it'll be fine. Krische said that Wolfenite in particular was a strong fortified city, and was led by Nozen, who had been highly regarded since the Civil War. With him at the helm, even Krische didn't see any problems with the defensive battle. right? In that situation, Virtuous would be able to handle it well. The way he fought the other day, he can now be said to be the best general in the kingdom, excluding Krische. Felworth nodded. He was too good a man to have been a mere corps commander in the first place. Christ and me, and His Highness. At the word His Highness, Krische furrowed her eyebrows and said, "Excuse me," and smiled bitterly. "Krische told you not to say that in front of Krische, geez." Krische spoke while puffing out his cheeks, while Eliga next to her patted Krische on the head, troubled. "My apologies. I didn't mean any harm." "Well, it's fine though." Tekria, who didn't know much about the situation, looked at her lieutenant's eyes in confusion, as Krische, who said that while pouting was exactly what a child would do. Kalua's expression hardened a little, and Mia silently pulled her hand. The two of them quietly looked at each other and went back to normal. Well, in any case, everyone who knew him thought he should become a general. If Garka were to join him, I would feel at ease. I agree with you. Even though we can't say we have enough troops, they are originally the strongest of the three sides. General Gokul's and General Rikul's are not bad. I don't think they are lacking. Although they are facing the most difficult opponent. Elsren was the most well-equipped of the three kingdoms, and its generals were also excellent. And above all, they were a strong cavalryman from a nomadic tribe. Putting aside defensive battles, if it were a decisive battle on the plains where the opponent could make full use of their mobility, even if they had superior military strength, it would be quite dangerous to confront Elsren head-on. That had also told Dugleen in advance not to act on his own and to keep the pressure on them. Well, General Virtuous is both tough and flexible. So long as it's a defensive battle, there's no danger. Krische must be tired from all the hard work. Please take this opportunity to rest a little. Hey, yes. Eliga said this, and Krische looked embarrassed and held her reddened cheeks with both hands. Seeing this, Tekria asked as she recalled. Now that you mention it, Alberinea will be heading east via the royal capital, right? Yes, Krische have to report to Celine and Crescent, have a meeting with General Virtuous in advance, and do a lot of other things. Well, while Krische is at it, Krische think Krish'll go to the estate for a little while, and help around the house. Looking at Krische, who shyly said that, Eliga distorted his evil appearance and smiled bitterly. With this results, there is no one who will blame Krische for taking a little break. In fact, Krische needs a break. It will take some time for the army to get to the other side. Until then, take it easy. Also, I would also like to have some of Krische and Berry-san's cooking. Yes, Berry also said that we'll have a party after the war is over, so Krish'll invite Skeleton too. When Krische get back, Berry and Krische will think about various things. The girls smiled happily. Those who appeared around Shelnawiz were not just elites. The black-armored sentry led by Alberinea. She had heard rumors that they were elite, but she could not imagine it. The elite that Sherna had brought ahead of her was 17. All of them were magic possessors that could keep up with her footsteps, and they were all capable of surviving against 10 people. However, they were up against over 200 people. The fact that they were magic possessors was not an advantage. How did they catch up in such a short time? How did they complete the siege? The answer was right in front of them. The speed and power of the spear was impossible for a mere spear thrower. Even as she saw this, Shelna turned her body into a whirlwind. She had exceeded the limits of human perception. Even the flow of time had been changed to something slower. Twisting and turning, she dodged 7 of the spears aimed at her as if dancing, and grabbed one of them. With a single step, she took the power of the spear as her own and turned it into centrifugal force. The 3 arrows that were approaching her were snapped off by the spear she had grabbed. The elite led by Shelna were easily able to defeat a mere surprise attack, but this was no mere surprise attack. The elite that should have been 17 men were reduced to less than 10 in that instant, and only 7 remained. Aaron's escort was also half destroyed, and the Suiko had reaped even more of them. The main camp, which should have had 150 men, had only 73 remaining around it. Shelna immediately understood that this would not be a battle. Shelna-sama, run away, Zurin shouted. Rationally she knew it was right. However, there was a moment of hesitation, and emotion affected her actions. Ku. She quickly dodged the blade that swung at her from the edge of her field of vision, right beside her. Sharp and fast. She instantly understood that it was no ordinary swordsman. That was why she reads the next attack and takes another half-step backward. At that moment, it was swung from a downswing to a upswing, a high-speed up-and-down double slash that was not even linked. While avoiding it, Shelna flicked the sword from the side with the hilt of the spear and lowered herself. Twisting at the waist, what Shelna fired from the back was a roaring right heel. However, the girl's beautiful face was just a sun away. The backward kick struck nothing. She instantly jumped back and up into the tree. She opened a distance from the man in black armor. I didn't expect you to be able to evade this. I heard that you had an extraordinary swordsmanship, and you certainly looks like a force to be reckoned with. The man laughed. He was not someone to be defeated easily, especially in this situation. In this moment, only half from half survived. There was no time to think. Please go. Shelna-sama. Zuran's words echoed. Zuran screamed as his left arm was injured. He swung a large spear with only his right arm. You must survive. Zuran. She heard the flapping of a griffin's wings above her head. Gah. The spear pierced the giant body of the warrior directly below his shoulders. The griffin cavalryman who jumped down from above let go of the spear that had pierced Zuran and pulled out her curved sword. Just like the man before her, most of the familiar faces had disappeared. She jumped into the forest without looking back. Trying not to think about the magnitude of what she lost in an instant, she dodged the arrows and javelins from behind, and moved forward using the trees and bushes as a shield. No one could catch up with Shelna, who grew up using the forest as her playground. That should have been the case, but there was one exception. Something that easily followed Shelna as she ran. Even without looking, she could tell what it was that was trying to block Shelna's escape by tearing down the trees. If it was just a Suiko, there would be no problem. The time when she was afraid of a Suiko was a thing of the past. Shelna felt no fear to Suiko. She was simply afraid of the being it carried. A small meadow that formed between the trees and the gap in the forest. Dancing in front of her from the side was a gigantic tiger, 8 shaku tall at the shoulders, with silver hair. Purple eyes shining in the starlight. Geez, you shouldn't you know, what's such a troublesome person. Krische'll have to scold Aleha too later. Just as her appearance looked, she had an angry face like that of a young girl's. Even when dealing with Shelna, she didn't seem nervous or wary at all. She jumps off the Suiko and spun Aaron's curved sword in her hands. As a general of V's, I surrender. She couldn't win. She couldn't escape. Shelna already understood. Whether she fights or runs away, she would probably be killed by this girl. Krische can't recognize it. Look, it's already a moonless night and visibility is poor in the forest. The girl showed her surroundings and smiled. Moreover, the soldiers of the Elderant army are of poor quality, slaughtering non-combatants, and the chain of command is unclear. There is a risk that our soldiers will suffer unnecessary damage due to the ceasefire after surrender. As the commander of Alberan's army, Krische refuses. Please die peacefully, the girl told her. She had a lovely smile like a girl's, and that was why she looked so mad. But somehow, she could understand it. No matter what she said, the girl was going to kill her. The way she calmly kills people, the girl resembled her in some way. There's someone I really want to live and meet. Hehe, what a strange coincidence. Krische too. The girl was surely a person who couldn't understand other people's pain. But because of you guys, doing such stupid things, Krische need to be in a place like this. Krische is really unhappy. Even though she was smiling, her purple eyes seemed devoid of any emotion, inorganic. However, Shelna could understand the certain murderous intent that was reflected there. That's why Krishe'll kill all the bad people so that something like this can never happen again. If Krische do that, there will be peace around Krische. Krische will be able to do things that are much more enjoyable. At some point, Shelna realized that she herself was distorted. She was happy because she had people who supported her. She was sure she would become happier eventually. But it ended today. Krische ended idle talking hum. She smiled happily. She was like Shelna, who had caused countless deaths. She also, one who spread death. Shelna would be killed for what the girl desired, just as Shelna had killed many for what she desired. This was because she was much more pure and strong than Shelna. Goodbye. The distance was 6 ken. The step was too smooth. Footwork and acceleration that embody Shelna's ideals. Her whole body spins around and she threw Aaron's curved sword. The power of that blade could be understood even in such a slow time, where not even a sound could be heard. An ordinary opponent would have died in that one move. They would have lost. But Shelna stepped in and thrust her right hand into the whirlwind. Avoiding the high-speed spinning blade, she gripped the hilt and leaned into its centrifugal force. Then, using the rotation, she swung the spear in her left hand in a wide arc. This girl, Alberinea, would easily dodge it. No, wrong. A fast spear couldn't even disturb her. She instantly let go of the spear, which had lost its weight. Without even looking, she noticed that the spear was cut off from the middle of the body. Her body turns to the right by centrifugal force, her back pointing at the girl. Would she make it in time? No, she wouldn't make it. At this rate, the girl's blade would reach her faster than Shelna could cut her down with her curved sword. She instantly switched and swung her right leg around her left leg. The heel using centrifugal force cuts through the wind, but there is no sensation when she swung through. In the first place, the girl was already not there. HG. She realized that at once and threw her head back. What she saw was the right blade twisting around like a spinning top and being swung. The girl was approaching from behind. As if in pursuit of the curved sword in Shelna's grasp, Alberinea had slipped into the blind her spot circling around the spiral drawn by Shelna. She avoided it by just a hair's breadth. But the blade to her left continued to tear her white throat. A momentary impact hit her from above her cuirass, and her body fell onto the grass. Mew, that's too shallow. You shouldn't dodge, geez. It'll just hurt, okay? HG, Her blood was pouring out and she couldn't breathe. She grabbed the throat and almost fell to her knees, but she withstood, stood up and kicked and rolled. Amidst her pain, his smiling face appeared in her mind. His slightly shy and blunt face overlapped with the purple glow. Shelna murmured. Krische pressed down on her body, stomping on her breastplate. Then, she slashed the head of the enemy general who was muttering something, and jumped back to avoid her blood. Krische thought it would be a little easier to kill you, but Krische is still lacking, she said, placing the light one on her right hip, as if troubled. She used Corpse's pants to clean the dirt on the heavy one. The sound had stopped on the enemy's left wing headquarters a little further away. The battle must have ended there as well. Krische, the enemy general, is. Mia appeared from the forest and was about to say something, but when she saw the corpse of the female general besides Krische, she understood. It's over. She was a bit nimble and troublesome. Mia, please show it appropriately. That left-wing main camp is the route of the routed soldiers, so it's perfect. Okay, I'll do it now. Kalua looked at Mia, who seemed to hate it from the bottom of her heart, and looked at the dead face exasperated. She squinted her eyes as she saw the equals tears rising there. She's a beauty, what a waste. Well, in a way, it's better that Uzaja-chan killed her. Her fingers closed her eyes, and she carried the large curved sword on her shoulder, and swung it down to her neck. V's left wing illuminated by bonfires Curse main camp. All of Curse soldiers had already fled. There were no living humans there. In their place were countless corpses, some with missing heads. No way. And when Lido saw the flags of Curse lined up there, he was stunned, fell to his knees. The men of the hunting squad who managed to catch up with Lido were speechless and dropped their swords. The flag that was standing there had many heads stuck in it. The head of Aaron Chirus, who Lido hated from the bottom of his heart. The head of the hunting squad member who he spent many years together. The head of the respected head priest, Ziggurat. The head of his best friend, Zurin. And the chestnut-colored hair. Shell, N.A. It was the head of the person Lido loved more than anyone else, Shelna V's. Chapter 199, Witch and Moon Eclipse. The sky with the arcing moon rising. Royal estate. A woman lies on her back with her eyes closed on the bed in the master's room. Her long eyelashes fluttered and her big eyes opened slightly. She was petite and slender, but on her feminine body she wore a light pink negligee. "Quiet," Berry said as if sighing, placing her arm on her forehead. She picked up her red hair in her hands and looked at it in the moonlight shining through her window. Her hair had gotten a little longer. She wondered idly if she should cut it off, and then gave up the idea as it was a bad omen. Celine and Crescent were addressing the soldiers in the east, and Elvina were out with them. The silence in the estate was quite chilly. She thought that if Crescent appeared, she would be there too, but since Berry was a little unwell, Elvina took her place. It was just a mild fever, not that it bothered her, but Celine and Crescent were adamant about it since they were going to a place close to the battlefield. "Stupid. It's not just a sightseeing trip, it's a trip to see what's going on in the military. In some cases, we will have to walk around in unsanitary places, but what if you get even worse?" "Yes, that's right. If you, the stupid one, were to make it worse and fall, just what would Wanisama say? You really are a helpless servant who doesn't think enough." Berry smiles bitterly at the memory. The fever subsided within a day and there were no other problems. She understood that they were worried about her, but if the result was this, she should have followed even by force, she thought, and took a deep breath. This place wasn't really a big estate, but it was still too spacious for her to spend time alone. She woke her body up, stood up, and went to the table. She poured the half-empty glass of leftover nightcap wine and emptied it. Taking a sip of the wine, the scent was a little faded. Thinking back, she hadn't even corked the bottle since she drank it earlier. She drank it all in one gulp and breathed in the liquor that she felt. Slowly, she traced her lips with her fingertips from the top. Krische-sama. She had no trouble sleeping alone, or spending time alone, for that matter. She thought she was used to it. She thought she was strong in that aspect, but somehow she had become much, much weaker. She felt even lonelier when I put it into words, so she kept her eyes down. It had been less than a month, but she felt as if she had not seen her face for a very long time. She had heard that Krische had defeated Gulshan. She knew that she must be safe and sound, but Krische would always push herself. She was worried about many things, including whether she had a fever, whether she was eating properly, and whether she was sleeping properly. She drank to try not to think about it, but the more she drank, the more her thoughts swirled around. When she hugged her knees on the chair, her breasts were squeezed and she frowned. Her lips pouted, and forcefully hugged her knees and sighed. A vague sense of drunkenness lingers in the air. The air was somehow cool against her feverish body, and sleepiness never comes. When she looked in the full-length mirror, she saw herself in a chair, in nightgown, behaving in a bad manner. It's sloppy, but there's nothing she could do about it. Laughing at herself, she muttered, "What a bad drink." Even though she was always so careful, this was what happened when she thought no one was watching. On the desk, an empty wine bottle and glass gave off a nice taste. This made her look like a good-for-nothing no. In reality that was the truth. She was just playing the role of a fine servant, but her true identity was like this. Berry Argan was such a slovenly and pitiful woman. Celine and Crescent were busy going around every day, holding meetings, and interacting with merchants and nobles. Berry, on the other hand, was only doing a little housekeeping and chores as usual. She was always looking out for the two of them so that they could rest a little, helping them in any way she could, but she might be the one who was being taken care of. Both Celine and Crescent seemed to be concerned about Berry's condition in some way. Bad habit. Thinking only about dark things. Her eyes narrowed as she remembered her sister's words. "I shouldn't have drunk alcohol," she sighed again. "When she get drunk alone, I become even more gloomy than she already was." Trying to forget the bad things from childhood, she forced herself to drink wine, and the bad things just keep coming back. She had been thinking of quitting heavy drinking since then, but what happened was this. Was there even people with such weak wills as hers? She even felt she was pathetic. "I can't let Krische-sama see me like this." She giggled and looked down. "Krische-sama," she whispered. "Beautiful hair that looks like fine silver threads. Beautiful purple eyes like jewels. There's something about her that's modest and neat, with her childish smile and her snow-white skin, all of which are simply beautiful. A girl who just shows her innocence towards herself." Recalling her figure, she muttered once again, Krische-sama. Then, a breeze came rushing in from behind her. Hey, so Berry is awake. She quickly turned around, but before she could, the silver hair came up to her and hugged her from behind. I'm home. A sweet voice like the ringing of a bell. The silver hair swayed as she rubbed her cheeks against the stunned Berry. Purple shone at the edge of her vision. Did Krische surprise Berry? Just a little bit. Welcome home. Sorry. Krische was thinking that Berry might be resting, but Krische, are Celine and the others not here? As if realizing something, Krische hurriedly distanced herself from Berry. Berry tilted her head and stood, and Krische embarrassedly said. Even though Berry was wearing nightgown, Krische hugged Berry with outside clothes. Foo-foo, don't worry. I don't mind. Smiling bitterly at Krische, Berry told her while pinching her cloak, and approached and patted her head. Then she put her hand on Krische's cheek and slowly pressed her lips to Krische's. It was the sensation she had desired for a long time. Happily, Krische pressed her lips against hers, too, and after a moment, they separated. Krische licked her own lips with her tongue and smiled, smelling and tasting wine. My apologies. A little nightcap. Berry's cheeks, stained with the spirit of alcohol, turned even redder. Krische stared intently at Berry's face with her purple eyes, touching Berry's cheek with her hand and caressing her lovingly. Then, this time, Krische pressed her lips against Berry's. Don't worry about it. Krische doesn't mind, she said somewhat happily, mimicking Berry's words. Berry's eyes widened and she looked taken aback. Foo-foo, geez. That's not good. She smiled happily. Having taken off her cloak, Krische removed her belt and put down her bag and sword. As expected, it was late at night, and it wasn't time to take a bath. While Berry was preparing warm water for her, Krische took off her clothes, leaving the pouch around her neck, sat on the bed, and took off her boots. The moonlight shining through the window, the servant in her nightgown looked more beautiful than ever. Her red hair glistened, her long eyelashes that surrounded the brown eyes seemed wet. She seemed a little dazed, probably due to the alcohol, and her pale skin had a light pink tint to it. Beautiful, she gazed at the figure as she changed. Celine and the others were apparently in the east, in the direction of Nozan. Normally, Berry would have gone with Crescent, but she was staying at home. When Krische asked, Berry told her that it was just that kind of fortuitous meeting. I've been thinking about Krische-sama for a long time, so maybe my wish came true. Berry sometimes said difficult things like that, which didn't seem like an answer. Krische didn't really understand it, but when she thought about what would happen if Anne was the only one left in the estate instead of Berry, for Krische it was surely some kind of fortuitous meeting. Berry also looked happy, and though Krische didn't really understand it, it was fine. After taking off the underwear, Berry took Krische's hand as she tried to remove her garter belt. There's a little scar. Then she looked at the wrist. As expected, the back of my gauntlet is going to get a little scratchy no matter what. It doesn't hurt, Krische is fine. Even when she threw spears or swung swords, the friction with the back of the gauntlet causes some wear and tear. The inside was soft and made of cotton, so it wasn't that bad, and compared to wielding swords and spears without gauntlets, it was a minor issue. But Berry lowered her eyebrows and carefully cleaned it with a wrung-out towel. There's no way it doesn't hurt. Even if it is true, it would be terrible if it left scars on Krische-sama's beautiful body. Yes. Be honest about this kind of thing. Krische-sama should just honestly said it. There's always room for improvement when it comes to tools, so. Berry said that as she looked at the garter belt and noticed Krische's appearance. Her face became even redder as she looked flustered, looking away and said, for tomorrow. Krische smiled blankly, but nodded silently. Krische didn't like the fact that she was worrying Berry a little, but she was also a little happy that she was worrying about her. There was a feeling in Krische that she didn't quite understand. Berry. She played with the bag of candy hanging around her neck and stared at Berry. Berry looked at the bag and smiled bitterly. Foo-foo, don't worry about my tongue. She brought her face close to Krische's and narrowed her eyes gently. Can I have it? That's the charm, right? Yes, about that. Question mark. Krische thinks Berry will probably like it. Krische took out a piece of candy. She poured her magic power and stimulated it and presses the candy to Berry's wondering lips. Berry rolled it around in her mouth and suddenly froze, holding her mouth. Just like when the hands tingle with poison pyririn, or how one can feel the texture of things using magic, Krische was wondering if it would be possible to recreate the taste using the sensation of magic. Krische tried it on quite a few people, but if you can't treat the sense of taste itself, then you can just use magic to recreate the taste instead of using sense of taste. Find the factor that stimulates the taste, and manifest magic that responds to it. It temporarily changes the reaction of the sixth sense of magical power, not the five senses of the body, and reproduces it as a taste. When Krische picked up the candy engraved with magic, there was a sweetness of honey on her fingertips. Although there are many aspects of the human body and its principles that are poorly researched, Krische had a deeper understanding than anyone else of the magical power that overlaps with the human body and the spiritual body that it forms. Changing the senses conveyed to the overlapping spiritual body's souls was not that difficult for Krische, as long as the idea came to her. She tried it on Mia, Kalua, and some of the Black Flag Special Force members in advance. Although there are some differences in taste depending on the individual, it was generally fine. However, Berry remained frozen and unresponsive. She started to stand up, wondering if maybe it was no good. It tasted like honey. That was good. Relieved, Krische sat down. Then, she took out a magic crystal from the bag that was placed beside her. First, Krische tried it with a magic crystal, and this time Krische tried it with candy. It's only sweet and sour that Krische can still sense and reproduce, but as soon as the war is over and things calm down, Krishe'll be able to do it. But in the end, while she was excitedly explaining, Berry suddenly kneeled down on her. Krische stopped her words and froze. In front of such a Krische, Berry covered her face with both hands and her shoulders gently shook. Berry? Berry shook her head from side to side, scattering her red hair. She let out a small sound as if she was trying to hold back a hiccup, and sniffled. Krische was dumbfounded, got off the bed, and kneeled. Holding the redhead gently, she pressed Berry's head against her chest. It was a semi-conscious action. She somehow understood that Berry was not crying because she was sad. She just gently stroked Berry's beautiful red hair with her hand. Berry's hand weakly wrapped around Krishe's back, as her face was pressed into Krishe's chest. Her skin felt wet with Berry's tears, and she didn't know what to say. In the end, without saying anything, she pressed her cheek against Berry's red hair. A quieter state on a quiet night. 2 breathing sounds. 2 heartbeats. The sound of sobs leaking out quietly, and one could even hear the sound of the red hair swaying as Krische stroked it. The two of them just hugged each other. It's a little too cold to spend most of their time naked. It was a little cold to spend the time being almost naked, but the warmth of their bodies was transmitted to each other from where they touch, warm and comforting. Krische continued to stroke Berry's head, feeling fulfilled. After a while, Berry calmed down. She relaxed her trembling shoulders and quietly took deep breaths. She sniffed several times, and her loud sighs became heated and tickled Krische modest breasts. Guess I showed Krishe-sama a shameful sight. How embarrassing. The tone of her voice was a little more tearful than usual. Krische shook her head. Berry isn't ugly at all. She's been putting up with the pain for a long time, so it's natural. Krische, when Berry woke Krische up, Krishe's face was even more shameful. So it's okay, Krische nodded over and over again. Her shoulder shook gently and a little laugh could be heard. And Krische didn't see Berry crying, so Berry doesn't have to worry about showing something embarrassing. Krische didn't see anything, and Krische won't tell people things she didn't see. Fufu, Krishe-sama is so kind. Berry hugged Krische tightly. I love you, Berry said, and Krische hugged her back. Hey. Krische also loves Berry, she said as she smiled and let the red hair flow. It seemed to sparkle in the moonlight, giving off a beautiful red glow. If you give Krische a little more time, it'll probably be perfect, but there's just a little problem. Problem? Yes. Regardless of the technique itself, Krische still needs a medium like a magic crystal, so. Krische said, troubled. After all, it's a matter of taste, so Krische think the tongue would be appropriate, but if that's the case, Krische'll need to carve the formula into Berry's tongue. On the tongue? Yes. Since it transforms the magic crystal and engraves it on the tongue, it might be a little painful. Berry's body will be damaged so. Berry's shoulders shook, lifted her face and wiped her tears. Then Krische's lips. Unlike usual, Berry's tongue slipped inside her lips. When their tongues touched, Krische's eyes widened slightly in surprise. Berry pulled away after a moment and smiled. It is sweet. It's probably taste purine. Hee hee. I'm sure. It's Krische-sama. Guess Krische-sama can't be a bride anymore. Berry laughed and continued. I have to take responsibility. Our responsibility? Yes. She lifted Krische's hips up on the bed. She placed her hands on top of hers, pressing down on both of her wrists, and covering Krische and her scattered silver hair from above. It's Krische-sama's fault. Always just trying to please me like that. Always worrying about things you shouldn't have to worry about, and always, only about me. Krische looked up at Berry dazedly. Berry's eyes were warm and moist, leaving traces of tears. Her beautiful brown eyes seemed to suck her in. Also, right now, I'm no longer Krische-sama's beloved servant, but a good-for-nothing drunk. My judgment has become clouded by alcohol, and I can't tell between right and wrong. Usually I can hold back, but today I can't. Is Berry always holding back? Yes. I love Krische-sama, much more than Krische-sama thinks. Berry's hands squeezed her wrists so hard it hurt. Berry's eyes were completely serious, and she was just staring at Krische. Her heart was beating alarmingly, as if scared, as if happy. It's a feeling that she didn't really understand. Krische, is Berry's so, Berry's lips brushed against her collarbone, then down her neck. It was ticklish and she squirmed slightly, and both lips. She realized what she was looking for, and when she stuck out her tongue, they intertwined with each other. That part of you, Krische-sama. Krische-sama is a bad girl. Yes. Usually, I would put up with such a bad girl Krische-sama, but today I'm drunk, so I won't hold it back. Krische-sama is the one who is at fault. Yes. Feverish brown eyes, she felt like she could get burned by the gaze. Not scolding, not angry. She was surprised to see Berry's appearance different from usual when making excuses, but somehow she felt happy and smiled. Ahahi, Krische is the bad one. Saying that, I really don't care what will happen, you know. Yes. What Berry wants to do is what Krische wants to do. The woman who covered her up opened her light brown eyes wide and smiled. What a bad girl, she said, and brought her face close to hers. The moonlight shining into the room was eaten by shadows. The red hair, as if to cover up silver hair, lies on top of it. Chapter 201, Side Story, the beginning of a heroic epic. In the forest. Dozens of soldiers are gathered around a campfire, 2 men in the center. What are you thinking, Christand? I thought I told you not to pursue too deeply. His hair, cut in a messy bun, was brushed back. The centurion, Gallen, carrying bow, stared at the other man with sharp eyes. Bogan, the captain on the other hand, looked back at him with a dignified attitude that matches his physique and rugged face. I understand your orders, but I didn't pursue them too deeply. In fact, I was able to finish them as much as I could within my own legs. Bogan said coolly, shaking his golden hair that has grown a little. He killed an adjutant who had run away, not a bad achievement. I admit that you have excellent abilities, and your accomplishments are good. However, even though you are a captain, you left my command, and if you asked me whether I would forgive your independent action, the answer is no. 3 people were injured, which could have been prevented if you abandoned the command. However, if all 3 of them take a little rest, they could continue the battle, and there will be no injuries. Commander Gallen, the injured are my responsibility as Captain Christ, and left me in charge of the unit for a time. The voice that came out from among the men surrounding the 2 was a beautiful face, red copper hair. It was Nozen. Contrary to his words, his eyes seemed to be hostile towards Gallen. Garin looked back at him and laughed. You can say this without knowing the principle of responsibility. You are a corporal, not a captain, a squad leader under Kristan's command. I have no recollection of ordering you to lead the troops, and I have no intention of ordering Crescent to do so. And his eyes narrowed. Don't interrupt me. The responsibility is Crescent, and mine to take. Get back when you can wipe your own butt. Nozen looked clearly displeased, but took a step back and said, My apologies. Galen returned his gaze to Bogan again. Are you fighting alone, Crescent? Your judgment is better than mine, better than the battalion commander, better than the corps commander, and better than the general. No, it's not. Even though it's a small fry, it's a big one for you. You must be happy. However, the war will not end unless the enemy's higher-ranking commander or general is decapitated. You're like a useless dog that jumps at the bait in front of you. Bogan furrowed his brow and Galen glared at him as he approached. The main purpose of the mission is to attack the enemy's transport fleet. Unavoidable encounters can't be helped. However, your savagery and military achievements will have made the enemy more wary. At the very least, the results are inconsistent with my intentions, and if this accumulates, it will even affect the tactical plans of the battalion commander and corps commander. Do you understand? Yes, sir. And please understand that such actions of yours will someday cost not only your life, but the lives of your comrade. Today is over. Everyone, please take a break. Galen said that and left the place, and the men who were watching the scene also went to rest. Nozen called out to Bogan, who had a disappointed look on his face. I'm getting tired of the constant nagging, right, Captain? The logic is correct. It's a sound argument. Even as he spoke, he started walking away, looking somewhat unconvinced, and sat down, resting his back against a tree. Nozen followed him and sat at the next tree. I feel like cursing my birth. If I hadn't been born as the third son of a baron, I wouldn't have been covered in mud, and the hunters chasing boars but wouldn't have acted so bossy. Don't say that. At least the commander is an expert archer. He's not bad at commanding either. Commander Galen couldn't use magic, but he was not incompetent, and he rose from rank and file as a soldier. He was not a bad superior. He's a little timid though. However, the problem was that he was being too cautious. Galen was too afraid of the loss of his troops. Indeed. Probably because he doesn't have a skill like us. Nozen laughed and agreed. Although he was the youngest member of the squad, he was extremely talented and was second only to Bogan in the squad in terms of swordsmanship. It wasn't an insult, it was a fact. Nobles and commoners, the presence or absence of magical power was an absolute difference on the battlefield. No matter what the situation is, if you have magical power, you can often get through it. However, Galen was not a magic possessor. That's probably where his cowardice comes from. It was a good thing that he was assigned to a special light infantry unit instead of a general infantry unit that formed the battle line. What was disappointing was that the commander was a commoner, someone who could not handle magic. A commander's ability naturally influences their tactical choices. Galen was a man who was faithful to his duties, valued discipline, and deserved respect as a soldier, but he had the flaw of being too afraid of attrition to his troops. It wouldn't be easy to follow him and achieve military results with this unit. It's a long road to becoming a general. Well, this is also a learning experience. Compared to a natural-born battalion commander, the experience we gain must be valuable. I would like to emulate that kind of thinking. I hope the captain will move up quickly and pull me up. A few days later, with his stern face wrapped in his helmet, Bogan glared across the bushes. What should we do? Do you want to wait for the commander's instructions? Nozen asked, laughing. Bogan frowned and thought. This is the second time we will violate an order. It's not desirable, but... In front of him was the enemy load of the Eldorant army walking on the road, 80 horse-drawn carriages and about 150 escorts. Surrounded by forests from east to west, it was the perfect time for an ambush attack. To the west of the forest, on this side were 50 Bogans, and to the east were Centurion Galen's 50 men. A well-timed pincer attack. Killing the opponent in one breath. That was the strategy, but the man on horseback who appeared to be the enemy commander was not in the center or rear as expected, but in the front. Galen, who had made a detour, was still not in position. The attack was to take place after Garen sent the signal, but at this rate, there was a risk of missing him. The Elderant make their home in the forest. Once they escape, it will be difficult to pursue them. A pincer attack certainly has great benefits, but it would be foolish to miss this opportunity. They had no choice but to go there. There were also Nozen here as well. The situation was not that bad. It's now or never. Nozen. Ha. He raised his left hand to signal the rear. The other party seemed unperturbed. He is walking down the road, chatting with the one beside him. The enemy commander, helmetless, his braided hair swinging. The man occasionally looked at his surroundings and appeared wary, but his men were bad. Let's go. Throwing pebbles at the person across the road and shaking the branches and leaves. For a moment, the enemy soldier's gaze turned to the left. At that moment, he pulled out his long sword and stepped in before anyone else. He jumped over the bushes and danced out onto the road, one first. Nozen followed, and then another. Enemy. Then, he decapitated the enemy commander who was about to raise his voice. A frightened face. The enemy commander was still young. He must have been inexperienced. After he killed a few more people, his soldiers followed from behind. However, the lack of response made Bogan feel uncomfortable for a moment. Elderant was a society of warriors, and fundamentally strength was valued more than family background. Naturally, the enemy commander would be strong to a certain extent, but the escort and commander were both too weak. The frightened eyes of someone on the verge of being killed. What did that mean? Bogan thought about it and soon had an answer. They come out, I'll take the lead. Go. The man who was in the middle of the column was the one who raised his voice. He took off his helmet and shouted, and soldiers appeared from the carriage beside him. They had tattoos on their faces and beards. That was the main discomfort. The same was true for all of the enemies he had fought so far that were considered to be the elite. Tattoos and beards were perhaps symbols of warrior status within the tribe. We've been had, Nozen. That's the kind of move a barbarian would make. But Bogan remained calm, and so did Nozen. There was some confusion among the soldiers, but they were also elite light infantry. There were no major problems. The enemy was just a trick. Only 30 people appeared from the carriage at most. The disguised carriage was just that. 150 men turned into 180. As Galen said, he thought this might be the result of him not being cautious, but it's not something he should be thinking about right now. I'll charge in. I leave it to you. Nozen said that quickly and headed towards the enemy commander. Leave the enemy commander to me and Nozen. You guys destroy the escorts. He shouted to the soldiers and quickly followed Nozen. Nozen Veraich's sword was elegant, vividly cutting down the enemy commander and his guards. But the enemy was no slouch either. The large spear he wields pierces the wind and heads towards Nozen. He narrowly dodged himself, but was unable to dodge the subsequent mowing down, and Nozen had no choice but to block it with his sword. His body was flung away, and he immediately took a Nukimi stance and stood up, but his opponent was a split second quicker. Bogan drew his dagger and threw it, but the man ducked and leapt backward, opening the distance. For a bunch of incompetent Alberin, you're quite good. My name is Galebeg of Meeklee. Remember the name of the one who kills you. A powerful magic possessor. An opponent who could defeat the Northern head-on whether or not even Bogan could win. However, running away was not an option. Bogan Christ and, remember it, barbarian. Bogan shouted and stepped forward. The opponent's choice was a thrust. He hit his left gauntlet against the opponent's large spear to change its trajectory and move inside his opponent's reach. The man retreated slightly and twisted his body, turning his back towards Bogan. Bogan's confusion, a momentary gap, and the spear's stone thrust extends from under his armpit. Bogan retreated immediately, but was unable to avoid it. The stone thrust hit the belly of his leather armor, and even though it didn't pierce, it sent a shock. Captain. Nozen approaches the man from the right hand and strikes with a sword. However, the man dodged even that and kicked Nozen's torso away. It's the end. The man lifted his cheek and aimed the spear. Bogan was unable to adjust his stance and immediately chose defense. But, an arrow shot through the side of the head of the man who was approaching Bogan. The man's eyes rolled upwards and collapsed. The enemy commander is dead. Eliminate the rest. The one who released it was Gallen, who appeared from the eastern forest. Without looking at the commander's head, he glanced at Bogan, who had sat up. Koza, your team will assist Crescent until he can take command. The others go to the rear. Moraz, you lead half of the group and head to the back. Your priority is to clear the cargo. Just drive away the enemy. After giving instructions, Gallen readied his arrow again. He easily drew his personal, short but stiff bow, and the arrows shot through the enemy one after. Speed and accuracy that no average opponent can come close to. Without boasting about his earlier accomplishments, he just steadily took down his opponents. Captain Crescent, are you injured? No. Nozen. Cough, me too. Nozen stood up despite coughing. The large team leader Koza told the two of them with his eyes as if he were looking at someone in trouble. It's Captain Gallen's order. Rebuild immediately. I know. At least, he didn't feel like he could disobey that order. After finishing the cleanup and retreating, Gallen said nothing. He didn't ask Bogan to apologize or leave it for later. He did the bare minimum. It was not until 2 nights later he finally spoke about it, after they had returned to their allies' side and were safe. Well, no matter how much I preach, nothing will change. You should draw your sword, Crescent. Virtuous too. I'll deal with you two together. Bogan and Nozen look at each other, then turn to Gallen, who laughs. If you guys win, then I'll leave the army. Kristad, in that case, I'll recommend you as the centurion to the battalion commander. You can do whatever you want with the squad. But, Commander Gallen. Shut up. Koza, what's with that face? Crescent, are you dissatisfied? Gallen looked at Bogan with a mocking look. Bogan frowned and looked back at him. It's understandable to be angry. I admit that you saved me from a predicament. But isn't that too much of an understatement? It's not my intention to embarrass you. With Commander Gallen, I don't think there's a chance for you to win even against one of us. I'm asking you if you're going to do it or not, Crescent. Gallen laughed as he tapped the scabbard on the small sword on his waist. Cuckoo, they say that dogs raised in wealthy towns can only bark, and that's exactly right. Those words were a clear provocation. Both Bogan and Nozen now showed obvious hostility and glared at Gallen. I'm also a noble, even if you're the commander. If someone insults me, I can't just laugh it off. You're just a man of pride, Crescent. I have advised you. Nozen. Nozen draws his sword, irritated. To fight 2-on-1 against someone who was not even magic possessors, that was something to be ashamed of. Nozen readied his sword, and, looking exasperated, Gallen set down his bow and quiver, and he pulled out his short sword. I thought I said I don't mind if you come together. You. At his word, Nozen charged in. In one breath he crushed the distance of 5 ken and swung his sword. What? A small sword sheath was thrown in front of him. In order to avoid it, Nozen quickly dodged, and as he lost his balance he slid next to Gallen. However, as he tried to slip by, Gallen caught his foot and knocked him down. And before Nozen could get up, Gallen threw his dagger right in his face. Now you're killed in battle. You're from a noble's house, so you'll have a grand funeral. Nozen stiffed without saying a word, and Gallen looked at Bogan with a smile on his face. What are you doing? Aren't you coming? It's just the result of a small trick. That's right, it's just a small trick, and Virtuous died stupidly. But, well, you'll be exposed to similar stupidity. Bogan also drew his sword. I'm not confident that I won't hurt you. Why don't you stop running your mouth and show me how you swing that sword you're so proud of? Bogan clicked his tongue and charged in. The first step didn't destroy the distance between the two, and he went around to the left of Gallen, who didn't have a sword. He swung his long sword from overhead. Gallen, as if falling down, was at Bogan's feet. He grabbed the Bogan's leg, straightened himself up, and slammed his large body into the ground. He stomps on his right arm and torso, and thrusts the tip of his small sword into Bogan's neck. Now you two are being killed in battle. It's sad that the captain squad team leader of this unit are both idiots. Stunned, Bogan looks at the small sword pointed at his own neck and looks up at Gallen. Gallen's face was not smiling, and his eyes, as sharp as a bird of prey, shot through Bogan's. "What do you think, Crystand? Do you have any objections?" The air was frozen, as no one who was watching spoke up. Galen didn't raise his voice. Even so, it was a voice that resonated deep in his guts. "No, Commander." Hearing that voice, Galen withdrew his dagger and took his foot off Bogan's arm. "What you say is true. Both you and Virtuous are superior in all abilities compared to me. In terms of strength and weakness, there isn't even a need to compare it with me. However, you are overconfident in your own strength. If you win, you will become a centurion, and in the face of a rare opportunity, you stick to your pride and don't cooperate." Bogan heard this while lying down. Abandoning the advantageous situation by your own choice and attacking individually. "What do you think of this as a tactic?" "It's the lowest of low, sir." "That's right. And on top of that, you insisted on challenging me with a sword. Did I present the rules? I just told you to win. If you throw your sword sheath at me like I did, the battle will be over. Your weaknesses are all overconfidence in your own strength and conceit." Galen went to pick up the sheath he had thrown away, and Bogan finally got himself up. As Galen sheathed the dagger and reattached it to his waist, he continued, "I guess you can only win against those you can beat. In fact, even against those you can beat, you could lose your lives like that. For what purpose do we form a squad? What are tactics for? To defeat an opponent who is superior in military strength. Yes. You understand that in your true heart, devoid of pride. You must have understood from the enemy you fought this time. There are some fierce enemies among them that even you two can't defeat." Thinking of the enemy commander, Bogan clenched his fists. At the very least, my opponent was stronger than him. No, it was 2-on-1, and they failed to finish him off, and were forced into a predicament. Even if the fight had continued, it was doubtful whether they would have been able to defeat the enemy commander. However, even against such an opponent, I cannot afford to lose to a soldier. Therefore, I will gain an advantage in order to win. That is why I'm so noisy. That said, even if I don't nag you any further, you surely understand. Your choice in your heart understand what was wrong and what you should have done." When Galen came to his side, he looked down again. His eyes were not angry, but somewhat kind. "You guys are young and talented. First, cut off that arrogance and learn as much as you can. And learn how to survive in order to learn," Garin said, holding out his right hand. "Even if you don't rush your efforts, you'll find yourself in a suitable position before you know it." Bogan stared at Galen's hand. Then he held out his right hand as if to accept it. The body was powerfully aroused. Galen looked at his face and nodded, then looked around. "It seems that Crystand and Virtuous want to be on meal duty today. This is a valuable opportunity to use the captain and the squad leader for an errand, so I hope you enjoy it to the fullest." Laughter echoed from the surroundings, and Galen also looked at Bogan with a smile on his face. "You have no objection, Crystand?" Bogan looked dumbfounded and looked at Nozen as he approached. Then slowly, he placed his right hand on his left chest and saluted. "I dedicate my life to you." It was a salute with such meaning. "From now on, you can call me whatever you call me instead of using my family name. Commander." Galen looked into his eyes and nodded again. "Okay, Bogan. Let's get to work." Thumb to his left chest. "That allegiance shall be my blood." That was what the reply that meant. Bogan sat in his chair and placed the young Celine on his lap. He told an old story. It was about Galen, who had visited the estate yesterday. "The commander was the one who saved me from such a predicament. IICM, Otusama, talking about battlefields is Scar." Commander appeared and pierced the enemy commander's head with a single arrow. "Hi." Bogan pressed his fingers to the temple of Celine's small head. His mind is in the past, oblivious to his frightened daughter. With a swoosh, an arrow came flying at him and pierced his head, and I saw the man's eyes roll up in front of me. It was so precise, I'm sure he didn't even feel the pain. I don't want to hear about that anymore. Celine, where are you going?" The door opened at the same time that Celine started running to escape from his lap. "Oju-sama, what's wrong?" "Berry, when I asked about Galen-sama, Otu-sama told me all kinds of scary stories." When Celine hugged Berry, who was holding the tray with cookies, she started crying. Berry looked troubled and put her tray on the shelf and picked up Celine. Bogan, you. From behind her, Lazura stood royally and glared at Bogan, her temples twitching. Bogan looked at the crying Celine, dumbfounded, and then looked at Lazura. Berry, please calm down, Celine. Yes, Nae-sama, Oju-sama, it's okay. It's fine, I baked some cookies, do you like them? I have confidence in it. Berry was holding Celine while she was on the couch with one hand. Lazura beckoned the head of the Crescent family with anger at her beauty. Bogan, come here. After that, Lazura's insults echoed even inside the room. Celine also didn't stop crying until it was over. End of Volume 8.